the lumen power of the sun, which you must admit it does have some reflective properties against the moon, right? The sun hits the moon. The sun can't not hit the moon, but it's within the same solar system. So the sun is having an impact on the visual appearance of the moon, right?
But
you'll agree with that, right?
Have you ever done an art course, Kavanikan?
No, answer the question.
Because if you're drawing a cube and you want the cube to look like it's in real life, and you draw the cube with 3 sides towards the observer, you're going to shade the 3 sides differently to give that picture depth. Now, it doesn't matter how bright the light source becomes, that 3-sided object will always be shaded in a ratio of maybe 100% illumination on the surface that's facing you. The top surface, which is still brightly illuminated, might be 70% illuminated. And then the right-hand side, which is kind of hidden from the light source, might be at 20% or 30% illumination. Now, it doesn't matter how bright I make that initial light source, that ratio is constant to produce a 3-dimensional square. With a sphere is radial. You understand what that meant. You brought it up earlier. And that means that any light coming from that object is going in all directions. How do we see a reflection? The light that's returned to the observer's eye or the piece of equipment being used. So if that 3-dimensional sphere reflects light in all directions, it's easy to draw that. There's also a ratio. The specular highlight has close to 100% reflection, and it's a small dot based on the size of the sphere. And then as it goes away from that point, the gradient of shading increases until you get to the point where it wraps around. Now, it doesn't matter how bright you make that. To make it a 3-dimensional sphere, there has to be that shading property. Otherwise, it's not a 3-dimensional sphere.
And it's interesting, actually, looking this up. So I have been looking this up as you've been speaking. I've been listening as well. And the general scientific consensus from just a cursory browse is the moon is actually egg-shaped. So it isn't actually completely spherical. It's not perfectly spherical. It's actually spheroid, according to science. So shaped like an egg. And therefore, that might have something to do with that. What
is that? Egg?
He's saying that the moon is not a sphere. It's not round. But have you ever seen a full moon?
I think you're getting confused.
I have seen a full moon.
With the elliptical orbit. The elliptical orbit of the moon is egg-shaped, but the moon is never suggested to be egg-shaped. Even the moon that we see in the sky is not egg-shaped. So again, that's like your streaking light theory. If we don't see it as streaking sunlight, how do you determine that from the observable moon that we see? In reality, in the real world, how have you determined that it's egg-shaped?
Yes, oblate spheroid. Well, that would obviously be tricks of the eye, like you were talking about yourself. Is that
but why don't we see an oblate spheroid when we actually look at a high definition picture of a full moon? You can analyze that picture in Photoshop, and you will find it's a perfect circle. It's round, perfectly round. It's not oblique.
The full moon
a full moon is a perfect circle in the sky.
So the full moon is supposedly the arse of the moon, the widest part of the moon, and as the moon rotates, we start seeing less of the moon defined due to its shape as well as it's moving around the sun.
And doing that, we see the perfect. And in doing that, we see the perfect circle in the sky.
One moment. We do not see the moon rotate. When you say rotate, it means it's spinning around its own axis. What we actually see the moon does is actually orbiting in the sky. It means it's moving in a circular path around a center point.
While it's spinning. So it's spinning on its own axis as it's moving.
You don't see it. You don't see it spinning in the sky. Neither do I.
It's imperceptible, yes. But that's the moon cycle. The moon cycle is moving. If
it was spinning, you will see the other face. If it had other face.
Okay, if it's spinning, then what's the full day revolution of the moon? Can you tell me that?
Sorry?
If it is spinning, what would this revolution period be of the moon?
Yeah.
Oh shit, I don't know.
Okay, then how can you even say that it's spinning?
Yeah.
You don't even know. And if it's spinning, you should be able to measure it.
Yeah, it's just like going through the fairy tale. Thanks for the refresher.
I feel like I'm in elementary school again.
The thing that we, decided to look at reality for real for ourselves and found out was false. So you're in here professing to us your space ball religion, basically. You're citing scripture.
Yeah. Sonny, I still want to ask him one question, and I will be finished. Earlier, you were saying that the moon is reflecting the sunlight. So, over the decades, we have seen many blood moons and purple moons, blue color moon, green, yellow, orange. All these colors. So, is the sun a multicolor changing light source? I mean, does it change?
No
colors?
But that's more to do. That's more to do with like diffusion of light through gas cycles and things like that. Supposedly, right? So that we don't get them all the time. Like we don't get a blood moon.
What do you mean?
Every single month.
Wait. Diffusion of light through gas. Which kind of gas makes the moonlight look purple? Which kind of gas?
I don't know.
Okay, you don't know. You cannot verify that also. But yeah, you are speculating. You think you know. This is what is actually happening.
They think the same thing about the northern lights. They think it's the sunlight moving through waves of gas in space. It doesn't mean I know what the gas is. Like that's the northern lights. Do you accept that the northern lights exist?
Well,
do you accept that they exist?
Yeah, my question is not about the northern lights. My question is about
it's a comparison. It's a comparison, right? Like that's why a blood moon is very rare. You don't get one once a month.
Yeah,
same with
what causes
the harvest moon.
I mean,
they think that it has something to do with the light is moving through.
Is a red light source.
In space.
Yeah, there is
no red light source. It's moving through
there is no
particles
gas in space
that make the light appear red.
The light in that way.
Well, then what are the northern lights?
There is no gas in space to affect
the light disco ball?
The way that you explain.
It's not exactly affecting the light. The light is moving through it. The light hasn't changed. It's just that it's
moving through what? Isn't the light coming through vacuum all the way to the Earth?
You're wrong about the northern lights as well. They consider those ionized particles coming from the sun, bouncing off of our magnetosphere, and then traveling down the magnetosphere towards
kind
the
of
northern
what I
pole
said,
and southern
kind of what
pole,
I said,
and then illuminating as the source light. You said it was just sunlight moving through the thing, causing that effect.
I said no, I didn't. What I said is that the light is still coming through, but it is moving through gas particles. Exactly what you said. Ionized particles. That is changing the appearance of the color. I said exactly what you said.
Well, I've heard someone invoking like because of atmospheric pollution and stuff. This is why we see blood moon and whatever. But this blood moon, when this phenomena happens, it is visible from the top of the mountain Everest all the way to Sahara Desert. Everybody in the world will see the blood moon. Even if you are in a highly polluted city, you will see a red blood moon, even through a polluted atmosphere or through a clean air atmosphere somewhere in the deepest forest with mountains and trees all around you, where the air quality is clean, is good. So I don't see how you can change the color of the moon.
Well, I didn't say that you were changing the color of the moon.
Well, you said the moon is reflecting the sunlight. So it means that the sun is a multicolored changing light source.
I literally didn't say that.
Color.
3 times now
But the
I've had
sun
to
has
reassert that I didn't say that.
its color.
The light moves through gas pockets that change the appearance of the color. That's what I said.
Okay, if it's a gas pocket, I mean only a certain area somewhere where that gas pocket is, those people there should see a blood moon. But 2,000 miles away, people 2,000 miles away should not see the blood moon because they are not in that gas pocket. So are you trying to say now that the whole world is in a gas pocket now?
No. What I'm saying is that not everybody actually sees a blood moon. So your moon can look different on other parts of the world.
Blood moon, I mean, when a blood moon happens, I mean, pretty much the whole world see it.
Yeah, but in different ways. So
in the time span of 24 hours.
So, like, you're still not really saying the same thing. You want to argue with me because I'm yet again not agreeing with you on a few points. I agree with you on a lot of points, but on a few points I disagree with you. So it turns into this: you're actually changing the narrative of what I'm saying, and it's kind of frustrating.
All the time.
No, I'm not willing to change the narrative of what you're saying, but I'm trying to figure out.
And like I'm not informed about a lot of science. I'll agree with that. I'm a layperson. I am the average Joe science person. But I agree with you with molecular osmosis. I agree with you with the way that water should sit, just on basic physics. Like I agree with you with a range of things. I mean, the interesting question is the container. What is the container made of? Nobody's given me an answer for that.
How would anyone know?
Kavakanian, do you agree that there is no curvature?
The question, Sasha.
The container is simply a logical deduction based on natural law.
What is wrong with you?
Excuse me?
Whomever was talking after I had asked you a question. So how would we know?
Sorry, I missed a step there. Can you start that again?
You said we didn't tell you anything about the containment, its properties. How would we know?
Exactly. So how do we know?
How would we know?
Through gradual research, I guess. Are there actually any theories about the container? I'm genuinely interested.
Like, why would there be if the rest of the world is supposed to be brainwashed? If that's our stance on it, why would there be?
That doesn't make a lot of sense. What I'm saying is, what are your theories? Your theories on the container.
But how would I know? The only thing I know about containers is that when you contain something, it's contained. We have gas pressure because it's contained. That's all we know.
By something physical, the walls of its container. Now, in terms of theory, some people claim that it could be crystalline because we have giant crystals that grow all over the world with stalactites and stalagmites that grow out the ground and from the ceilings and stuff. So
it could be
some people
temperature.
claim it could be crystalline. Some people say it could be a temperature, or it could be a different density of some other substance actually containing everything below it. Some people
that's the
consider it to be
atmosphere.
glass. Some people consider it. I'm just giving you ideas
Sorry.
to go
Yeah,
research.
these are just all speculation too. So that's what Elijah's saying.
Some people assume it's glass because they found what's the desert glass called? I think it's Patagonian desert glass or something. There's giant chunks of glass all over this desert lying on the surface of the desert sand. And that's very peculiar because if it's lightning strikes, the glass would be in the sand, not on the surface of the sand. Being on the surface of the sand indicates that it may have fallen from the sky. Some people consider it electromagnetic.
Yeah.
The container could be electromagnetic. So it could be crystal, could be glass, could be electromagnetic.
But it
we
has
need a container
with a physical resistance behind it. Without the physical resistance of containment, you have no pressure, you have no gas buildup, you have no PSI, you have none of that. You can't do that. So, like,
right. So the argument,
the shape of a gas is the ignorant argument. Yeah, that you can go claim there's a shape of a gas, like a triangle gas or a sphere gas, just sitting somewhere. That's the ignorant claim that we're telling you is.
And this is where it's getting interesting. So it's actually going a bit further than that. Is with containment, it's interesting because I guess the general consensus is the gas is the container, right? Our atmosphere. And the higher up we go, a seal.
Gas pressure.
Yes.
No.
Oh, shut up.
Go ahead.
A seal
Yes,
of
that's the general
containment is
consensus,
created
yes.
by the atmosphere. Would you think something like moisture, if it was dense enough up there, could create a ring? You know, if it was actually
gas
something as simple as moisture, like hydrogen, could actually start creating that ring. Like, why is that beyond the realms of
you should
comprehension?
take some gas. Well, if you can take two gases and make shapes of gases inside another gas, I'd love to see that. Please.
You kind of can. I mean, like you put
hold on
smoke
a second.
takes a shape.
No, smoke takes what shape?
Well, it can take a range of shapes.
What shape does smoke take? A range of shapes makes no sense. That means it can do anything.
It can.
So what's that shape? So where's the sphere? Where's the sphere?
Where's the container? Where's the container? Yeah, where's the container holding the smoke?
That's what I'm asking you.
Something has to. Something has to hold the smoke to make the shape.
Wait. Hold on a sec. We asked you what is containing the air, because gas pressure requires containers.
It's a fair point. And I was theorizing that it was a moisture belt.
No, but then you sidestepped that.
No, I didn't.
And you said the air is the container.
No.
And then you went on radiating. You can rewind the live stream and listen to yourself, because that's what you just said. You said
what
the
I
air
said was that perhaps a moisture belt is containing the air before the confines of space. A moisture belt, such as densely
so then, because of that illogical
hydrogen
concept that you get container gases, that's why the other guy asked you if you could demonstrate two gases and creating a shape inside the other gas, because you were trying to imply certain gases can contain other gases. So then that's why he asked you. That's why I'm saying you did say this, that the air is its own container. And you think it's because of gravity, that it creates some gradient, just magically, somehow.
I didn't say that either. But anyway, what I did theorize, and it was just speculative. Like, I'm not coming in and asserting any theories upon anybody else, but I will ask some questions and I will answer questions. So that's not spiraling. Thank you very much. I mean, we can get insulting if we want to. And
I haven't insulted you. I haven't
No,
insulted
I'm talking
you.
about in general chat. It's somebody listening. But anyway, we can go that way if you like. And I know that that's how it often goes.
You're avoiding the questions.
Just
Elijah.
listen.
Elijah asked
to
you
me.
very direct questions.
Yes,
and
it
you
couldn't
skirt
happen.
on to the next issue.
Yes, smoke does make a lot of shapes, but it has to be held in a container to make the shape of the container. Yes, I agree. So what I said, it was actually very small. It was very small.
Gas. Smoke is dissolved particles. It's actually dissolved particles being carried in the air.
It's kind of smoke is not a
good
demonstration
of gas.
It's semantics, but
so what's holding the very top layer of the atmosphere then? That's not being surrounded by anything else.
Exactly. I don't know. And what I theorized would be something like hydrogen.
What are you talking about?
I've never said I knew. I never said I knew.
No, we're not talking to you. The guy who thinks that there's no container at the top, which is exactly what we're talking about. What are you talking about?
Me?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just talking about his previous point, because he's saying you can have gaseous form shapes inside of gases, but if that's the case, then what's at the very top layer of this gaseous container?
A vacuum.
Yeah, which can he prove?
No.
Okay.
I don't know why. I don't know why he's attempting to.
Because the vacuum will just suck out that top layer, and then the layer before it, and then the previous layers, and so on.
The vacuum is the opposite of resistance.
The vacuum doesn't suck. The air pressure just moves to the less dense area.
Yes,
but
yes,
I get what you're saying.
But that would occur in all directions. It's not just out of one little hole at the top. It would happen in all vectors away from the object.
It's an exchange of differential of the potential of each medium that it goes from one to the next. There's a difference or a resistance. High to low, hot to cold.
The bottom line is, it's just weird that you would ask us to come up with, because you don't mean scientific theory, which is back, because a scientific theory is born out of seeing a phenomena, having a supposition, which would be a hypothesis to what's causing the phenomena, then having an experimental setup to basically confirm that what you suppose was the cause of the phenomena was, and then you run a few more tests, and then after the hypotheses have been confirmed, then it becomes a scientific theory. No one has anything like that as it pertains to the sky, which is why we call astrophysicists pseudoscientists, because we can't do that, neither can they, because nobody will be manipulating anything up there that we're looking at from here. Now, this idea that there's a space that you can travel to, that's just a fairy tale. So all this talk about how there could be gas next to a vacuum and blah, 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 asking us, well, what the container is made up of, when we haven't inspected it, we haven't touched it, it hasn't become tangible to us, because there's a limit as to what the private citizen can do. The only thing we have are our eyes, and we know what kind of things happen when it passes through materials that can refract it, such as lenses or crystal or what have you. And we see some of this phenomena in the sky also. I mean, what else is there? So you have gas pressure, you have phenomena where it appears that the light is being refracted through some sort of refractive material. But we don't know what it is. We haven't been there. Why would you want us to speculate? Well, okay, so we have speculated. Are you satisfied?
Yeah, sure. I'm not angry about it.
I didn't say you was, but
it's a conversation, people.
So now that we've speculated about what the container might be, the bottom line is there must be containment. Meaning, the current paradigm must be wrong.
Exactly. No gravity, baby.
Well, gravity isn't a force anyway.
No, it's mass. They confuse gravity with mass.
Mass isn't a force either.
Listen,
mashed
mass
potatoes
doesn't.
sitting on your table doesn't create anything happening. The mashed potatoes just sit there, buddy.
Yeah,
mass doesn't mass doesn't attract mass either. That's why the gas disperses in all directions. The mass of the gases don't do what the fairy tale version of what the sun is does. That doesn't actually happen.
Yeah, when can you demonstrate a BB pulling something else, an ant pulling something else by not touching it, things pulling stuff by not touching them, like things being connected without touching at all? Not a magnet.
Well, we wouldn't even be able to test it, because you would have to have things act on themselves without a medium to mediate.
You mean it's basically a belief?
Yo, bro. Without a medium to mediate or to damn, what was the word I was going to just use?
Resistance.
No. To propagate through the medium. There's no medium, there's no exchange. So there's no way that a mass can attract a mass in a vacuum. That's what Einstein said, which is why that theory is, well, not scientific theory, but that's why what he says is now the current rhetoric. But that doesn't answer the questions for why the gas would stay here while the space is out there. And there's no barrier in between. Definitely not going to be the particles being pulled down by the earth.
No, because when you take a cigarette and move it around, the smoke doesn't stay around the cigarette. So when that happens, I mean,
most
I'd
definitely
love to see
not. That's a good point, actually.
If mass attracts mass, then that means that mass is the force.
Resistance is the only force that can act anything upon anything. It has to act or react off of a resistance. If there is a said medium called nothing, space, no reaction, that is the opposite of anything having a resistance or being able to attract or repel or do anything. You can't do nothing without resistance.
But again, I mean, it's fun. Have you ever questioned like, and instead of saying, okay, so you guys are saying this, which we're not saying anything, we're just going with, like, for instance, for instance, they say that the Earth is a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. They say that the horizon is calculable with 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. I have verified that that is an invalid statement. That's not me. I'm not really saying or coming up with anything. I'm just told that something happens and exists in reality. Then I go look, and voila, that's not the case. Same thing with the lunar eclipse. Supposed to be in alignment, the sun, the earth, and the moon, and the earth is supposed to block the sun's light. So the moon is supposed to descend or move into the earth's shadow, which is why it's supposed to be a shadow on the moon, which is why we call it an eclipse. Except if the earth actually had the moon descending into its shadow, it would start at a specific orientation, and it does the exact opposite. All of these things are just contradictory to what they claim happens. I'm not really saying much, my man. Why aren't you out there asking these people what the hell's going on?
We really have that big a department over here. I mean,
I didn't hear.
What about?
I didn't hear you. What'd you say?
Said we don't really have that big a department over here. Everything's pretty small over here, and I guess you could take that one step further and be like, just like your worldview, blah, blah, blah. But anyway, I mean, sure. Like, is there actually some kind of Are you trying to start some kind of conversation with the official sources? Obviously, NASA, governmental agencies, like you as a community. Do you try and keep an open discourse going about
why?
Do they have a form online?
Hold on,
Go
man.
ahead. Sorry. Okay.
Of course we have. I mean, obviously there are people in the entertainment sphere that is trying to push the conversation, and credible supposed scientists like astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson said that he would never talk to one of us.
He's an idiot.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is, most people say you shouldn't speak to flat earthers, but if you do, just give them these points, which are usually red herring. Well, which are usually uh, what's the
straw man?
Red
straw man?
herring.
There you go.
Yeah.
It's usually straw men. It's not really on the point. Has nothing to do with what flat earthers are questioning. Because again, we're not making claims. We began questioning, and then we had to posture into this stance of we kind of had to go on the offense because of what we were met with. All that, like this entire force of So the bottom line is, yeah, we're open and welcome to people that we've spoken to, astrophysicists. We've spoken to a number of people. In fact, Robert Pisano called the manager of the Hubble telescope and of the director, I should say. And the director said, he's never seen it with his own eyes. He just on a computer screen, the computer tells him what's going on and blah 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 blah, but he doesn't actually know. He said this.
Can I get a mic check?
I recommend listening to that video YouTube about that phone call with Robert Bassano.
I heard your mic check.
Thank you, Sonny. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it.
There was on the BBC 2 times in the morning, and there was ridiculous. Nobody was looking into the people, that was people were saying. Nobody of them, even the guy who was had the show. I was watching that show. Nobody want to look into that what guys was saying. That's all.
But Kavanikan, what Elijah was just saying to you now about him not really making a claim or not needing to replace the worldview. He just simply needs to expose the flaw in it. It's the same as if someone could prove that your wife is cheating on you. Sorry, this is not a great example, but if someone could prove that your wife's cheating on you, that means she's cheating on you. Then you asking for a replacement, it's like saying, okay, if my wife's cheating on me, give me a new wife, please. Give me the new woman who's going to make my world perfect. But we're just simply showing you that the woman that you think you love or that loves you was at this event with this man. Here's the photos. Here's where they kissed. Here's how they held hands. There's all the evidence, and then you need to make a decision as to what you're going to do.
Very detailed analogy.
It's an amazing analogy.
I mean, I don't have to do anything, and like I said, I've said this from my arrival, my not always popular arrival.
Would you, if you heard that your wife cheated on you, would you ask for the proof that they made the bed together?
I'd be like crying as I cooked her dinner and did the laundry,
Yeah.
But I will say, and I've said this from the start, and like I said, I haven't always been that popular in the last days that I've been here, is that I really don't give a fuck about what it's shaped like. It could be Pauly Shore, and I wish to God it actually turned out that the world was shaped like Pauly Shore, because that would be incredible. But it's interesting.
But did you hear my analogy? Would you want to know if your wife is cheating on you, or would you want to continue to live in denial and keep cooking her food every day and making her bed in the morning when you know that she's going to be seeing someone else that day? Can
Paying
you live
all the
with that?
bills, working for her.
Can you
taking
continue to
care
live
of
like
her.
that?
I'm not too sure. I mean, I've never been married. I'm not exactly a ladies' man, so.
But can you make a comparison? But because they're asking you only about, to make if you logically to think what is going on, nothing else. Doesn't matter if you are married or not.
Yeah, I know where you're coming from.
The question is a yes or a no. The question is yes or no. Would you want to know, or do you want to continue to live in denial?
Yes, I'd want to know.
Of course you would want to know. And of course you want to know where you live. Trust me, it makes a difference. Whether you think it will or not, it will make a huge difference.
If you give her money, you will.
Yeah.
So it's exactly the same with this. There is some knowledge of a deception at foot. There is absolute definitive evidence due to long distance photography, due to the nature of physics of water, to always find its level or to flow to the lower side. That level means no side higher or lower than another side. And that sea level spans continents. And that's a flat horizontal line called sea level. Those are undeniable facts. And you have to take those and then go from there. Whereas a lot of us have our preset assumptions. We try and find little bits of evidence that support our pre-existing belief to be convenient in staying with that existing belief. But if evidence arises that contradicts that, like if you find evidence that your wife is not faithful, you don't dismiss that evidence and ignore it, or your girlfriend or your boyfriend, however you bet. Effectively,
what are you trying to say here, fella?
I'm just trying to be inclusive. Effectively, if that person is shown to be lying and you can prove that the lie occurred, you have proof that the lie occurred. Then you have to go from there.
In other words,
and that's the same with this. Go ahead, Elijah.
In other words, it's not about the shape of the earth necessarily. It's not about the act of your girlfriend having sex with another one. It's within the context of she's supposed to be yours and she's not supposed to be lying about it. Same way with the earth. It's because they push all of this in the face and it's not supposed to be lied about is the point.
And that's a good point. That's a very, very good point.
And you agreed that you would want to know. So it's the same thing here. We're asking you if you want to know, and then we're presenting little breadcrumbs to see if you're ready for what this paradigm actually means. And we're generally looking to see if someone is intellectually honest before we can give them more. Like Elijah said, we don't actually know some of these things. And we're not scared to say we don't know what the firmament is. We don't know what our container is, truthfully. But when you start to look, there's military documents from Russia from the 50s where they were studying the container. And they were looking at how light reflects off the container. When you go and look into Operation Deep Freeze and Operation Dominic, you'll see that they did excursions to the South Pole. And Operation Fishbowl pretty much sounds like they're looking for the bowl that contains the fishes. So
yeah, I have heard in passing about those experiments and theories. And the thing is okay, like you're talking about, what you were talking about is I think what I like about these communities, and I'm not saying you're a fringe community, you're treated like a fringe community, but what I like about these communities is actually it's intellectually honest, because it's critical thinking. Is that one thing is not just how it is. You need to explore that thing. It's like how you develop as an infant into a toddler, into a child, into a teenager, into an adult. You go through stages of inquiry constantly, trying to work out what's around you and the people around you, etc. And that aids or abets, it aids your evolution, and so I absolutely am on the team when it comes to just critical thought and scientific thought. And scientific thought should consider every single possibility, including what we actually live in.
Inconvenient truths. Yeah. It should consider every inconvenient possibility.
Yeah, and they have to, and it's interesting that you mentioned Russia, because Russia is literally, say what you want about Russia, Russia is still probably the global pioneer for genuine scientific thought, because they have historically explored and experimented with everything, not just a safe thing or something that makes people comfortable. I was thinking about even further is why do we want it to be globular? And I think it almost comes down to linguistics. Like what shape is called Kiki, what shape's called boba? There's a puffy cloud shape and there's a spiky shape. What's your answer? Kiki is the spiky shape, boba is the puffy cloud shape. It's like a language thing. So we want to see things as kind of weirdly womb-like, like a safe round Earth. Like it's like a weird.
Well,
primitive
you're close. You're very close. When you go look into the history of the spherical hypothesis, it starts with Pythagoras and a couple of the great philosophers describing that a sphere in their minds would be
like a mother.
They would call it the perfect shape.
Yeah.
And there was a lot of effort. There was a lot of effort to try and find pi, which was the relationship between the circumference and the radius. And the pi of a sphere, philosophically, was a great question. And many great mathematicians did amazing work on working through that. But the ideology of a sphere always began with them liking that shape. Like you just said now with the clouds, and that how it's also linguistically programmed. But the fact that it started with philosophy of sphere, long before there was ever any evidence of sphere, is the part that we're questioning. And now we're simply saying, where's the evidence of sphere? Because we've watched how our culture has presupposed things and moved forward. We presupposed that smoking was good for you in the 50s. So we realized that was bad. We presupposed that lead was good for fuel. So we started making unleaded fuels and realized that lead poisoning was killing everyone. So we have many times throughout even the last 100 years gone back on standard accepted science. Trust the scientists.
Right. And science has historically been the ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, Like they've gone, shit, okay.
But also bought. So certain scientists are bought by certain companies. Pharmaceuticals are a prime example. They get 1,000 scientists who are told that they need to show that there's no causal link between something. And then they go and they demonstrate through manipulation of data maybe it's more causal or maybe it's more correlational than causal. They'll claim it's causal and move forward. And 1,000 scientists will all agree because they're getting paid by the company who told them to do the study. So scientists are bought all the time. But yet in the public perception, science is like this one absolute truth. And if you just say scientists say or scientists believe, everyone pricks up their ears. And generally when you say believes, that's a faith. We believe it's a sphere. We believe it's spinning. We believe. That's faith words. Science words are we know. And this is how we demonstrated. Those are scientific words.
Well,
but I believe is not.
A perfect succinct example of what you're talking about is the whole Tylenol debacle. So when Tylenol was developed, it was supposed to be a one-shot pill. You only take one, right? That's all you need to take. And it was scientifically developed to be prescribed at 500 mg, not a gram. Anyway, marketing got involved and said you need to take two. And that's just how it went. That's why everybody instinctively now takes two paracetamol, right? I'm guessing it's called Tylenol over there or whatever. So it was a marketing ploy, but medically, objectively, you only need to take one, and it'll have the same clinical efficacy as taking two. But you're obviously going to sell twice as much product if you ingrain into the global, well, into the psychology of the population that they need to take two. So that was done back in the late 40s, I think, maybe the early 50s. And I mean, that's a case study of exactly what you're talking about. So that's what I'm finding interesting is the psychology, and I think it's something primal. Like a kid, like we're talking about, like toddlers. When you're putting your toddler to bed, you don't give them a hard square piece of wood to cuddle. You give them a teddy bear. And what's a teddy bear? It's soft and it's round and it's squishy, right? Like, I think it's just like a baby thing, you know. And in the psychology of science, it just feels nicer to be cuddled by a sphere than it does to think that everything is flat and confrontational.
Sorry, but
yeah, it's
really
how many things you can say without
saying nothing.
And that's the very, like, you know, a lot of people get claims thrown at them that they're just word salading, but you have legitimately given word salad for the majority of the time that you've been here. I really can't believe it.
Answering a different question,
but it's okay.
Look, what you were saying there was not wrong.
Well, doesn't everybody like to feel cuddled?
Lie. Look, marketers lie all the time. And yes, children do like cuddly soft toys. I don't think that there's a direct causal link, that that's the only reason. I don't think cuddly soft toys have always been around. So it's a little bit preposterous to try and assume that 500 years ago, that's why we decided to make it a spherical world. So when you go and look, most of the ancient traditions always thought it was flat. But like Elijah said, you've done an exceptional job of avoiding the point of the question.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's definitely, and it's interesting that you are saying that from a masculine perspective, that you think the globe is more feminine. My God, the whole heliocentric model and the whole outer space fantasy is so masculine and sanitized. It's like the perfect subjugation of the feminine. You know, you're trying to control it and schedule it out into oblivion. Like, no, the feminine is the earth, the messiness of the earth, nature, Mother Nature. I'm sure you've heard of it, the womb of the earth. Your little space balls, that's your little clinical masculine fantasy. I mean, don't you notice? The guys are the ones who are into the sci-fi. Like, globes are not feminine or motherly in any way, shape, or form. They're hard. They're sanitized. They're not messy. You can schedule it. You can meet your math. Your math all works out as long as you start with 3,959 miles. None of this unpredictable femininity, Mother Earth stuff. We're going to go farm the stars. It's going to be great. We'll just recreate the whole thing. You know, they're just trying to be gods. They're trying to recreate what was done here. The biodome experiment of the 1980s, whenever that was, shows that not possible to do that. So why don't you just enjoy the one we actually got instead of going off into your little fantasies of control? So no, I reject your premise. I don't think it is right. Also, Tylenol doesn't work. One or two.
Yeah, you kind of lost me there. I was yet again not actually stating something.
I want to talk to Mental Gymnast, who's in the voice text, just talking up a storm here. Masculine and feminine are defined by mankind.
Can I
I love this. Even more perfect. He's proving my point. Feminine nature is where animals tear each other to shreds in a savage manner. Exactly. So you want to clinically define? No, I'm talking to Mental Gymnast. So you want to clinically, yes, get rid of all that. I got it. We got the message long ago, guys. Enjoy your fantasy balls alone.
Kalakian, I'm third.
Fucking well done, Dandelion.
Thank you. You got me. You got me. God Rockin'. If one person got me, that's enough. Thank you, God Rockin'.
You told him everything what you needed to tell him. That's it. That's the really point. I love you.
Thank you. Yeah, don't be telling me the globe is the feminine thing. That's the opposite of what's going on here.
That was so shitty.
It's teddy bear shape.
Mental Gymnast, I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, the voiceover liked me. He liked me reading his thing. Yeah, you're welcome.
Only 10 seconds. And during the, she was saying about that is not feminine stuff. She told you something about 3959. If you listen, but you didn't listen. Is it?
I don't know. Yeah,
she said something about 3959.
I was responding to Mental Gymnast, but yeah, I was originally responding to your thing that I don't think the globe is feminine, and also Tylenol doesn't work. I found some good results with aspirin. I think aspirin's what they were trying to get away from when they introduced that Tylenol thing. Aspirin works. I've had that work. I've never really had Tylenol work. It doesn't work on me at all.
Yeah,
maybe it works on some people. Maybe it works on some people. I don't know.
Yeah,
Willow bark works
under
pretty good.
12s is a rain syndrome. They can hemorrhage. Got to be careful with under 12s with aspirin. But other than that,
willow bark works pretty good.
Yeah, willow bark. That's what it's originally derived from. That's right.
Which is a anticoagulant. So it's good for cardiac health.
I posted the Apollo mission diagram. Does it look feminine?
Nope. It's got a bunch of feminine curves around it, but it looks very masculine and straight line to me.
Yeah.
What the heck?
Hey, that looks like a Janny.
Is that the moon mission?
Yeah.
Yeah, official NASA diagram. Apollo.
So one more time, Mental Gymnast. You get one more chance. You want to try your luck?
Is it radius feminine or
barely pay attention?
Oh, now you decide to speak. Okay, why don't you speak instead of chat skank? Okay.
No, I like writing more, to be honest.
No, it's kind of like against the TOS.
To write in chat. Is that against the TOS?
No, it's just we'd like to talk to you. So yeah, I'd like to hear more about you. So you believe that you live on a spinning ball. What makes you think that, Mental Gymnast?
I just think there's like a lot of that was quite a broad question.
Okay, well, what's your best piece of evidence for the spinning globe?
I would not say there's such a thing as like just a knockout piece of proof. All the pieces fit together. That's what convinces me.
Okay, what are all the pieces then? Give me your top three.
Yeah, this is a bit too broad.
You can't come up with one proof of the globe for me. Just give me one. You don't like the best? You don't like me saying the best? Just give me anyone then. Anything in the top 100.
You have heard everything before. There's no point in me
I never spoke to you before. How do you know what I've heard?
You have spoken to me before, actually.
Oh, I have. Did you used to have a different name? What was it?
I'll ask.
Yeah, it was Mental Cell, but Mood griefed my name.
Okay, I'll ask him the question.
Okay, thank you, Elijah.
You want something that's not too general. Okay, where's a direct measurement of Earth curvature?
A direct measurement.
that corresponds with the hypothetical radius 3959. A measurement that conforms to that specific
We would obviously
claim.
need a really long measurement, like over quite a long distance. And
Not
the way
what
we would do that
not
would
what we
be...
would need. Does it exist? Can you point me to it?
Yeah, but I'm going to get to a point here. To conduct a large-scale measurement
I'm sorry.
of the surface.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Either you have it or you don't.
Are you going to keep interrupting me? Why am I even talking in
Yes,
the chat?
I might even mute you. I don't know.
Okay, mute me.
So I don't know what you want to do with that, Mary Mom. I mean, I can't. It's only but so much word salad and gish galloping I can take.
I spoke for an entirety of 5 seconds, and you keep interrupting me.
He asked you a question. Can you answer?
I muted him because he's not going to answer the question. Am I? Is it not fun? I asked him. He asked for a question because it was too general. So I said, okay, where's a measurement that lines up with the supposed radius of the Earth? Like we have a radius which of a sphere, which means it's a specific geometric shape with a specific amount, calculable anyway, drop over distance. So in reality, can we measure any of this curvature? Is all I ask.
Yeah, it's not too hard of a question.
How dare you?
I mean, it's funny that, yeah, I mean, it's just a good demonstration of how you ask any, flat earther, like, what's your top proof of flat earth, top 3 proofs of flat earth, they can rattle them off. No problem. I mean, we have so much evidence coming out of our ears. I mean, we could give you 1,000 proofs. These globers who are so confident, they can't even give you one. Can't even give you one. And they're like, oh, there's so many. I can't think of one. Oh, just pick one. Should be easy. They can't because they don't have any and they know it.
Grade 8 geography class when they colored all the continents in with pencil crayon. That's how you learn about the globe.
It's a complete whole made of none.
Just ask Alice and Bob.
Yeah. All of them fit together, but I can't tell you one of them. Any of them. Not single one.
The evidence is overwhelming, but I can't give you any of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The evidence
Just
is kind
ask
of
what Don
godly.
Pettit.
Just look at the mainstream narrative, man.
Exactly. Hey, if you can't tell me how the pyramids were built, you didn't go to the fucking moon, and you sure shit ain't in orbit.
I'll tell you how the Stonehenge in Washington State was built.
Sure. Rebar
Cement.
and look
And rebar.
Yeah. Just like how they did the Mount Rushmore.
The missing part is you guys just don't believe. That's the missing link. You flat earthers just need to believe.
Believe. Even though fantasy bullshits, you ain't gonna pull the rug over our eyes anymore.
Who was that?
Well,
Deputy Dog. You just have to believe.
Yeah.
Lack of belief is heresy in the globe for the heliocentric model.
Yeah. Yeah, they talk about, for hundreds of years when you see a ship go off in the distance, you see it go from hull up. And then when you bring that up, they're just like, what are you talking about? I'm like, yeah, like 300 years ago before they had a Nikon P900 and a fucking zoom lens or a 10-inch telescope, anything you can buy at Radio Shack or Walmart will disprove that.
Earth curve has been debunked by the Black Swan. Does anyone want to challenge what I've just said? Earth being a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles has been positively, unequivocally debunked.
Demonstrated to be false.
I don't even know if unequivocally is the right word. Whatever.
And when they say it's not a perfect sphere and they say it's egg-shaped or it's pear-shaped or teddy bear-shaped, whatever, right? When Neil deGrasse Tyson says if you were a cosmic giant and you rubbed your finger across the planet, it'd be smoother than a cue ball. That's pretty spherical to me.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
According to what Neil deGrasse Tyson said, ball bearings are not as smooth as the Earth is.
Right. You know, it's even more fun is watching Bill Nye's video with his little demonstration on how ships go over the horizon.
Yeah, you see it's curved at the end.
Yeah.
But the bottom line is the claims that they make. Because, you know, ever since the refraction well, we've been saying the word refraction in its proper context for a long time, but they've been using it out of context and improperly in a way that can't be testable or verified. It's unfalsifiable in all senses of the word. And did I say falsifiable? Yes. And so you look, I got this Quora link that has like a whole bunch of commenters, and they're all professing to be, maybe not all, that's hyperbolic, but you know, some are professing to be, you know, people in the field who's been working for a long time with stuff like this, yada yada yada, and they'll just similarly say, hey, the horizon, or is it summarily? What the hell? Anyway, that the horizon is geometric, and they'll tell you where it is and how much something is obstructed based on how much above sea level you are. Like, they're saying this as they've been saying this entire time, up until we said, hey, well, why isn't the horizon where it's calculated to be then? Since it's been the thing that was calculated to be at specific distances in order to say that things behind it, like Chicago, like wind turbines, like boats, like lighthouses, all of these things had a specific blockage due to the horizon specifically being somewhere. That can't be true if it's literally never where it's calculated to be.
Yeah,
like that's the bottom line.
Even ancient man would signal ancient man for great distance with smoke signals, brah. Smoke signals. Nice calm day. Whip out the blanket, burn some leaves, and make some smoke signals, and see if your buddy can see them about 300 miles away. Right. Sundials and smoke signals.
Or piles.
Yeah. It's hilarious.
Oh, what about heliograph communication? Sure. Yeah. That's another very good point.
Or even better too is how about the communication with the old tin can and string? Gravity was so strong you wouldn't be able to. It would capture the vibration going along the string, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, God.
This gravity thing's got me really, really crazy in my mind. Thinking how people can, you know, it's always been a concept. It's never been proved. It's never been anything that even Einstein or who's the other guy? The apple fell on his head. Yeah, anyway, neither one of those guys believed in their own concept anyway. They admitted, say, anybody that believes this horse shit is a lunatic. I mean, not those exact words, but they did say something like that. Both of them said that if you believe this story, you're sorry, but I'm not going to believe it, and don't prescribe it to my name. But they did after they died. Even though neither one of them believed that what they were telling us about gravity was true, because it was a concept.
That's why they left it as a theory.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, the
Einstein's
original
theory of relativity.
So why do people grasp onto stuff like that to try and prove that we live on a globe when it's like it's like you're trying to grab a fantasy to prove a fantasy. It's like
they can
you're
say
kidding me.
it boils down to the very simple first thing: no curve, no ball. It's
Right.
done. You can argue it all you want until there's an actual measurement and a system that every person, like every high school, should be able to do this. Right? Is to measure the surface of the Earth.
Yep.
From high school to high school or university to university,
It should be a mandatory thing that they go out and do.
You know, and the evidence is right in front of us in nature. Like you look up, you see the sun. You look up, you see the moon. The moon gives us all the answers that you really want answered, not fully, but it doesn't make sense. When I look at the moon, it appears to me it's round, and it also appears to me that it's spherical. I'm not saying it is. I don't know. I haven't been there, but it sure looks like that.
But
and if it is, you can definitely see that it's curved.
But that still has nothing to do with what you're standing on. You know what I mean?
But if you were standing on the moon, you would definitely be able to measure the curve, right?
Oh yeah, it's pretty small. Yeah, it's pretty small. You're right.
So if you were on the Earth and you don't measure any curve at all, even at 120,000 feet, there's still no curve. And
not to mention that the static nature of water is for it to settle level in any container.
Right.
Well, the shores on the Earth are the container, are the bowl that the water's been poured into, and they settle flat from edge to edge. Every shoreline on the entire plane is at the same elevation, within a foot or two or whatever.
All waters on the plane are level, just different elevations. Right?
Well, sea level, no, there's all the same elevation. Water is. If you're going to talk about where the water hits the beach, they're all at the same all the same elevation. It's flat. Water settles flat. Period.
Yeah.
From edge to edge, it's flat. So sea level is sea level, and its elevation is 0 feet. 0 feet above sea level. It's sea level. And then when you walk up onto the sand, now you're 1 foot above sea level, 2 foot, 3 foot. When you get up on the mountain, you're 10,000 foot above sea level, whatever it is. But it's always based off of sea level, and sea level is it's one spot where all other topography is measured from.
Right.
And that's all there is to it. And
our reality, our horizon changes due to elevation.
Well, due to atmospheric, capabilities also. I mean, in angular resolution. I mean, there's all kinds of things that explain why the horizon moves around and cannot be pinpointed or whatever. But those things, that's all irrelevant to the fact that water, no matter what you pour it in, no matter what's going on with it, it settles flat from edge to edge, period. It's just what it does in this environment that we're in.
Right.
It's not a different environment on the other side of the supposed globe. It's the same environment we live in. It's the same place. Water does the exact same thing everywhere. So to think that water is curving around to meet the sea shore at some other point at a different elevation, that's ridiculous, because water doesn't do that.
Well, it's like when they talk about the creation of the Earth, of how it was created by all the other planets and all the dust settling and stuff like that. How would the atmosphere even create? In the first place, when there's a constant vacuum everywhere? You know what I mean?
Well, this is that magical word gravity again.
Well,
nobody even understands that gravity doesn't exist, not in the way they describe it. There's an up and a down, obviously, and there's things fall to the floor, obviously,
Right.
but it's not. It's not due to the gravity that they subscribe to everybody that creates balls, and everything turns into balls and curves water and does all these miraculous, just these magical, fantastical type things. Water settles flat, period. Gravity has no effect on it, even if it does exist. You can name the downward direction gravity if you want. If things travel to the floor, you can call it gravity. I don't care. But what you can't do is tell me that same gravity is going to stick water to the bottom of a ball. You're not going to get away with that with me. I'm sorry.
Right. Like, I wonder if Sir Isaac Newton saw the apple fall, instead of it landing on his head or on the grass in front of him. I wonder if it fell into a pond, if he would have thought of something differently.
Oh, I'm sure he probably understood buoyancy. And
I'm pretty sure he did too.
I'm sure he probably did. The thing of it is, he even said anybody that believes that a body can act on another body at great distances, like they're saying gravity does, like keeps the orbit of the moon around the Earth. He said anybody that believes that there's something wrong with them. They're mentally ill.
See, now think about the context here. He's trying to answer for the paradigm of space being a vacuum. So he's not even dealing with apples and gravity and this, that, and the third. He's only really referring to the presupposition that space is a
empty void.
Exactly.
Privation.
For all of these theoretical things to even take place, and this is what he's speaking to.
I mean, there's so many violations in that whole concept right there. It violates physics. It violates the second law of thermodynamics. That space violates everything. It's an impossibility. And why they can't see that, it just blows my mind, dude. I mean, the evidence is just right in front of your face, just like the horizon, just like the flat water. These things are in front of your face, and to choose and ignore them because of a theoretical thing called gravity, when the people that even created the theories said, "Do not believe in this horse shit." I don't, but
it's a theory.
Yeah, it's not even a scientific theory. It's a conceptual theory. I mean, that's even worse. That's even worse.
And they labeled it that. It's not like they were lying. They didn't say it was fact. They said it was a theory.
Well, a scientific theory can actually be proved, but it's not a scientific theory. There's no you can't manipulate things in the universe and just impossible things. I mean, you'd have to do these magical, fantastical things in order to prove gravity, and they can't be done. And not only that, that's just not what's going on, and it's so easy to see. Once you see it, I mean, you just cannot go back to using gravity, sticking water to the bottom of a ball. It just doesn't work, man. It doesn't work on any water anywhere for any reason. Same with gas. It doesn't do a damn thing to it. I mean, gas has got to be contained. It's in the definition. Without gas, without a container, there can be no pressure. Period. End of story. In the environment that we were created to live in, could be different in somewhere on the outside of the container. Who knows? But no one can know that until we go there. We know where we live. We live in this container, and we can have no pressure without it. Without any container, propane, carbon dioxide, whatever, argon for welding, you're not going to have gas pressure without it being contained. And that's another law. It's a fact. It's period. It's just the way it is in this environment where we're at. Water settles flat, period. It's the way it is in this environment. We've been created. It's the way it was created. That's how water acts. That's how gas acts. The gas laws explain it perfectly. They bond to nothing. I mean, it's just, and how these people do these mental gymnastics to try and make all this stuff fit and try to use this magical gravity. I mean, I'm just at this point, I'm flabbergasted. I mean, I don't even, I'm almost without words anymore about it. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's gone beyond. I mean, I know when I first joined the server, there was, because we didn't have all the arguments as well down as we do now with the large number of people we have that can easily explain the arguments in a clear and logical manner, like and just social aspects and whatever other reason were the factors that they were able to at least make an appearance of a debate, right? These globers that now just hide out at Gem Panda server or wherever they are. Now it's like they can't even make a showing or an appearance. They just can't even pretend that there's a debate anymore because there's not. I mean, all they have are social constructs and their little shenanigans they try to pull off and so on, because that's all it's become, is a psychological warfare, right? That's all. It's really just a social thing now. It has nothing to do with, like you said, science or math or anything, because those things can be easily demonstrated. It has been scientifically, shown that there is no science behind the globe because there's no natural observation and so on. And it's basically just a measurement. It's a fantasy model, has no basis in reality. And the only argument really to have is whether people are going to accept reality the way it presents itself, or they're going to just continue in their delusion. I mean, it's not really, I don't find it like extremely entertaining to just watch deluded people day after day after day. But, what else can we do? We can just present the evidence and then hope, once in a while we'll get somebody who's willing to just look at reality the way it is and not based on what they were told at a fairy tale on their TV screen.
That's right.
I was probably hot micing. Damn it.
You know what was really entertaining was the debate channel earlier this morning.
What was happening there?
Oh, it was a meltdown. Jem or whatever, he was just screaming.
When Witzer went over there? Were you there when Witzer went over there?
Oh yeah, I joined right away.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear. I just heard their recap of it. But he got really angry, did he? Gosh, that poor guy. It's got to be bad for his health. Really, he should retire, Gem Panda. I'm sorry, but come on, he got angry. That's too bad.
He got pretty angry.
He was angry about the little RC boat. Did the little toy upset him?
Yeah. Oh, he's a smart guy, no doubt. He's just
I beg to differ.
Cognitive dissonance.
I beg to differ. I'm sorry.
Did he get mad because that Arecibo collapsed?
He was screaming. The best one, when Lemonbird got him so mad, he cursed for about 5 minutes straight. Someone else muted him. Another Glober muted him. That was a few nights ago. Lemonbird just destroyed him.
Well, I just think that Arecibo antenna thing is just asinine, right?
Yeah.
I mean, supposedly at the end of its life, it sent back only one signal, right? Only one confirmation signal, right? And it looked like fucking Pitfall, right? It looked like Pitfall-like graphics, like fucking Atari shit. Because that's when the fucking thing was made. When Atari was the shit.
Are you talking about a reflection from? I was away from.
No, Arecibo. The Arecibo antenna.
Oh, okay. My bad. Sorry.
Yeah, it's supposedly like the best thing we've ever done, and it's no more than a glorified fucking Atari.
Yeah. Oh, I can't wait for the James Webb.
I'm going to make a prediction. It's never going to show an image of the Earth with the stars in the background.
No, it can't. It will burn up, man. It's got that special tinfoil shielding, right?
Yeah, to protect it from the sun.
They should have just asked Tesla to build it.
Because you know how that
space proof, right?
You know how that aluminum holds up to that heat, right?
Yeah,
from the sun.
And that nice dashboard and tires.
That red paint.
Oh, it's terrible. I literally had friends watching it, and a few of them teared up in such joy watching this cherry red roadster being launched into space. And of course, I just sit there and just with my mouth shut.
Why would he even shoot out that to where he's saying it anyways?
What's that?
Why would somebody even do that? Try to shoot out a car out there?
For fun. For shits and giggles.
What, to make it look like a joke?
I guess to get us interested in the space programs again. I guess it's all propaganda, man.
To get those that have a little bit of pocket money to start thinking about space. Yeah.
Yeah, like don't build a school or a well or anything like that. Let's just throw or donate your car to like maybe, I don't know, families in need, whatever. Nah, we'll just shoot out in space. Fuck it. Don't worry about it.
Did you guys hear about that company that's supposedly sending your remains into space?
Yeah, it's been around for a while now. Yeah.
Didn't Bill Nye debunk that?
Yeah, something like that. If you look at the size of the rocket, it doesn't have enough fuel to get up to about. I don't think it'll reach even 70 miles.
I think it'd be better just to have your remains pressed into a diamond.
Yeah. All they're doing is just doing a gigantic vomit comet loop. That's all they're really doing. I don't think since the beginning of space flight, I don't think we've ever been high enough. Ever. Yes, we are going up high. We can't deny that. We are. I don't know if there's people in those fucking rockets when they go up, but we got a couple instruments that we can strap cameras on it and shit, but for some reason they don't want to do it on rockets. But I don't think we've ever been high enough, ever, and that's the bottom line. Now, if there was a ticket that I can sign up to right now, 10 grand, 20 grand, whatever, like for the average working man, to get yourself strapped into that rocket and go up for like 3 or 4 minutes. I don't know how many cameras I could bring with me, but I sure shit would bring a lot. And so when I come back, I'd be telling everybody what I saw. I'd be right on this channel right away. Right away.
So I found some information about what NASA uses the helium for.
Sure.
Or what they use the helium for. They use it as a bolster, as a way to even out the pressure in the tanks, so that the pressure stays the same, so that they can get all of the oxygen and hydrogen out of the fuel tanks by pressurizing it with helium, which makes no sense. Why wouldn't they use nitrogen?
Well, nitrogen, I think, is too cold, right?
Well, no, it's nitrogen and helium are both cryogenic gases.
Maybe helium's lighter, isn't it? No?
Well, helium is lighter, but it's less dense. That's the problem. Right? Like helium has more density to it, plus it's rather inert. So you'd be able to get more pushing for what they're saying they're using it for. They would be able to get more work out of the same volume of nitrogen that they would helium.
Yeah, but rockets don't work in a vacuum unless you fill the vacuum with enough.
No, but they're saying how they get because they can't just put like a regular fuel pump in it. They need to pressurize it with gases. But it just doesn't make sense because of the size of those tanks compared to how much they say they have on right? I mean, these like little hydrogen tanks, or not hydrogen tanks, helium tanks are about, maybe a 2% the size of the tank that it's supposed to be bolstering. So like the mass isn't there, so it cannot be helium that they're using for that. There's not enough mass for that helium to push the oxidizer and the gas, the fuel.
Right.
So like, the only thing I can think of for their extreme use of helium is high altitude balloons. And it's not for bolstering the tanks.
Like maybe some of these rockets aren't all metal. Maybe they're kind of like a Zeppelin.
Balloons with a firework package at the bottom.
Yeah, they're just cosmetic balloons that look sick and rigid enough that they don't fly apart. And the ones that do, I don't know. It's just they've accomplished so much, they say, and no accidents, no mistakes. Like, come on.
Yeah, see, the
And
reason
why
why I
would you
don't.
design? Why would you design something? Like, even if you look at submarines, okay, anything happens on a submarine, you fix it from within the submarine. You don't go out in the middle of the ocean and fix it, right? If you're building a space station, you'd want to make sure that if anything happens to that space station, you can fix 99% of the fucking problems from within inside the space station, not spacewalks.
Yeah.
Right? That's kind of like the first 101 thing for an engineer of something. Of anything, right? Like, I don't know. And where's all the documentation of them building this thing? Why isn't it videoed? Why is there no recording of them, like, building this International Space Station? This is, like, huge. Next to going to the moon, where's all the information on this? I don't know. Yeah, I think we figured out all this shit back in the early 60s, late 50s, early 60s. And that was the end of it right there. 1958, shut her down. Lock it down. The Antarctic Treaty was created right after the death of Admiral Richard Byrd, I believe.
Who is that guy?
Just some explorer. Explorers don't exist anymore.
What?
A U.S. naval admiral.
Actually, he was the youngest admiral even to this date.
Can you say his name? I want to look him up.
Oh,
Richard E. Byrd.
Rear Admiral Richard E. Byrd.
BYRD?
BYRD.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and he was the last explorer from the USA?
Pretty much first and last for USA, British colonies, yeah. United Nations.
I'm going to post the Admiral Byrd TV interview where he describes the continent the size of the United States that he saw. That's his eyewitness account of himself and his crew that they saw a continent beyond Antarctica, a new continent.
Yeah.
Don't make much sense on a ball.
Well, he was head of Operation High Jump and then Operation Deep.
Explaining it.
Is there any videos of his exploration or anything?
There's some.
Is there any recording of the continent past Antarctica?
There's a few videos. Some of the video that you're going to see of his is going to be from the northern exploration, but you're going to want to find the high jump exploration.
High jump?
Yes.
And then Operation Deep Freeze after Operation High Jump. That was when they explored the interior.
The interior?
The interior, yes.
What do you mean by the interior?
They traveled inwards once they got up on the Great Ice Shelf. Hence Operation High Jump. They brought aircraft carriers, 4 other heavy vessels, 4,800 men. They took the aircraft carriers so they can fly up and make a base on the top of the plateau, the frozen plateau. And then the next mission after that was Operation Deep Freeze. That's the name of the operation. I didn't make it up. And that was for exploring the interior of Antarctica.
It's really interesting what I didn't know that. I'm sorry, before you keep going with that, back to this Admiral Byrd, I did not know. Joshua just told me that he died right after that interview, because that's one of the things a year after the interview he said he died. I wanted to know, because in the interview he sounds like he's just assuming that of course they're going to go explore this continent he just discovered, right? Pretty big deal discovering another continent. I wondered what happened to the dude. Why didn't he say hey guys, why aren't we following that up, guys?
What's his death date? What's the date of his death? And look up.
Pretty close to a year after that interview, and about a year after his death, NASA was founded.
Right, and then how long after that was the Antarctic Treaty?
Oh, right after his death.
Right after his death, yeah. Which was first, the Antarctic Treaty, then NASA?
Yeah.
Right.
Because supposedly NASA was already working, but they were using the United States Air Force to do some
Lockheed
preliminary
Martin.
functions, right?
Yeah, with
So
Lockheed Martin.
that's So when Kennedy's sitting there saying we already have a probe on the way to Venus, right? That's what he was referring to.
And he wanted to go to the moon because
Venus. Do you know what Venus was? Right. CIA code name for Venus was Marilyn Monroe.
I don't know. There's a lot. And then what I thought was very strange was after Operation Deep Freeze, then Operation Fishbowl. That's high altitude nuclear explosions in a high altitude. What are they doing? What are they doing?
Why are they shooting out nukes high up?
Yeah. Some people are like, skeptics saying that they're trying to break the dome, or they realize that it's a closed system. We can't leave. The plane that we're living on could be a lot larger. It could come to an edge. I'm not 100% sure, but Operation High Jump, Operation Deep Freeze, and then Operation Fishbowl. It's a little odd that
Fish Prime.
Right after NASA was formed and all that, I think in the 40s and 50s, Operation Fishbowl was high altitude nuclear detonations, and they ran those up to about 67, I think.
Well, it started with Starfish Prime, which was dropping bombs out of planes,
right,
to see how that would work, and then this was all under Fishbowl, right? So you had Project Fishbowl with Operation Starfish Prime and Operation Dominic, right? And Dominic means of the Lord. And Starfish, think about it. Star is a fish? Wait, what? Are they saying that the stars are fish underwater?
Operation Starfish, Operation Fishbowl. As above, so below. The great waters of the deep separates the great waters above.
Yeah, and don't even get me started on the SpongeBob with Bikini Atoll.
Oh, look, who knows, man? No one knows.
No, someone knows. They took it to the grave.
Well, certain people do know. Like the 1%. As far as who knows, all the taxpayers' money, all this, who knows? They could be living in Antarctica since the Antarctic Treaty, so we don't know where these people live. And I'll tell you right now, if there's going to be a world war, they don't live on any of the continents that we know. Like we live with the rich and famous, like most people you can figure out where they live. Some people, they just don't know. It's not even charted on any maps. They pay for that to be not there. Like, where Johnny Depp's personal island is? Right. You know what I mean? Like, there's all kinds of shit out there that we don't even know. Because no one's allowed to explore anymore. That's it. Nothing to see here. This is what you get, and that's it. Lucky you have it. Like, go to Google Map or Google Earth and look at McDonald Island.
What is that?
Just check it out. Just a little island. Just in a little island out in the middle of fucking nowhere.
I'm looking for
But if you don't have a vessel or have any type of to even explore out in that area, you don't know shit from toothpaste what's out there. Bottom line, zero. The only people that know about all these islands and stuff are truly the military forces of all the major players. It won't even be public knowledge.
The McDonald Islands are so volcanically active they've doubled in area since 1980.
Well, do the math on that. How big would it be today?
Well, I don't know how big its original size was, so I can't comment on that.
Well, it doubles how many times every day?
And from 1980 to 2016, it doubled in size.
Oh,
so
wow. Okay.
in about 36 years, it doubled in size. In exactly 36 years, it doubled in size. But how big was it originally?
I don't know.
Because that would tell me how big it is now. And if it's that volcanically active, where is this island also? Is it on the map?
McDonald Island?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's on Google Earth. It's on maps. You can find it on the maps. It's pretty isolated area.
Does anyone know that there's actually an island called Coronation Island that's part of Antarctica? Same with Deception Island.
Oh yeah, there's also Rockefeller Bay too. If you didn't know that.
And there's Southern Thule down there as well. Northern Thule is owned by the United States and Greenland. And then you also have Delta and then the other one as well.
Yeah. That's why I think all the heavy elites of the world probably live in Antarctica. Who knows?
Well, I'm just thinking because you know how like we even see on NASA we call it it's actually a chevron, a delta symbol, right? It's not actually the snake tongue. A lot of people say, "Oh, it's a ring of Saturn." No, it's a delta. It means a vector.
Right, and it's in all space programs.
Yeah,
all of it.
Even Star Trek.
Yep.
Yeah, that's the that's the most likely explanation is that after they found this other land, they just took it for themselves and they're just hanging out down there. The only part I really don't understand is why, they can't just hang out down there and enjoy themselves and leave us alone. But I guess they have to still probably,
they need our money,
harvest. They have to harvest resources from here to maintain their lifestyle. Yeah.
Right, they probably live underground. Think about how well we can build bases and build things underground. We're really good at it. We've been doing it for thousands of years. If we had the funds of all 57 nations, whoever's at the table at our Antarctic Treaty, all of them are funding this. So you can imagine Operation Deep Freeze has been in operation ever since. It hasn't stopped. That's if the plane goes on forever. If they're trying to reach the edge, if there is one, that's where they would still be doing it to this day. Frog jumping. You would go in as far as you can, stop, build base, bring supplies, and constantly keep doing that. 60 years later, we still haven't found the edge.
Have you ever heard of these locations in Antarctica called Dome? You have Dome A, Dome B, and Dome C. Dome Argus.
Yeah, they're research facilities and shit out there. There's
but they say it's a dome-like structure, but when you look at the area, and like even the photographs on the ground, there's no structures.
Yeah, it's underground. Oh, forget if you look at the temperatures in Antarctica, sometimes it can be below 400. Below 400 below. Like that's what, liquid nitrogen? Come on.
Yeah, I saw about 15 days ago up north around Russia, it was negative 100 Celsius.
Right. That's why they say you can't fly over Antarctica. That's why they never circumnavigated the planet pole to pole. They can't fly over Antarctica. For one, a rescue mission would be too grave, and two, the instruments freeze, so they can't fly over. It's too cold, bro. Too cold.
The problem with space travel, though, because space travel is supposed to be, on the dark side of the planet when it's in orbit. It's supposed to be like super, super, super cold and everything's brittle. And then when you hit the sun side of the planet, all of a sudden everything warms up, but there's no expansion or contraction. Huh?
Poor Edward Collins, eh? What was he thinking in that CM circling the dark side of the moon when Buzz Aldrin and Neil Armstrong was on the moon, man? Think about it. He must have been the loneliest man in the history of man.
I think they were all
thank God
chilling.
he was in a. Thank God he was in a Hollywood basement. Actually,
a lot of people don't know who the third astronaut is. Everyone knows Neil Armstrong, Buzz Aldrin. They didn't know who Edward Collins is.
There's a road named Collins Road after him.
I even know that. I know so much about it. They even landed on the moon. What was it? July 4th, 1969 at 4:17 p.m. The Eagle has landed.
Yeah, and there was a ceremony that they performed supposedly before, right? But yet 14 minutes before they're supposed to be on the ground and egressing from the Eagle. They should have been already in their suits, but they're filming a shot of like the Earth from the other side of a cabin through a small portal that was circular shaped with an obfuscation to make a terminus line appear. And they faked the globe image from space because as soon as you can see somebody walking between, and then because they said, it's right up in the window and we're looking at the Earth, we're so far away from it. But in reality, when they take it down, you see like how big the Earth really is because they're just slightly above the Earth in a plane. And like they weren't supposed to send that out, but they sent it out and somebody grabbed a hold of it and broke that shit down. And they said, "Oh, that's not actually what you're seeing, guys. You're actually seeing the studio lights when it comes on, and that's what makes it seem like the Earth is so big."
Right. Like with all those guys that went into
studio lights. What do they mean by studio lights? You're in a fucking spaceship, dude.
Exactly. It's like when everyone went on that Blue Origin trip. All they did is go up really high and then come back down. Okay, they didn't. Even if you looked out the port window, you wouldn't see curvature. You would be like, "Holy fuck, I'm really high."
Exactly.
Like, there's no shit about that you're going to be high. And weightlessness, absolutely, you'd be weightlessness because it'll be doing another big, huge loop like they do on the Vomit Comet, but much bigger.
It's as far as I could tell, the New or Blue Shepard, Blue Horizons, or New Shepard Blue Horizons.
Yes,
that that doesn't have a roll program associated with it, so it goes straight up to apogee, and then after it's at apogee, it jettisons the capsule, and then the capsule has boosters that's able to keep it aloft a little bit more, so it can fall at a slower rate to create more of a weightless time. So it's like a Vomit Comet, but it's just free fall.
Do we know what altitude it was that they reached on that?
No, but they didn't even hit the Kármán line.
Because
I don't know the exact altitude, but I know that they were. Elon says they didn't even hit the Kármán line.
Well, because like if I could see the data of what the altitude was on that, and if you compare it to what they say the size of the Earth is, then you could crunch the numbers and you would see. If it is a sphere, then you would need to be a certain distance off its surface to start seeing curvature. Did they go like 1,000
million miles? No, they didn't. They didn't go 1,000,000 miles from the surface.
Did they go 1,000 miles above the Earth's surface?
No,
because you would need to be at least 1,200 miles above the Earth's surface if it was the sphere size they say.
According to Mr. Sims, Mr. Blue Marble himself. You have to be you have to be 1,000,000 miles away. So even if you're at the moon, you could not see the curvature of the Earth because you're a quarter of the distance away that you need to be. I mean, he did an interview and he broke it down. He says every image that you see of Earth from space is fake because you cannot see the curvature or the roundness in any altitude below 1,000,000 miles. Based on the math.
Well, look at the video they show from the International Space Station. Live!
I know, right? I mean, so it's like, and this guy, like, he kind of like shot himself in the foot when he did that interview, and he says, but it is Photoshop because it has to be, right? It's just comprised of data, telemetry.
I wonder if he's a flat earther.
Color and all that stuff. So they took a flat image and they wrapped it around a spherical thing. In the first rough draft didn't look right to him, right? It looked too flat. So he did some fancy three-dimensional shading on it and made the 2.0, which became the blue marble, which is on your iPhone. Kind of interesting when you listen to the people that are spilling the beans on how they made an image.
Well, he didn't know he was supposed to lie. I wonder if he's still working for NASA as a rendering artist.
He's not.
I wonder if he's a flat earther now.
I know he's going around telling people that all images of the Earth from space is fake. It was like, 2016 he was going around doing a bunch of symposiums.
Well, he's Mr. Blue Marble. I would like to talk to him. I would definitely like to sit down and hear what he has to say about it.
Get him into the group.
I'd go see his conference if he was talking about all images were fake. I'd go sit there, listen in.
I mean, this is just one of these uncomfortable truths, you know?
Right, like the curve.
Or how gas pressure works.
Right. But if you go into gas pressure and stuff like that, or thermodynamics, hot goes to cold, they just don't get it, bro. They don't get it.
Well, I know they don't get it, but when you give the analogy of a tire, actually, when a tire has 14 pounds, it's actually got 30.7 psi absolute pressure inside of it, because you also have the atmospheric pressure that's pushing in on it. So if you have the same pressure, it's going to be flat.
Then what would happen if you take that tire and put it instantly into a vacuum? Instantly.
Oh, it'd expand by about
400 times. Don't forget the vacuum.
Well, let's see. The internal pressure is already at 3 bar or 2 bar. Right. It would expand probably to the point of deflagration at 20 inches of mercury.
Yeah. Wicked. Fucking wicked. Don't panic. It reminded me of Heavy Metal, though, when I saw it. The 1981 Heavy Metal cartoon. Yeah. But it was a Corvette instead.
I know. It even had the spaceman, right? See? Yeah. What the fuck?
Exactly. Yeah. And written Don't Panic on the dashboard for Hitchhiker's Guide of the Galaxy.
Yeah, and later on, wasn't that guy smoking a hooter, and didn't Elon smoke a hooter on Joe Rogan?
Yeah. Ah. Of course he did, yeah. It was a blunt man.
So what is it, just a cigar? Yeah. Cigar filled with marijuana. Here, try it. I don't see anything wrong with it.
That's pretty funny shit. I'm not going to lie. Because I have a Nikon P900, and I've done a lot of little tests on my own. I was actually going to put one together.
You know how that was done?
February. Because
I've had a couple people say that that's bullshit because that's not how blunts look, and I said no, that is how blunts look. Let me roll you one, and I'll roll them a plumber blunt, and I go look at that, and they're like, I've never seen anything like that, and I go, yeah, because you don't think. you have better airflow flowing through the middle, so you're going to have a nice ring with no runs, and it's going to smoke like a tailor-made cigarette or a tailor-made cigar. It's going to smoke really good and not run.
That's right.
He knows that trick, right? He knows what a plumber joint is, right? He knows what the turbos are all about. So he made a turbo, and that's exactly the shape of the cherry. I mean, I can roll a plumber joint right now, take a couple puffs off it, look at it, and go, "Yep, this is a black hole."
Black hole. Yeah.
And these people are buying it.
Can't get enough of it.
Oh, so did you guys hear about that joke when Stephen Hawking, since he was crippled, he was given the chance to climb the stairs into heaven, and then he realized, oh fuck, I'm in a wheelchair.
Oh, a new piece of data came out. I don't know if you guys heard about this, but if you want to do a little bit of research on it, I would suggest you do. So a paper just was published saying that Earth's atmosphere has been confirmed that Earth's atmosphere extends the moon's orbit.
Yeah, that's thanks to flat earthers sitting there saying, rockets cannot work in a vacuum.
That's what they're saying. They're saying that Earth's
Newton's second law fails at that point.
Earth's atmosphere is beyond the moon's orbit. It's crazy, eh? Crazy.
Yeah, because the Apollo module still needed something to push off of to get there and get back. Because you cannot have an equal and opposite reaction in a vacuum.
Right. Well, like we can build a vacuum chamber here on Earth, no problem. I can build one in my backyard with some plexiglass and some Gorilla Glue and a good pump. What I'm saying is that if I put something in there, like say an aerosol can, or even something even better, like say a CO2 cartridge, maybe a good one from like a paintball gun or something, Yep. And then I rig up a system that I puncture that bitch so that canister jettisons all of its payload at one time. It won't move right away, but it will move later because I didn't build the vacuum chamber big enough. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but you're thinking about a definite volume of air, right?
Well, don't forget.
As soon as the exhaust goes off, right? As soon as the gas is introduced into the system, it's equalized already.
Exactly. Maybe just a fraction, and then you'll get thrust. So for me to really keep that experiment to represent the universe as it's constantly expanding, therefore it'd be constantly sucking, I would have to need a warehouse on.
Yeah, it would be you would need a couple reservoirs of vacuum pots and a large chamber, right?
A very large
that way
chamber.
The overall pressure stays low.
Right. And then I did the experiment again. We all know what would happen. Nothing. It would just jettison like a cloud. That's all it would do.
Yep. It would end up in front of it.
If you think about it, it'd be very hard to create a true vacuum chamber because just sucking the air out of a container isn't a vacuum chamber.
Well, we have moisture and air everywhere, right? Moisture is the biggest problem with creating a vacuum. They can't get rid of the moisture.
Right.
Because just a molecule, a droplet of water will expand by 400%.
Right.
When it goes into the gaseous.
Well, it's like that one astronaut that went into it. His tongue swelled out of his head. He almost had to.
Yeah, that one guy that passed out. Like the vacuum itself pulled the air coupler out of his suit, right?
Yeah, his tongue started to boil. Everything in his mouth started to boil.
Yeah, he goes, I feel my saliva boiling.
That'd be pretty scary, bro.
Yeah.
And the best one was Mythbusters when he puts his hand in that vacuum chamber. And if you look at it really carefully, the vacuum chamber didn't even come close to representing the pressures it would be on the surface of the moon.
Yep.
Yeah. It would have crushed his arm. It would have crushed his fucking hand. Like it would have just crushed it.
Oh, it would have pulled his whole arm up to his fucking armpit through that goddamn hole.
Yeah, it would.
Oh, it wouldn't have pulled it. The air pressure would have pushed his arm through that hole.
Yeah. It would have been crushed. Bones would have been broken for sure.
Because you do not create a vacuum in your mouth, and it's not the vacuum that draws the liquid up through the straw. It is the atmospheric or the atmos pressure, the bar, that pushes the liquid down because you're creating a low point in the straw. So it's equalizing. Equilibrium, man. Can't fight it.
It's unbelievable.
Just like cold does not go to hot things. Hot things equalize by radiating the heat into the environment to make the environment equalized to the temperature, right? It's part of entropy, thermodynamics.
That's right. Like the saying, you better drink your tea before it's stone cold.
Yeah. Well, you ever heard of that? You know, you better eat your ice cream before it gets warm.
Right. It's hilarious, man. No, like, you know, the whole theory, the whole concept of that tin can in the thermosphere, the International Space Station, it just drives me fucking insane. In theory, it shouldn't even exist. Even to their own model.
Well, the weird thing is, right, people don't realize, what does relativity mean? What does the theory of relativity state? Everything is relative, right? Yep. So just like Coriolis, it's a relative thing. So if you are on the thing that's spinning, it's going to look like it's moving in an arc. But if you're relatively outside of the thing that's spinning, it's going to be moving in a straight line. So the effect is relative, right? The Sagnac effect completely debunks Einstein. Or Sagnac effect. It's crazy. It basically says there is definite motion. There's absolute motion. And then people are saying, well, what do you mean it's absolute motion? Einstein says that the Earth is the one that has to be spinning. No, because according to Einstein's own math, through relativity, the stars can be moving in the background at enormous speeds to keep up with the geocentric Earth. Or the Earth is spinning, right? It's either a stationary Earth in a dynamic cosmos or a stationary cosmos and a dynamic Earth. It solves for both possibilities. People don't understand this, and they tote Einstein so highly.
Well, people think this is a new thing.
I know.
We've been arguing about this for over
100
years. There's been flat earthers and globers for over 500 years. Probably exactly. 780 years to be exact.
Well, the globe didn't really get its start until after Einstein, right? They needed Einstein to correct the Sagnac or Sagnac Sagnac effect, and these are all French guys, right? All French scientists at the start of the 18th or 19th century or whatever. Basically, it's a glorified Michelson-Morley, right?
Right.
Instead of it being a prismatic, it's more like a circular thing. But what he proved with that is there is definite motion. Either with the object standing still or with the object spinning, you're still going to get deviation and drift based off of his mirror array. Now, that contradicts everything about heliocentrism, right? So they needed Einstein to come up with some crack brain theory to quantify everything. And then they created quantum mechanics based off of the dual slit observation. And quantum mechanics cannot quantify Newton's relativity. So there's something wrong with Newton's relativity. That's why he came out with special relativity.
And then they're at the point they don't know what to do now, so they just throw out dark matter.
Basically, he had to come up with a cosmological constant, right? He had to debunk the fact that, according to his first equations, that the stars can move that fast, to they cannot move that fast.
Mm-hmm.
So it's asinine. I mean, people don't actually look into shit.
Well, we have no time. We got to work.
Yep.
And work. And I don't know if you realized, everyone must realize this, that just before the pandemic hit, YouTube, Twitter, and Facebook were slapped in the face by making sure that any, false truths or fake news was removed from their platform. I don't know if you knew that. Because they didn't want us being all locked up in the COVID crisis researching this shit, because people will have even more time on their hands.
Well, you know how they're sitting there saying that the GPS satellites proves Einstein's relativity?
Yeah.
Well, that's not true. In fact, if you look at the computers that you use to decipher the data that you're getting from these repeaters, it takes into effect and it has the mathematics of the Sagnac effect, which disproves Einstein's relativity. It means that there is absolute motion and does not depend on where you're looking at it. And that's the only way that those things can work to have a pinpoint. Otherwise, they'd be off. So it's just, one of these things, it's like uncomfortable truths. Like even on their own model, Einstein's a crackpot. That's why 100 German scientists and Austrian scientists and physicists got together and created a slandering paper. And it was a tie between, real science and pseudoscience, right? But it overall went to Einstein because of World War II and all that shit.
Well, I think a lot of this stemmed from World War II due to how much we gained the knowledge on the power of propaganda. And what was mainstream. During the war, they were trying to get that, prove that light bends for when the eclipse where it was occurring, remember? That was during the war, 1944. I think it was 43. The experiment they did to prove that light curves under the forces of gravity. For the eclipse, you'll be able to see the stars that are behind the sun.
Yeah, that was just observation. It wasn't truly an experiment because they didn't have a control variable.
I know. But at the time, that's what everything was, the big hype was. And if you go back in that era, looking at documentaries, TV programs, movies, radio programs that we might have recordings of, all type of newspaper clippings, everything. It was planting the seed right there and then. Wicked, absolutely wicked. I want to see, if anything, I want to see somebody go through an airlock. I want to see that. Go through an airlock system in the International Space Station and then walk out properly. Like we see in movies, man. That's what I want to see.
You mean they don't have that live?
No.
How'd they get in there and come out?
Yeah, I'm just saying, that's the biggest thing, like the sound effects of the doors and we even have it in video games, I think that would be, these guys are supposed to be smart guys, right? And they're just bringing Angry Birds up there and showing us little spinny things in their fucking capsules and shit. Where's this is what we see through this porthole, and get out there and spin the camera around. You know what I mean? Turn around and look into the void of space. Show me a picture like that. That you never see the fourth wall. You don't. Just like an old Carol Burnett show.
Wouldn't the fourth wall be the photographers there filming it?
It'd be behind on the other side of the International Space Station. Obviously, the fourth wall would be behind the camera. The camera never turns around. Here's the sun, here's the moon, here's the blackness of space. Holy shit, here's the planet again. You know what I mean? Unbelievable.
If they have like that good of a definition of cameras, then how come they can't show the constellations of the stars? Not enough computing power.
I don't know. Like if I don't know about you guys, but I'd be a little creeped out. At any moment, a fucking meteor or an alien can jump on my back any moment, and I look over my shoulder and all I see is blackness. I'd be a little creeped out, right? I would have to take a picture of that, to look into the void. Like they would have to have like pan the fucking camera around. I don't care if the camera gets blinded for a second or two because of the sun.
It's just funny, like every 10 years or so, the story changes of, yes, you can see stars, to, no, you cannot see stars.
Right.
Because there's too much light, to, yes, you can see stars even on the daylight side, to, no, you cannot see stars even on the night side. It's like, what? It makes no sense. Like, which one is it? Either the stars are in the firmament and you're outside of it somehow.
Yep.
Or you're faking the whole thing because you don't have the computing power to render the stars. Damn, why do I feel a laser on my fucking neck?
I don't know. Like when I look at the moon every night, I'm saying to myself, okay, if the sun has the greatest pull of gravity in the solar system, that's what locks all the planets together. But the moon has such a gravitational pull on Earth that it changes our tides, even though we have 2 tides a day on each side of the planet, which makes that very weird when the moon can only be on one side of the planet at a time. So that would tell me that the moon would be circling the sun other than the moon circling Earth. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying, if the Earth doesn't have strong gravity against the moon, and the moon has a stronger influence on Earth, then therefore, if it controls our tides, they say, and that's just doesn't work.
It tells me that all the planets would stick together like grapes.
That, or the moon would be pulled towards the sun because, it's the big daddy, and it will circle in its own orbit, or relativity to its mass, around the sun. Maybe even crash into it. Who knows? No. So the theory is just terrible. Because you have you can have a low tide on one side of the planet and a high tide on the other.
Yeah. Look at all these paradoxes they have now. Holy fuck. Every single one of these is a fucking gravestone. Time, space, the paradox of the human body smeared across time. What is a photon, particle, or wave, right? We already know about that paradox. The paradox of the clocks and the canaries. Time dilation, how it can be an illusion. Gravitational time dilation is real. Why is the Earth not torn apart? Space-time right around. Here, I'm gonna copy this and paste it.
Gravity.
This has plenty of references and citations associated with everything. It's conspiracyoflight.com. It's even got like sections of historical papers, theories, and experimental tests. Our experiment and videos.
This is my favorite paradox.
Yeah.
It's a sphere, bro. Come and meet me up on top of the hill.
See, people don't realize if you're on a sphere, then everywhere around you is curving away from you at a consistent rate.
Mm-hmm.
You would have an equilibrium problem.
Yeah. I don't know.
Would you be falling forward when you walk?
Gravity.
Or falling backwards?
It's a little bit of gravity and a little bit of centrifugal force. It's kind of like an invisible battle of the gods. And then
every time they give their explanation on why they think that it's this way, they all say the same thing. It's what I was taught.
Yeah.
Well, this is what everybody believes.
Yeah.
And they think we're fucking crazy just because, we can go back fucking 150 years where there was no fucking globe being taught in schools.
I know.
The schools were designed for indoctrination.
Oh, it's crazy.
Designed by Freemasons, the so-called White Lodge.
Well, why would they start a society based around money and then not teach you nothing but money in school?
The best way to have a slave population.
Right. There's sick people.
It just blows my mind as soon as you mention flat Earth or talk to anybody about. You don't even have to mention flat Earth or just explain even about how water's level or anything else or even the curvature. Right away, they're like, "Oh, you're one of those people."
Like, yeah, they call you a science. Crazy. They call you a science denier when what you're actually doing is trying to falsify science. If science is falsified, then guess what?
Yeah,
it's done. It's not true.
Yeah,
Einstein has been falsified. Newton's been falsified by Einstein. What does that mean?
It's hard to. It's sad now, but I've been in the channel long enough. When I see new people entering or even trolls, we can't even talk about the curve sometimes with these people. You got to go right to the root, like the real granddaddy nail in the coffin kind of root was the moon landing. And once people look into that and they're like, "Whoa, wait a second, this is just a little bizarre," and then they go a little bit farther. And I think that would be a better way to approach people that are trying to understand the concept of the flat Earth.
I think we need to really get to know the individual first, find out where they're at.
Sure.
Find out if they're really trying to get to the bottom of truths or if they're just here to troll and have fun, right? Because there are those that will troll and have fun, but they're really trying to get to the truth of things, right? Those guys we can work with. It's the ones that are not here for anything, to find anything out, to learn anything. They're just here to make fun or clown. Right? That's where we have a problem. But the thing is these guys that are just here to clown, they never get on the voice stream to refute or prove anything. They're just there to make fun of, right? To troll. Now you have these intellectual trolls that'll get on, like Professor Phil, right? He thinks he's intellectually trolling, but he's got low intellect. So it's like different schools. So, it's almost like we need to get on some kind of a ground basis and start to learn more about the individual that we're working with instead of trying to throw them into a box automatically.
Right.
You know what I mean?
I guess I've ran into a few trolls just listening to them, and you're right. It's I guess it's all in how they approach the reason.
Yeah. So if we start off with dispelling their reality, they're just going to troll back, and nothing to get learned, and it's just a waste of time. But however, if we start with some common ground, like maybe they don't think the moon landing happened,
right?
Or maybe they don't trust NASA for some reason, and they trust Elon, or they trust Jeff Bezos for some reason. We don't know. Like, this is like what we have to get on, because it's different levels where everybody is on, because we're on the plane, right? Some people think they're on a ball, and they're kind of lost about reality. They've never actually looked at reality. And then you have these others that are questioning reality, coming to their own conclusions that, history is not correct, and some of the things they're teaching us aren't correct. And it's like, okay, well, now you're getting into it, welcome to the conversation, right? So it's like, we need to get to know the people a little bit better instead of just attacking them all the time. You know what I mean? Plus, it makes for better content and a better community, I think.
Right. Yeah.
Instead of being combative. Yeah. Hello, Fruitcake. How you doing?
Hello.
I noticed your mic was open.
Yes, it is. I don't really have anything to say though.
Well, how's your 2022 going so far?
It's been all right. I don't know. I moved, did a lot of stuff past year, so.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. Trying to get a job at a railway, so that'll be interesting.
Burlington or international? Something that goes to Canada and Mexico.
Like international.
There you go. I hear they got a really good retirement plan, but they work you like dogs. I guess that's the end of that conversation, huh? It's all right.
Well, I wouldn't mind to talk about the moon landing a little bit. Just one thing that
moon landing.
No, I know. Just one thing. It's a 10,000-pound thrust rocket underneath that lunar module.
Tons?
10 ton, as far as I know. It would have blew moon dust every which way but Sunday. and it would have lasted for days. "4 days."
The things that are scientific are meant to be picked apart and scrutinized and attempted to be falsified. If it's falsifiable, then it's back to the drawing board. That means something's not right in the theory. It's not a working theory. See, like people go, well, you have the theoretical theory. What the fuck is a theoretical theory? That means it's a non-working theory. Can't be proven yet.
Theoretical. We should
And then you
call
have
it a
working
baby.
theories.
A what-if theory.
Yeah. I mean, it's just like, you have different theories too, like colloquial theories, which is just a theory and a name. And then you have scientific theory, and then those scientific theories need a rebuttal, right? I mean, there's supposed to be experimentation that goes along with it, but if there's another experimentation that comes along that falsifies the original theory, then the hypothesis is wrong. That's a problem with the scientific method. But you know what's neat? Astrophysics, theoretical physics, all that shit does not use a scientific method. So they don't have to worry about that stuff. They can just make up these non-working theories.
I'm just looking at that meme posted. This is not possible with this, showing the pyramids.
That demonstrates that there's no parallax. And with the heliocentric model that it is right now, currently, there would be massive parallax. There'd even be not just stellar parallax, but galactic parallax, which you don't see.
Okay, let me just see something here for a second. So these 3 stars make up the 3 stars in Orion's belt. Star constellation of Orion.
Yeah.
As far as I know, that these stars do not line up with the Great Pyramids of Giza today. But 10,500 years ago, they did.
Oh, that's got to be some sort of an astrological error you just made.
I'm not 100% sure, but if that's the case, that would be the time of Leo. And that would kind of give an idea of how the Sphinx
You know the Hopi settlements?
Mm-hmm.
If you map those out with a constellation, it matches up with the Orion constellation, the entire constellation.
Yeah, because it does a southern...
Every star in there, it correlates to a Hopi settlement. Crazy.
That is crazy.
And so, what are the ramifications for that fact? How does that affect me, you, the world, anybody? I want to know. I mean, I understand what you're telling us here, but it sounds like to me that that's a pretty big deal.
What are you talking about? Me about the 3 stars matching the pyramids?
Well, yeah, any of that stuff, or the one he just said, the Hopi arrangement of their building. Yeah, their settlements. I mean that's someone tried to do that today with a couple of sticks and a couple of fucking, whatever, however they're measuring their shit. Yeah, that'd be kind of a big deal, wouldn't it?
If they line up, yeah, they would be a big fucking deal. I think so. That means we're not moving anywhere.
Yep. I mean, you can look at the different monolithic monuments that they've set up around the world to keep track of the seasons, so they know when to plant their seeds.
I'm aware of all of that as well, but I'm just saying that if someone were to do that, like give us some way, find someone that compares to the individual that built those buildings where they built them, how many over hundreds of years ago.
Right.
Where are you going to find to find that individual on Earth today would be not only impossible, but I mean, you don't know what his education was. You don't know, what kind of.
Again, it's speculation that they say that the Great Pyramids were mirrored off of the 3 stars that make up the constellation of Orion.
Makes more sense of Cygnus.
The golden mean of the planet, right?
That's too big of a coincidence for me. I mean,
right. But if you look at the star constellation today, that they don't match up. But if you reverse the star constellation 10,500 years ago in the time of Leo, they actually match up to what they look like on Earth. So
they still line up not with Orion but with Cygnus.
Yeah. What you're saying is a complete. That's just total 100% speculation. No one knows what they look like 10,000 years ago. They don't even know if the flat plane was even. A lot of people don't even believe it had been created then.
Right.
Another 3,000, 4,000 years to go before the place is even built.
Right. Again, it's just what I've learned about the Great Pyramids.
I get you. I'm just saying. I just find it rather
heard the
odd.
same thing. I've heard that the pyramids line up with the stars of Orion currently, and I've heard it 10,500 years ago. So here's a question. Can you verify that? That's a question for me.
I can only verify through documentaries and texts, and that's it.
Well, Mickey Mouse is
right. I could probably do my own observation, but it would be better if I was in Egypt.
And you had Mickey Mouse doing them for you.
Exactly.
And can you do it without stellarium? Stellarium is created by Glober.
What's up, guys? Good afternoon.
Oh, yeah, look at this, right?
Here, I'm going to post something right here. It's about the Orion Cygnus correlation with the Giza pyramids.
Notice how he said correlation, like.
Yeah, that's what it is, because it's either Orion or Cygnus.
Right? That, but it's just so funny that
because it lines up with Cygnus.
You're trying to be careful not to implicate yourself in a false.
No, that's what it's called. It's called the Cygnus Giza correlation.
I know. I realize that.
I wasn't being cautious.
The whole thing's just hilarious. Is all to me. I mean, I'm just getting a kick out of it. So continue on.
Well, if they say the pyramids are as old as they say they are, that's telling us right there that we've been stargazing for centuries. Millennia, probably. Who knows? Who knows our history? It's only written by the winners.
That's what they're saying is what it's lined up with, and it kind of makes sense.
CPU one's kind of memey in that picture.
This is the alignment with Cygnus that I'm going to show you. Hang on. This is the one where it's aligned with Cygnus, supposedly. And this one.
Can you show me the one that lines up with the tailpipe of Britney Spears' car, please? I don't know. I just find this. I'm not laughing at you guys. I'm just laughing at the whole thing because it just keeps going on and on. This indoctrination and this this programming and just everything. It just seems to never end, and it's just.
Here's the Orion lineup. Notice it doesn't line up with that one pyramid.
Well, these are locked lights in the sky that has been there since I've been alive. Constellation hasn't changed. Star formations haven't changed in my lifetime that I've seen them.
Yeah, obviously.
So humans must have been building mirror images of monuments to represent the stars. I would assume. Like, what else? I can imagine
maybe they built the building first and then they placed the stars right where they wanted them.
That could be, yeah.
I don't know about that.
I mean, that's almost how outrageous the whole thing is. You see what I'm saying? I'm just trying to.
Yeah. Yeah, like you said, we have no idea how old the flat plane is. Maybe it always has been and always will be.
Unknowable.
Right. Wow. Time is just our concept.
Yep. And our enemy in a lot of ways.
Sure.
I only have so much time before I have to go.
It's also our ending and our beginning.
Yep.
And everything in between. Pink Floyd time.
Yep.
Do you think they forbid writing back then to keep everybody from learning stuff? That's why they didn't progress to technology?
Well, I definitely
didn't have a means of production to make like paper as much as we have now.
Well, maybe they just snap their fingers. I mean, when you're getting this far off into the woods with stuff, it doesn't really matter what you say. You're making examples that just show how ridiculous the whole thing is, period. I mean,
it's actually a big pain in the ass to mass produce paper and writing utensils if you look at how it's made sometimes.
Don't you have to start with a tree or something first?
Yeah, the mass production process of it is like super complex, actually. They take whole trees, make them into thousands of sheets of paper. Hundreds of thousands.
How do you say your name there? Person at the bottom that just spoke.
It's pronounced Drug.
How is it pronounced? Say it again.
Drug.
Do you roll the R in your language?
Just a little.
Yeah. Okay. Drug. What language is that? I mean, I'm obviously dumber than a box of mud, but
Russian.
Russian. Okay, thank you.
What's your experience, Drug, with topic of flat Earth?
Just a skeptic of everything.
That's good.
Meaning you're a skeptic of the globe?
Yeah.
And the flat plane?
Yeah, just doing my research and trying to figure out which one is to believe in. That I can't honestly say either way yet.
We won't call you names either way, so relax. It's all good.
Yeah, we're glad you're looking into it. That's a good start.
Yeah.
A lot of people aren't even willing to do that.
Well, there's definitely something that's not quite right. Like, I mean, till they send me to space.
I'll give you a clue.
All
of humanity, it might be the clue right there. Something wrong. Something's not quite right with all of humanity. That would be my guess.
I've always liked, stargazing and astronomy and stuff, and I got a telescope, and I did some classes for it when I was learning. I'm a computer science student, so I don't know too much about like geography or history really, but I always thought stars and stuff were interesting. I always wanted to go to space, so how crushing was it for me to find out that there's container firmament there, and all the rockets are actually just going to stop at some point and bounce off.
So your reality was crushed.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Just like mine, and I think everyone's here.
I was like, fuck, I wanted to be an astronaut.
Not mine. I never wanted to go to space. So there you go.
I wanted to bang an alien.
Oh my gosh!
I'm glad we aren't going there.
Yeah, me too.
I wanted to be Captain Kirk.
Let's start an
have
alien.
Babies all over the galaxy.
You think about like how bad I must feel. I have a NASA mouse pad here on my desk. It's just how do you think I feel when I figured out like, oh fuck, the horizon's flat.
It's beneath you now, so that's okay.
Like I started looking at the distance measurements for staring over a horizon. It's like, well, I shouldn't be able to see this far.
No.
So if it's truly the right figures for roundness that they give you,
then it's not round. That's it. That's all we know. It's just not round.
So now it's like, all right, well, I have to go ahead and measure the entire thing myself if I'm going to believe any measurements. And then if I do that, am I going to end up going from wall to wall and pacing out a flat plane? Or am I actually going to find roundness? I don't know.
Oh, have you seen the
I'm not going to do it myself, though.
You've seen the long distance observations or the laser tests? I mean, you don't have to measure the entire thing to be able to disprove the globe measurements. I mean, you said you understood the horizon was flat.
Yeah, you can see from the shorter distance experiments that what they've said to us is definitely not right. But I would like to, see the whole thing myself to believe it. Well, like the same thing,
You're going to have trouble seeing the whole thing. I mean, first you're going to have to get a boat. Are you a sailor?
No, not. Well, I have a boating license, but not really.
Oh, you need a ship, not a boat.
Yeah.
A vessel.
Yeah, I have a
and a crew.
Boat. I don't have a big ship.
Yeah. I wouldn't go anywhere close to Antarctica without an icebreaker, that's for sure. And 80 people with me. Lots of snacks.
But on the other side, I could do height. I've traveled to many countries and flying airplanes, but you don't really see any kind of curvature or anything up there. But I'd like to take a flight, from end to end if that was possible. But I'm sure nobody's going to let you do that.
Yeah.
There's probably, governments or whatever regulating that for a reason.
Well, if you look at
anybody do that.
But do you understand the Droog, that you don't need to have a confirmation of exactly what's happening here to be able to just accept that the globe model is not the correct interpretation. That doesn't mean that you have to have a model that explains or covers everything. I mean, if you do have a spirit of exploration, that's great, and maybe you'll do that at some point, but it's not. You said something at the beginning how you weren't sure, that you can be sure that the globe model is a failure. That in itself is a definite. You don't have to just like sit in limbo because you haven't proven every last thing.
I suppose. I know it's not really feasible, so I just have to take at least the facts that I have.
For example, if I show you this, there's a video, I'll try to find it. Dr. John D., who PhD scientist who set out to prove that there was curvature and ended up disproving it. He has a good little, it's only 15 minutes long, if you'd be interested in watching it, but it does a very good job of explaining just kind of in logical terms what the issue is, that we're just trying to, in terms of this particular observation, here I found it for you. has to do with a buoy, where if you see the horizon behind the buoy, which it sounds like you have some understanding of that concept, that you don't live on a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles. And then very clearly, Karen B., who's narrating the video, says, and then you can from there decide, something about your own reality as you wish, but just discarding this science fiction notion of the globe does a lot toward getting your mind clear enough to then be able to make determinations about some of these other things. But it's not really the way it's framed, it's not really a debate. It's not a globe versus flat thing. It's just discarding a non-model that has no basis in reality. It's just discarding science fiction when we're being told in the media that this science fiction is reality and saying, nope, that is not where I live. You guys might live in this delusional world. I no longer live in the delusional world. I'm living in the real world. And you don't have to be able to explain everything. You don't have to have another model for people to jump onto. You just need to reject the one that's delusional. Oh, you got a new mouse pad, cool.
I did, yeah. I actually I never really used the NASA one. It was just like a keepsake. But I've had it for years.
Are you gelling?
What do you mean gelling?
Is it like one of those gel-filled wrist rest mousepad things?
No, it's just it's like a full desk mat kind of thing. Not the full desk, but it's big. It's like one of those
I know what you're talking
14
about.
by 30-inch.
Yeah.
Do you have any questions for us, Droog? I mean, things that you're still wondering about that someone be able to help you with?
I didn't really come in with any questions, just chatting.
Okay. Leah is also here, and Akila and Deborah. If there's anybody else that has something to say, feel free to speak up. You don't have to wait to be called on.
Right on. There's always a big interest in the Tartaria. Like when I first joined here a few weeks ago, somebody introduced me to that, and I thought
I'm reading a book on that right now. I've only heard in the server here, just kind of just little things here and there. For me, I don't do well with watching videos to get information, so I've ordered myself a paper book about it, and I'm finding it interesting. Yeah.
Well, yeah, they would have to think about using a flat Earth mouse pad because it would be flat, right? It wouldn't be spherical. It's hard to use the mouse symbol.
Flat Earth mouse pad would be perfect because it's flat.
That's the one I'm reading, Drew. But somebody earlier, let's see if I can find it. I think I saved it on my phone.
As far as I can,
the free archive.org version of it, if you like reading things on the computer.
As far as I can tell by the Tartarians, that's the origin of the Greek.
The origin of the what?
Greeks.
Is it? I thought Tartaria was in North America.
The Greeks don't even know where they came from. They don't know their history, where they came from.
Oh, so they traveled from North America maybe originally?
No, they traveled from the Russian steppes.
That far up there.
Yeah.
The distance.
But if you look at it, perhaps it was not the Greek Empire that was written about in Scripture. Maybe it was the Tartarian Empire. And the only reason why we think it was the Greek Empire is because it has something to do with, the Mediterranean area, right? Because it would make sense that Alexander's kingdom would have been, a lot larger than Greece. Because he was a Macedonian, he came from the north.
Yeah, that makes... Oh, yeah, because that was the whole Slavic area.
Yeah. Makes you think. Because, I've spoken with a couple of, well, not a couple, mainly one, He's in the server Iggs. He's a good guy to talk to about this stuff. He happens to be from Caledonia, so he's Macedonian, and he sits there and he says everybody says it's the Greek language, but it's not Greek.
Well, they use Cyrillic,
it was just a
which is
common
very similar.
trading. It was a common trading tongue back then, like English. Right?
It's the
We
written
use English.
language is very similar. They use a lot of the same looking symbols for letters.
Yeah. I mean, we use English in the United States, but we're not English, right? It's just a common
True.
trading tongue. So, I mean,
a lot of the people who came, supposedly in history to North America were from England or at least Europe. So it would be pretty normal for them to have English as a first language.
well, I have an interesting theory on
quite a bit of French
who the natives are.
here too, though.
Who the natives truly are, right? Because the natives even said that there's an enemy amongst them.
That's probably more than one native group here.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the Ojibwe, the First Nations people, the ones that were in harmony, not the ones that were warring and whoremongering and all this stuff and conquering just to gather land like the Mayans, right? I think the Mayans, the Incas and all that, since it's called Latin America, has something to do with Rome because of Latin, right? If it was Spanish America, then it would be Spanish America, but they call it Latin America, Latinos. Like Central America.
That just because of the ties to Spain?
We don't know. Possibly not. Possibly they spoke Latin. Possibly that's the start of this. These people known as the Romans. We don't know. I mean, it's just a theory of mine. So it's like a speculation jump. But if we know that the Philippines is the land of Ophir, the land east of the Philippines would be Mexico, South America area. And that's supposedly the land of Cain, where he settled. So that would be the enemy, and they supposedly went underground. And we hear all sorts of stories, Native Americans, about the ant people, right?
What? I've never heard of that. That's kind of
Oh, you haven't?
No.
The Hopi said there was a great cataclysm that was going to happen, a great flood. So the ant people said, come with us and we're going to take you to safety and you're going to survive this ordeal. And they went deep underground and survived the flood with the help of the ant people, the people that lived under the ground.
And so that would be the Tartarians? Or
descendants
how does
of
that
Cain.
tie back in?
Well, Tartaria just means a defeated people, right? So if Rome took over and they defeated the Greeks, then the true Greek Empire would be Tartaria.
Gotcha.
So that's what I'm thinking. Because the pantheon of Greece, right, is the same pantheon of Rome. It's the same thing. So they weren't two competing empires. It was more like a separate location. Which makes sense with the Tartaria. But if you think about like how everybody talks about the mud flood and all that, that's water deposited, right? Mud. You need water for it. Well, what if there's a worldwide catastrophe where the whole surface of the earth was covered with water? That would cause a mud flood, wouldn't it?
There's been quite a few floods in.
But I'm thinking that we're not that. I'm thinking they put us 1,500 years into the future, but that's just what I'm thinking based off of a couple of dating techniques that I've looked up. Some source papers and maps that say 1587, 1500s. It's really dated IS, lowercase I, lowercase s. And I is a Roman numeral, but not a lowercase I. And this was not a Roman script. This was a Latin script. Huh?
You're saying history was written too far forward.
I'm saying they put us 1,500 years into the future. The Dark Ages never happened.
Gotcha.
No, Witness, I haven't heard of that. And yeah, Bong, if you think about it, the deep underground military bases that they have here in the United States, from the East Coast, or excuse me, from the West Coast onward, you have Gemini, where all of the known deep underground military base locations marks out certain sectors in these constellations of the zodiac. And these places are also known as stargates because they're gates of stars, right? So it's like they've mapped out the stars under the ground, as above, so below. So maybe when they say they're going to space, they're just going to go underground, create a space under the ground, and call that outer space, and then like do some weird like chip implant augmented reality where people can't take the devices off and they actually think they're on another world. Yeah, Denver Airport is the entrance to a large network of them. In fact, if you don't think that they have deep underground military bases, what the fuck do you think Cheyenne Mountain is?
Dude, that's probably why they have those videos of those UFOs flying underwater like it's nothing. They're probably hiding something from us down there.
Yeah. Makes
Some kind of
sense.
technology they don't want us
It'd
to
be a
know
good place to
about.
hide things, and it's not too difficult to build underwater structures.
Well, if you can create a device that switches the electrostatic forces, right? Because it's not wind that causes the lift. It's clearly an electromagnetic reaction that happens when you create one of these lifter crafts. It's a non-linear caster. And basically what happens is it creates lift. But the only reason why it creates lift that I'm thinking is because it reverses the ground. The ground is put up to the top instead of at the bottom, because we know that electricity flows from the air to the ground. For every meter you are, it's 100 volts. And the reason why you don't get shocked because you're not deeply connected to the ground. If you're deeply connected to the ground, you would get shocked if you're 6 foot. So it's like perhaps all of this is doing is just inverting this electrostatic field and causing a anti-gravity effect. But it's not really anti-gravity because it's just density. And all it's doing is it's repelling the attractiveness of the ground. So it's preventing those dipoles from being attracted to the North Pole, which would be the ground.
All right.
The
Creating a
North Pole of the
0-point
bipole.
field around the craft.
So what do you
I
think?
don't necessarily think it's a 0-point field. I think it's more like an ion corona field.
Some type of protective field, yeah, that cancels out all magnetic fields from it. And they can probably adjust it, obviously, to go up and down for lift. And then
Well, you know,
side travel.
you just have to create what do they call it? Black body radiation for that to happen. Like
Either way, whatever they're using, I know
the
for a
sun
fact
blocks
they have
all
it.
electromagnetic waves, right? You can't.
Yeah.
Everything you fire at the sun never is echoed back. It's called a black body. It absorbs all signals fired at it, so it blocks all electromagnetic spectrum from being reflected off of it. Crazy, huh? Well, then how does the light come from it?
Isn't just a fixture or something that was, placed in the container?
Huh?
The sun? It's like not.
We don't know what
like
the sun is.
Celestial body. It's like.
Well, we don't know what the
or
sun is.
something that's radiating energy, right from the top of the container, as far as we can tell.
Well, we don't really know. That's the thing. We can't actually test it. We can't experiment
To
on it.
me, it doesn't act like a physical object.
I would be skeptical that any of the math that's provided on how the sun works is correct.
When I used to stargaze when I was younger, what it looked like to me is a hole in the sky. It didn't look like a ball. It looked like a hole. like it was
It
a
starts to
watery
black
hole
out.
and it was on fire, like a burning lake of fire. But that's just from what I could tell from when I was little, from, you know, how certain times of the day you can look at the sun and it won't hurt your eyes, right?
So would that
But once it
indicate
gets up a little higher, it
maybe
will.
it's like an opening rather than I don't know what's
Well,
what's through there, man.
maybe it's a hole. Maybe that's why nothing gets echoed back, because
What's
it's
through
just
there?
getting shot out to nothingness. Because they say light comes from darkness.
Do you feel any desire to like go into it in any way? I don't know.
Well, if the sun is what provides the light, and if the sun is a black body, which means it emits no radiation, except for a special type of black body radiation, which blocks all electromagnetic signals. Right? So that means the sun is really darkness. Right?
Yeah, just like they say, space is a void in black, which I think is the exact opposite. Whatever they call space, I think it's the complete opposite of that.
I think space is full of light.
Full of light and probably some type of fluid, maybe.
Well, I'm thinking like a white room full of warm light that's not hurting your eyes. Comfortable.
So once you get out of Earth, you just end up in a heavenly ether?
If that's even possible.
Maybe.
If it's
I
possible.
don't think we can.
Yeah.
I don't think we can get outside the firmament.
No.
Or maybe there's just like a burning energy
It's
lake
like
surrounding us, and there's a
to me, it's like those animals that live deep under the water. You know, that have transparent bodies, right? They can't really come up to the surface because they'll die. You know, they have to stay where their physical bodies can survive, right? They're habitat.
It's great to hear your voice.
Hey,
Hi there.
Dandelion. Hey, good to be back.
Yeah, good. Glad you're here.
Yeah. Good topic.
Big Dada Bong Sao.
Yeah, I find it funny with the DUMBs, the deep underground military bases, how people think that the Cheyenne one is like the most secure private military base. No, everyone knows about it. They put it in movies. That's obviously not a super top secret secure military base because everyone knows where it is.
Same with Area 51. Right?
That's right. Exactly right.
Even Dulce, you know, they scrubbed that location now. And I'm pretty sure they're about ready to scrub this location because I've been talking about it. Out here by Parker, Arizona, there's this fucking military base on the other side of the mountain where there's not supposed to be anything. It's a red sand dune. You go out there and it says military installation. Lethal force is authorized. But before you see that, you see a bunch of signs that says wildlife preserve closed. National Wildlife Study in progress, closed, do not enter, and all this shit. And then you go like 100 feet past those signs, then it's military installation, lethal force authorized. Doesn't even say bombing range or anything. Should be nothing out there.
Kind of suspicious.
Yeah, well, I know they got some stuff out there in like the Nevada desert, Utah, etc., where there's like it's so barren. There's like nobody that lives out there.
Oh man, the government thinks they're so fucking smart, man. And
I lived in Vegas for a while, and I seen shit in the sky that would make you piss your pants. Like, what the fuck am I looking at right now?
With intuition can tell the government hides all kinds of shit. They think they're crafty, but like you just open your eyes a little bit.
Okay, I'm going to talk about space aliens real quick. Okay, you know Dr. Greer, Richard Greer. He's like trying to do this disclosure project, and he's working with ESETI and SETI and all this shit. Basically, they're channeling and getting these UFOs to show up, which proves that they are demonic.
What the fuck?
How can you channel a space alien? You can channel a demon.
Yeah, that said, I don't know how much I can trust anything they do at all either, right? So maybe what they're doing is to placate to the Christians of the world, and I don't know. I really don't know. I do know that our military do have technology that many people would think is alien, but it's not. It's right here.
Yeah. I forgot the Satanist. He's an ex-Satanist. He's now a Christian. There's an old video I watched, like John something. I forget his name. But that's what he said. He said his sister,
Ramirez.
you know, he grew up in Wichita. What was his name?
Ramirez.
Oh, not. He's
John
he's
Ramirez.
American. Not he's someone
New
else.
York.
He's
Oh, okay.
from the 70s, I think. You know, this video is from the 70s. So that's what he said. They would conjure up. You know, all these people go outside and look up and think it's UFOs, but his sister was outside conjuring these things up. You know, witches do. So, yeah, what you were saying.
Or you can watch a Scooby Doo episode and realize that what they're conjuring is just the remote control drones that they've been using. Come on, guys. Look, what are y'all
There's
talking
that. We are there.
Yeah, I don't know about the demons thing, man. I think it's more like, you know, a UAV or something.
Yeah, if it's a physical flying body, it's definitely man-made.
I wouldn't be
anything
surprised
out
if
of
they
the
have
realm
like
of
technology that seems alien, like ships that are moving extremely fast, hovering, etc., through the air and space. But it's definitely, I don't think it's demons.
What do we get when we mix science and so-called occult? Right? We get technology. In my opinion.
I've been called a wizard before, just because I can program. So there's that.
Because that's what magic is today. Technology. I mean, they're predicting it, right? Like in the future. Yep. Go ahead. Play it, please. Yeah.
I was just saying electricity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I've programmed devices for smart home stuff before, like on my own for hobbies. You know, you walk in your house, all your lights turn on. Is that magic or brilliant engineering?
Well, that's what I mean by technology. When you combine science and, you know, conjuring up stuff, you get technology, right? You get knowledge, right? This is how you dig up metals. This is how you turn it into a weapon. This is how you turn it into a missile. Now shoot that guy. You know what I mean? Like it's always destructive.
200 years ago, if you would have showed them cell phones and screens and all that stuff, they would think it's magic.
Fuck that, a butane lighter, they'd kill you.
I think that's what a black mirror is. I think when we say of those people from back then who were less evolved, they wouldn't know what technology is. I think that's a lie. Like, when have people not been this capable? I can't see it. It's not even that I can't see it. There's no proof of it.
They
I think what we have now is an artificial version of, so like early internet, we used to call it the Ethernet for a damn good reason, right? I think a lot of our tech now is based on, it's an artificial version of, you know, the real world technology.
Well, just the one thing to always remember, you know, we have all this technology now, and we think we're so smart, but you just remember that there's always things you don't know. Just stay curious forever.
But technology, I mean, how far has it really come? You know, like we've had toasters for a long time. We've had microwaves for a long time. We've had computers for a long time now. You know what I mean? Like what? I don't know.
Bulbs that last 100 years.
Yeah, but before that, like what couldn't we do? Like it's not that many things. It's just a whole bunch of the same thing. iPhone 1 and iPhone 2, iPhone 3. Yeah, the software is a little different, but what I'm saying is how many new things have come about since the computer.
You gotta appreciate the size and the complexity of these things, though, because now they're making, you know, transistors, the 3 nanometers, 2 nanometers, whatever it is, and I've got chips that I bought, and they're the size of sand grains, and I can.
Isn't that just a scaled down version of bigger tech?
Yeah, but the technology that's used to manufacture those is like many times more precise than it used to be. So you're
But it's the same
capable.
idea, right?
Kind of.
It's like working. If you've been working to advance television for the last 30 years, okay, congrats, that's cool. But it was still a television. It
Systems
still did
build
the
on each
same
other.
thing. You know?
Because, like, what if you had, 1,000 computers that could sit in the palm of your hand and you deploy them, like, drop them into the ocean, and now you've got a swarm of like devices that you can control that are small enough to not be seen by the human eye.
Yeah, well, there's just Moore's law. You guys remember Moore's law? I think that's what it was all about, shrinking things down to the limit.
We
As
just
far as
reached
we can
that.
go.
The
Right. I
doubling
mean,
of the
that's the
limit
limit.
of
Yep.
the doubling of the limit of transistors on dies, right? And we're
Yeah.
getting to the limitations of what our lithography can do.
Yeah, but
I mean, we're
we're
down to
just now approaching that.
nano layers, right?
Right.
So
Right. At
the
that
thing is,
state.
Give it 10
Yep.
years.
the quantum computer breaks Moore's law.
Yeah. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, we think we're stuck with Moore's law, but can't you turn anything into a transistor? If you've got that kind of nice atoms. You guys hear about trying to build transistors from organic material? I mean, it's going.
I know the
I don't know
newest
where it's
fad
going now.
for data storage is DNA.
Well, a transistor, I mean, is not just
on and off.
It's not just a semiconductor. It's anything that can hold a signal, a bit of information, basically, of being on or off. So,
Yes.
You could use a freaking rock as your transistor. I mean, just it's not really usable. You can't really transmit the information about whether your rock is in the circle or out of the circle.
I mean, so technology,
quantum, it's like use the spin of the atoms for your bits, but quantum you can have it was like the qubits, a more complex and smaller way to hold information.
Yeah, you can use qubits. You can use light. They actually have light processors now. It's pretty cool.
The technology in the past would have been different because they, flat Earth. They believed that the Earth, but they must have had a different understanding and knowledge. What we call science, versus our technology. Everybody thinks the Earth is a ball, and they think iPhones exist because the Earth is a ball. This kind of way of thinking. Like how can you progress at any rate? Then we got, what do you call the word? What's the word for yeah, adolescent. Yeah, you guys know what I mean, right? You make things that don't last, so it breaks, so people will buy it more. So,
so like my garbage disposal made by General Electric.
Yeah.
Planned obsolescence. You're talking about
breaks every 12 months.
Yes.
planned obsolescence.
Without fail.
Yes. This is how people think. This is how every manufacturer that wants to sell, make a profit, thinks. Has to think like that. Yeah. Right.
Oh yeah, the consumer industrial world is a shit show. I don't really like working in that as much as I like working in science.
So of course they're hiding so much technology that we might not know about here. We are trying to guess what's up against them.
They definitely are. And then they tell you, like, don't tell people about this when you work on certain things.
Because it's a national security.
I haven't been given that one, but I always get the spiel of like, oh, this is patented or it's trade secret, kind of that information. Sure, someday a government entity will approach me.
That's how they could have survived the flood, because there's everywhere, around the world, there's a story of a flood. So if flood, then did people build, underground, right? And if they did the governments already discover them and, are using them. And we're up here talking about dinosaurs. You know what I mean? Just saying. And going to space, to Mars. I watched Don't Look Up last night.
Yeah.
And
so
man,
did you understand what the possible event was that they were talking about? It had nothing to do with the thing coming in from the sky.
The whole thing is about trusting the science. That's what
Yes!
the movie is about. Trusting the scientists and the science. We told you.
Well, no, it's not even that. They're not even listening to the people that have the findings, the people that actually have the data. They're going off of their own pocket interest.
Right. But those people, right? Like we're the flat earthers. I felt that the flat earthers were the ones that we're speaking to that are not paying attention to the scientists. They're not, the trust in yeah, that's what I got from the whole movie. I mean, to trust scientists because they know what they're doing, right? And that president, right? That was like freaking idiocracy 2.0. I was like, oh wow, flip the roles.
You know, it was a comedy because it had Jonah Hill in it.
Oh yeah, of course. When I first heard about the president, saw the president, the way they were behaving, I was like, this is funny. But who's who in this movie? I was like, okay. Yeah, that was a very strong message to me to trust the science and the scientists. They know what they're doing. And if the end of the world is going to happen, that's what we have to predictive programming. Hey, don't look up. Aliens are coming.
Yeah, and then that just goes to prove that the experts are wrong too, right? Because he says, "Well, I have 5,000 or I have 500 data points on you, and I even know how I made an algorithm, and I even know how you're gonna die." Yeah, well, how am I gonna die? Oh, you're gonna die alone. Yeah, he didn't die alone, did he?
No, he didn't. He was referring to the cheating. You're going to be eaten by a brontosaurus. We don't know what it means.
Yeah, whatever the fuck it was.
She got eaten by some kind of bird dinosaur when they got to another planet. But yeah.
I don't even think that, right? Because they made like a ship with 2,000 people on it, like an ark.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking they're gonna fuck around and try to come up with some like way to create like something that doesn't require a lot of feeding to produce a lot of food, like chicken, and it's gonna kill them all. Maybe. Who knows if Hollywood?
I mean, if it was me, I would stock everything down there use a deep underground bases to just stock everything we need to rebuild society, humanity, life, the earth, soil, trees, because we have the science. You can build an oasis in the middle of a desert if you understand the soil food web and how to create life from sand just by introducing life to it. I mean, you know what I mean? Then you blow the world up and you start over. I mean, that's what predictive program. That's what's on the movies and blah blah. But yeah.
Then I also got another one. The Don't Look Up. Don't look up. They want to control you with fear, right?
Exactly.
Got me thinking of Trump.
Yep.
Fake
news,
right?
Yep. Oh man.
Oh, I know. I just made a couple enemies.
I enjoyed it though. I thought I wasn't going to like it, but I did like it. Funny.
You see the new Matrix?
Not yet. Seen bits and pieces. I got the idea that they're trying to say the real world is the Matrix or something like that. That's what I got from what I saw. But what's your?
I won't give you my symposium on it until after your.
No, it's okay. It's all right. I want to.
Love the Matrix movies, but that wasn't really what they were going for. You have to watch it though. No spoiler.
Do you remember the strawberries?
You talking to me?
Yeah.
No, I don't actually. What do you mean, the strawberries?
Yeah. Oh, have you seen the new one?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Never mind. I know what you're talking about. Yeah. That was
And
such
like
a
all the
minor
others.
part.
Yeah. That makes me think that it's another layer.
I don't know. Well, you can tell right away that where he starts at is not the real world. But
Can you explain
if I
the
talk
scene?
about it, I'm going to spoil it. So
yeah, spoiler
I don't
alert.
want to.
Can you? Yeah, spoiler alert. Can you guys? I'm just kidding.
yeah, you should just go see it. It's good.
Please.
It's not as good as the first movie, which was like so groundbreaking, but it was definitely a good like tribute, fan service.
It leaves it open for a
Oh
new
my god,
franchise.
they left it open for a fucking sequel. Yeah, there's going to be a fifth one for sure.
Give us the strawberry scene only, please. Oh, spoiler alert.
No, you're gonna have to watch it.
When I saw the reviews, I was like, I'm not watching this.
There's like a short scene where they basically, they created a strawberry from the code. Or at least they used the code to reverse engineer the genetic makeup of the strawberry, and then they grew a strawberry.
There you go, Bong. Watch it.
Oh, thanks. Thanks, man.
Yeah, and the crazy thing is, right? Well, you're just gonna have to look. Remember the color coding. Blue means in the system. Red means out of the system. Supposedly, right?
Yeah.
What color were the Sentinels? Black and red. Does that mean they're out of the system? Or in the system?
Oh, out of the system. And they kind of run that shit, don't they? So.
Yep.
Yes, out.
Like Sabebe and all those, they all had the red coloring, right? But then you had that other one that had the blue. Wait, what? And that was an exile? Well, they're completely out of the system, but they're blue. Wait, what? Crazy.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
So, do you think there's actually scientists constantly on Antarctica? And if so, what do you think they actually do there?
They have guns and they shoot trespassers.
Pardon?
I know
they have guns and they shoot trespassers.
They shoot them? What?
Shoot trespassers.
The scientists.
They're not scientists, they're guards, right?
I know that there's a group of scientists down there from the United States that's supposedly spending 40 years right now trying to map the interior of the continent, and they have yet to compile it because it's never going to be completed because there is no interior. I know they're studying ice and this other stuff called sky ice.
What? What is sky ice?
Yeah, that's the question.
Really?
Yeah, whistleblower made it known.
That's probably what this so-called dome is.
Let me see if I can find a little bit of
Sky
information
ice.
on that
I'll
for you.
look that up right now. That sounds interesting.
Yeah, you're gonna have a hard time finding it. Like you might find sky stone.
It's okay.
That's supposedly made of oxygen.
I basically spend like 8 hours a day like looking up information, so it's not like a problem for me if I have to take a while. Oh, blue. Apparently, this ice is blue and it looks like our sky.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Now some bells are starting to ring.
They're mining pieces of the container.
Wait, so hypothetically,
I call it container.
if this sky ice was our dome, then what would cause the sky to look black with stars on it at the night?
Well, what does water look like without light on it? Pretty dark, doesn't it?
Yeah, but what about the stars?
Do you know what sololuminescence is?
Absolutely.
That's
but
what
how
I think
would
it
you?
is.
What do you think these devices are implanted
Sound
in
vibrations.
sky ice?
Yeah, I
Huh?
don't think they're stars, man. It's probably, if you look at all the other information, it's probably some kind of like lamps or fixtures that are implanted in the container.
Sky ice, but if it's sky ice, where are they getting it? They're not getting it from the sky, are they?
Yeah, they're drilling it from the dome. Dome A, Dome B, Dome C.
So is that why the sky is blue?
Possibly.
Dude,
I'm trying to find this. I'm trying to find the fucking video.
No, like all seriousness, this stuff looks like if you put it up in the sky, it would be pretty much identical.
Sky blue.
Yeah, it looks like it, dude.
As a scientist, I'd want to. Of course, Antarctica would be, a dream, right? It depends on what you study, but yeah, of course, I'd want to go there. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Propagate life, play with stuff. That's what scientists do, right? Experiment.
Well, they're playing with us right now. That's not fun.
I watched Kong versus Godzilla. Of course, it had Antarctica and Hollow Earth. Have you guys seen that one? I'm not. I'm just bringing up like all the predictive programming. I would see what Antarctica is. Kind of hard to guess what it is when you know what it's not.
We know it's a big ice sheet.
Yeah, they could have pulled that from the narrative of Admiral Byrd, who had some writings of going into Hollow Earth over in Antarctica. Is that correct?
Yep.
And
The Nazis that were down there.
Giant Hollywood movie.
Yep.
And then when he got down there, it was a as above, so below Earth. And Earth on top and bottom.
There was that high jump that they did. So we know there's something high that they had to jump over. We'll just call it ice.
But don't kiss.
That's how.
Yeah, come to think of it, the last two Godzilla and Kong movies traverse to Antarctica, giving us the story of Titans being tied to the
To what?
To the area of Antarctica. Titans frozen in
Nephilim?
time. Yes, there was the last Godzilla one. It was like a two-headed or three-headed like dragon, capsulated in the ice.
Yep.
And it made me when I seen that, made me think of the stories of all these politicians and stuff going down to Antarctica, and then I think even Buzz Lightyear went down there and like almost had a heart attack or something. Like he had to go to the hospital or some shit after the trip.
Yep. Yeah, I wonder where those there are things buried under the ground, right? And so we go take it out and buried it somewhere far in wastelands, right? When you think about a wasteland, like where would that be? As far away, as far out as it can go. Right? I mean, think about Antarctica. Then there's the Hollow Earth idea. That's how I found flat Earth. I was looking into Hollow Earth. Yeah, it's interesting. Deep underground
I think there's a
That
little
was
bit
a
of truth
Nephilim.
to everything. Like
I
I don't think anyone has the
found something
whole
on it.
truth. I think there's threads of truth in pretty much everything. Even NASA, the way they will tell you certain things, I just think they spin it to their own crazy ideas and mathematics and models, and they push
Ooh.
the idea into an empty space and all that good stuff. But I think almost everywhere it has some form of truth to it.
I mean, I'm sure they hire legitimate mathematicians and physicists. They just give them, joke topics to pursue. Not jokes, but busy work. Yeah, that's sort of.
Yeah, that's like 99% of what they do. Yeah, for sure.
Hey, we got this model, and this should be proven true. Just do some math on it, and come to a conclusion that fits our narrative.
Yeah, when they look at what they call deep space stuff, so the normal person thinks they're using like incredibly high-powered telescopes, but that's not what they're doing. They're actually looking at it through different wavelengths. So they're not looking at what they call space through our normal optics. They're using infrared and all these other wavelengths and wave shifts, which makes way more sense. Trying to peer through something, right?
It's true. It's interesting.
You guys ever heard of
if you're going to look through
dicyanin?
some sky ice or whatever, right? You would just want to use not a telescope for distance, but something engineered to see
peer
through materials.
Different wavelengths of light to block
Yeah.
some wavelengths of light and expose other wavelengths that we cannot see. Yeah. Have you ever heard of dicyanin?
I have not.
It's a resin, which is non-toxic, non-explosive. It's completely inert and safe. But they use this dye in the early night vision for like the Vietnam War, and it uses the red as opposed to the green. And many of the soldiers in the time talked about when they used it, they could see things that they should not have been able to see, and the military actually pulled those night vision goggles and then banned the resin. So it's still banned today, which gives it way more credence, in my opinion. When the government bans something that's not toxic or dangerous at all, why would they ban it, right? And they use this dye so they can use like two levels of glass or something, and then in between it you have a hermetic seal, and you can use some acids and stuff to within the hermetic seal. And there's a whole book on it. Maybe I'll share it here. But yeah, they stopped using that, and now they use the green shift night vision. You guys should check that out, because there's stories of pilots and gunners on helicopters that were like shooting at things in the air that weren't there. And shortly after that, they pulled the goggles and then banned the resin. It's like, Yeah,
you should share that book. I'd be interested in giving that a read. Didn't know that about night vision goggles.
Yeah, that sounds interesting. I'll post a link.
How's everybody doing?
Very good. I posted a link for that book, PDF download, and they get in they get into the human aura, and he describes on how they did it and what he sees, all that. And if you guys haven't heard of it, if you get into that book, then you're probably going to want to check this out here. It's called Curlin Photography, form of being able to visualize.
Get. You posted a video of, it looks like the quote, and people in space. One, he's holding a hammer in the right hand and a card in the left. Is this a real video of what they claim to be in space?
Yeah, pocket gravity.
Yeah, because the card literally falls and this hammer is just standing there.
Easily.
I know it can be easily done, but is this an actual video from these people who
one
say
is
they're
real, and one is projected in the video, and you can guess which one is real and which one is projected.
Okay, but is this an actual video of what they claim to be in space? Like, is this?
Yeah,
Okay.
they said it's pockets of gravity.
What?
It was done up in the they claim it was done up in the ISS and trying to show you that there's pockets of gravity.
That close together? But he's floating.
Exactly. Yeah, he's floating, but the one thing drops, the other thing doesn't, and they're supposedly moving at whatever speed they're moving at.
He's in the
he
same
just
position as the
knew...
card that falls, yet he's floating.
dude. But that's the thing.
Wow.
The sheeple love it. They eat it
Did
up.
you call him sheeple?
Yeah.
Oh,
my
the
god.
actor's messed up, man.
Yeah, that's what in the new Matrix movie, without spoiling it, that's what the one guy calls, like Neo and them, they're wide awake, and he's like, what do you want to do now? Go paint the skies and make rainbows and change or whatever you want to do. But
just keep in mind that the sheeple will always be sheeple, and they'll love this construct. Basically telling you that they love it, right? And there's nothing you can do to wake them up. But we get some of them come into this chat.
What is it saying? You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make it drink.
Yeah, I mean that's where we get the terms like NPC. There's some people that are just there's nothing you can do. There's absolutely nothing you can do. There's nothing you can show them. Again, in that movie, the same person, the same character in that movie says that, they want to believe, and they believe the craziest shit, right? And the best way to do that is by fear and, et cetera, et cetera. It's just in your face. They implanted a lot. There was even a scene where they had a bunch of people in masks. It's
What do you
so
mean?
funny.
In masks?
There was a scene where they were all wearing face masks, like today.
For what
And they were
purpose?
all NPCs. So they were all people that were plugged into the Matrix, and they got activated to fight you, is what
Oh
happened
my
in the
god.
Yeah, they're called bots.
Yeah, so they jump into this space with all these people in masks, and then they all get turned, like their eyes turn green, and they get activated, and then they start fighting you, the person that's awake and disconnected. It's like the parallels are uncanny. It's just amazing.
Yeah, I hope that doesn't start happening soon.
It already has, man. I've seen the videos of people going ape shit on people in stores and whatnot.
Really? That happens? Can you send me some of these videos? I've actually never
there's
seen
tons, man.
videos of
Just
people going
go
ape
to
shit on each other.
Go to like Odyssey or BitChute or whatever, and just search like Karen attacking for not wearing a mask or whatever, some shit like that, and just search around. You'll find some stuff. People are nuts, dude.
He posted a picture of the black hole image, and then there's like it zooms out, and it's slowly Snoop Dogg smoking a joint. Is that what it actually is? It looks almost perfectly similar as long as you black out everything else, other than that point where the joint is being lit.
Yeah, that picture is a official NASA black hole picture, but it has been taken from a video show where Snoop Dogg was smoking a joint.
Maybe that is true. You smoke some pot and you're going to space, dude.
Yeah. They are very funny.
I'm just joking about that.
This is digital artistry. Yeah.
Playing with the exposure and the contrast.
You said technology hasn't gone anywhere, man.
It has gone everywhere in the virtual realm.
Yeah. It's funny to think about it.
I mean, it allows us to tap into the virtual realm.
Help NASA rebuild lost technology. Oh my god, what a great picture.
Yeah.
I know somebody who just got a job with NASA a couple of years ago, and he told me that what's going on there, he doesn't even want to tell me, but he said he wants to tell on them for whatever they're doing, and he won't even tell me what it is.
Yeah, if he tells you, he's gonna kill his family and everybody he's ever made contact with.
No, it's not about killing their family, but they're gonna fire him. He's gonna lose his lifestyle,
Whenever I bring up the flat Earth shit and all the lies from NASA, he just says, "Dude, stop talking. There's people in NASA, and we're working to get rid of this."
Well, it's
He said
funny.
there's people in NASA who want to debunk it.
I saw somebody posted something here before. It's like don't give up your dream of being an astronomer or whatever if you're in school for it, because it pays really well. So there's like a picture of a NASA scientist sitting next to an expensive BMW car.
I tell you what, NASA does not do. They will not debate adults. They will always be preaching at little children classes.
Yeah, because little children's minds are vulnerable, dude.
Yeah.
Like you can
And
tell,
defenseless.
I could tell a little baby I can fly, and he'll believe it, dude.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think that's why parents should take their kids out of fucking public school and just keep them, teach them themselves, teach them life skills.
Public school sucks. There's a lot of things they don't teach you on purpose because you're basically, if you're in public school, you're being trained to be an employee and not think for yourself. And it's training for the purpose of becoming a laborer, basically.
Yeah, and then they create stocks so they can rape all the riches and enslave you even more. We got an open market, but it's not really open.
Yeah, they don't teach you about money in schools, like how to do entrepreneuring, anything like that. They don't teach you how to conquer. They just teach you how to be a slave.
Well, I mean, like, if you can realize what they're doing to you, you can teach yourself how to conquer.
Yeah, absolutely. But you have to come to realize that. Except, yeah, the whole point of the school is to stop you from figuring that out.
Do you have any idea how hard it is to walk while hanging on strings?
Buzz Lightyear does.
Yeah.
Bouncy, bouncy. I think school trains you to, it conditions you to not spend time at home with your family. It conditions you to not value your time with your family and spend all your time responding to fucking bells, schedules, and running around like a chicken with your head cut off. You know, and then when you
To
grow
give
up,
all the same answers as your peers. And if you give all the same answers as your peers, you get a high grade, you get praised. If you go against it and question the answers that they say are the answers, then you get a bad grade and they put a dunce cap on you.
Yep.
Right? And all the secrets, all the knowledge comes from the authority figure. So then that's the other layer. So then when you get out of school, it just continues. The authority figure now graduates to the government.
Happy New Year, Bongsao.
Paper.
You get another year.
Yeah, nice to hear you.
Good to hear you, bro.
Well,
Yeah.
That's why when people graduate, they put a square on their head because they've officially been indoctrinated into a box. Their mind is captured.
Your mind has been set in order. That's what square means. No, squared away means.
Shaped.
Squared away. That's your first degree, right? You are now officially a first degree Mason. You know the earth is a ball. You know you came from a dinosaur. And you know there is no God. All right. Want higher learning? Here, go to college. Right? This is graduating high school is like you're programmed to spend 8 to 12 hours, right? Working for someone, for something, right? For money.
Luckily, once you make it to college, at least they've acknowledged your critical thinking ability. So then you take slightly more advanced classes, and they give you a better living wage for your efforts to keep you occupied. So they recognize your critical thinking, and then they occupy you, so you don't think too hard about what they don't want you to. Give you busy work.
How to get into debt, right? by chasing the American dream. And if you can't achieve the American dream, then you're not a useful slave.
That's true.
Oh, you haven't slept well, and you must be asleep also.
Exactly right. You're not getting sleep. You're stressed all the time. You get one day off. Like it's you only get enough time to sleep. Even that, that's so valuable. Sleep. Oh, got
Yeah,
3 hours of
money
sleep
is pretty
last
good
night.
though. I kind of like money.
Think about the
I
3
like food.
degrees of college as well.
And water. and some clothes, maybe a shirt.
Sucks,
and a
but
nice pair of boots.
you do gotta live. Can do what you can to like try to sustain yourself, grow food or whatever. But the world has been so industrialized, and the land has already been claimed, and you have to basically rely on systems in place. Because like, when's the last time you could go out and just hunt an animal and capture that and make it your own food? You just don't go out into the woods and get food anymore. You're like in the middle of a city. What the fuck are you gonna do? You got to go to the store. It requires money.
Well, actually, that thing you said is very interesting. You said that this world, the land, is claimed. And
yeah, if you go out into like a woods or something and you try to build a house somewhere, the government's going to come by and say, this is a protected wildlife zone or whatever bullshit.
Yeah, I know. But they do that because you have empowered them by
they've stolen our dominion.
Admitting that it is a globe. They know it is not. Therefore, they know
the
this
land's
place is not
limited
yours.
and priceless.
Yep.
When you know how the world looks like, then it means it's yours.
I feel that.
Yeah.
They can
I think they call it
with the promise of space. If they tell you that there's more out there, then you don't feel like there's if they tell you there's an infinite universe of planets to go colonize, then you never feel like you're out of supply, and then your demand doesn't go up for it. But they know that there's a limited supply, so they scoop it all up.
Yeah, see, I think they've created this globe in space to make people believe it so that they will become the profane.
Yeah. Yeah, of course, from school, right? From school. That's when it starts, in my opinion.
It's not even from school, because school doesn't really teach you these things. It's not till you get to higher education where you start learning about them, like for real, for real. Usually it's through Hollywood and television shows, right? A lot of people will actually sit there and think that watching television is valid research, or watching a YouTube video is valid research.
We're talking about like learning about solar systems and stuff. I mean, they teach you the solar system in your first grade.
Yeah, that's
but they don't teach you the distances or any of the mechanics.
Well, yeah, because all the distances are the wrong figures it's made up.
Yeah, so they wait until you get to a higher education for that to happen. It's like compartmentalized, right? They want you thinking of this so they can teach you garbage, liberal arts that don't make any sense in reality. Like, you can't take an art and make a life out of art. They say life imitates art, but
art imitates life.
I mean, I feel like if you want to be an artist, that's pretty valid. Like, go ahead. Better to like work from your soul than to pursue some mindless numbers that are made up. So, power to you.
Well, they've created an inverted reality, right? That's the issue. They've made all things that are good bad, and made all things that are bad good, right?
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. I mean, cabbage, right? Look at fucking cabbage. Excuse me for my profanity, but you look at cabbage, right? They have it mixed with scorpioid DNA.
Are we allowed to curse? Is that a rule? I don't know. I think I might have
I always try to be mindful in case there's children watching.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think it's
because
a live
there's a
stream
lot
on
of
YouTube,
parents there.
right?
Yeah,
I
it's
might
on
have let
YouTube,
something slip.
Facebook. Yeah.
So apologies if I do.
But it's just one of these things to where if you actually look at the evidence behind it, they've inverted everything. Like they say the reason why they've crossed scorpion DNA with cabbage DNA is so that it creates a natural immunity, a toxin, right? A scorpion venom that kills any of the cabbage worms that would eat the cabbage. Oh, but now it's okay to eat scorpion poison? See what I mean by they make things that are good bad?
They have protein. I mean, there are tribes of people who eat scorpions. It's not unheard of.
Yeah, but they don't eat the stinger. They don't eat the venom gland.
True.
These things aren't like any part of scorpion. The only part that it has in it is the ability to make the toxin.
So you're saying is cabbage is poisonous?
Yeah.
I don't like cabbage. I don't know about you.
Like potatoes too. Did you know that russet potatoes have been changed since like the 80s, early 90s to feature genes from a deep sea slug because it forms a chemical that is very similar to antifreeze. Coincidentally, it uses this chemical as a type of nutrient. It's called glyphosate. Roundup, same chemical. It's basically an antifreeze.
Why would people want to? Why would they want people to eat that? First of all, I don't need.
Well, they don't want people to eat it, right? But they have to have something, and it has a hidden effect, right? They can spray the field with Roundup, kill all the weeds, and only the target plant that's modified to consume it as a nutrient will survive.
Interesting.
Hey, I'm posting a link here. It's called, I don't know if you guys heard of that, the soil food web. Right? All the fertilizers, this whole industry that was created for destroy and kill all the things in the soil, the plant, right? This is how the plant gets its nutrients from the soil, right? It releases things called exudates that tells the bacteria what it needs, right? Sugars, proteins, or carbohydrates, and then it eats it, and then the worms, all the nematodes eat the bacteria and release exactly the nutrient every plant needs, and it blew my mind. This is, I think it's in the 80s. But it's new, you know what I mean? So it kind of blew my mind. Like you got the pharmaceutical industry doing the exact same thing that the agricultural industry is doing, with with farming and trying to grow. But at the same time, you're destroying the soil, and people are ignorant of it. Just like they're ignorant of the earth being a ball, being not a ball. And
I think that's one of the things that people are actually starting to realize now, though, about the soil, because it's kind of been a big issue for like crops growing. Like people are noticing that the ground's polluted, basically. So that's one of those things.
Yeah, I've tried 2 different ways of growing. Right, I've tried growing some cannabis with heavy fertilizers and steroids. Yeah, the yield is better, but the overall quality isn't there.
I think people are going to realize that you can't be lazy about it. You have.
But if I do
maintain a healthy
100% organic with no fertilizers, no aids, just giving the soil what it needs for it to provide the plant what it needs by giving it molasses and water. And
if you give it too much water,
the quality is so much better, but the quantity isn't there. So you don't get as much yield, but it's a lot better product.
Well, the reason why is because it's probably got too much water. Like if you read that the paper, there's research, there's papers you can read about it. There's even you can YouTube. I'll post a link. But if it's got too much water, you'll get 200 times back yield. Like they have experimented. People are doing it. This is permaculture, the new way of growing things. The natural way.
I didn't know we decided to let you back, Bong. Who let you back?
I know, right?
Where you been, man?
You know, surviving, dodging bullets. Yeah, I'm back. I've been listening on YouTube. You know, just wanted to jump back in. Yeah.
Well, nice. Yeah. Welcome back, brother.
Thank you. It's good to be back. I've been following you, bro. Like, yeah, on YouTube. Good stuff. God bless.
Thank you.
Hey, Witsit gets it. Have you ever heard of the Sagnaw effect? The Sagnaw effect?
Yeah, the Sagnac effect.
Yeah, Sagnac. It's like some French name. Sagnac.
Yeah, the person that discovered it said it was based on the toroid movement within the ether.
Yeah, basically it gets rid of relativity altogether, doesn't it? Because it determines that there is absolute motion. That it's not a relative thing. Yeah. So they're back to Nicholson Morley. Yeah, because I discovered that the computers that you have to determine your GPS based off of those signals is dependent upon that Sagnaw equations. It doesn't use relativity at all.
Same with gyros. Most gyros use the Sagnac effect as well.
Yep.
It would literally, the person that discovered it said that it was toroid movement within the ether, like a drift.
Yeah. And the best way they could explain it is the stars are not physical objects, but part of a fabric, like a sheet that is the sky that moves in a toroid. Instead of the stars sitting there moving great distances.
I think the funny part is the Globers will ignore the person that discovered that and said it was a vortex type movement within the ether. But where's our side at acknowledging that? To the person that discovered it, he discovered it. He was able to discover it, but he just had no idea at all what it was.
In fact, I found a page that's kind of interesting, right? It's got a lot. It's like trying to like go through these paradoxes, right? Paradox, historic papers, theories, and experimental test. Our experiment and videos. So basically, they came up with a Sagnaw type device, and you can like replicate it, and it'll like have the same. What do you call it? Findings that he had. It's called Conspiracy of Light because it's all about their misunderstanding of the quantum mechanics with light, right? There's a bunch of like one of the best ones is the one that kind of debunks evolution. That's man's form smeared throughout time has never changed. Right? The paradox of the human body smeared across time. Paradox arising from Einstein's idea of gravitational time dilation. Do our bodies exist in different time frames as predicted by the Einsteinian general theory of relativity? Like a whole bunch of different things. I mean, it's a great resource right here for anybody that's like learning about this stuff. It breaks it down into like easy, understandable terms.
At the top of the page, it says detecting Earth's rotation through space using a large area. I got to read through this. Is that what they're claiming?
Yeah. He's basically it's. Yeah.
He isolated a drift within the background medium, that is the ether, and they hijacked that and said it was the movement of the Earth.
Right. So their interpretation of it is that it's the ground moving and not the ether.
Yeah. Well, they had to say that because of Michael.
Yeah, basically the Sagnaw is just a giant Nicholson Morley redesign.
Yeah, if you combine Michelson-Morley and Michelson-Gell, then it refutes their model. So they had to change the Sagnac effect away from like its actual initial discovery.
Yeah, this is just an exercise page. Like, if you actually want to get into it, you can find more about it and like get into the math and like, you know, get to the bottom of it.
Oh, what's very interesting is if you use a gyro and you stay at the same latitude and you go up, then you'll get a difference. You'll get like a multiple degree difference. So in the deviation, right? But if the Earth's spinning, then it's going to stay the same at the latitude. If the gyro is picking up the Earth's spin, actual rotation stays the same no matter what altitude you're at above the ball. But it changes based on altitude, which is exactly what would be expected if it is nothing more than there being a drift in the ether and you're going higher up in the field.
Are you talking about a mechanical gyro?
Yeah, you can even take like a tire and spin it, hold on to the axle of the bicycle tire and spin the outer rim of the tire and hook it onto, like, say, a rope, and it will stay vertical, but it will drift, right? And that drift is the motion that it's picking up. But is it truly the motion of the Earth, or is it the motion of the aether?
Yeah, sorry, I'm trying to carry these groceries. So yeah,
because you're holding on to the string, it's not connected to the Earth at all.
The dude asked what kind of gyro?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I was just curious on
fiber
what you were
optic.
saying when you can detect the drift, if they were using a mechanical gyro or the high-tech electronic gyros.
Yeah, the fiber optic.
Or the fog.
Yeah.
Okay.
Using infrared.
But with a mechanical gyro, you see, if it's just my thinking right off the bat that if it was the floor moving underneath your feet, then a mechanical gyro would show the same, would it not? But a mechanical gyro does not drift at all. Am I wrong?
Oh, guys, someone help this guy out. I'm just pulling groceries. Every time he asks a question. Just a second.
Well, it depends. What do you mean by, like, if you have a gyro and a gimbal, it has an automatic control mechanism to keep the gyro at a certain speed on a mechanical electronic gyro, right? Now, if you're talking about a pure mechanical gyro, like, say, a bicycle tire when you do a wheelie, if you turn it left, you're going to steer to the left. You turn it right, you're going to steer to the right.
Yeah, I'm
If
talking
you
no
stop that gyro from
components
spinning,
to it.
you're going to stop the wheelie immediately. So it's like one of these things, like when you take just, like, say, a spinning wheel is really all a gyro is a spinning wheel, a spinning mass, right? And if you grab it by the axle and you use that as a point of pivot, like all gyros do, then they have other things, like it can be a gyro within a gyro within a gyro, or it can be like those rides that you get in and you spin around everywhere, right? Or it can be like one of these things, which is just a loop of fiber optic cable, right? Or you have this other thing where it can be, like, say, a laser gyro, which is kind of what this is, right? Because it's fiber optical. And then you have something else that would be a fully mechanical gyro, which requires you to start it up, and it will eventually, like, have it spin down and get less. As it spins down, there's more drift associated with it, right? So when things slow down, then drift starts to affect it. But if it's moving at a consistent rate, it should stay stationary. I mean, if you look at like the gyro on a MiG fighter, these are, or like a jet fighter or anything like these are all like gyros that are highly balanced, and they're spun up with motors to keep at a consistent speed.
Right.
So they have orientation of the roll, pitch, and yaw.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to bring up. So, like, if a fighter jet uses a mechanical, purely mechanical, which requires a spin to get it started, and then you go ahead and take off and you fly, 50 to 100 miles away, at fucking Mach 1 or whatever, uh, if you lived on this curving, spinning, bending ball, you should detect that drift very quickly. Right, because I mean, if you're going up and you keep altitude, if it's gravity, as they say, that's holding it at a center point, then it should be moving because it would be locked. The gyroscope locks in place, so it would be aligned with where you spun it. Then, if you fly 50 miles away at a particular altitude, it should still be aligned with the ground in which you first spun it, versus where you're at now, 50 to 100 miles away.
I want to apologize. I got interrupted. I didn't hear most of what
It's all
you
good,
were at.
man. I'm just mind exercising here.
Like the last part that I heard is a jet fighter that gets up in the air and zips off at Mach 3, and then I got interrupted by somebody here. I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Yeah, so if they're trying to detect the ground moving or curving away from you, then the mechanical gyroscope would be their friend, but it isn't their friend because it doesn't work.
Yeah, but see, the mechanical gyro that I'm talking about, it's mechanical because it's got machined parts, highly machined parts that require it to work, right?
Yeah.
So that's why it's mechanical, but it is driven by motors and gears in relation to itself. So if you pitch it sideways, then it's also going, like you pitch it sideways and up, that top that's spinning is going to stay in the same spatial orientation. Right? The whole gyro can sit there and rotate and do all this, but that top's going to stay in that same position that it's
Exactly
spinning.
where you spun it. Exactly.
Yeah.
So if you are sitting on a level tarmac on a fighter jet and you spin that bad boy and you take off on a fighter jet going Mach 1 and you fly 50 to 100 miles away, you would lose your level orientation if the ground was curving away from you. Because, I mean, you reach that 50 to 100 miles fairly quickly in a fighter jet.
Yeah, exactly. What the thing does is it gives you spatial relation to ground, to
Right,
level,
where you
right?
spun it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that means where you land, it's going to be at the same level, which means if it's curving away from you, you're going to be at a different level and it's not going to work.
That's right. You lose your angle, you lose your level. So if you're relying solely on your instruments,
it's not. You need 3 dimensions of reference, 3 points of reference to navigate in a 3-dimensional realm, right? Well, we don't really live in a 3-dimensional realm. Well, we kind of do, but we're like 2-dimensional in a way. So if that's true, then they would need 6 points of reference to navigate truly on a 3-dimensional plane with exact, like, pinpoint accuracy on a globe. And they don't use 6 points of reference, they use 3 points of reference. So it doesn't work on the ball. I don't even know if they have a 6-axis plot yet. I know they have a 4-axis plot.
Oh, quick question. assuming, so let's pretend that it is the spin of the Earth, right? That the Earth is a ball, and that this is the spin of the Earth. Would the vestibular? Would we feel it? Like, wouldn't we feel it?
Yes, because your vestibular system is a biological gyroscope.
Okay.
You do feel acceleration. You do feel momentum. Acceleration is when you're at a stoplight and you hit the gas. Momentum is when you turn a corner.
Right, and their argument to that is evolution, right? They'll say that we have evolved to not feel it.
Because you can feel acceleration and deceleration. You can feel momentum, especially angular momentum.
But it's only this motion of the Earth, and they say we have evolved and adapted to it so that it feels like it's not moving. This is their answer. What? We have to talk about evolution now, dude? Like, who reads book Origins? All right, you know what I mean? Like, that should be enough, right?
When you question one theory, they throw another theory at you as the answer.
Yeah.
Well, the reason why this works because somebody thought of this, and it makes sense because somebody thought of this, and somebody else thought of this. Has any of it been proven, or are they non-working theories? Because a working theory turns into law.
I think calling them theories is giving them too much credit, because to have a legitimate theory, there's got to be a lot of experimental evidence to back it up, which they do not have. So even
that's why they're just theories.
Stretch. I think it's giving them too much.
If a theory is proven,
they still exist in the hypothesis
if a theory is proven,
realm.
If a theory is proven, that means it's it's falsifiable and it cannot be falsified. Right? So science is meant to be falsified. If you can falsify the findings, if you can falsify the result, then the law is debunked. The theory is not sound. That's why they're just theories. They're just non-working theories. If they were theories, they would be properties or laws.
Yep.
Cannot be proven, so they have to come up with another theory to come up with a way to quantify everything, and they're getting further and further away from their target every year.
What kind of fallacy is that? Like, does that fall under?
Greed. Right. These scientists.
Be honest, it's intellectual dishonesty.
Yeah.
They'll start a project.
When evidence comes about that goes against their theory, they have to create another theory, and that's why we're in the realm of dark matter and dark energy and all this extra shit that they've made up, because they couldn't admit the fact that their original theories are complete bullshit. So they have to keep making stuff up to try to support the problems of their theories. But then as they do that, they get so far into the woods that they start contradicting the past theories that supported the previous theories. It's fucking wild.
That was it. When I was like 19, I heard the words dark matter. And, I'm a totally blue-pilled globie at that time, right? And then I heard the words dark matter and dark, and I laughed like, whatever. Like, so this is
something they've never observed, touched, experimented with at all, and they're calling it matter. They call it dark matter because you can't see it. Just like, I don't want to say too much, but this invisible enemy, they call it the invisible enemy that we're dealing with today.
The boogeyman.
They can't prove it. Right.
I think it opens the door for other crazy theories or whatever the end goal is, because they say quantum mechanics is about to turn physics on its head. And they're asking people how they feel about aliens, especially religious people. So it's like, I think they try to fill. I think they try to answer all the questions that people have, right? Explanations here on Earth, right? And give us the impression that we know everything about everything that has been on Earth, right? And what we want to look, the new frontier, the final frontier, right? That's why people imagine and dream about, space and all that stuff, because they assume then, that we have. That's why they say the words "we." Well, we measured the curvature of the Earth. Like, who's we? Who's we? What are you talking about? You know what I mean? So brilliant.
And then you ask the question who never ever answered in human history. Then they're asking that question kind of.
Yeah.
But let's ask them. Maybe they know.
I guess pretty clever how they removed God from the equation, over the years. Or the idea that there's a creator. The greatest trick the devil pulled is that God doesn't exist. It's not that he doesn't exist. It's that God doesn't exist around us. They say Jesus was an alien. I'm talking about aliens, not religion. Though.
Good evening. We have ADS joining the VC. ads. You've been unmuted. You can open your mic if you have any questions. Hi, ads. Hi. You'll be polite to reply. Since your mic is unmuted, ads.
Welcome, ads.
Welcome back to the Flat Earth Bong.
Gen Z up top. High five.
High five. Driving around a little bit. Waiting for ads to reply.
Did you check them in?
No. I mean, it was quiet in here, and then I saw ads, and I was like, let's see if ads wants to say something about the flat Earth.
Yeah, what's up, ads? Have any questions? Just chime in. I'm just planting potatoes. So, yeah. Do you know potatoes is war food? If you want to go to the moon and live there. I've been watching Space Force. Jameson, do you know what that is?
Space Force?
Yeah, Steve Carell, John Malkovich. Grow potatoes.
Grow potatoes in the moon?
Yeah. They've got this little project, trying to grow potatoes in a. I was just laughing at it. Like, hey, I'm growing potatoes. Survival food.
G-Force, what do you think about potatoes on the moon, G-Force? Moon potatoes.
Taters on the moon.
I think they are tasty.
Do you think they'll taste like Earth-like or like moon-like?
I don't know, sir. Probably if you take the seeds from the earth, they probably take like the potato on earth. But if you take the seeds from somewhere else, they take like from there, you know.
Well, the point I was making is that potatoes are awesome, but you should grow potatoes. Not the moon though. It was just a joke.
Yeah, G-Force agrees with you. He says potatoes are tasty. Yeah.
You can make French fries, mashed potatoes, baked potato.
Chicken potato salad.
Potatoes are awesome. Put them in your bag and off to war. I call them post-apocalyptic food, survival food, not moon food, right? Because we're gonna get water.
Moon? I have a question.
Yeah.
How curvature works on globe Earth?
In Soviet Russia, lines curve.
Oh, we got things like basketballs, baseballs, hairs, I guess.
All of those are dependent. All of those are dependent on the flat Earth.
Those are the curves. That's how they work on flat Earth.
Does pole curves or poles are flat?
Balls have curves, yes. Balls have
Oh,
curvature.
but why this ball has no curve?
I was talking with somebody in lobby about that. I asked him specifically, "Hey, do you know the radius of the globe?" He says, "Yeah, it's this." I was like, "Okay, so if there's radius, there should be curvature, right?" He's like, "There is curvature." I was like, "Oh, there should be curvature." I agree. And then when we showed him the black swan, he started like spiraling out. He got away from what we were talking about and started. I don't know.
But not bong. It should be. It should be properly there. Not should be somewhere else. Here or
Exactly.
there. Or must be really, but in that there. Not
Yep.
10 meters forward.
Yep. So I said, "Where's the horizon then?" I'm like, "It should match our radius, right?" Well, and then he starts, spiraling. It's confusing that you show them, you know what I mean, exactly how
Yeah,
it
if
should
you
work,
have
and
ball like 1 meter ball radius or a 6 meter ball radius, you can measure that how on on which distance will be more drop, less drop, something like that.
and they don't want to look at that. They don't even want to agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson and everybody that is locally observably flat. They don't want to say that, right? So they'll say all these
Oh, but
silly things like, "Look,
they are
you're gonna
starting to say
fail." Right.
now. They are
If you
starting to
use
say
that,
that he is idiot. Do you know
right.
that?
So I
Now
say something
they
like,
are
"Look,
saying they are saying now that he is idiot. We
yeah,
said that in the first place, but why they are saying now?
yeah." So you go as far as to telling them, if you say that in school, you try to answer that in school, you're gonna fail your class. Like, why are you saying that here? Like, it's like, so I'm trying to figure out, like, why are these people intentionally like doing this? Like, why are they looking? You know what I mean? So I think it's deeper than just showing people things, than just seeing things. It's like, I don't know, why it's frustrating. I don't know, try to figure out how to show a person a ball and that there's curvature on it and it matches the radius, right? And then you show them a bigger ball and they don't want to look at it because it looks flat. Like, what? That's where I'm at with the confusion. Like, what is going on in the mind? You show somebody a car and they don't want to look at the car to prove it's a car, but they look away. It's like some psychological thing.
Yeah, but only one logical thing they are not doing. They don't want to look measure.
Yeah. Don't look up, right? I watched that movie last night. Don't look up. And it's like,
Yeah, I watched it like 2 hours ago. 2 hours ago.
I think, I was like, this is exactly what's wrong with people. Look,
Did you see?
they know.
Did you see? Did you see the guy who claims something? I'm do not watch up and down, something like that. One guy was like that in the movie.
They're trying to scare you. They're trying to use fear to control you by looking up. So don't look up. Yeah. But it seems they flipped the roles in that movie. The flat earthers are the ones that don't believe that there's a comet coming to destroy. And that's why we should trust the scientists. That's exactly what's happening with people today.
No, we are showing them comet, but they don't want to see.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's the point.
Yeah.
Look, it's flat 10 miles. Okay. Look, it's flat 20 miles. Okay. It's flat also 30 miles. Yeah, but it's everywhere who's showing it's flat. Yeah, but that's not enough.
It should have been called "Don't Look at the Horizon."
Yeah.
Why? Because it looks flat.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Not only that, it became that they don't want to say that word flat. Don't say it. Okay.
So my thing now is if I can force him to look at it, I can just grab his head and turn it toward. To get them to look at it, I think is it'll be a big step forward for them. Just like looking up at the comet, you know, they looked up and then they're like, "Holy shit, they lied to us!" That was the funniest part in the movie when they were doing the speech, you know, the president, and one of the people looked up and he said, "They lied, those bastards."
No. They have still in mind that it's big, you know. Even if you gave them the numbers and everything, they will say it's big, you know. And you tell them, yeah, but that radio is telling you that on one you cannot see more than, I don't know, 3 miles.
Exactly.
And they're saying, yeah, but it's big. Yeah, it's all right. It's big, man, but it's big. It's not 50,000 miles. It's fucking 25,000 miles. You know?
This beach ball is so big. I'm not even gonna look at it, right?
Yeah, practically they're saying like they take the small tennis ball, you know, that ping pong ball. Yeah, and they're saying it's big, you know, but they're speaking about some ball like a 10 meters ball. I don't know which ball they have in mind. I don't know.
Well, you're too big now. You're too big. Yeah. If you get a small ball, they'll say you're too big. You got to shrink yourself down to the size of an atom. It's like an ant. An ant is way too big still.
And when we are speaking about vacuum of the space, are we still big?
Yeah. And that's why I like to bring in the idea of a scale.
But imagine vacuum of the space. Imagine how that is big. Now imagine how Earth is big with that in that vacuum. You cannot even imagine. You cannot see Earth. It's somewhere like one point in the desert of some little dust in desert.
Well, you can't know how big anything is unless you reference it to something that you know the scale, the size, right? Like the body,
Yeah, but
the
in a
human
mind,
body.
you know, in mind, atmosphere, it's next to us. Vacuum of space is next to us. It's not next to us, man. We are small little electron in all that big fucking thing, you know.
Yeah.
Because comparing to that vacuum, we are nothing. Practically nothing. Let's go from the left side, 1 trillion, you know, and go to the right side.
I mean, it's brilliant, man. Like, it's brilliant because it explains, because you know, predictive programming, right? Like aliens are coming. You guys think about aliens, like not aliens. Like, well, think about it, right? All those billions and trillions of systems out there. There has to be life out there, right? This is what people are always thinking.
Fucking from where they're coming, you cannot fucking realize it. Ever.
Yeah.
They are not for our solar system because we would with all these satellites we will that you realized before. You know. It mean they are somewhere else. Maybe behind Pluto, man, somewhere there. And you know that Pluto, which one is thinking?
Pluto is Hades, right?
Maybe because of that.
Yeah, it's. Now people ask me like, so what's Mars? It's like, you mean the Roman god of war? It's like, let me ask you a question. Look up in the sky and tell me where Mars is. Which star are you talking about? You don't even know, do you? You don't even know which one is Mars. Okay, fair enough. Everybody knows Venus. It's right there. It's the big one. Why are you asking about Mars? Which one? Point it out. You know, they don't even know what they're talking about. Gotta go get a map of the sky, you know, Google it and everything. So the real question is, what is that light? Specifically, these wandering lights, these lights that wander. Don't do what the others are doing? Stars. I say, oh, that's a wandering star. It's not doing what the other stars are doing. They'll do their own thing. Oh, and planets, but they're lights. So which one is Mars again?
Oh, that one with rover. The red one.
There's one over there that's blinking red, white, red. There's one over here, red, blue, red. Oh, there's one over here that's red, red, yellow, red. Yeah. Which one? Which red was? But you know what I mean. Like people ask and they don't know what they're asking. No, it's.
But if you don't believe NASA, you cannot know how Mars look like. But if you believe NASA, you can watch videos.
It's a wonderful story. I just fall asleep to it every night. You know. I was a Glober.
And we will discover even more, but we need more money and more years.
When I was a Glober, I thought the only hope we have is if we are contacted by another intelligent life form, you know, out there. Like as a Glober, there's no way that we can even travel to Mars. You know, like this is me being a young, you know, student. You know, like thinking about, dreaming about it. You know, like they keep coming up with these weird ass theories that confuses me as the Glober. Like we found a planet, you know, that's like Earth, and then they say things like, well, if you look at the light and how the light changed, and that kind of, you know, this frustrates the globe. Me as a Glober, I was frustrated. You know, I was like, that doesn't make any damn sense. Like, here we go again, damn theories. Only aliens can help us. Me as a Glober thought this. Like, if there are aliens, this is the only way we're gonna explore space or get. Lo and behold, I grow up and find out this is where we get our technology from. Oh, they're already here. Oh, they've already made contact. Oh, okay, so we are going to do it. People are excited about these things, you know, these possibilities, the potential to evolve and become like gods.
Yeah, and what aliens will teach us about morality and respect, and or
Depends
or
on
they
the
will
alien, I guess.
kill us, or they will eat us all.
Yeah, they're not here for our resources. Yeah.
Yeah, they're only asking. They're only searching for food. They're hungry, you know. Like we destroy them, many animals, like they will destroy them. Look at this. This is good for we will have food for 10 years. These people.
I mean, I'd rather eat a whale. I mean, there's not much nutrients in the human flesh, I guess. I mean, it's just mostly bones and muscle, but it's not a lot of. It makes sense to eat people.
Not for humans, but for aliens, you don't know.
But the human mind, right? I'd like to use that as a resource. I mean, if I was an alien,
No,
yeah,
but alien is
Prometheus.
more intelligent, more advanced. You are
Like a
an
cat.
ant, like an ant.
Talking about AI aliens now, or are we talking?
No. Do we know that they said that we are using like a 3 or 5% of our brain or whatever, or doesn't matter. That means maybe
Yeah.
aliens using 95% of their brain. You know what that fucking mean? And if you're using 5%, we don't fucking know what means 10%. You know?
And that's why we need help to evolve and boost that percentage up, right?
Yeah, we need wings or something.
Space Odyssey 2001. You know, Kubrick at the end of the movie. Have you seen that movie, Space Odyssey?
Yeah.
Yeah. At the end of the movie, you see this, you know, embryo floating in front of the Earth, right? It's very ambiguous, the ending. Like you're supposed to come up with your own meaning. But what Kubrick said is that aliens could be these that they're so advanced and evolved so much, right? That we may as well call them gods. That they are literally gods compared to us. So, when you think about the idea here, this is Kubrick, Stanley Kubrick. These are his words about the ending of the movie and what it meant. He wants you to make up your own ending, to try to, you know what I mean? So it's letting the imagination, all the predictive programming that that's come after it to tell the story. Yeah, aliens are going to come help us advance, and we become like them and like gods. The movie Prometheus, like the people talking made. Oh, Jesus was one of those races. Was probably one of those races. So, how is the idea of evolving to a god? Incorporating with the AI. You don't want to be obsolete. Now, as NASA is asking major religions how they feel about aliens.
It's a creation of God.
They're asking, like, I think Indio posted an article. They asked 24. Was it 24 or 32? Major religious religions, the leaders, how the community would feel about aliens. NASA asking them. Oh yeah.
Or
Pardon?
yeah, you're right. It's 24.
Yeah, 24. Oh, you know, alien talk is kind of interesting.
But you can ask all religious people about how to preaching the God and have anything with the sphere in present life. Because spiritually we believe somebody believe in God, but nobody has any story about spirits that in that religious book story anywhere, anytime. But they're still preaching God. And you don't have God. You don't have God which made the sphere. Not even one.
Yeah,
I
I
think.
think if you think the Earth if you believe in God, or you believe the Earth is a ball because of what you've been taught. I think you believe in that God that Kubrick was talking about. You know,
Yeah.
but it's not the
Yeah, yeah,
God of
yeah.
this world. Yeah, it's not the God that created the world. Yeah. That's what I think. And people might even think they're aliens. I mean, it's gone to that level where. But my question is, then who created all of it? Who created them and this and that? You know what I mean?
Liver, eyes, heart. That to have function in the body, skin, everything to have real function. For that, what it is. All our organs in our body have function.
Yeah.
Why? Because I think it's made to be like that to work. It can, imagine only human body. How is that made? Like I cannot go to the evolution story.
Well, yeah. When you think about DNA, chromosome, it's so advanced. I mean, we copy nature. That's how we develop our technology. That's how we develop machines. So we imitate what we see in nature. And the more we learn about nature, we copy it. Well, people copy it. I said we, but you know, subdue the earth, right? That's what I'm saying. They are subduing the earth.
But how that but aliens can do everything? They are also passing them. If we have that container, they know how to pass that. They are like God.
I don't think they're aliens. Yeah, I don't think they're like. I don't think they can go outside. I don't know about the physical container, But if
Yeah.
they're, I mean, I believe in the Bible, so I believe they are spirits. And what is a spirit made of? What is my spirit made of? What happens to me, to that thing, when my body dies? So I know that there's something in me that leaves when the body dies. So if they are spirits, then I don't think they're restricted or limited by physical reality. You know, I don't know. That's just me, my opinion.
Well, one thing, very important thing, what we are questioning every day. How could fear could be so flat?
How can a sphere be so flat and level?
And who gave the name of the horizon horizon? Why
Yeah,
is that name?
yeah.
Why we horizon call horizon? Horizontal horizon. Why we don't call that? I don't know. Can somebody else find some better name? Because horizon, it's pointing you. You will think that it's flat if you say horizon.
Yeah.
And that's
The
wrong.
Earth.
We need.
I would have called if the Earth was a ball, I'd just call it the edge because that's the edge of the ball that I can see. That I
Yeah,
see in
because
space.
horizon, you will think that it's immediately that it's flat, and it is not.
Yeah. And when I watch Bob Ross, right? When I watch Bob Ross paint, he starts off with this, and he draws this straight line across, right? And I'm not saying that, but that's a straight line, right? So it's like horizontal line. There's a horizontal line.
But that's not real horizontal line. That's apparent. The real one you cannot see.
Well, I don't think the horizon is an actual. Yeah, of course, yes.
It is, but that real one you cannot see. To understand
Right,
that,
right, right. And I don't like speculating about where the out there
it,
because
it's there because it must be there because Mati said it's there. And if we are, and all this year it was a globe and it must be there and it is there. That's what you see flat. That is another one. That one is a parent one. That is not location. The location one, that the geometric one, that one you cannot see, man. You need to understand that. When you understand that, then you will get the point.
yeah.
Everything what you don't see, it's more probable. And that what you see, don't look into that because it's scary.
Because we've already looked into it for you. Here, read this paper. QE just posted something.
Don't look up, look down.
I was thinking about this the other day. Like, why aren't sextants used more often in our arguments? So he posted this thing. He's gonna copy and paste it. Maybe I'll and follow these three. Attention
Questions.
to all flat earthers. Oh, you have a question? Go ahead, bro. I'll read it.
No, yeah, QE. Yeah, I know. Go on. Yeah, it's great.
Psst. Attention to all flat earthers. The official end of the ball toward spinning space monkey religion is here. Follow these 3 easy steps. 1. Are sextants used by mariners to successfully navigate using the relationship between the Earth's surface and celestial objects? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that means the Earth's surface has to be flat, right?
Define mariners.
Or you can say only if you're standing on the beach 1.225 square miles.
Define.
Only the
Define.
stars.
Yes. Define. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Number 2. Are sextants used to obtain elevation angles from your position to celestial objects? Yes. I mean, that's kind of the whole point why we're doing.
But that's 2 yes for 2 different questions.
Yeah. And number 3, can you obtain an elevation angle from a curved adjacent or curved baseline spherical surface?
That's fucking no.
It depends on your elevation. Sorry.
Hey, can I pass the test?
Yes.
Can I navigate now?
Only
Finally.
1.225 miles. You gotta take another reading.
Okay.
Or you gotta wait for the star to get here too. Sorry. Only on the locally flat region.
No, they were using sextant, but only for 1 year. Then I realized, what the fuck is this? This is not working on global. And they decided to not use anymore.
Cool. You know what this means? I'm gonna go study sextants. Cool. So cool. Hey, thanks, Kiwi. Appreciate it, man. Kicking ass.
But in a sense, you need the base to be horizontal. That's the point, but fuck.
Yeah. Well, it's triangulation, right? That's how it works. I mean, triangles, Yeah, 180 degrees. Like that's it. Let's try curving the baseline. See how many degrees we end up with. Well, you're not triangulating anymore, bro. What are you doing? What's that? Who came up with that?
Put P in equation, maybe. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So this is a very strong argument, and we should be bringing this up. Now we got this and the black swan. Damn.
Do you think that is no answer for that? I was on fucking how it's called on Gem Panda. They have answer for that triangle. Did you ever heard for spherical triangles? That was the answer of the one guy. He asked me, did you ever heard for the spherical triangles? Okay.
Yeah. What is that?
I heard, but you cannot measure the angle. You can make some kind of triangle from the sphere, but that you don't have angles.
Is it 180 degrees?
I know it is not, but
then it's not a triangle.
At least in what I learned in geometry and in math. But I don't know. Maybe some new math, new logic.
It has to be a triangle. That's why. See, the triangle was specifically chosen because it has exactly 180 degrees. That's why it is how we measure distance. But through triangulation.
Can you imagine that was using on the sea?
Yeah.
Why on the sea? Because if you use that on, you have hills and mountains, you cannot use that. Maybe you can, but it's easier with the sea because sea has level.
Yeah.
And we again call that sea level. We confused, the science confused a lot of people. If we didn't call that level, that I will understand everything.
I don't know if they're teaching this in school, that that level is curved, but why are people saying that? How do you build anything?
They can't come out and say it, but they're going to leave that as the only alternative that you can conclude. They're going to say that basically, in so many terms, that level wraps around a ball. But they can't come out and say that, otherwise you'd reject that as absurd. But they're going to basically corner the logic and the thinking in a way where that's the only conclusion that you can draw, that basically they think that level somehow wraps around a curve.
So they basically are just basically you say it. We use it as flat, locally flat and level, but because it's a ball, we're just gonna say it's level. Curved is level, level is curved.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. What's up, Lemonbird? Nice to hear your voice.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. Waiting for some Globers to ask some questions.
Trying to be less sarcastic.
Hey, Lemonbird.
Mm-hmm.
What do you think about the Sagnac? How they say, because we were talking about that earlier, and I asked the question. Assuming, let's pretend that it is the spin of the Earth. Like, wouldn't we be able to feel it then? This was my question, because Witsit was saying if you go up in elevation and take a reading there, right, you'll see some kind of deviation. But if you say, okay, fine,
the Saunier effect, it's Sagnac, but it's Saunier.
Saunier actually sounds cooler.
Well,
but it's spelled Sagnac.
We need to make a case for movement because they're trying to make a case for movement while at the same time taking away all of the usual indicators that we use to determine that we're actually moving, namely feeling it in our feet, being able to hover above the object while it moves beneath, and other stuff like that. So they'll glom onto the Sagnac while ignoring these other indicators that should be showing it. So another interpretation is available that we're not moving, but perhaps space itself is moving over and around us. And the pull and tug of space itself moving around objects like you and me is what these Sagnac interferometers and other things are picking up as this gyro drift or whatever. At the very least, to cover all our bases, we need to deal with the possibility of the Earth moving and or space moving over and around the motionless Earth. That would be the range of observations that we appear to be able to explore. But if we're going to go with the most consistent interpretation based off of Aries' failure and other things that appear to point to us not moving, it appears that at best we're motionless while space moves over and around us like some sort of a tornado.
Yes. In fact, the theory of relativity doesn't prove a motion of the Earth, right? It means that both options are possible, both that the moon, or that not the moon, that the Earth is stationary and the cosmos is dynamic, or the cosmos is stationary and the Earth is dynamic. That's what relativity states. And that's
Right.
them trying to discredit or falsify the Sagnac effect.
And so, since those interpretations are available, we need to see why there's a preference for one interpretation over the other. And it looks like
Yep.
making the Earth move appeals to their sensibilities. It's less, transcendent, less religious like, less, scriptural. It helps them get rid of some of that baggage that they don't want to deal with, scripture wise, religion wise, philosophy wise, to make the Earth one of several moving passengers in space. So it appears to be mostly a philosophical preference as opposed to trying to explain the observations per se.
What's ether?
Either it's either or it's neither.
What's up, ether?
Well, Aries' failure kind of does not discredit the Aether, right?
Well, basically, if the Earth were moving, as opposed to the substance of space, carrying the sun, moon, and stars, or whatever's, carrying them along, and they're moving versus us moving and being motionless, well, then they'd have to tip the telescope even more in Aries' failure, but they didn't have to do that. So the light was already coming in at the right angle, as if the Earth was motionless and at rest.
Hey, what's up? Okay, so I got a question for you. Lemon, are you there? Can you hear me?
Hello?
Hey, Lemon, let me ask you, man, can you hear me only through the sound waves are the same as the light waves, except a different frequency? Said something like the Nikola Tesla dude. Can you only hear me through the ether waves? Man, I'm trying to talk to you, and did you get my question? I'm asking you if you can only hear me through the ether waves. Do you copy what I get? What do you understand? And what do you think about the ether waves? Lemon, you hear me do ether waves? What do you think about the
Well, they're
ethers?
all waves of some sort of medium. Electromagnetism, waves in the ether, light waves in the ether. Sound is more like waves in ether mixed with air particles, but it's basically the same thing. Tesla said that light is basically a sound wave in the ether, talking about the wave ripple undulation of some sort of medium, giving us what we call light. In a similar fashion, the sound waves in some sort of air mixed with ether medium. It's basically the same thing.
Okay, can you elaborate, man? Can you explain a bit more what the ether the medium of ether that is with the senses. We have our senses, and we think we're extrapolating bits of frequency bands of the ether, but the ether being the underlying thing that the help me out with
Well,
this thing.
basically, the ether is space is some sort of a substance. You have two groups of thought, basically, with space being a vacuum nothingness waiting to be filled with something else,
Oh
or
no,
space
what's the other?
substance like an
Okay,
ether
go ahead.
that flows and moves, basically.
Oh no, I meant. I'm sorry to disrupt. I didn't mean to interrupt you. Can you elaborate on the ether thing?
So the ether would be the substance of the space going around objects like you and me. Space and ether would be one, instead of space being a vacuum nothingness that you fill with other stuff. That's a different starting point philosophically for further scientific investigation, making space itself a substance that flows, moves, stuff like that. I think they tried to salvage it with space time, but space time has its own issues conceptually, space and time versus like something etheric. But 100 years ago, they would have called space-time ether, this substance of space that flows and twists and contorts and
Wait, okay,
carries.
now wait, hold up. Got a few questions. Okay, so the ether is a substantial a substantial thing, which would make it a material thing, which would be the matter of the earth, of the mother of the earth. Is there a negative charge? Is there a negative charge to the ether?
The ether is
charge. I don't know about that. What were you saying? What's it?
Yeah, the ether isn't actually like it's not material, right? Matter is in the material world, like the perceivable material world. I mean, it's speculation as to how it's tied together. Like Tesla said that when the ether was thrown in the prodigious infinitesimal worlds of velocity, blah blah blah. Basically, if there's really fast, small movement that whirls around in the ether, that it becomes matter, and if the energy resides, it goes back to the matter, or back to the ether. But that's kind of just theoretical. But you have the electric field potential on the Earth, so you have like the negative charge on the surface, and then it goes up 100 volts per meter. We are in an electric field. So that's the only charge. Like the simplest way to understand it, and this is what Tesla said: if you throw a rock in a pond, and then you see the ripples are all the phenomena that we experience in the material world. So light or sound would be the ripples at different frequencies, and the pond itself is the ether. So
Hey, can I ask you, hey, is it a bad idea to eat what do you call those things, probiotics? The probiotics a scam, bro. Total scam.
I think it's kind of a scam. If you ever do take them, I wouldn't take a bunch of them. I think, but it's not 100% synthetic. It was discovered in nature, right? So,
Why are you asking about a probiotic, Smurf?
I wanted to get Witset's opinion, which is nothing to do about. I just want to get his opinion. Is it a bad idea to eat probiotics? Because I'm
why
scared
are
to
you
eat
eating probiotics, or what do you want to know about probiotics for?
I'm afraid that the probiotics is a scam, and I don't want to eat it if it's a scam.
What makes you think that it's a scam, though?
Oh,
People
because
eat it
they
for
want
their health.
money.
Why do you think it's a scam?
Oh, because they want money, but I come here and y'all are cool and are they trying to just get my money from the probiotics people?
The premise that it's based off of is that people's guts don't have proper bacteria in them because of different things, antibiotics and stuff like that, and they're getting digestive issues because their gut flora isn't right. So supposedly these probiotics help put some flora back in there to help you digest stuff properly and help your health out, basically.
Which
Because if
means
you don't digest your food properly, you don't get proper
right.
sick. What are you saying? What's it?
Well, which means that you can do it naturally, right? Like we have probiotic, all organic, like little ginger shots with turmeric and cayenne, etc. Those are probiotics. That has to do with your digestive system and your diet is why you have any issues. And then so I'm never pro, not medical advice, but I'm never pro like synthetic anything. You can get plenty of probiotics naturally. So that would be mine. Like raw milk has lots of probiotics as well.
Most surfaces of vegetables.
What was that?
Most surfaces of vegetables have the bacteria that is used for like pickling stuff. What the hell is it called?
Now hold up. I wanted to know why did excuse me, why do I need probiotics? What if I don't need it? Did they make up? Is it possible that the food pyramid people made up the whole thing and it's all fake? What if I don't need probiotics?
Probiotics came later because of basically antibiotics and other things that were wiping out gut flora. People are like, I'm gassy, I'm bloated, or I'm eating the food, but I'm not digesting it properly. And they're like, well, maybe you'll digest stuff properly if you put bacteria back into your gut after it's been wiped out after antibiotics. So that's where the probiotic movement appears to have, kind of come from or surfaced from. So it's basically about putting good bacteria back into your gut to help you digest things properly and get proper nutrition.
My question was, what if I didn't need it, and how do I know?
You need it.
How would I know whether or not I benefit from that stuff? What if I
Well,
don't
you
want
should
any?
start digesting stuff better, get better, health, and feel better, not gassy and bloated, especially after eating like dairy. But other than that, I guess you have to try it.
Well, you need to just diet everything. Any processed foods, like don't drink like milk from the store. Dairy, like processed dairy, is really bad for you. Like just eat organic. Even if there are all kinds of things. None of this is medical advice, but you can do a liver cleanse and get all these stones out that are built up over the course of your life. There's all kinds of things you can do to get your digestion back to normal. Most people.
Let me ask you. Okay. It may be better to drink the raw milk. That could be healthier.
Yeah, it would be way better to drink raw milk than to
It'd be
take.
healthier to drink raw milk, but that doesn't mean that just because no. How do I know that the probiotics? How do I know it's not
You should feel better once you eat it, I guess, and not as gassy and bloated when you eat
Well,
food.
I'm just not really sure about probiotics because, okay, so it might to drink the milk. Maybe I should go and drink cow's raw milk. But what about the probiotics? I'm not really. I'm
You can
still
get
not really
probiotics from raw
sure
milk,
on-
yeah, or yogurt. Yogurt, basically
I'm not
anything with
really
bacteria
sure.
in it. The kefir, well, it'd have to be raw kefir. What was it called?
Do we
Kombucha.
know
Kombucha
that
has bacteria put into the drink. Try that and
is
see if you're gassy and bloated
yogurt?
after eating food.
Wait, is the yogurt? Do we know it's better for your health? Is this proven? Like, is this like a thing
It's
that we
got
know?
probiotics in it. We were talking about probiotics and how to get it in you. So raw, yogurt made from raw milk is best, but there are some bacterial cultures in yogurt. Period, whether it's from raw milk or not. But getting bacterial foods, fermented foods, which has a couple bacteria in it, stuff like that.
Well, I was trying to ask you if do we ever figure out if is it truly healthier for you to get food with
After
probiotics?
I ate my probiotics, I was a little less gassy when it came to drinking milk. That's about it.
Did you get
I
more?
think people say that it helps them
Well,
with their health in general.
how do we know? How do we know if your health is better? How do we know if your health is better if you get
Gassy, less bloated. Some people say that kombucha, which has probiotics in it, help people who had cancer and stuff like that and different ailments like that. But other than that, I guess we'd have to try it out.
Okay, well, thanks, man. I'm still a bit confused, but I'll try. Thanks, man. I'll.
Good luck, man. Here's to your health.
Well, I'm still trying.
Dude, hot sauce is the best thing, man. Fermented hot sauce, man.
Well, what is fermented? Does fermented mean broken down from the bacteria, like broken into molecular?
Yeah, it's pre-digested pretty much, which means
What is that?
the food has changed. So instead of eating Tabasco chilies, you're eating fermented Tabasco juice, which is a lot smoother and healthier for you. And there's a study going on back in the day through the CDC that had to do with the elimination of certain types of food infections when eating on the road when adding large amounts of Tabasco sauce because of the salt and the vinegar that's in there. It killed the parasite or the whatever it was.
When you're breaking something down, does the molecular chain get broken into smaller chains?
So what happens is there's secondary chemical reactions that happen through the digestion, right? So what happens when yeast digests sugar? You get alcohol and carbon dioxide.
Okay, so when you does that mean the molecular chain gets shorter? That there's less molecular chain, like a shorter chain of molecular?
No, what it means is molecules have been changed. Now, what this means, right? Like, say, for instance, you're naturally born with a type of flora that exists in your gut that's given from your mother through breast milk, right? And this is one thing that is pretty integral to balancing your brain chemistry, so to say, because it is the sole source of serotonin. It's produced in your gut by a bacteria, and it's uptaken to your body and stored in glands in your brain. Crazy. So you kind of do need a healthy gut flora, man. If you don't have a healthy gut flora, you're going to be pot-bellied, gassy, have diarrhea all the time. So, and cheese isn't really a good thing to be eaten either.
Hey, I got a bit confused, but I was talking about molecular chains getting broken down, and then that stuff's all scary. Sounds real scary.
Well, pre-digesting your food helps you digest it better by fermentation with the bacteria kind of eating it and breaking it down because plants can be really hard for us to break down, period, with or without fermentation. And so fermented cabbage and stuff like that give your body a jump start on the digestion so you can extract more stuff out of it and get more nutrition.
Hey, what does it mean when you break it down? When you eat
Make
food
it
and the
softer, basically break down the protein chains and all that stuff so your body has an easier time getting access to the nutrition, breaking it down and absorbing it into the body basically.
So when you breaking something down, you make it more bioavailable, right?
Well, it's more like this. Like, say, soybeans, for instance. If you eat soybeans, you're going to have plant estrogens in your body, which is not a good thing. However, if you ferment it and make natto out of it, that particular chemical, that female estrogen, those plant estrogens, get fracked and they change. It's no longer estrogen. It turns into what's called vitamin K.
So it makes the nutrients more bioavailable in effect, yes.
You guys are scaring me, man.
What makes you scared? Fear not. What is making you afraid?
Oh, okay. This whole thing is scary, man. Like, how does the thing get broken down? And vitamins, what the vitamins? It's all scary. I don't know what is a vitamin, and when you're breaking something down, it does that make it a less complex molecular thing, or is that just a phrase figuratively you breaking it down? And I don't know what
Well,
that.
when we eat our food, that's what we do. We break it down so that the body can get at the nutrition that's in the food and absorb it. It's like trying to absorb a whole turkey as opposed to breaking it down into, stomach size, molecular pieces so you can absorb it through your gut lining. You're going to need to break it down into a form that your body can.
Right?
What's up?
Because the turkey cells are like more bioavailable, but how do they become easier to absorb in some way?
It has to be broken down into a form your body can, absorb. If you put a whole turkey inside of your gut, it's not going to do any good until it's broken down into a form that can be absorbed through your gut lining, through your small.
I got like a few, like 3 questions or a few. How does the body? What does it mean when? How does it get broken down, and what is is there like a geometric like it fits like a puzzle or something into a cellular?
It goes into your stomach, and acids break it down in a nice little soup that your small intestine can absorb into your bloodstream to take the nutrition to the rest of your body, basically.
Hey, that sounds real close, actually. That I was asking you, how does that, that's an interesting answer. Something about the digestive system, and somehow, I think there's a geometrical, something about geometry, And when you're broken down, it's stuff is broken down, man. You know, how does the body get replenished with energy from stuff when
You
the
eat
body is
food that's
breaking this
broken
stuff
down in the
down?
stomach according to the current theory, and you absorb it through the small intestine. Could there be some other explanation? I don't know, but that's basically
So
the
it's just like
available
some kind of
explanation.
okay.
Not much else to
So
that, as far as I can tell.
in the small intestine, does it make a energy? Is the energy like geometrically captured, like captured in the small intestine, like a pinball
I don't
machine?
know what you mean. Maybe I've never heard of geometric capture or whatever being, talked about
Well,
in,
hold up,
when we're
hold
talking
up,
about
hold up.
digestion. So at that
Hold
point, I don't
Hey,
know what
Lemon.
you're talking about. But as far as I can tell,
Yo,
I don't
Lemon, check
know.
this out. What if the positive energy? What if positive energy from the sun is positive and it gets captured magnetically in the intestines?
I think they would probably go with it being captured by the food in photosynthesis, and we get access to the sun's energy through the plant, which converts it in photosynthesis, and we absorb it when we digest it in our gut. That I think would be the mechanism that most people would go with in the
Hey,
regular.
hey, does that mean that the plant that photosynthesized got energy from the sun and that we got the positiveness, the positive, the plus energy, the surplus energy from the sun through the plant, right? Like the plant was
Something
the
like that,
medium.
yeah. Something like that, yeah.
Like the plant was a medium, and then we grabbed the energy from the through the plant. We got it from the
Yes,
sun.
Well, it's
yeah.
about chemicals. What is a plant? Right? We have buildings called plants. What do? They produce chemicals. Just like a plant in nature. They produce chemicals, right?
Yeah, basically, a plant or an animal is a nutrient processing factory. Basically, an animal will eat a whole lot of grass, and we eat the animal and get access to the nutrition from the nutrient processing factory of the animal. Otherwise, we'd have to get on all fours and eat grass, and we're not really built for that, like a cow, which has like four stomachs to break down this really tough, hard to break down material. It's full of energy, but we just can't access it. If we try to digest grass, we're probably just going to get like a tummy ache trying to get at the nutrition. If we give it to a cow, let them eat it, and then eat the cow, we get access to the nutrition that way. So it just goes straight up the food chain. They say the most nutritious thing you can eat is grass-fed cow liver. They say it's got a lot of nutrients that you need, but otherwise you'd have to get on all fours and eat grass, and you might not get access to all of the nutrition.
But hey, bro, I've got that in a
Well, hang on. We used to have a lot more fermented foods in our diet, and we used to consume a lot more organ meats.
I got that stuff dry frozen. But listen, is the
Today we don't.
energy? I want to know if the energy from the food, from the frozen food, or the food you've killed the cattle, the energy came from the sun. Ultimately, all the energy comes from the sun, and the moon is negative, right? And the energy exits from, right? Is that right? And the earth is the ground. Would that be accurate? Lemon, what do you think?
People theorize about a positive negative relationship with the moon. Yeah, that'd be getting into another branch, another thread, but some people say something to that effect. Sure.
Well, I'm talking about the meat though, the grass fed and the cattle and the well, okay, so the grass got the energy from the sun, with the positive energy. The sun is providing a surplus of energy, and so the cattle ate the grass, and it has this positive energy, and we eat the cattle, and we have a positive energy. Do you know what? Does that make sense? Positive.
I guess so. I'd have to look into it. I think they
I
say
was
something like
asking you
half a
because I don't
day.
know.
disease have, I forget if it's a negative or a positive charge. Basically, you try to use like the opposite charge in that theory to get rid of disease and pathogens and parasites. You use like I think they say that those things are negatively charged, and use positively charged things to try to neutralize them, like zeolites or different things like that to help neutralize the negative disease causing stuff or something to that effect. But let's get into it, the thread.
Hey, hey! If anybody wanted to say anything, I was kind of confused, but I was just asking you that stuff, man, and how we can be more positive and fuck all the negative bullshit, you know.
Yeah.
Actually, you have to be more negative because the pathogens on the air are positively charged, so they're positive.
Whoa.
Gotcha.
So you gotta be
Negatively
more
charged.
negative, Smurf. You gotta be more on the ground.
Whoa! I didn't know that one.
Thank you, good sir.
Negative ions, people call it. They neutralize things in the air. There's like air ionizers that the big companies use to clean the air in the hospitals and pharmaceutical buildings. They call it ions, negative ions.
Well, I
Filtered.
don't know, but okay, Lemon. I'm gonna come back and I'm gonna ask you. I'm gonna ask you these things in
But
the future.
I'm still talking, Murph. Okay, in the middle of my sentence. Don't ask your question in the middle of your sentence. Okay, Smurf.
Oh, what were you saying, sir?
Go ahead, Smurf.
I just said I'm gonna come back, and that's it. My fault, buddy. My bad. My
Go
fault.
ahead, come back.
Don't interrupt the wisdom, but we'll see you soon. What are you saying, sir?
No, just adding to that point of the you guys were talking about the positive and negative, and like I was saying, the pharmaceuticals and in the hospital they have this air filtration system, and they add supposedly negative ions to them to cleanse the air of pathogens because the pathogens are missing that negative charge, their positive charge in the air. So they neutralize them with negative charge. So yeah, Smurf, be more negative instead of more positive.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Hey man, I don't know about any of that. I just know that I'm here and I'm waiting for stuff to get more positive.
You need the balance. You need the positive and the negative, not just one.
We'll see,
Joshua
man.
knows about Joshua. Aren't radicals free radicals? They call them free radicals because they're missing, maybe.
Yeah, they're ions.
Yeah.
Well, no, they're opposite of ions because they have they're missing a charge, right? An ion has a charge, so they're missing a charge. So it's like out there trying to fuck things up and add on to things because it's looking to steal an electron, right? It's looking for a bond. So like say oxygen, right? Oxygen is O2. You split oxygen and you have just O1, which is a negative ion, right? But if it's missing that electron, then it's neutral, and then it wants to bind to something to get back to a negative. So like
there you go.
That's what ozone. That's how ozone is made. The UVC fracks apart because it has enough energy to split apart the oxygen atom or the oxygen molecule. So you have two free radicals, and then they bond back with another oxygen molecule to create O3, which is heavier than oxygen. Right? Because there's an extra atom on it, so it's heavier. So why is it always up at the top? Makes no sense.
You can see some of these
Is it because it has
machines.
a charge now?
They use them to neutralize odor and smoke and different things in the air.
Yeah.
And by utilizing the ions and donating this ion into the free radical or whatever, and many of these particles, after they get this charge, neutral charge, they drop to the ground. They go back to the ground.
Yo,
It's
dude,
like
I'm
there are
just
free
believe in
radicals in the
particles,
air,
man.
and then they just get neutralized or somehow.
Why do you believe in particles, man? What's the thing about particles you
Shut up,
believe
Smurf.
in?
I'm talking to Joshua.
My fault. Okay, well,
How
I'm
much
gonna ask you
cherry juice
later
have you
what
drank?
you believe. My fault. I'm just gonna be quiet now. Sorry about it. Being particles are gay,
No,
man.
it's interesting that Joshua you extended on this. I like that stuff.
Yeah, because I was curious about why there's always a supposed hole in the ozone right around where the winter is. So, like right now, where it's winter, there is no hole in the ozone around Australia during the summertime because the sun's more intense and is producing O3, right? However, in the northern part where we are, there tends to be a little bit of a hole because the sun's not there to provide the energy to create the gas, and it falls apart. It's unstable, so it's not like a thing that's always going to be there. It requires a sun to regenerate it. And the reason why the CFCs get involved is because the CFC will bond to the oxygen and never let it go. But that just means over time it will equalize. And they're saying it'll take so long for it to equalize. Well, that's not true because you just have an intense solar storm and it's fixed again. It's all about the amount of UVC that's being bombarded into the oxygen. In fact,
So
they have
that exchange
ozone
of
generators.
that exchange of positive negative is there something electrical to it?
Yes. That's why I'm saying that's why it's above the oxygen, even though it's heavier, because it now has a charge, and the oxygen has a negative charge, so it's more attracted to the ground than it is if it were to have a positive charge, then it would be wanting to be attracted upwards, right? So an oxygen atom by itself has a negative charge, but when they're bound together, it's pretty much neutral because it cancels each other out. Now, what are atoms? I don't know. We cannot see atoms. The only thing you can see is the electron fuzz around it, a haze, a cloud. That's the only thing you see. What do we use to see it? Electron scanning microscopes that only sees electrons.
Well, it's fascinating that when they add this, I guess because they do it with electricity, and it can dissipate odors and smoke.
Yeah, because it actually it's unstable, so it reacts. Right? It's just like hydrogen peroxide, but in gaseous form. It'll actually sterilize the air.
So why do they use this stuff in hospitals and the pharmaceuticals do use it too?
Well, they do. That's what they use for sterilizing is they use UVC with oxygen being pumped through it. So it generates the ozone. So they use UVC lamps, and these lamps, they have to wear like complete and total skin protection because it's instant cancer. It's a specific wavelength of ultraviolet. It's almost like blue, not purple. That's what the sunblock is supposed to block, but we know that the benzene in it isn't good for you. And then the other thing is the sunglasses that block UVC.
That's not good.
No, you don't want UVC hitting your retina. UVA and UVB pass through it, but UVC is blocked, the blue blocker. Not all sunglasses are like that, only specific ones.
How about just taking the whole spectrum of light like normally and just for certain periods of the time? Because obviously you don't want to do anything in excess, but I don't see any problem with light. I don't see why people say you gotta block this specific ray. That's why
That's
these
the
glasses are
problem,
special.
right? The reason why the UVC is blocked is not because of the ozone, right? The ozone is a reaction of the UVC being absorbed by the oxygen. So the oxygen itself is what's preventing the UVC from affecting us down here. So it's not a natural thing. Like infrared, that's not a natural thing unless you're holding a coal.
I don't know how deep that comparison goes, but I know there used to be a doctor, a researcher too, scientist, from my understanding, and he used to say that don't wear sunglasses because that could cause bad things in the body by blocking the spectrum of light for long periods of time.
Yeah, I want him to come out here sunset and drive west. Tell him, nope, no sunglasses. You want those rays, right? I mean, it's so daggum bright you can't see the road.
I mean, if you're gonna be what is it? Cutting steel with these flames and or soldadura, you definitely want to protect the eye because of that light, right?
Yeah, that's like really the only time you would want to block those rays, right? Like just
What they
walking
are they
around,
actually saying when they say the sunlight is bad for you? What is the actual claim? Is there even an actual scientific claim about that? The sun rays
yeah,
are
they
bad for
say
you. You gotta
skin
block them.
cancer, right, is caused by UVC. However, there's very minimal amount of UVC that actually is able to get all the way down to ground level, right? But the reason why they say there's a correlation between it and skin cancer is they created something called sunblock to fight against it, right? But what came first? Was it the skin cancer epidemic or was it sunblock? I think it was sunblock and sun tanning solutions to get bronzer, and then people started getting cancer from it because of the chemicals that are made as a solvent when it reacts with the UVC, because it's extremely energetic. It will actually cause a change in the chemistry to form free radicals that cause cancer.
Yeah.
Called ionizing radiation.
So your body might be absorbing these chemicals, processing them, causing certain damage. And also, if you're blocking the spectrum of light and blocking that natural thing from happening, that could have some side effects too.
Yep. Well, they used to have a fire retardant, a chemical that was the best for stopping fires instantaneously, right? And this wasn't even halon. Halon was another one, but it's one of these CFCs, one of these halogens that interrupts that cycle of O3 generation. So they've banned both of them, right? Now halon's only like available on subs and stuff like that where it's drastic, right? It needs to be put out. And it's things like that. And there used to be a liquid chemical that would do the same thing. And it not only would it evaporate and cause the issue with the collapse of the O3 cycle, but it would also cause cancer. It was a class 3 carcinogen. So they took it off the market, right? And now what are we left with? This powderized stuff. Well, what's to say later on that that's not going to be some kind of lung cancer agent because it's a powdered aerosol, right? So I mean, they're just going to continue to do these things, and then just say, okay, well, fire's banned all outright, no more combustion. Because without combustion, then there is no carbon dioxide being generated in massive quantities.
Wait, isn't there like a bunch of carbon dioxide coming from dead plants and that kind of stuff?
Not
Leaves?
necessarily. Not necessarily. It's just a release of the carbon that's already in the environment, right? So it's basically a sequestering of carbon.
But when they talk about carbon dioxide coming from vehicles and stuff, I know there's chemicals coming out of the pipe of cars, and that stuff is not good for you. But when they say this chemical is bad for you, they're missing a bunch of other stuff that is being
Well, see,
released
the
into the
reason
air.
why carbon dioxide is so, which is why it's the main pollutant, they say, is because of the catalytic converters. The catalytic converters has got like platinum group elements in it, platinum group metals, and they're catalysts. And basically anything that goes through it, it catalyzes and turns it into either water vapor or carbon dioxide. That's why you have to go to smog shops. Everything's smogged, right? Well, what's happening is the amount of CO2 being generated for a car to be efficient needs to produce as much CO2 as possible. And they want everything to be super efficient. Do you see how the hypocrisy is leading us down a train, a rabbit hole, with no actual science backing it? I mean, we used to have vehicles that would last 2 people's lives. Now you'd be lucky to have one that lasts 10 years. Especially if you do a lot of commuting. Unless you're somebody like Battle Mod that has, a lot of cars. If people can just realize that the earth is flat, that what they're telling us on the news and on TV and in movies and in all the stories, propaganda. And if they don't turn it off, we're going to be going down this trail. I mean, they need to see what reality is for what it is. That way they cannot fall for being profane.
Hey, hey. Has anyone heard from the XO?
Oh.
What, days ago?
Yeah, the XO.
Yeah, I think like New Year's.
Yeah, it was before New Year's. I was just curious.
It's taking a break, I guess.
Yeah, we all need to do that sometimes.
Hey, Sporadic E, I like your PFP, man. It's Polaris, right?
You mean the icon in Sporadic E?
Yeah, his profile picture. Polaris, the North Star.
For my understanding, from where that image came from, is from scans, electro-optical scans.
false color and shit.
Yeah, and it's not just of Polaris; it's the region that Polaris is included, right? The North Star is up, is in the middle of the toroidal field, but the scan that they did is for that whole region, and they got this imagery of that shape, the shape of creation, the up
It almost
above.
looks like the firmament with, yeah. It's almost like an echo.
Yeah, what
Well,
is with
because
that?
they name it those radiant things, they name it helion, anti-helion, south apex, north apex, and they have other names for different spots, but they call them six radiant sources from where all meteors come from. The sporadic meteors phenomena that we see, the daily showers, they say it comes from this region of the sky. And I when you look at it, like there's light and dark, and it's almost like a bubble, and then you see the pyramid shape on top and bottom, light and dark. I think it was someone yesterday, Cyrus, talking about light and shadow. They go together, light and dark.
Yes.
So you do get that effect. You get that light, then you get the darkness. Even the north, what we call the north celestial north toroidal field, you see that middle dot that we call Polaris, and then you go to the south, and they call this phenomena the celestial south, and you see a dark spot. So you got the light in the middle on the north toroidal, and the dark spot in the south toroidal. Light and dark, light and dark. It's like a super projection of whatever is above on a plasma screen, we call, I guess,
Yeah, that's
above.
what DMT showed me.
What was that?
I said that's pretty much what DMT showed me. Pixelated reality of everything being made up of light and shadow. That's how we perceive reality, is everything's made of light and shadow.
Yeah. It's almost like what mag we call it, I don't know, magnetism or whatever. But that flux of pulling and pushing of the magnet is almost like that flow. It's almost light and dark is a version of that. I don't know. You look at the sun, the moon. I've been looking into the moon and Venus. Have you seen the photograph I've shared about the moon and Venus, Joshua? They have kind of like a
No,
similar.
I'm sitting outside right now getting my electric blanket set up so I can be cozy. I didn't catch what you were saying.
You know the patterns that show on Venus and the moon. You see the crescent on the moon, the crescent on Venus. The light and shadow.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, you can see
Venus
they're
is the
kind of
moon.
similar, and they
Venus
kind
is
of
our
share.
second satellite.
Yeah, it's almost like my opinion. It's almost like you're looking at an effect of light, but from multiple layers of whatever is above, and you see the effects of the light going through layers and different angles, because obviously there's cycles, and I guess the light we see it at angles, different angles, and that kind of dictates the way we see the phenomena above.
Yep.
How it works and how it's done, That's the key question.
Probably never know.
Yeah, there's so many factors that we probably not take into account because we cannot go up there.
So if NASA can tell you anything, never say anything's impossible because they'll just fake it. Right? The motif of the 20th century, and now that we're in the 21st century, it looks like everything's a deception.
Yeah, NASA can say anything. There was someone earlier today that said I got a mouse pad or something that has the NASA logo, and I'm questioning now or something.
Yeah.
Once you see the cartoons that they give, that's one of the first questions I had. I was like, why everything they show me is cartoons and CGI? Why? Where is the real footage of stuff?
There is no real footage. They can't get there, man. They can't take pictures. They can't do any of that shit because they can't get out there. They have to fake it to make it.
Yeah.
And it's sad. People don't see, oh, what about this company? They wouldn't lie. They got nothing invested. Oh, really? Aren't they wanting to sell tickets? Get investors investing? That's what they have to gain. Notoriety, publicity. Or publicity, right? Virgin Records, Amazon, Tesla.
There's an economic machine that incentivize whoever makes the biggest bullshit story. Look at Hollywood, NASA, Disney. There's a lot of incentive on that kind of stuff.
Well, I'm just thinking, look, you have Virgin Mobile or whatever, the cell phone
Virgin
company,
Galactic.
Virgin Records, and the Virgin Galactic, right? So it's a main money house simply because, hey, look what I can do. Since I can do this, I got the best stuff, right? So it makes people
they got
want
the
to
best
go
stuff.
buy his stuff. Just like Elon Musk figured that out. Oh, I'm going to make Tesla. Then it blew up. Everybody wants a freaking Tesla. All right. And now, and then you had Jeff Bezos with Amazon. Amazon was already blowing up, but ever since he did the Blue Horizon or whatever the fuck it was, he's all like, yeah, now I don't need to be CEO anymore. I'm made for life. So he stepped down as CEO of Amazon, right? So it's like all a way for them to make more money.
I'm still not giving up. One day they're gonna come out with space weed, space cannabis. It's gonna be a very expensive strain.
Oh yeah, it's called moon rocks, man. Moon rocks.
Moon rock.
Yeah, UFO genetics.
It is.
Yeah.
Listen to that song and crank it.
Do we fucking really need Velcro, though?
I don't know, but we do need to try space potatoes.
I didn't know they had
Space
planet
country.
songs and solar system songs, and I'm all excited.
You guys hear me?
Yeah.
Sure.
I wanted to say, in 1969 when they did that, when they faked it, the technology was like kind of new and nobody, you couldn't tell really, the difference, right? But over the years, I think people have gotten smarter, right? and it's hard for them to fake it again and try to make it look real because it's going to be too easy to spot it. So I think all these cartoons, CGI is just waiting for the technology to catch up, right? So that when they do fake it again, it'll fool people again. And if we look at technology today, that's where we are now. I'm waiting for the next. Yeah. Hey, go ahead.
The magnificent Bong Sao? What?
It's
I thought
coming.
I thought I heard you the other night for a
It was
second,
me.
but I was like, it was like 4 in the morning or something, so I had to
Yeah,
go.
I was trying to sound different so you couldn't tell. Yeah.
No, I could tell it was you specifically because of that note. I was like, is someone trolling to act like Bong Sao, or is that Bong?
I was like,
I'm not gonna
does
blow his
anybody
cover
read
till
this
I hear it.
stuff? I'll just put it here, boss. Yeah, I think they have the technology now to do it, and I think they're working on it. They're feeling out how the people are feeling. What the people know, what the people and then they're bombarding us with with games. Simulate all this technology. So I'm afraid that the next one they do is really gonna fool us, fool everyone, because we can't tell the difference anymore. Just
Well,
wanted to throw that in.
do you remember what Werner von Braun was famous for saying?
Mm-hmm.
The final card, and the final card is the alien card. It will start with an astrological threat, and the aliens will save us from it. But do not be fooled, it is all a deception. Makes me wonder about this comet or meteorite that they're talking about, and then they release that fucking movie.
The other thing I noticed in that movie, Don't Look Up, right, is it reminded me of the Revelation. The stars will fall, right? And I'm like, are these not? I mean, is this not a star falling?
Yeah, well, that's the other thing. You have a big problem if something the size, and if the sun is a rather small star. If all of the other stars, would fall to Earth, you'd have a big problem.
Right, I mean, if we looked up and saw something coming, we'd probably think the stars were falling. The sky is falling. Or you can just
Yeah, but if you look at
imagine
those sprites, sprites and elves, it almost looks like it's a star that falls, hits the firmament, and then turns into lightning. Like the star is falling like lightning from heaven. Crazy.
Yeah. It's all preparing us for that, I think.
So I have to tell you guys something. It's really important. An observation I just made tonight. Incredible of the moon setting. Now let me tell you real quickly, just in a few minutes. First of all, is my mic okay? It's not too loud?
Good.
Is the mic okay? It's not too loud?
No, a little crackly, but you're okay.
Okay, cool. So I went for a bike ride at night because it's really super clear and cold. Like it's cold. It's about as cold as it gets, like in the high 40s.
Yeah.
Right at sunset. So like
Clear
it's gonna
night
get
sky.
down to it may get down to the low 40s. I could see my breath. Like when you start seeing your breath, it's getting really cold. You could just feel it. So I went for a ride because I like it, man. I bundle up, put hoods on, put my helmet. And anyway, so I went for a ride, and I ride out in the trails with my light on. So it's like athletic. So anyway, it's really fun. So anyway, I was gonna come back home and go, shit, it's cold. I don't remember it being that cold riding like in a really long time. So I go, no, I'm just gonna ride longer. So I went all the way down to the very end where the harbor is, and I come over this ridge where this hotel is at the end, and you have a great shot of the bridge, like Coronado Bridge. You can see really well from there, and the whole skyline, looking over the harbor to Coronado Island. And so I could see over the hill, over Point Loma, a crescent moon looking like orangish brown, like the smallest little sliver of a moon I've ever seen, and it was only like literally like less than 10, like 5 degrees above the horizon. The lowest I've ever seen, and it was sliver. So I just came and happened to see that. If I hadn't gone further, I would have never seen that. And I don't have any technology to film anything like that. My camera, even if I brought it, could never capture that. So what I saw was this looked like if you hold your right arm up and make a little like crescent with your thumb and your index finger. It looked like it was kind of an L shape like that, and this thing went down, and it went down into the hill, and at the end it kind of looked like a sword shooting up, this orange sword shooting up from the hill, going in reverse, going retracting down beyond like the hill, like amazing. I've never seen anything like that. Very unusual. So I stopped a couple people, flat smacked this couple. I started with water. I go like, you see all that water? What do you think about the nature of water, that it's always horizontal, that it rises up, and going in line with perspective. It goes up, like it goes up with our vision to a vanishing point. I said, what do you guys think of that? They go, yeah, that makes sense to me. I said, that can't happen on a ball, on a sphere. They go, and they go, the guy goes, you mean flat earth? And I said, I didn't even say it, but I look,
Wait,
go
are you
look
a
at the
flat
moon.
earther?
I go, look at that moon over there, that crescent moon. Because he said he was sentient. He goes, look at that moon. I go, yeah, that's why I stopped. And I go, see that moon, and then that water going all the way out to the horizon where that moon is, always rising up to where the moon is. That can't happen. That sliver moon cannot happen on a spherical surface, especially a spinning ball. You couldn't see it. So that was great.
Was it bigger? Was it bigger than usual? Like, as you know, 'cause I think it gets bigger on the horizon
It
as it
looked like
sets the
I
rise.
I don't know. I mean, I could get a sense that there was the dark portion there, but you couldn't see it, but you could kind of see it was a little different there than it was looking around the other edge where it's like illuminated.
Mm.
But the direction of illumination, the sun had been down for an hour at least. So it was pointing down to the right, but that sun was nowhere there, nowhere. And the sunset was such a weird orange color that, like, when the moon got down close to the horizon, well, it was a hillside. The hillside over there on the other side of the harbor is about 800 to 12, maybe 800 to 1200 feet high at the highest, I would say. Maybe at the very end it might be 1600 feet. But so, like 1,000-foot high hill, I'm looking from about 8 miles away across the hill at the moon setting. Amazing. I'll never forget that.
I came out this one night from taking a break from work, and the moon was rising, and it was on the horizon. It was huge. It was like, what is that?
Yeah, I bet. See, that's what I think. You in different parts of Earth, the plane we live on, different parts of it, that you could see phenomenal things just like that. But I tell you, I've never seen that like that in my entire life. That moon setting in the west at this time of night, that I could actually see it, that it was clear enough, and it was the tiniest little sliver. Let me look. I'll look at time of date. I'll be quiet. You guys.
Yeah, Bong, you could have seen that on Samoa. If you're in Australia still, you'd probably have to go to Perth.
Oh, that's all the way on the other side of the world. Right. Iggs is there, right? Iggs is in Perth.
Yeah.
I've been playing with this thing called Real Engine 5. They've got that new game out called The Matrix Awakens. And the world is free to download. Real Engine 5 is free. The Matrix Awakens, the world is free, right? Because of the new technology, I was thinking like, do we do some experiments with the lights? You know what I mean? Like, but it's so real, it's so real that that's why I mean, like, I think they're getting ready to do another moon landing, faking, something that's gonna probably work. You probably can't tell the difference. Or,
See, check that out. So listen to what Time and Data is saying about this event that just occurred. I saw the moon set. It's now almost 10 degrees below the horizon, the visible horizon. We all know that means the plane of our vision. Anyway, so then it's at 2.9%. That's like amazing that I could see that. 2.9%. Wow. And that close to the horizon. I swear it had to be less than 5% above the horizon. 5 degrees. Incredible. And then
238,000 miles.
What?
At 238,000 miles away, I don't think you should be able to see that kind of awesomeness.
No, I know. No, hell no. It looked close to me, man. Like,
what's the inverse square factor on that?
I don't know. It looked close 2.9%. Think about that. Like, it's only 2.9%. That's a small amount of illumination. That thing looked close. Like, it was just like right there. I swear, it was really wild. So there it is, heading off, and it's circular circuit around, like an arc around us, over the top of us, along the flat plane, circling around the north central part of the plane. It's now at 247 degrees and 15 minutes west southwest, heading off into the west southwest. Very interesting. Heading your way there, Bonsao.
Yep.
Well, at least you didn't see a full moon in the west. That would be alarming.
Yeah, I'd like to see one set I've never seen a full moon set in the west. I've lived on the west coast forever, too, but I don't. You'd have to spend a bunch of time at the beach, like literally, like in the middle of the night, to be able to see it. Most of the time. So most people, like I would do expedition just if I had. That's what I.
Wait till you see a moonrise.
Moonrise would be in the east for me, so that's rising above the city. If you get a good vantage point on a nice hill overlooking the desert, now that's the place to see the moonrise on a nice clear night.
But we got mountains in some places.
No, you want to see it off body of water, like the ocean. I saw a nice, beautiful moonrise on the beach in Cuba.
See, that's
ridiculous.
Yeah, or coming up in Miami Beach, you could probably see it.
A full moon coming up. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I bet you could see them full moons. Yeah, and like I've seen them fairly close to but not less than 10 degrees above the horizon.
How does a full moon?
East. Huh?
How does a full moon rise? It shouldn't be full moon.
Shouldn't be full moon at night.
It's a full moon at day and night.
How is it a full moon at night and the day? Yeah, duh. Like, it's so ridiculous.
Did you guys see a full moon during the daytime?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've even seen the full moon during the day phase out into invisibility.
Really?
Yeah, I'm gonna time it again.
I could see this.
I'm going to record it on my Nikon next time.
I could see this saber moon going down tonight. This orange saber coming out of the hill, descending down. Like, it was freaking trippy, man.
Yeah,
it was
because
it looked like it was sparkling. The orangishness of it, like it was literally orange at the bottom of it, was rippling. Like, you know how they talk about that wave? Like the little tiny bit that I could see, it like as it started going down, I could start to see how fast it was going down compared to the hillside. So I had a really good view of it descending, and then it just looked like the saber sticking out of the hill. And then it looked like it disappeared for a while. Then all of a sudden, the bottom of it disappeared for a little while. Then it reappeared again, and I'm like, I didn't change my height. Like I was sitting down still. So
It'd be interesting to get a Nikon camera and zoom in.
I do. I have one. There is a few guys that have Nikons, and they did that experiment I was talking about. And it's on YouTube. There's a few guys that recorded the moon phasing out.
I'll do a screenshot of this with the moon.
Well, it would be an observation, not an experiment. But yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, an observation. And I actually witnessed it, but I didn't have a camera at the time when I witnessed it. So
let's see.
It's right after the full moon when it goes into the new moon cycle.
Take a screenshot.
And it actually, you can no longer see it with your naked eye. It actually blends in with the sky so well that it's like totally invisible. You can't see it.
Okay. Put that in pictures.
And that's in reality, but when you're standing on Earth looking at the moon. The plane.
All right.
So I'm kind of hoping in the winter here in Canada, I'll get some nice, real clear, cold, crisp skies. And I just got a new tripod, and I'm going to set it up. And I'm going to do a few little observations. That new Nikon that came out, that one's pretty sick. You see the guy taking a zoom of, what was it, 93 kilometers or something like that, 57 miles. That's impressive.
So what's been up with you, Mr. Bonk Sow?
Farming,
Really?
and flat smacking.
Good
Yeah.
job. I'll send you a DM right now.
Thanks, man.
Oh shoot, I don't know why. Oh, that's why you changed your name. Okay, so I sent you a friend. So I'm drinking this last beer. Oh, because life is grand. Hold on. Need to have a bite of my soup. Man, oh man, what a life.
You guys seen that RC boat video?
Which one?
Yep. The one I posted.
No, I didn't.
Yeah, this is pretty cool. So they sail a miniature boat about 1,000 feet away on a pond. Completely disappears, but the way it disappears is so odd. Yeah, I mean, kind of.
I can barely hear you, Indio.
Oh.
I turned you up to like 150, so.
Hell, I'm probably low.
How about now?
Yeah.
Much better.
Okay, so yeah, so they sail the boat away 1,000 feet, and it disappears very strangely. You have to see it. It's kind of hard to describe.
Well, I'll take a look at it.
Yeah, well, refraction ain't the answer, that's for sure.
It's too short of a distance, right?
Well, like the boat goes like transparent. You can like see through the middle of it. It's really weird. Hold on, I'll post a screenshot.
Oh shit. Let me check that. I was jamming to the toadies. Possum
2
King.
inches above the water surface.
Give it up to me. Do
It even
you
gives you the
wanna
weather
be
conditions too.
my angel?
And see
That's a
that
man-made.
75% humidity may have something to do with it, Indio.
Yeah, it looks like a man-made pond, but I don't think it is. 0.2, humidity 75, cloud cover 59. Water temp.
Two degrees difference between the air and the water temperature.
Yeah. There always will be. That's what causes lake effect. The lake stays cold longer than it'll. When it first warms up, the lake is still cold.
Look at that. You can. I posted a screenshot. I don't know if you've gotten to the end, but you can like see through the boat. It's really weird. It's like you can see through the boat.
It's a destroyer too. That's funny. Look how the waves make it look like it's sinking, just because the wake and the waves rise above it.
Yeah, Witchett went over to Gem Pandas today with it, and I guess they spiraled. You know how it is.
Oh yeah. No, this can't be true. That's not what happens. Yes, when you look over a body of water in the ocean, there's oceanic swells average 20 foot. So a boat can appear to disappear just because your camera is below the level of the fucking swells, or your body and your eyes. The swell is greater than the height of your eyes or the elevation of your eyes. You know.
Yeah,
And
in a small wave that's close will just block stuff far away. I mean, that's obvious. I can block the
yeah,
Empire State Building with my thumb by holding it close enough to my eye.
yeah, like in the Black Swan, it's at 1 foot, man. And when there was one dude trying to say, well, this could only be refraction. And I'm like, dude, it's at 1 foot. So have you ever been to the ocean shore? You see 3 foot waves coming in nonstop. And do you know what forefronting is? The thumb is an example of forefronting because your thumb's the largest thing in the forefront. Things in the back can't be seen, and your thumb takes up more of your view than anything else. And so the same thing with the black swans. Some of those through the video, the distance horizon changes just because of the wake that's coming up and hitting the shore. It's at 1 foot. It's really simple.
Oh yeah, I remember one time Bob the science guy was on here, and he was like there's no way something small can block something big. I'm like, I can block the entire Empire State Building with my thumb. I'm like, you're just full of shit. I banned him right after that. Like, you're just in, because you know how he is, man. Bob the
Yeah.
fallacy guy. Can't concede anything. Like, you want a Glober who can't concede, man. That guy will never concede anything. Ever.
I'm the man. Make me admin. And I'm gonna use fallacy.
Non-stop.
Dude, you remember Kids in the Hall? I'm smashing your head. I'm smashing your head. You're
Yeah, I'm
tiny
crushing your
human.
head, right?
Yeah. Yeah. That's just it. They show you that shit on HBO. I can make your head look like a grape. All I got to do is look through my 2 fingers to do it. No, pop that motherfucker like a pimple.
Oh, hold on. I gotta show you guys something. There's a particular image. I think it's from Scotland. So it's Blackpool Tower, and like some mountain behind it appears lower than the top of the tower, and you're like, that's because the Earth is curved, blah 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 blah, right? And that it can't appear lower. It's complete. That is like a completely ridiculous thing, right? So I'm 6 feet tall. If I walk up to a 10-foot pole and take a picture of something behind the pole, doesn't matter how tall it is, it's gonna appear shorter than the pole, right?
Yeah,
it's gonna be lower than the top of the pole because I'm so close to the pole. It's like
they always leave out forefronting, and forefronting doesn't just apply to images you take with a camera, but also your eyesight. Things that are closer to you take up more of your vision, your field of view, so they look larger than things farther in the distance. They always leave that out. Yeah, like
the thing is, they leave out things that we like as we go through the world every single day that we just automatically take notice of, right? We like the shallow viewing angle and stuff, right? Every time we look at a screen or a phone or a sign or a piece of paper or anything, we don't look at it at an angle, right? We try to get as square to that sheet of paper or screen or whatever as possible.
Center of vision. Yep.
Yeah, exactly. And we do this every day, and then they come on here and they're like, nah, that's not what's happening. Like, dude, you like literally do this all day long. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, I got a picture of me and one of my buddies from the Corps in the desert, and with a couple camels way off in the distance behind us. And the camels look like they only come up to our knees. But these camels are bigger than us, dude.
Yeah, I'm sure. Camels are pretty huge, man.
Oh, they're fucking huge. So we didn't do all bad in the desert. We caught those camels, and like an hour and 15 minutes later, some dude came by that was chasing his camels. He was walking through the fucking desert just like, yeah, my camel fucking split. I gotta find it.
Was it a shekel?
It was a Haji. I don't know if it was a shekel, but yeah. And he was cool, you know, but he didn't have an AK, and I didn't have to worry about friend or foe, you know. Just gave him his camels back. We watered them from our canteens and shit. Camels are alright, like a big dog with 2 humps. They just wandered up like, what's up, dude? I'm lost in the desert. My boy was feeding it protein bars. That cracked me up. That motherfucker loved a peanut butter chocolate protein bar. Yeah, but in the desert, the heat can play funny tricks too. I seen shit in the desert that you know you think is unreal, but you have to realize it is unreal because the heat distorts everything you see. It's not real close, and you're not seeing it as it's supposed to be.
Oh yeah, especially if there's a wind.
There's
Something
a
that
wind.
disturbs the lair, you're going to get a mirage.
Wind in the desert isn't nice. You get sandblasted.
You gotta think
It's
of it
like
like
a
a
blow
funhouse
dryer.
mirror almost. But instead of the looking through a a wavy surface mirror. You're looking through kind of like a wavy lens, right? So it's just this crazy distorted lens.
Yeah. That's why you see mirages. Start to see whatever your mind shows you.
In fact, you can get the same like effect when you look at the top of a flame or fire. You see like a little bit of heat distortion.
Or you can get
Mike, you weld, man. You should know this. Is that like if you have a glowing tip, it appears larger than it actually is?
Yeah.
Because it's super hot.
Yep. Yep, you can get the same effect on the roadway too after a rain when the heat is evaporating the rain quickly in the summer.
Could be a reason why the angular size of the sun doesn't change.
Yeah.
True.
The air, you know what I mean? Like you're looking through the air at the sun, man. That air is obviously going to be hotter than air that the sunlight isn't going through.
Right.
And that would also explain why most of the videos of where the sun is shrinking are in super dry conditions. That means there's less particulates in the air, right? So the like the particulates aren't getting hot and then heating up the air because there's no particulates. So it has a cleaner path. The sunlight has a cleaner path to your eye.
Yep. Less humidity. Yeah, moisture is one of the number one forms of atmospheric obstruction, whether it's fog or just evaporated water and heat.
Funny, it's the number one greenhouse gas, man. I'm surprised you're not going to try and get rid of water vapor. No more water vapor. You're killing the planet.
Ban garden hoses.
Cover the oceans with plastic. I thought you said not to cover the oceans with plastic.
Wait a minute. What?
Water vapor is the number one greenhouse gas, so to stop evaporation, we have to cover the waters with plastic.
Yeah, and you could get trillions of tons of fresh water in the process. Why aren't they doing that? Oh,
We'll
that
give
would
them that
make
idea. They'll be selling their stuff to us.
Yeah, no
Sonny,
kidding.
don't be giving them ideas, man.
Listen, they were complaining for years about the ice melting. Why aren't they up there with damn ships, container ships, that are probably just sitting there right now?
Yeah, if
and
we
get
took
that
all
fresh
the
water?
water out of the atmosphere and put it back on Earth, it'd be the next deluge.
Yeah, we don't want that either, but whatever. The complainers need to just like do their own footwork. So, okay, the shit's melting. Okay, go get all the fresh water and make sure everybody
The
on
reason why they're panicking about it because they know eventually there's going to be a pathway that's going to melt in the ice ring.
You guys remember back in the
Yeah,
day, they used to talk about dragging an iceberg to like Saudi Arabia so they would have water?
Yeah, I remember.
Why haven't they ever tried that yet?
Why didn't they? That's what I'm wondering.
Drag it out there into the desert and cut it up and drag it in land.
I mean, it's so freaking huge. Yeah, they could just break big, huge chunks off of it and like stick it in container vessels, like whatever. Have it drain out in the bilge. So what? If some melts, just pump it out like they do everything else.
Imagine that. Let's go mine some ice, man.
I know, right?
Ice miners.
Special equipment.
Turn the desert into the great Arctic ice sea.
That'd actually be pretty cool.
Right.
Yeah. The garden is going quite well.
Is it still cold as hell there, Sonny?
Yeah, but I don't want to embarrass myself by telling you how cold our cold is to you guys.
Yeah,
Not stupid.
I
That
hear
would be
you.
dumb. But I'll tell you how cold it is. Just, I don't know. It's cold for me. It's like right now it's 52 degrees.
Oh yeah, I hear you now.
Yeah, 52.
You,
Freezing here.
you aren't wearing the long johns, are you?
Just about.
I might go jump butt naked in the river in 52-degree weather.
It's
Yeah.
about long pant weather.
Honestly, I could do it myself. Like
That's
I'm not
spring
afraid of
shit.
it. I used to go surfing in this kind of weather. It was warmer in the weather than
That's
it
what
was
I'm
in the
saying,
air.
Mike. You be down here water skiing and shit.
Yeah,
Temperature of the water's like 60 degrees.
Yep.
I've been to Arizona and I've been to Florida. Yeah, I
Oh,
laugh
and
at them. These people at Christmas, 55 degrees out, they got coats on at Walmart. I just laughing my ass off. They're
I had
like,
the wrong city.
Hang out for a few years. This will be cold to you too."
Yep, your blood would thin out.
When I was in school, if it was 50 degrees or warmer, I'm wearing shorts.
Right, right. I'm going outside my motherfucking sweat shorts, chilling barefoot.
Yeah, so the difference is you have an onshore breeze blowing across the ocean here. You're on the west coast. It's constantly the wind and that moisture is
Yeah,
blowing
that's
off.
ocean
So I'd like to
effect.
see you wear shorts for long. You probably could handle it for a while, so could I. But after a while, that
Bro,
moisture
we got
is
lake
gonna
effect.
get you.
What's the difference? We're
Yeah, you
surrounded by
got
Great
worse.
Lakes.
Well, yeah, up there, you're in a different level altogether. I know. I grew
But
up
I'm
like in
surrounded by
Chicago.
water.
Yeah, that's different.
Oh yeah,
It
the
actually is.
lakes.
It's fresh
The
water.
lakes don't hold heat as long as the ocean does.
They're fresh
Exactly.
water. So, but the moisture is the thing when it drops and then that wind is blowing
Humidity is high.
really high.
Just come out here in July.
Yeah, no kidding, man. Holy crap.
I
What's it
live on
like?
the
What's it like?
asphalt. I live on the asphalt, bro. Them hot temps don't really affect me like they do other northerners.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
you know how like the wind in the desert sucks?
Yeah.
It's not so much because, the particulates when it's blowing hard, but when it's just like a steady breeze, it's like a
A
hair
hot
dryer.
breeze. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same as Arizona, dry as fuck. When the
Yep.
wind blows, it's like standing next to a fucking furnace. A heat
Sucks the
vent.
moisture out of your lips. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, I got an
Leaves
uncle.
a salt crust on your face.
Yep. I got an uncle in Arizona.
One thing though, not a whole lot of road salt down here. Not a whole lot of rust.
Is that
Just
better?
peanut rust.
Is that better volume?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I turned it down some.
I know there's an area called the Rust Belt. I don't know what area that is. But apparently there's a lot of road salt usage. And it really destroys the undercarriages of vehicles. You would think that they would have some sort of well, I don't know if I should say this on the live stream. Because they'd probably use it and I wouldn't get shit for it. But it'd be totally feasible in places like Iceland. Instead of using salt.
Now my latest thing is I ride by people and I say, better do what they told you. Better do what they told you.
Damn. The South got hit hard.
Oh, it always gets quiet too fucking quick. Go to get some rolling papers and bam, lobby
Yeah,
chat.
I'm here. I've been just trying to listen more. But,
Yeah. I'm just trying to get an update on this power outage thing.
I don't like those numbers, Josh.
I know, and that's just 2 states, over 100,000.
That says 800,000. Is that an exaggeration by any stretch?
No, that's in total
Holy
customers
shit.
without power. But there's 2 states that have over 100,000. It looks like pretty much Florida was saved by it, but it's like the whole area that was going to go through deep freeze. Georgia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Massachusetts, New Jersey, Tennessee, California, Oregon.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a big leap from like 10,000 people, 50,000 to that. Anyway, super duper. That's great. Even this can only happen on a flat Earth. The good, the bad, the ugly.
Only
It's flat
on
station.
flat Earth.
That's right.
Have you been looking into any Earth tides?
Me?
Yeah.
No. Earth tides. What's that about?
Oh, that little meme I showed you about the Will Smith thing. How gravity's pulling cities 14 inches a day. 14 inches, bro.
So, like, Earth's pregnant, constantly contracting, going in between contraction spells.
Well,
Is that what's going on?
It's pulling all the mountain ranges. You can hear them creaking and stuff. Remember, like on that thing?
Yeah. Those sounds you could.
Yeah.
By the way, fuck getting to those places. No way. No thanks.
Yeah, the quietest place known to man. And
No, to man. Yeah, right. But then they got vibrational. They picked up some shit, right?
Well, they say it's the most quietest place on Earth, but I'm pretty sure we could probably make a soundproof room that could be probably quieter.
Oh, most certainly, yeah.
Right. But in that documentary, you see them crawling on their bellies deep into the caverns, 1,500 feet underneath the surface of the Earth.
I'd never do it.
I would do it.
Hell fucking no.
Yeah,
the only thing I'm afraid of for real, I have claustrophobia. That's my only actual fear that will make me freak out. Like, freak the fuck out.
Watch the movie As Above, So Below.
I will not. No,
you'll
sir.
definitely have anxiety.
Yeah, thanks. I already do just hearing about it, so.
Yeah. Yeah, and then they go on about how the gravity's making that rumbling sound.
Mm-hmm, right.
And then if you strip all the sounds away in the city of New York, you would hear the city stretching.
It's not tectonic plates, it's tectonic boomerangs.
It's called Earth tides. Earth tides, bro.
Yeah,
Earth
that's fucking
tides.
funny. That is funny.
Stretching.
I love it. So is it, again, 14 inches back and forth in a day, or?
Twice a day.
Twice a day.
Oh, damn. That's why my penis is so big.
I think I still sent you that link.
There had to be a reason, Mike. There had to be something behind it.
14
inches.
14 inches and how much distance?
The city's just being pulled on by the forces of the moon.
You mean
stretching super cities 14 inches a
Yeah,
day.
the moon is pulling everything in just all different directions. As it goes around the Earth, it's like an interference pattern between the Earth and the moon, and the moon's doing it, and it's like fucking up the ground and everything, and it's but you don't get but check it out, you don't get any cracked surfaces, which well, whatever. Anyway.
Cities are what cause climate change.
So not only do the seas have tides, the land has a tidal lock as well. Of course it does. Of course it does.
I think it's episode 1.
That's what it is. They're going through contraction.
Will Smith series Planet Earth or something like that.
Yeah,
Earth is expanding and contracting.
Right.
That's crazy.
Fat Mama's making the Earth expand.
Oh, and there was a new article released.
Probably to something.
There's a new article released, Vlad Flob, that they just confirmed that Earth's atmosphere extends Moon's orbit.
Yeah, it extends past the moon. We knew this. What was that? 2 years ago, or 2018 now?
Yeah, NASA
Okay, there was just another paper released. I just saw it on.
Yeah, they're going to probably start reinforcing it because they said it once. We've been talking about it, and so now they're going to try to back it up with some nonsense. I cannot wait.
Yep.
Oh, I guess that's what was the Van Allen radiation belt, right? But if we're flying around in the Earth's ether, then we got something to push off of, right, with our rockets.
I'm not a rocket surgeon. I wouldn't know anything about that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I do know how to measure things, though. So, because that stuff's really easy to do. Anyway, go ahead, Battle.
Oh, yeah. Well, I'm just saying the earliest article I can find about. I'm really low.
No, can't hear you. Sorry.
Shut up. We can hear you fine.
Good. He's fine.
I think he was fucking with you.
So the earliest article I can find about is 2018. So far, the Earth's atmosphere extending far beyond the moon's orbit.
2018? That's 4 years ago almost.
So isn't that up like at least 100, 120,000 miles?
Well, they give it
more.
Sorry, I had you on mute.
Holy, what are you doing muting mods?
Hey, you guys.
Hey, they give you this image too, eh?
Hey, wait a minute.
Show
There's
us.
a maple syrup in the house. Wait a second. Did it move pass by? You betcha.
A few clicks, the atmosphere goes a few clicks past the moon, eh?
Oh, wow.
Hey,
like an egg shape. It's like an egg, eh?
Did you get the 12 of Molson's?
Hey, loan me a loony and a toonie so I can go to Timmy's and get a 2 fur. Come on, eh? Help me out, buddy.
Come on.
Come on, eh?
Come on.
Have you seen the new Canadian Looney?
Yeah,
No,
eh?
that.
And
Did
if
you
you
see
can,
it
eh,
though?
can I get a couple of them rolling papers, eh? That'd be just fine.
Did you see it?
You betcha.
Yeah.
You
I'll
betcha.
smoke with you, eh?
Every day on Sunday.
Oh yeah, Zigzag's got a new rolling paper. It's called the Trudeau.
I use rice
Toilet
papers.
paper. Oh
I use
no.
Elements rice papers. Rice, baby, to go. Let's roll.
Maple syrup flavor.
Oh, hey, yeah, we got
Maple
them
syrup
maple syrup
papers.
blunts too, eh?
Great.
Yeah.
Good idea.
Canadian blunt wraps, eh?
Oh shoot. There's another guitar idea. Maple syrup inside of an epoxy guitar. Another guitar, chocolate one up, epoxy with maple syrup inside. Awesome guitar idea.
Sure.
I like them rice paper cones, eh?
Mmm.
The little,
Oh.
fake filter in them, eh?
How about a bunch of rice paper? Yeah, rice rolling papers in the guitar with epoxy so you can see them all.
They're the bomb.
There's another idea. The Trudeau paper inside an epoxy guitar. Or whatever, acrylic, whatever it is.
Unbelievable.
Unbelievable. There's businesses being created right here.
I was dying the other day and earlier today in the debate channel. Oh my god, I was like just dying. I was laughing so hard.
Yeah, you can. I think you can actually crack a rib.
Who was it? Who was that
Just started
last?
to rage so bad. Jem, the old guy Jem, man, he was screaming and spitting and
I can't
growling.
listen. I
Who
can't
was
listen.
that last night? We said something about Brokeback Mountain, and I said I felt sorry for the horses, and somebody said, yeah, there's a guy in the tent going, and they're like, what's that, man? There's a bear. Let's get the hell out of
That
here.
was me. They're like those fucking poor horses. They have to listen to that shit all night. Like,
Dude, I woke up this morning
thinking
going,
there's a bear in the tent and shit. Going, oh god.
I woke up this morning laughing. I was laughing when I was making coffee, and my daughter's like, what are you laughing about? And I was like, inside joke. I couldn't forget about that shit I was dreaming about it. I was like, what the fuck, man? Woke me up. I'm not one of them guys that go back to sleep either.
Oh, now I see.
That keeps giving.
Yeah.
So our basically our atmosphere is being dragged.
Yeah, by the moon, eh?
I see.
Hey, must be more maple syrup on that side, eh? You bet.
That's right.
So the Bears are making the Cowboys gay, eh?
Moo.
Ask the Marlboro man, eh? He'll tell you.
What's the Marlboro man got to do with maple syrup?
Oh, he's gay as they come, yo. He give him a Marlboro and he's happier than a fairy in a field full of dicks.
Yeah, so apparently you can milk a tree.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very slowly.
Oh, I peeled some bark
Drip
off
by
a cinnamon
drip.
tree today. A cinnamon tree. I got some
Oh,
bark.
hey, you need some penicillin for that.
What else? Camphor trees. Camphor tree. I got berries off a camphor tree.
Yeah, you can.
I'm gonna boil that inside my house.
Milo, you be nice to that kitty, damn it. Oh, tell me something I don't know, Glat.
camphor and eucalyptus. You can boil that in your house. Kills germs. It's in the air. It kills the germs in the air. Well, if you believe in germs, whatever. Who cares what? Whatever.
Do not cut one of those camphor berries and then rub your eye.
Oh no, I just tasted one, but they're pretty young, so it actually kind of has a sweet taste, but you can taste that oil though. Wow. So powerful stuff.
I don't know if they're edible.
They're not really. I just barely taste it.
Yeah, I wouldn't eat them at all. But you'll be alright a little bit.
What about lingonberries?
What about them?
Are they edible? Because I heard they were poisonous.
I've never heard of them, to be honest.
Lingonberries?
No.
Oh wow! It's like an evergreen shrub that has these red berries with the seed that sticks out of it, like a lingam.
Not familiar with that.
No, I'm not either.
But hey, Joshua, you might know how do you get the acetyl acid from the aloe vera?
You just
Boil the whole thing down?
no, you just take a piece of aloe vera and you stab the stem into it and you pull it out and you got it on there, or you keep it in there for a minute until it starts to generate roots. Yeah, lingonberries. It's a Swedish food.
Hey, Crackfilling. No, you said you could get acetyl. You know, like aspirin is acetylsalicylic acid. So acylic acid is what's in aloe vera. Wasn't that you that said that?
Yeah.
I thought you did. So how can I extract that from the leaves of an aloe vera?
You don't really extract it.
You don't?
No.
How would I use
So
it?
if you just have like aloe vera gel, like if you're gonna extract it, you just peel the aloe vera, like take one side of the skin off, like cut the sides, and then peel one side of the skin, and then take like a knife,
And just eat it.
the blunt side of the knife, and you rub it back and forth, and you create like a slime.
I got you. Yeah.
But you don't need to do that. You just need to take cut the tip off of a piece of aloe vera, stick the stem in it, and it will grow roots.
No grow roots. Yeah, exactly. Gotcha. Awesome. So you just eat it.
Eat aloe vera?
Blend
Yeah,
it.
that's slime from the aloe vera. That's where we all came from.
They make juice.
Oh, sure. Sure, okay.
It is.
Oh, hey, he's a slime guy, eh? You slimy monkey, you.
Slime monkey.
Did you guys know this? Listen, we live in the Southwest, so like I investigate like plant life and stuff. Like I do that kind of research. But anyway, did you know that every fruit from all cactus are edible? That means the flower too. So not all of them are pleasant tasting, like the peyote, and you might have a reaction to stuff like that. But they're all edible. Every flower from any cactus is edible.
A lot of flowers are edible.
I think cactuses themselves are edible, aren't they?
Yeah, most of them are.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because I heard of cactus soup and cactus snacks of some weird thing. I've even heard people boiling them in a stew. Certain cactuses, I don't know.
I got a big, huge pear size, like a giant pear size cactus apple not long ago, actually.
Oh.
But I've yet to take one of those big things because I'm not usually dressed like. I just need to get some good work gloves so I can grab it and use the pliers and pull those spines off until I get a nice flat piece with no spines, because it gets stuck. spines.
You
It's
can
not
eat
There's a specific type of nopal that's edible. It doesn't have the spines; it just has the blockhead hairs.
You know, you can eat lavender, honeysuckle, dandelions.
Yeah.
You can eat a rose. They got
Stinging
health
Yeah,
nettles.
benefits
I eat
too.
rose. I've eaten rose petals. There's a rose garden. I eat all that stuff, man.
Yeah.
Fresh clover, full of vitamin C and chlorophyll.
Stinging nettles are
Hibiscus.
surprisingly good.
You know what
If you
the
find
hibiscus?
the clover that has the purple on the flowers,
Yeah, or yellow. So no, the one side.
no, the one that has the red on the flowers, that's called red clover because it has like a reddish purplish vein on it.
Yeah, yeah. I think
Collect those and dry them up and add that to your smoke for a different experience.
add to your what? Oh,
Your pipe.
your
Put them
motor.
in your pipe.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
man.
Fume.
You
Fumar.
can eat the flowers off of squash too. You know, you grow summer squash. They
Oh,
got big,
yeah.
nice big flowers on them. You can eat them.
Yeah, you
Pansy.
can,
Stuff them with cheese.
No, you just eat them.
you can cook them up. You can cook those up in an omelet. That's great.
Chamomile. You know what
Yeah,
that
I was
is?
talking about
I tell you what.
on the inside with
I would make the omelet with the squash flour. Yes, that
filling
is.
it up with like a cheese and then like a cheese puree and then tempura frying it.
No,
Like
do
bikini flowers.
No, listen, do a cheese souffle with those flowers in it.
You can eat these too. They're called chamomile. They kind of look like a sunflower.
Those I love that tea.
Oh yeah, you can eat those, huh? Yeah, and then there's what?
Yeah,
There's
they make tea out of it too. Yeah, chamomile tea. Yeah.
chamomile. Yeah, I
Add
have some.
that to my blue scene tea.
Yep.
I make tea out of royal basil. There's basil growing around here, big huge thing in the park around here, and basil, lavender. I'm trying to find like mint. That's another thing I'd like to find.
Yeah,
But I
if you
use
take,
almost all my spices are from. I go pick them myself. So like I have
You get
bunches of rosemary, allspice. Like what else? No, there's other things like tea tree.
Check it out. You take mint, basil, and a little bit of lemon and some watermelon and puree it like a smoothie status, and you have like a really good energy boosting beverage right there.
Well, that's cool. But I have so much fruit. I think I'm gonna get a distiller and make my own fuel, and also can distill water 3 gallons at a time. So that's a good amount.
Get a couple of Sparklets bottles and Star San.
I have several of those bottles, like 5 or 6 of them.
Yeah, we got a couple of glass carboys.
I wish they were all full.
You get leeks.
No.
You know what leeks are, right?
Leeks in what?
Wild onions.
Oh, leeks. I don't think there's any leeks growing around here. I've looked around for things because I used to pick those up when I was a kid. I used to pull the wild onions when I was a kid, but I don't see any
I
around
love
here.
wild onions and wild garlic.
Yeah.
Wild garlic, bro.
Asparagus.
Yep.
Yes, and
What's
the
up, Crack
Northwest.
Dylan?
What's up, brother?
Oh, yeah.
Good.
Speak up,
Sure.
brother.
A lot of people been returning this week, so another welcome back to you.
Yep.
Thank you, brother.
Happy holidays. I didn't get to say that.
I did message you like yesterday or the day before. Like I came in briefly and then left again. Just had so much going on. It's weird. As the moment you said garlic, I was like pouring garlic into the wok. As you said, wild garlic.
That's all right.
I'm wanting a cup of tea now. We're talking about tea.
Yeah.
Yeah,
wanting
no,
tea.
me too.
Make me some green leaf.
Another joint, a good reason to
Damn
have
it.
another joint and some tea.
I'm gonna make some.
Making mint cannabis tea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make some salted caramel hot chocolate.
That sounds good. I like to brew down some. I like cannabinoid tea.
To be honest, I
I
think
just wish I
cannabis
had coconut.
tastes lovely.
I wish I had coconut oil, but I don't. So I gotta use butter.
Yeah. Coconut oil helps. Coconut oil is good for helping you absorb nutrient and other things.
It's good for lots of stuff, man.
Yep.
It's good as a detoxicant as well, like putting it in your mouth and just like pulling it through your teeth, right? Instead of using mouthwash. Don't
And
swallow
beard
it,
oil,
obviously.
Beard oil.
Mm? Mm. Yeah, it actually does work, doesn't it? It's a beard oil. They sell beard oil is so expensive as well. Just use some coconut oil. That's what I do anyway.
That's the main ingredient.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the argan is way too expensive, and it's cut with coconut oil anyway.
Exactly. You know how they get most of the argan oil from, obviously from the nuts that are on the trees or whatever. Those people that harvest it up in the mountains, like the Sherpa type people. You see the goats that like stand in the trees or whatever. Apparently, they eat the nut, and then they can't absorb it. They can't absorb really hardly anything from it. But then what happens is it essentially takes off part of the husk, right? And then they shit it out, and then the people go and collect their shit, and then they use those nuts in order to like press the argan oil out of it. Like they let the goat do part of the process for them, basically.
Yep. There's another kind of incense that's made from a tree in like Vietnam that's specifically infected with something, and they use that as the aroma for it.
Mm. Oh man. Like I came in and started hearing you guys talking about like food and stuff like that. I was like, I'm cooking something. I need something like earthy, so I'm making like creamy garlic mushrooms. These mushrooms say that they're like out of date since like the 27th of December. They're meant to be out of date, but there's nothing wrong with them at all. I don't listen to that shit.
Something else too, guys. Wild lettuce.
Did you ever have rocket?
Huh?
Have you ever had rocket?
No.
No? Maybe it's called something else in America. They look like rockets, basically. Like that's the shape of it almost, right? But it's like lettuce, but it's like a peppery type of lettuce.
Arugula over here.
Pardon?
They want to call it arugula. Rocket.
There you go.
Yeah, I've got it in my garden. Sometimes it'll start growing year after year.
Yeah, I've had arugula that's bitter greens. That's good.
Yeah, it tastes like fuel.
Tastes like what?
Fuel. It's like gasoline and the wild rocket.
Mm-hmm. It's like peppery, like.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. When you said fuel, I was like, wait, what?
Well, I just learned this last year to eat radish pods. Those are real peppery, like the rocket. Those are good.
Mm. Yeah, I've only ever had that like once. I didn't even know what it was until like about a month after I'd eaten it. Like I was given it, loved it, and then I was told afterwards what it was. Like super peppery.
Garlic greens. You ever had those?
What is it?
Garlic greens, the green part of the garlic.
No, I don't believe so. I bet a lot of wild garlic and stuff like that. Garlic greens and that.
Instead of the bulb, you take like some of the leaves off of it, and it's like a giant Japanese chive, like a giant garlic chive.
Mm.
Really good.
Oh, it was me and you before, wasn't it, that was talking about cooking the whole bulb of garlic, right? Remember we was talking
Oh
about
yeah,
that?
that's divine.
And like it turns into like literally like a garlic butter, doesn't it? It's like, ugh. I haven't done that in a while.
Yeah, I like arugula also. It's good stuff. And yeah, let's see what else. Oh yeah, in Northwest there was horseradish growing. The first time I found that, and it was like abundant. It was everywhere. That was good stuff. That'll clean your sinuses out for good.
Right.
I had I ate something I thought was a giant clump of rice, and it ended up being the wasabi I couldn't find, and that really set me straight the other night. New Year's.
Ooh. I've had
Yeah,
wasabi like a few times where it's like I've had it where it's been a little bit mild, right? Like the first few times I had it because it wasn't proper stuff. I think it was, I don't know, maybe mixed with something else. And then I ended up getting proper wasabi in a sushi restaurant when I was a little bit older, right? And oh my days, like because when I'd had the shit stuff, like the fake stuff, I would use like quite a lot of it, and I stitched myself right up like badly. Like my mouth was ruined. I didn't even enjoy the food after that because it was super hot.
Yeah, the real stuff, it's kind of sweet, as opposed to the bitterness of the imitation stuff, the horseradish mixed with green food coloring that they sell as wasabi. It like, like
I don't
the
know,
real
man. It was
wasabi when they
hot.
grind it up, it's yellow. It's not green at all.
Mm,
Yeah.
that makes sense, actually. Right. The liquid's coming out of it now.
And it's very pungent, but it disappears quickly, right? So it's not like something that's going to stick around for a while, but you're still going to, choke on the fumes.
Oh wow, that's quite a lot of water coming out of them mushrooms.
And apparently, the reason why they add it to sushi is to kill off any kind of foodborne illness that may be present on it.
Oh, is that why they do it?
Yeah.
Ah, interesting. No, actually makes a lot of sense. I thought it was just like, like with the ginger as part of like the process of like cleansing the palate a little bit, right, as well.
Well,
Like,
also
there's an
soothes
element.
your stomach.
That makes sense as well.
Yeah, like say if you have an upset stomach, like a sour stomach, and you just don't feel good, you got like you're don't quite have a fever, but you're stuffed up. Crystallized ginger and some tea,
Mm-hmm.
hot toddy and some crystallized ginger. You're right on right.
I need to make some crystallized ginger, like myself. You can just store it. How long? It stays like all right, done it for a long time if you do that to it.
Especially if you can like seal it in a jar or something.
Yeah, that's it. Right. I better not mess this up. The timing on it. So I've made some bread. But I'm just trying to warm it up.
No loud noises. Oh. You were baking a loaf. I was like, loud noises can collapse it. Or is that a myth?
Nah, I'm just making naan bread. Basically. And that stuff doesn't even really rise. I'd help making it as well. So I don't really know what I'm doing when it comes to making bread at all. So I don't want to be like at the last moment, like mess it up. It's come out nice. someone puts in a lot of effort to like do something, and all I do is like heat it up and then burn it. مالك مالها لهيب تضايم نور قلبك يكسر كم شكل شفامين كما زلوخين دالي عالم لروحو مالك مالها لهيب.
Quiet again.
I'm only muting myself because I was using water.
What?
Water? Ugh.
Sterilize that water.
Water myself.
Damn straight.
I'm seething my tea right now. I already boiled my water, mate.
Oh, that was just for the washing of the
Crack
hands.
Villain, are you?
Mm-hmm. What's up?
Hey, Crack Villain, are you familiar with the series, the British series called The Misfits?
Yes, of course, bro.
Did you ever watch that? Isn't that crazy? I wish I could get the whole thing, man. That is a wild, like, series.
Yeah.
Like, those cats are.
It's pretty good, right? So you know, you know the one that's in it, the Neil guy. It's called Neil.
Yeah.
And then the main character as well. I've met both of them ones.
Smart aleck guy. The smart aleck
Well,
guy?
you've got no, not him. So I think I can't remember what his name was. Is his name?
Big guy.
I can't remember. So the big tall guy, which is like stupid as hell, right?
Yeah. Thick as a brick. So yeah.
And then Simon, and Simon, who's like the main actor in it, right?
Oh,
He's got like
Simon,
the one who sticks his fringe up.
Yes.
Yeah. I met those two before.
Really, I believe it.
Yeah, just in a pub, because you got to remember, like, England's tiny, mate. Like, and they're from Bristol area, I think.
Oh, is that where that
not
is? I
sure.
was wondering if that was in London or where that was.
I don't know. I don't know if it's based in London. I can't remember, but I'm pretty sure those guys are from Bristol.
It's on a river somewhere. So. Well, I have dreams about Somerset all the time, man. I've never been there, but I have dreams about it.
I think Bristol is in Somerset, isn't it? Like,
I don't know.
Yeah.
You would know that.
I can't remember if it's in Avon or Somerset. I literally I can't remember.
Oh, that would be too weird, man. That would just like every time stop talking about it, I guess. Back to Earth is flat. Guess what? It's horizontal in the Earth is horizontal in nature all the way from me to where Crack Villain is. From the west coast of the U.S. to Britain, we're horizontal to each other, and vice versa.
That's straight. Reverse the vice.
Those oceans all horizontal. Fucking amazing, huh?
Fucking A.
Fucking amazing.
How have you been anyway, Sonny? You alright?
I'm doing all right. Yeah, you know how life is. You have ups and downs. You know, sometimes you like skin your knee a little bit. You know, you like stumble a little bit, and then you just go, okay, whatever. But other than that, you know, 2 steps ahead, 1 step back, and things are actually getting better for me. Things are looking up. Like, actually, I've had a smile on my face. Like, I really had a good time over the pagan holidays here on the Discord, dashing the holiday dreams to pieces. That's what I do.
Yeah.
With electric guitar accompaniment. People got sick of me, but that's okay. Thanks for putting up with me for all those hours. It was great, man. It was a lot of fun, but yeah.
That's a great show.
So your sunny disposition has not left you. I'm glad.
No,
I feared it may have.
No, listen, it did. It faltered a little bit. I'd be lying if I was not telling the truth. Yeah, I have moments where it's like not
I'm
Not
not that
feeling
great,
so
like.
great all the time, but
Mm-hmm.
generally speaking, right now everything's. I just rode.
Gonna be alright.
Listen, I rode 8.2 miles out in the trails, and then all the way back down the hill to the harbor, then back
Oh,
home.
dope.
8.2 miles round trip, like out in the
On-
trails in the dark
On a
with my
bicycle?
yeah, my electric
Mhm.
bike. It's like a motorcycle, but I can go anywhere.
Yeah.
It's got the agility of a bicycle.
Did you say it's electric?
Yeah, it's electric, 1,200 watts,
Nice.
48 volt, 1,200 watts. Yeah, I can
Well,
go.
I
How
don't
fast
rock
is
it.
it go?
I don't rock them unless they got ponies.
This thing's fast as hell, but it
Gotta
takes
have horsepower.
this. Yeah, I get it. But I'm gonna have an actual automobile probably by the end of this year.
I'm waiting for the lakes to freeze so I can do some ice racing.
Oh, that'd be fun.
Oh, that'd be fun. Yeah.
I got bikes set up for the for the ice. I got snowmobile set up for the track. I got a
That's
3-wheeler
cool.
set up, a quad.
That's really cool.
We race 3-wheelers and quads.
Hey,
if we get enough ice.
Did you see my grow picture from today?
Nope.
Battle mod.
Nope. Where's it at?
Let me send it to you. Hold on.
Send it to me too.
I already sent it to you, Crackdown.
Alright,
in your DM.
I'll check it in a sec.
Yeah. Sent you a few pictures. Let's see.
Cool.
I'll just send so I'm not confusing. I'll just send you the one from today. Make sure here.
That's
Yeah,
alright.
yeah, it's looking pretty nice, man. New tent. Pretty soon, it's gonna be transplanted into 10 gallons. Oh yeah.
Wait, you say grow,
From
yeah?
3 gallons to 10 gallons.
You did say grow, right?
Yeah, didn't you see? Go
No,
look
I
at
haven't
the
looked yet. I haven't looked. My hands are wet. My hands are wet. That's what I was saying. So you're doing an indoor one in California as well. That's cool, bro.
Herbal remedy. Shh, don't tell anyone.
Yeah.
I could actually do 6 plants there if I wanted to, but
If anything, they'd laugh and say, "Why are you only doing one?"
I know exactly. I'm only doing one because I do them one at a time, and this is the third one and the best by far.
What strain is it?
In magnitudes of better. Death Star.
Mm.
And here we are on the Bladder server.
Death Star.
But if you look up that strain, it's going to be perfect for me, like what I have going on.
Nice. Yeah, it's Death
That's
Star.
today after I put it in the tent. It's cruising.
Hey,
Starting to
what
feel
stuff
it
you growing,
everywhere.
bro? I be growing that Death Star Kush, bro.
It's rad because it's Sour Diesel and Sensi Star.
Oh, nice. Yeah, that is good weed then.
Yeah.
That's gonna be lovely.
Like even its leaves that get super dark, they get super dark green. They look like they're purple green after
Nice.
when they age a little bit. So even those, I tried some in my pipe, and even those are medicine already.
Sorry.
Tried a little in my flower vape. That's a cool thing to have, but it takes too long. It's old style, so it takes too long to charge.
Yeah.
But that you get like maybe
I
one
don't know
hit.
why you send that shit in DMs. Just post it.
I'll post it.
Look at mine.
I know yours are way better. Mine's a little sweet compared to yours.
Nice browns.
Holy crap! I know. See, I don't have nothing like that. That's
Yeah, see,
mine's
he's
a
got the
little
wattage.
tiny. Mine's in a little 4-foot thing.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
never
I
gonna
got
get-
the wattage.
But now I probably got 7 or 8
Still
good
about
shoots.
what?
7 or 8
That's
good
still
shoots.
about what? A good 8 weeks, a good 2 months still into
Oh yeah,
it.
that's actually about 10, but 10 to 12. That's what I like to call pre-flower. So I
Yeah.
make sure they're totally in flower. They're not even on 12s yet.
Yeah.
It's on 13.
I'm gonna start reducing mine. Maybe
13,
I got
11.
mine. Mine have been doing 18 hours, 20 hours. So
Yeah, you got to. Depending if it's autoflower, just you have to keep it like 18 to 16.
Yep.
Yeah.
If it's photo period, you want to start reducing it from 18 if you're going to do the 18 bed
Yeah, I
down
just
to 12.
sectioned off a part of my grow room to try a different thing with them.
Still at least
I don't
Yeah,
even
it
fuck with
mimics
waterfowl.
it mimics the outdoor growth, how vigorous it is.
20. I was doing 20 hours for a while, for a week, but this thing's only like, it's not even turned 2 months old yet. That to me is pretty astounding because it's producing a lot of new stuff, foliage coming out.
Yeah. That's sour diesel as well, bro. That was one of my favorite strains back in the day. In the United Kingdom, it's one of the hardest strains to get hold of. Even if you're good at growing weed yourself, it's hard
Sour
to get hold of.
Yeah, it is. It's
Very
one of
difficult.
the strongest sativa ones, right? Isn't it?
Yeah.
I think it's also a hybrid too, but
It's a hybrid. It's just a sativa dominant hybrid. But I always liked sativa dominance for some reason. That was my jam.
at first,
Like it was.
yeah, I thought this was going to be a sativa, but it has both kind of like characteristics actually.
Yeah, that's definitely a hybrid. Would you say it's Sensi mixed with? Yeah, it's probably a sativa dominant.
God damn it!
It's sativa dominant, but
Yeah, Joshua's got the best ones out in the desert up there. Look at those. That's superb.
It's not ready yet, and I'm afraid that it's going to die off from the freeze. I mean,
It's going to get
my
cold.
pepper plant's done. So is my Yukon Gold potatoes. They're done, frozen last night.
Yeah.
I'm worried that it's going to kill it, but the other one that I've been, the tangy, I left the tops so that they could get full instead of being fluffy. They're starting to turn purple on me, so I know that the glucose is the sugars is starting to flow to harden off from the freezing.
Crack Villain mentioned the sour diesel there. I've grown a warehouse full of sour diesel before.
Nice.
And they actually only need 6 hours. I've done one plant before on a 6-hour light cycle and budded it out. It was amazing.
yeah, you can do that. 100%. You can definitely do that.
Only 6 hours, really?
Yep, I've seen that done too.
That particular one, I low stress trained it from the start, and I put it out to the edge of the pot, and then twisted the stem.
That's what I did.
On the edge of the pot, and then each branch, I did one branch each straight up. There was like 12 branches straight up the whole plant.
That's what mine started to do.
Nice.
There's like 18 of them actually.
Have you not heard of that before, Sonny? Like they call it drug dealer genetics in cannabis. So like for people that do like a warehouse full of weed, right? Like my dad used to do this. Like he used to grow it on farms and stuff. And you get plants that are like incredibly like, I don't know, they're just so hardy that like they've had so many successful grows that they just autopilot. You can do them on like 6 hours and they just go for it. And they just work. It still works.
Awesome.
Yeah. It's mad.
Yeah, this is really pretty cool strain.
It's one of the only ways to get away with growing cannabis in a warehouse as well, really, because all it takes is like one helicopter to go over.
I'll probably start some more. Like I'll probably just do it round the clock. Who knows? Like just continue them on, grow some new ones. Like continue growing them. Start some babies.
I miss growing.
My God, is that Crack Villain?
It is.
It is.
Good God, man. Good God. Where have you been, Crack Villain?
Sherry.
Oh, God, man.
Oh, he's been out on the crack, mate.
Man.
Yeah, man.
It's
I've been villainizing them crackheads, bro.
Man, I've been going to all the local crack houses looking for you.
And you didn't find me. You did not find me, Flatterday. Saints.
You were hard to find, man.
They put out an all points Crack Villain.
Just look for the raid.
Crack Villain. All bulletin Crack Villain search.
Yeah, I saw like the one in posters. and the Brillo.
Brillo and baking soda. That works best.
Quality. That's brilliant. How you doing? You alright, yeah?
I'm all right. Yeah, I got 15 Modernas today, and I've never felt better.
Were they Kavanaugh? What was that guy's name? Kavanaugh? Were they Kavanaugh?
They were raspberry flavored. They were bomb.
Remember Kavanaugh? That was a British bloke. He invented it. He grew bananas in Britain.
Right?
What are you talking about growing bananas in Britain?
Yeah, this dude. Hold on. At this famous estate too. Hold on. What was that estate? Holy shit. Let me see if I can find it.
I'm about to say, like, wait, you can grow bananas in England? Come off it. That's got to be some Monsanto shit.
You can I
haven't, mate.
Grow them
Nope.
bananas wherever you want, mate.
For real? Oh wow, that's a new phenomenon.
No. I mean, you can probably get bananas to grow in quite a few places you wouldn't think they would, but will they mature properly? It's a question.
In a special,
That's what I was
special
thinking.
shelter. Now that's the most common banana that everybody sees now is his banana.
Oh, okay. Kind of like sending a dick pic out to everyone in your like contacts, but he did it like the real way.
Yeah, he did it with an actual banana, so his name would live in immemorial. Immemorially. Is that a word?
That would piss him off, wouldn't it? You know, let's change the work that he did. But that sounds like some Monsanto shit, bro. Straight up. Growing bananas in England.
I'll find out what estate he built. They built this huge. Yeah, listen. Oh, the Cavendish banana. Cavendish banana. The eminent death of the Cavendish banana. Why it affects us all.
Oh, yeah.
Blah, blah, blah. The birth of the Cavendish. Here it is. The Chatsworth House in the Peak District is still the home to the Duke and Duchess of Devonshire.
Oh, wow. Now it makes sense.
Bananas have been grown at the Chatsworth since 1830.
Chatsworth Estate. You know as well, the Chatsworth Estate is one of the roughest estates in Manchester. It's supposed to be. Have you ever seen Shameless?
That's this place.
So,
Grown at Chatsworth.
I love that show.
Joseph Paxton. So Joseph Paxton got his hands on a specimen imported from Mauritius. He apparently had been inspired after seeing a banana plant depicted on a Chinese wallpaper in one of the home's 175 rooms. But today's head gardener Steve Porter is skeptical about the story. He says, certainly the timing fits, he said, but I think it's much more likely that Paxton was always on the lookout for new and exotic plants and as well connected enough to know that when the banana plants arrived in England. Well, okay, so good. All right. Love a little bit of history there.
That actually makes sense. Kavanaugh banana. Like, I've seen that now. I remember seeing that now.
Yeah, Paxton was
Cavendish or whatever bananas, right? Like a sticker on the banana.
Yeah.
Hey, if you guys were to picture in your mind how bananas grow, like from the point where you break the banana off, right? The top where you peel it down. Now picture in your mind on a tree, does that part grow facing the ground or does that part grow facing up?
Down.
No, that part faces up.
Well,
you think so, right?
Wait a minute. What faces up?
So the part, the top of the banana where you peel it from?
Yeah.
Where you pick it off the bush? Okay,
Right.
so do you think that part faces the sky or faces the ground?
It faces the ground, but you would.
Faces
the ground, but you would think it would faces up.
Yeah, you would think so.
It
But I
actually
remember them.
faces
I remember
up.
them used to face up.
It actually faces up. They bring the top of the flower head down so that the branch grows down or the bunch grows down. Right?
Yeah.
They actually damage the tree and break it so it grows down. It's like a super
So if they were to just leave it alone, it would grow the regular way.
Yeah,
but it would be too high if we couldn't get it. We'd have to cut the thing down and we'd damage it.
I think it bends by itself. It just naturally bends down. That's the way it grows. I've seen wild banana. They bend down like that themselves.
I don't know. This isn't an argument I'm going to get into anyway. I'm not entirely sure.
Listen, some people have them in their yards here, and there's a couple places here in San Diego
the
where
way.
they grow in this alleyway next to an apartment building. They have banana trees, and I saw them growing there for a few years when I lived up in that area.
Oh, for real?
Yeah.
Okay.
They grow down.
Life and then your life becomes a better one. I made so.
That looks like seed pods right there. Are they? That didn't go to
Those are
seed.
trichromes.
Wow, they're
Those are
fat.
glands, my friend. That's where the stone is. You want
That's
to see
really
that
fat.
orangish?
Those are fat,
That's
aren't
the
they? They're all,
That's
those
the
things are all
amberglass.
impregnated and stuff.
That there's where the rubber meets the pavement, damn it.
I know, man. I have to have that medicine. Shoot, can't wait till this plant. See what it does. Yeah. Oh, that's a weird. Wait. Yeah.
Once
Wait,
they
that
get,
looks weird. That looks upside
well,
down.
that's the way they grow, and once they get so heavy, they start to bend down.
I forgot they grew that way.
I'm not going to argue it because it's not an argument. Just the way things are.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's how I thought they grew.
Yeah.
They're actually.
You can actually eat the flower of the banana.
Yeah.
Yeah, but like any fruit, right now it's rough and tough as it's green, and when they start to get yellow, they get more tender, and the weight bends them downward.
Yeah. That makes sense.
See,
that definitely makes sense.
It's like the best time of year for me in the apple orchard is when they're just flowering. Apple blossoms.
I love orchards, bro. Something special about the strawberry fields versus the orchard. What's your favorite place?
My
When I was
favorite place is the apple orchard when they're all blossoming before apples start to grow.
Beautiful.
You can eat the apple blossom too, but they just smell so good.
I've got 2 different types of apple tree in my back garden and a pear tree.
Yeah, what, like Jonathan and Red Delicious or Granny Green, Macintosh?
One's a Granny Green, and then I think the other's I don't know if it's a Macintosh, but it produces red apples. One produces green, one produces red.
Yeah.
I know one of them's going to be a Granny Smith apple tree or whatever, but I don't really know too much about it.
Right. Well, the most common red apple is like Honeycrisp or Jana Gold or Fuji.
Fuji. That rings a bell. That rings a bell.
Now here, I can give you a chart, and you can compare your type of red to the type of red you're looking for. Because they're all red, but some of them will be, red and green, light red, dark red, red with green patches.
Mine's the most similar already, I can tell, to so go to the second in the middle, second from the bottom. Straight away. That's the one there. The shape and everything. And the green striations. What's it say? The Cortland. That's it.
Yep.
Looks more like that than any of the others. Definitely.
So if somebody planted the tree just for eating, those are like the ones they'll be sweet. You pull them off the tree, they're sweet. Eat them right now. Where like a red delicious is tart and real tough, and you use it for pie.
To be fair, yeah. Yeah, the golden delicious ones look like what are growing on the other one.
Yeah. Yeah, I like golden delicious. Granny Green is, it's a special type of green.
Granny Smith is best with a little bit of salt.
Huh?
Granny Smith is best with a little bit of salt.
Yep.
Granny Smith greens.
We call them Granny Greens because we're Smiths. And that wasn't my grandma's apple, but hey. They are good though. He's right. I like them with salt. My horses, they just love them. I quarter them bitches out, cut the pits out, and motherfuckers go crazy for the green apples. They like the pears, like Golden Delicious, but they also like the Red Delicious because they're big fucking apples. You know, it's one of your bigger apples. That don't. That's why you make them for pies. One of the reasons because it doesn't take so many to make a pie. Because they're big damn apples.
My pears, rarely eat them. Every year, like obviously when it produces fruit or whatever, I just leave them to just fall off of the tree naturally, and then it obviously gets like eaten by the birds and all that sort of stuff. But a lot of it gets stamped into the soil, and it makes, I don't know, I just think it makes every other flower around it grow so much better when we don't collect them.
Yeah, at the cider mill, any apples that have hit the ground, those go cheaper. They're called ground picks. Most people want them before they fall. They want hand pick, not ground pick.
They both taste the same to me, man.
Why do the new people always text me?
Because you're at the top of the list.
And your name is Battle Mod.
Can I verify?
Mod in the name.
Sure. Okay, Mexer 420. Is he in the VC? Or
I ain't looking.
Negative.
Well, he'll have. Okay. Here we go. We'll check him in down here. Hold up, guys.
He's up in VC checking more.
Not now. Maxer 420. Hold on a sec. Let me get you unmuted. We'll do it right here.
Oh yes, Eli, brother, my G.
So what's up, Maxer? You're unmuted now. You wanted verified? Is my mic off? Am I modulating? Check
nope.
Check 1, 2.
He's in the lobby, Mike. He's in the lobby.
Maxer 420 is right here in the VC, so I'm not looking for him in text because I need him to speak to me or I can't verify him. Oh, your mic's fucked? Oh, well, here you go. Here's a free mute. When you got a mic, holler back at me again because we do voice verification. Cool. I won't be waiting. Later.
Oh yeah, boy.
But well, should make sure you have a mic before you're asked to get verified.
It's like what? It's like why would you join a hangout if you don't have a microphone? What?
Just to listen, but I don't know what I get it to listen, but I don't understand it. Verify me, I don't have a mic. That makes no sense.
I mean, I understand this is Discord, but I mean, it's usually voice chat, right?
Yeah, verification is for voice chat. Yep. It works. So you ready? So you ready, Maxer? 1v1 private. Listen, I'm just gonna voice verify you. If you want to debate somebody 1v1, just say so. This server is set up though so we can host our live stream, not so we can get in our DMs and debate people. I don't do DM private debates. I'm not scared. So you said your mic's working. Come on, man. Unmute. Can you introduction myself? Oh, welcome to the mic, Mexer 420. Can you learn to type a coherent and cohesive sentence, please, Mexer? All you got to do is unmute your mic. You're not muted by the server.
Yes, I can hear you breathing, Nexter. How you doing?
Ayo!
I hear you whispering. Are you on the low?
Bum skibbly boo ha. I got the ho toe. Feet a pipe on my hyper than Pinocchio's nose. 1, 2. Unbuckle my on shoe. Skibbly boo bop. A oopsie. A daisy. Man, you drive me crazy.
Woohoo!
I got 1 foot on the floor and 1 finger on the band button.
Hey guys, I introduced myself. I'm a Freemason, 19 Freemason. I know the truth. So,
Sure. What truth is that, brother?
What?
You said you're a Mason, right? What truth is that you were going to divulge, brother? And what charter are you from?
what's the chart? Oh, the charter. I'm a first degree, right?
How many hand jobs did you have to give to get there?
Only 2. Only 2 blindfolded.
What's the number? What's your Bethel number?
Well, echo number. I don't have echo number, so yeah, yes. The flat Earth is actually real.
One more question.
Yeah.
Left hand or
Yes.
right?
What?
Left
That's an
hand
important
or
one.
right?
While I'm pushing the mouse right now? Hey man, jeez, I can't remember my.
Which hand do you prefer and why? Left or right?
You whispered right.
And what does our right hand represent?
I think it's my. I need a pencil. Wait.
And what does our right hand represent?
Represent oh my god, I forgot too soon.
Oh Lord.
The right. I'm in the right. So right.
Dios de Luna, Dios de Sol.
No.
So.
No, dude. Listen, you're not a Mason.
I
So
know, I know.
can we get on with this?
Okay. Yes. And there's a black sun under the flat Earth. So.
It's like, imagine.
Listen, we've already established you're not a brother. You're not Masonic. So no offense, but quit trying.
I'm a master Mason. Okay. So.
Well, you would have answered the question of which hand real quick then, buddy, and why. But you did not. You did not even give an adequate answer.
I'm a bunch of shit. So.
And when asked about charter, once again, you spoke gibberish. I couldn't even paste it together to even hear what you were saying.
He's like, it's because I'm drunk. You know that everyone's drunk at those Mason meetings, right? Like everyone's fucking drunk.
Hold up. So entry level Mason. What are the three? What are the three pillars of masonry?
One is the pillars, the sun and the moon. And
not what's on the pillars.
What are they?
They're the sun and the moon, bro. It's like the sun and the moon, bro.
Wisdom.
Google faster.
I know.
No, I'm trying to say 3 pillars, so I'll
Clippity
forget.
clop, 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 clop.
Well, there's actually two answers to that: faith, hope, and charity, or wisdom, intelligence, and beauty.
Yes, yeah, the pillar is like the sun, moon. Then it's not
No,
sun, moon, and
the sun is a symbol. It represents something.
the
Enlightenment,
sun god.
wisdom, and intelligence.
Yeah, wisdom, intelligence. Yeah.
He's like the sun god. This is like the worst troll ever.
It is so.
Oh, you should have been here earlier today.
Anybody?
What happened?
We had 3 of them, man. They were so poor, man. Like,
And here's the announcement. Okay.
it's like must be low energy is the new troll.
Hitler,
Like, act like you're heavily sedated on barbiturates.
Not even benzodiazepines on barbs.
No, man, it's going to be a side effect from all the slaughter.
Fuck, I ate 3 fucking muscle relaxers, and I'm still not slurring gibberish like this guy.
I've smoked like 3 blunts today.
Arm wrestled my fucking daughter. I shouldn't have done that shit. Her little ass got strong in the Navy.
Unless we're missing something, this could be one of the new rituals that they're doing. We're just not familiar with the new Masonic hotness. That they say you take these 5 hits of acid and go on the.
You can be anything.
I wasn't done. The flat
You
Earth
can be
Discord.
anything. You can be Mason. You can be
I wasn't
astronaut.
done. The flat Earth Discord live. Okay, now I'm
You're done. You're done, bro.
Now you're done.
Yeah, I stuck a fork in you 2 seconds ago. Damn it.
Well, just don't interrupt. Sorry,
So Sonny, you remember earlier this morning, right? Those 3 fake flat earthers? The 3 phonies?
Yeah, I think so.
They were so sucky, dude. Like, I mean, oh.
What did they? What sort of shit were they saying? I need to hear this.
Dude, they could barely make coherent sentences. Like, they're just talking like, talking like that. It's horrible.
The water, it's level. Always.
It was probably not the acid.
They're fucking hooked datedly on some fucking shit, man. That's what it
They'd
is.
try to, like I was saying, man, they would try to sneak into the Mexican embassy holding a taco, thinking they were fooling them into thinking they were Mexican because they were holding a taco and wearing a sombrero. I'll fool these guys.
Yeah, they don't even know that a taco is an American.
Next is the welfare office. Taco, burrito, immigrant, food stamp, free housing. I don't know.
I've heard the American government's giving big amounts of money to illegal immigrants at the minute.
I vote
a lot.
I've been doing that for 3 decades, and that's not new.
I vote Republican. Free housing.
Put ads in the papers in foreign countries. Hey, come here and collect welfare.
I vote Republican.
Yeah.
Free housing.
Full page ads. Nothing but the best.
No, if you vote Republican, if you vote for him, you can pick your state. Shit.
Oh man.
Don't get me wrong. I've got nothing against them people. So.
Well, I'll tell you why it's hard to
fake
being a flat earther is because you'd actually have to know what we think and how we think it. But people come in here with what they think we think, and that's usually based upon the media or Flat Earth Society or some other stupid thing. So they come in here and they act like that, and like it's obvious they stick out like a sore thumb.
Yeah, I've had a few of them try it with me before on here, and it's just like it's more than obvious. It's like it's actually painful to listen to.
It is. It is. It goes to show you like the level of propaganda that's against us, right? To come in here. Oh, what made you a flat earther? Oh, I watched some YouTube videos. Like that's why people are flat earthers. Is because they watch some YouTube videos.
Yeah. Well, they just come. they come in and pretend to be the stupid idiots that they think that we are, right? So that's sort of what it is, and that obviously really does show in great detail what the media has portrayed us to be, right? We're supposed to be these people that actually have, we don't have a single original thought. We're completely indoctrinated. We're stupid. Yeah, so it sort of
We're
goes that way.
fundamentalists, biblical Christians, or any number of things, right? They got a whole bunch of LARPs, right?
Yep. So they think it's gonna be real easy to slip past. Nuh-uh.
It's the thing is just like how wrong they are. Like they're so wrong. It's like you're not a little bit wrong. It's like taking a test and getting every answer on the test wrong after you studied very hard.
Yeah, they're very wrong. So.
Who's that?
Me, yo.
It's just like another troll or something.
A natural, dude.
A lot of flat earthers this is it's how we think, which is different, and that's what gives it away, right? We're empiricists, we're direct realists, and we believe in objective reality. So you have kids come in here that live in a world of concepts and ideas, and they think those ideas and concepts are real. They're simulationists, right? They think that thoughts are real and reality is like some other weird thing. Right. So if I can think of something that's more real, I've actually had a Glober say, a computer enhanced image is more real, can be more real than the original photo. Like what? Like how high are you, man? Like you're
like you could turn around and say, nah, I can't even try and amend that comment, to be quite honest. I was going to try and reword it to make it sound a little bit better for the guy,
way to
but I
reword
can't.
it. And it was like a major, who the hell was it? So this is like 3 years ago, they actually had a pretty big anti-flat earth channel that a lot of people went to. And he came in, he stopped doing it after he came in and debated us in the old server because we just wrecked him so hard. And
yeah.
He stopped making anti-flat earth videos after that.
Yeah, made his ass quit.
Yep. There's a couple.
You see that happen a few times. This is why the new guys won't debate any of us. They can't. It's like they have to ignore, what we talk about completely. You've got to ignore it because the moment that you allow it in, you're gonna have to basically put yourself side by side with those with that, and it doesn't really work after that. Can't keep pretending we think a certain way, which is obviously the best thing to portray to the media, and to the people at home. Is again like with some form of sedated mob of flat earthers that basically have no clue what we're talking about. They can't show us what we are at all.
Yeah, it's just sad. And I'll never get over Brian Cox when he said, no one ever in the history of mankind believed that the earth was flat. He went on a television program and said that shit. I was just like, what? How? Are you really that desperate that you have to say something so absurd?
And we should just agree with him and be like, yeah, they just knew it was flat. You're right. No one believed it. They just knew it.
Yeah.
They knew it. You're right. Idiot. Oh, wow.
Professor Dave
Brian
went on
Cox,
apparently quite the Flat Earth channel. So
he did?
So that just proves that this dude's an actual coward, man. That he won't. Man, I would love to get a hold of him, man. I would love to get a hold of him. He hides in his channel. But he peeked his head out and he'll interact with other people. So now he can't use that as an excuse. Like, I only make YouTube videos. So he went on and he did a live stream with Fight the Flat Earth. So come in and debate somebody, which he'll never do because his channel will be done. Like you'll see half his subs gone in a week.
Defend your premises, your assertions. Defend them.
Dude, he would just spiral out of control when you're like, that's a straw man, that's a straw man, that's a straw man, that's a straw man. Where'd you get that map from?
Yeah.
Dude, the map he uses to say that this is the map flat earthers believe in, it's from Someone took there's a Russian website. It's not even like the article is in Russian, but it's not even about flat Earth or something. It's just like some map. Someone took GIMP, the program that's like Photoshop, the open source one. It has a filter where you can it's called spherize. So you can take any like square image and make it into like a AE projection. So someone took the Mercator map, ran it through that, made it into projection, and it's like up on some Russian website. And he's like, "This is the map flat earthers believe in." He like literally couldn't have picked a map that nobody believes in. Like nobody believes in. Like, are you kidding me?
That's ridiculous. Even the concept of saying that, like, you know, it's kind of like, again, it's like applying this idea that people even believe in maps. It's like, all right, so this is the map we believe in. So can you show us the map that you believe in? Like, which one's true to you? Because again, that's already a faulty premise, right? Like, you understand that maps are just conceptual drawings of the land masses that we live on, right? You
They
get
don't
that,
even
right?
have a map. They should have a globe, right? So which is the globe you believe in? Where can I buy it? Where's the accurate globe that we can go buy? Is it at Walmart? Like, where is it?
Which one can we
Yeah.
use to navigate too?
Yeah, which globe can we use to navigate? Yeah, good luck with that.
There isn't
Yeah,
one.
which one it is for educational
You
purposes? Can
know,
you
to
show us?
navigate properly, you have to ignore longitude and latitude and ignore curvature.
Mm-hmm. It's almost
Hmm.
like it's kind of like you have to act like the Earth's flat. Is that
You
what you mean?
you graph it out in a two-dimensional tic-tac-toe board called Cartesian coordinates, and you move from box to box.
Oh, I see. That's crazy, bro. That's almost like the Earth is flat. I get what you're saying.
It's the only way it works, and the straight lines in between the boxes are called run lines. So you navigate a run line. It'll be your course, your setting. Dead reckoning will tell you what square you're in which sector. You do that by the stars because they never change. Well, they change systematically, but they don't change outside of that system. The cycle
It's
just goes
predictable.
over and over and over again, and we know it. You can make no predictions about the cylindrical nature of the universe. We've watched this cycle for thousands of years. It's not a prediction. It's anticipation.
Post-fiction.
It's anticipation because we're just anticipating what we've already know to be true.
Yep. Yeah, it's not prediction. It's like a post-diction, right? It's like
It's no type of diction. It's a fair statement. This happened before. It'll happen again on this day. It's called statistical probability.
Yeah, I got to read something. This is going to be painful to you. The lobby said, just because a visible curve is not there does not mean the Earth is flat. It just proves that the Earth is so large that the curve is not visible.
Is that in lobby?
That's a good one. That's a good one. So it doesn't prove that it's flat, but it definitely proves that the Earth is just so big that it is curved.
It just proves it's a really big sphere. One kitchen table is just a really big sphere.
Well, in his defense, his name is Burb.
Wow, that's a good one.
The same thing true about his girlfriend.
Probably, bro. That's funny. Yeah, probably is true. Right.
Yo, they're seriously epically stupid in the lobby like today. I don't know what it is. There was a couple of them. They keep getting banned and coming back. But they were like, oh, man. They literally kept saying that claims are evidence over and over and over again. That the claiming something is as good as is the same as having evidence. And there was like two of them doing this. Like, man, you guys can't be this dumb.
Well, it's
I don't come out of somebody's mouth. It has to be true,
right?
Has to be, obviously.
I don't know about that. That's debatable.
I feel like you're as dumb as your indoctrinator, right? So, like, remember, it's like they're being indoctrinated by people like Dave. That's it. So like people like Dave are the ones that are indoctrinating these individuals that are coming here now, right? They're listening to him like he's the masterclass, and then obviously you got to remember that they're going to sound, let's say, 5 times less eloquent than Dave does when Dave already sounds like a piece of shit. So it's like, what's really much left there? Like, there's not much shit to strain out of that. So it's just nothing. It's just dust.
Hey, man, we don't need to be in the kitchen microwaving with you.
Yeah, you do.
Yeah, what was that microwave? About a D flat?
That's not a microwave.
So the same guy says. The same guy says, "Oh, just because you see it's flat doesn't mean it." That's terrible reason.
I know.
I do declare that sounds like Bong Sao. Bong Sao, are you back, sir? It's good to hear your voice.
Yeah, yes. Good to
I
hear your
know.
voice. All right, yeah, good to be back.
He insulted his reasoning. He's offended. This kid is fucking dumb.
He's got to be one of the people I banned for. It has to be one of the same people because there's no way. Like, unless someone like posted our link in like the SPED Discord or something.
The SPED. They're all on. Hey,
Short Bus Discord.
yeah, they're MoSPEDs, like mopeds, MoSPEDs.
SPED as in special ed.
Yeah. It's motorized retard, MoSPED. They're mobile. Mobile SPED.
Well, who's at fault? Who's the one that gave them the damn licenses to drive around on their moped?
Well, you remember that word I made up, dupid? I'm in stupid. Dupid people give dupid people licenses.
Like goofy dupid?
The dupid people that work at the DMV. That's what it is. Dupid people, motor vehicles.
Stupid, goofy, stupid.
Y'all like that word, you do. Dupid. And then you're dupid. With a D.
Well, I could agree with that. The DMV is definitely doofid.
Yeah, they even have a wrong arrangement here in Arizona. They call it the NB.
I'm sorry, sir. This isn't the complaint line. You're going to have to get a different form and move to the next line down.
Hi, I'm the next line. Yeah, this one is closed. You'll have to go to the next line.
So instead of department, it's the motor vehicles. It's the motor vehicle department.
That's how doofid does.
Right, so I always hear you Americans talking shit about the DMV, right? Like it's like the worst place in the world. It's like almost like going to like the Sahara Desert. Like you're pretty much likely to die.
Yeah, it's a vortex, man. You can get fucking lost in there.
To a torture
Fucking
chamber.
bureaucracy, man. You got to take a number, then wait in line.
Underground.
What's the fucking point of the line if you have to take a number?
Ratchet place.
Yo,
It's
no
actually
lie, I
not
was in the DMV one time, and they have like lots of like windows. There's like something like 30 windows, but there's 2 people in about 30 windows, and each line is about, I don't know, 50 people long. So this is in the middle of the day. This is the DMV, man. It's so slow. So anyway, right in the middle of these lines, the chick just gets up, goes into a window, leaves everybody in line, goes and starts eating her lunch. Right in front of like 100 people, man.
Oh wow.
Oh yeah, because they just straight don't give a fuck, do they? No.
You can't be fired, dude. It's like you can't be fired. You know nobody can do anything to you. They just do whatever they want. They take as long as they want. They do not care.
Chew bubblegum. Go over there, Sally, and chew some bubblegum and shuffle some papers around.
It's something stupid. The thing about it is, they have every record about you ever created since the beginning of time, and they're like, "Oh, we need all this paperwork to verify stuff." They don't need any of that stuff. They know damn well they don't need any of it.
No, Ridiculous.
You're
More crime. More crimes.
Listen,
against
commit a crime and watch how fast they find you with absolutely no paperwork.
Yeah, exactly.
All of a sudden, they know exactly who you are.
What she did in fucking junior high school. Stole that candy bar.
Yeah, what about?
We're not sure this is you. I don't know. We need 75 more pieces of paperwork. Oh, you throw bubble gum on the ground. Oh my God, we know exactly where he is. Their cops are at your house before you even get home.
Shit. Yeah, exactly. Well.
It's so true.
They gotta play Nazi stormtrooper, you know. Somebody's gotta be the Nazi stormtrooper.
I think it's like they want to make sure that you really, 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 really want a license or whatever motor vehicle paperwork. So you can't say that you did not do it voluntarily. You went in there and you suffered voluntarily to get there.
Well,
can't say you were coerced or was forced on you or anything like that.
So, like someone said, like a lot of the immigrants, they've actually are doing the correct thing. They're buying these cars like from Craigslist or something. They don't have any license, no registration, no nothing. And they get pulled over. The car gets impounded. They could go to jail for a little while, and then they just do it over, so they don't have to pay insurance, no registration. So just spending a couple nights in jail, I guess. I heard that's a real thing.
Yeah, people with suspended licenses do it all the time. Oh, I've been spotted. I got a ticket. I need a new car.
Yeah, it's not stopping the criminals from driving without license or.
Hey, Grandma, will you put this car in your name?
The criminals
Thanks,
aren't.
Grandma.
Shit. So what the? WTF?
No one can actually drill down the earth and measure the exact distance, so math is the best way for my not spelled properly knowledge.
Math is the best way since we don't have a measurement to verify the radius claim. Oh, so you're an apologist.
Yeah, because saying I don't know is unacceptable, so making shit up is the way you do it.
Yeah, so you're apologizing for not having by using crank humor instead of fact. Like, wow, instead of logic, you know. Hilarious. You gotta just make clips. I mean, like if you guys make clips.
Come on, Josh, don't send them all to Cogdis, man. Get them in the BC so we can make fun of them in real life.
I'm just like pulling up his name because
I know
it's not the same number. Yeah, just making sure it wasn't the same. I was like, wait a minute.
Fun times in the old town.
Oh no, man! You just fanned him. You didn't know that? Well, ban Burb, he can't voice chat. One to go.
Even if that's proper English, what's the farthest?
What is? Furthest or farthest? Furthest. What is the furthest? You want me to go grammar Nazi on you? Is that English you're attempting?
It's possibly on purpose. He says, I think the deepest was 40,000 feet.
Yeah, I'm in lobby.
Love that song. Painted wagons.
Out in the West Texas town of El Paso.
Man, Discord is having issues, man.
I fell in love with a Mexican girl. Nighttime would find me in Rosie's Cantina. Music would play and Felina would whirl. Blacker than night were the eyes of Felina, wicked and evil while casting a spell. My love was deep for this Mexican maiden. I was in love, but in vain I could tell. Who sings it?
Portland State University.
Huh?
Who sings it? You did.
No, Marty Robbins.
I don't know. I liked it though.
Jack Bruce and Leslie West. What a great team they were. Mountain.
Marty Robbins.
What a great band that was.
Mike, look in live stream. Watch this. Discord's having issues.
Live stream voice apps?
Yeah.
Yeah, they've been having issues last couple of days. Huh.
Dude, it's hilarious. I love those Spider-Man memes where they're all pointing at each other.
Yeah.
I love Spider-Man.
Dude,
I remember that old Spider-Man cartoon that those are from, man. Those were so corny, but I used to watch them anyway.
Yeah, they were only Spider-Man was 15-minute. The electric company or whatever. Those short.
Oh yeah, that's right. The electric. Damn.
Remember that?
Yeah, Zoom. Remember Zoom and shit?
Yeah.
What was that Spanish one they had on, man? I hated that.
Spanish
Menudo.
one.
Yeah, we're talking about like public television in America. They have like so there's a public television channel.
Yep.
As opposed to like the regular broadcast channels that are commercial.
Oh, we know all about them. Well, I think I know what you're saying. You gotta remember we got the BBC, right?
Yeah, but these are like it's not like the BBC. I mean, it's more like the BBC now, but back then it wasn't. Back then they did like public interest type stuff.
Yeah, and it would they'd play them a lot of the times in between in little breaks in Sesame Street.
Yeah.
Just like that, the Mr. Peabody and the kid that went through time. What the hell was that?
Oh, Aesop's Fables or something like that.
Aesop's Fables, wasn't it? Yeah. That's weird. That rung a bell to me straight away.
Is like it's partially like locally funded, so like locally they have to have fund drives. So they get on there and they beg for money, right? And people donate money, and then that will do like their local programming. But there's also federal money that they give out, so they will partially pay for it, but you got to pay for some of it yourself, right? Through private funding. But the thing is, they would show stuff that you would never see on regular commercial TV, because. So I'll give you, for instance, there's a video called, they interviewed this guy that investigated child prostitution in Houston, Texas. It's called Boys for Sale. So the public television.
Oh shit! I remember that.
Yeah, so the public television station in Seattle, Washington, originally is the ones that did that interview. That's never going to be like on regular commercial television, right?
Oh wow!
So these public television, you could pretty much show anything as long as it wasn't pornography. There was like no limit. So you got like they don't have the same motivations. They're not trying to sell commercials. It used to be illegal to show commercials on public television. Straight up illegal. Now they
that's
kind
what
of do.
it was. Yeah.
Now they do like these sponsorships, right? So at the beginning of the show, they go, "This show was sponsored by the so and so McGillicuddy Foundation." So now there's or Pfizer or whatever. So now there's ads at the beginning which basically say who sponsors it, but there's not full blown commercials. But that used to be illegal, and that's when it used to be good. Now public television is completely sold out. It's nothing like it used to be.
Yeah, that's kind of that makes sense actually. Yeah, that's very similar to like what we have over here with like the BBC or whatever. But really, it's just authoritarian, like forced down your throat form of television. It's really bad.
Yeah,
but that makes sense.
Public television was more local here. It was never like the federal government gave up some money, but they had nothing to do with like the programming of it.
Mm-hmm. So do you remember that thing you just mentioned? Sorry, Flatman. One sec.
Okay.
The Boys for Sale thing? That was to do with that place, right, where they would take the lads out of the orphanage, and it went on for like many, many years. I might be wrong.
No, that's different. That's the Franklin. That's the what was it? Fuck. That place is called Boys Town. It was a place for runaway boys where they would go. It's like in Lincoln, Nebraska, and they were taking those boys and bringing them to Washington D.C. for child prostitution. It's called the Franklin Conspiracy, I think.
Okay. Yeah,
so,
you're
but,
right.
But Boys for Sale is just about. It's kind of the same thing, but it's like there. I guess back in the 80s, there was a lot of like homeless young men in Texas, in Houston, Texas, and basically to get along, they would sell themselves into prostitution. But it's like one of those things, though, like if you were going to run away and you were in that area, like Texas, Oklahoma, in the surrounding area, that was like the place to run away to. You would, if you were a 14-year-old boy, you run away from home because your parents are beating you. You run away to Houston, Texas, and then like so it was like an open secret. So it wasn't just like. So all the runaways would go there, but all the perverts would go there too because they know that's where all the runaways are.
Oh wow, that's terrible. That's some scary shit. That's like
that person ended up committing suicide. Now, whether he was suicided or he was committed suicide because of what he experienced and stuff of interviewing all these kids, I don't know.
He may have been Clintoned. He may not have. To the back of the head. Oh, it's suicide.
Yeah, you guys can go right back to it. Mine was just off topic. I was just going to say that Sherman and Peabody reminded me of when my best friend called me and asked me to take her 2 kids and watch them because she had tickets for a Bryan Adams concert or something. And I'm like, sure. So I took them to the theater and we watched that movie.
These were on.
I posted that in the live stream, correct? Sorry, Mike.
Those were on children's learning television, thought television.
The one you posted? Yeah, I haven't seen any of that.
A lot of them had their start on Sesame Street. Like in a minute they would challenge you to read a word off the screen in a minute. And if you didn't read it in a minute, it self-destructed and the word would blow up. But it was all part of Sesame Street.
Wild. Yeah, but the movie was pretty cool. They had a Wayback Machine in it.
Yeah. So the first cartoon of Spider-Man ever shown line in the U.S. was on the Electric Company in Sesame Street. a lot of Looney Tune videos, Wile E. Coyote cartoons and shit. Like where the one where he says gravity runs off the cliff, then he says gravity. They call it learning. They're teaching him about gravity, but they're indoctrinating him.
Yeah.
Gravity. That means Wile E. Coyote falls. We've all seen that one, right?
Oh yeah. I can't believe what they get away with now on cartoons compared to when we were kids. Like, I knew not to give my sister a stick of dynamite, you know?
Right. Well, when I was a kid, they gave you potassium nitrate and all that in your chemistry set, but you can't get that stuff now. I have a chemistry set that I could build a hell of a pipe bomb out of.
Nice.
But they have all the potassiums, all the nitrates, you know, everything you need, but a little bit of charcoal, and I didn't say that. If you're missing nitrate, you can pee on the charcoal and then, you know, let it cure for nitrate.
Nice. Educational purpose only, people.
Well, I can teach a motherfucker how to make their own gunpowder. But it's illegal.
Illegal.
Same thing as teaching you what laws you actually apply to and what ones don't. It's not illegal to know it and use it, but it's illegal to go around teaching everybody because it's called undermining the economic status of the United States of America.
Well, when it comes to like teaching people how to make gunpowder, it's kind of like as well. You could see that as like, you know, cross training by the special forces. It's something similar to that, you know, like what they do.
Well, that's national security, but I didn't learn that in special ops training. My father taught me that.
It's weird how much shit you learn on the farm that like people wouldn't really realize. It's just like there's a whole lot of like to be a farmer, you've got to be able to basically do everything.
Yeah, so if your equipment's only equipped to, you know, pull out a 500-pound rock and you got a 2,000-pound stone in the middle of your field, you might want to make your own damn gunpowder and drill a hole in it, and you don't even need to put it in a casing. You pack it in the hole, put a wick in it, light it, and run away. It'll blow the rock apart.
Damn straight.
I can chisel a large rock in half, but you got to know how to do it. You got to make the chisel ring properly. It has to go ting, because that vibration goes through all of it, and it creates an eddy. Then when you use a quarter stick of dynamite, that crack where you crack it, you'll chisel it about 30 times in a straight line. It'll crack right there perfectly in half.
Yeah, I've seen people doing that before, like as well with like the using like heat and then obviously like thermal change, right? To create the start of a crack and then just putting in a couple of separation of like chisels in there to start like tapping it in. And then like, you know, I've seen them move big amounts of rocks like off of the edge of the coast almost, right? And then they'll just put a tiny charge in as well. Use like 3 different ways.
It's easier to crack a big stone in the winter too. You beat the hell out of it. You get out there at dusk when the sun's rising, and you whack on it for 4 hours, 3 hours. But when it reaches a certain temperature, eventually you'll whack it once, and the whole thing will fall right in half. You got to be careful. You can get crushed. And we're talking about a stone, a rock, a boulder. So big an excavator or a tractor can't move it.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm talking about too. Yeah, I've seen people doing it like because they were basically what they were doing was like they were trying to make a climbing wall, right? Like
Yeah, I know a guy that sides houses, and I got these rows of stones out here that we've cleared out of the fields. So you have like stone walls in between fields, and he comes out, he'll pay me, give me a couple $1,000s to just say, hey, I'm going to be out there chiseling stones for a while, and I don't care because they removed the shit from my property. So, but he makes that stone side stone siding
Yeah.
for houses. You know what I'm talking about? Concrete.
Yeah,
And
of
stuff.
course.
Yeah, and that's
Yep.
expensive. It's expensive.
Yeah, that's what one of my best friends does that as his job. Just basically facing the sides of houses with various different types of rocks and shit. And yeah,
They
charge a
kids.
lot.
He's got this one kid that works for him, man. I'll go out there and watch that dude, and he's got a pipe over a chisel, so the chisel moves freely, and you hold the pipe. And he sticks, dude, 3 whacks, and he can chisel a good 2-foot round rock. Just crack it.
Nice.
Three good whacks. One on the side, one on the side, one on the top. And you hear him out there. You'll hear him making it ring. Ting, ting, ting. And it cracks. The kid's that's what you call a cobblestone. Yeah, a cobblestone house.
Yeah, they always look nice, man.
Me and my son would go out there and fucking smoke weed with him, and he'd just keep on doing it. This kid, he could cobble a bunch of stones in hours, and he get paid $16 an hour just sit in the field and chisel rocks all day long. That's it. He could chisel as much as he wanted. His boss never came out and checked on him. He never asked me how many. The dude would say I did 50 hours, and the boss didn't care as long as he never ran out of cobbled stone to work with.
Yeah, of course. Depends. Like if you got that type of worker, sometimes you just know that the person is just going to do what they said they did anyway, right? Like you said, if their output's right, who gives a shit anyway?
Right.
Yep.
That's the way I am. I don't care if you're doing the same thing nonstop. If you take a break and fuck around for a while, I don't care. As long as I get what I paid for.
That's a hard job too, man.
Oh, it is. That kid had strong wrists. He was like 17, man. That motherfucker had a firm grip. I shook his hand. He was like, I just smiled at him like, kid, you're lucky my arthritis is kicking, or I'd squeeze back. I'm a wrencher. I got a better grip than you. Just my bursitis is acting up. Bursitis.
There's high pressure today.
That's bursitis is arthritis in your elbows.
Yep.
When you get water.
It's weird, there's something called snapping bursitis, which is again, something similar to bursitis, but it's to do with your shoulder blades. And that's what happened. It's basically, it just means rotated shoulder blades, basically.
Or a blowed out rotary cup.
Yeah, it can occur from that, basically. So that could be the cause as to why that happens, you know?
Yeah. That's how I know what you're talking about. Blowed out rotary cup.
That's what happened to me, basically. And I didn't even realize that I'd done anything to my rotary cuff. And then,
from lifting heavy weight.
Yeah, and then I didn't even know that I'd done anything to it, right? And then before I know it, my shoulder blades just started to rotate and shit. And then move my arms and all of the bottoms of my shoulder blade, my scallops rub off my rib cage.
Dude, I used to do the Bruce Lee flex when I come home from work. I'd do the flex. My daughter would say, "Do it, Dad, do it." I'd do the Hulk, Bruce Lee flex, the Hulk, whatever. But you could hear my shoulder blades go pop, pop, and slam into place. Pop, pop. It's from that jackhammer. Motherfucker's heavy.
Oh yeah, those things are fucking horrible.
I mean, I got 3 different sizes, but none of them are light.
Nope.
Not after you've been working it for an hour. That mother feels like you're holding a bus still while it's trying to drive away.
It's like jelly, bro. I mean, it turns you to jelly, that thing. Straight up.
I worked that shit so long one day, man. For 3 days, I felt like I was vibrating. It's like,
yep.
Fuck, man. Smoking mad weed, trying to get my book. Stop walking funny. Dude, it's hard to step, dude. You step light-footed when you feel like everything's shaking.
Yep. Oh, dude, I remember this. Like one time, it was like and it's nowhere near as bad as a jack, like using like a jackhammer like that, but like using like a bucket, like a small bucket, like like a cat almost, right? But like one that you don't have to sit in. It's not like on a tractor. It's just
Yeah.
basically like a platform that's got like it's got like tracks on it, right?
Yeah,
And
I know exactly what you're talking about.
yeah, and basically this thing had something wrong with it, right? So one of the drive belts or whatever in it was just loose. So the thing just shook like fuck. Like it was just constantly shaking. And like it felt alright if you were just like stood on the plinth at the back. But the moment you put your hand onto like the actual lever to move the arm up and down, right? And it's the main lever, it had to be that one. It just shakes like backwards and forwards,
Dude,
and then slightly right and left at the same time as going backwards and forwards. And oh
listen,
my days, that
when
would give you a headache.
we got these big ass pieces of equipment called grinders. When you resurface a highway, you go up and down it with a grinder and you plane the surface down. You know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
And these things,
Yeah.
you should see the drivers when they get out of that after a 5-hour day. They walk funny. They lift their knees real high. They lift their knees real high when they're walking. But, I mean, none of us make fun of them because, personally, I've never driven one of them, and I won't. I pay you to drive that shit. Fuck you. Because just standing 5 foot from it, you can feel it
You
shake
can
the whole
feel it.
fucking ground, and you can't hear shit, even though you got on earmuffs. We wear them high protection earmuffs for guns around it, and
Yeah.
they really, I mean, they help, but they don't block out all the noise. You know, they keep you from going deaf, but you still know this motherfucker's running 20 foot from you.
Still vibrates your jaw.
Shakes the whole fucking ground. Yeah.
That's more like this. What this thing was like. It wasn't like. It's not like it's one of those things that's meant to be like that. It's just this one particular piece of equipment. This one day. It was just ridiculous, mate. Like I ended up like my whole jawbone, right? Like, and my obviously like my wet, the muscles for like that allow you to masticate and that, right? Like all of that was just like aching, almost like an earache, nearly, right? Like, and it had gone so tight from where like you have to like clench your jaw because otherwise your teeth would just chatter into one another. I was just like, oh mate. The jackhammers are probably the worst thing for that. One of the worst. Mm-mm. They seem like they're going to be fun until you actually have a go for longer than 5 minutes.
Yeah, these are crazy, dude. They sit on tracks. They got 4 different tracks. The whole fucking thing just shakes, dude.
You know what? None of that.
Nope.
Not when you get a little bit older as well, bro. Nope. You didn't work your whole life to end up shaking. It's like you're trying not to end up an old man that shakes, right?
Yeah, looking
And
like
it's
you got
like
looking like you got cerebral palsy or something.
Yeah. Straight up.
Or cerebral palsy.
Cerebral.
Yeah, whatever. Cerebral palsy, isn't that what it is?
I don't know. Is it cerebral or is it cerebral?
Fuck, I don't know. Has to do with right.
Where did I put that?
Well, I guess the people that got it do. Because they shake. They shake like Don Knotts, you know?
Would you say they shake like what?
Don Knotts. The guy
Who's
that
that?
played... He played in the Andy Griffith Show as the deputy.
Bro, I didn't watch that show ever in my life. I'm English.
See the sins erased.
Huh?
See the sins erased.
Don Knotts played in 3 Company, too. As the, whatever, the fucking landlord.
He says like a line from it. It's meant to be like one of the. I guess it's one of those lines that's meant to be iconic or whatever. and
Yeah.
like no one recognized it.
Yep, that's Don Knox.
Did you post a picture of it?
Yeah, somebody
Right.
posted a GIF though. I like that fucking plaid coat he wears.
The Amazing Mr. Limpet movie.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you now.
He does have a fish face though.
Man, he's got a weird face. Yeah, really weird.
He's a fucking Jew. Tell me he's not. Prove me wrong.
You gotta look at his earlobes. Actually, nah, he's not got the Jewish earlobe. Remember, that's what Hitler used to do, right? Hitler apparently asked for a picture of Stalin's ears, and he wanted to know whether or not he had, detached earlobes that were separate to the face. And he looked at them and he went, "Yeah, he's good. He's not a Jew. So let's do this." That was obviously before Germany attacked the Russians or whatever. But yeah, his earlobes look separate, Bahamod. So he might not be a Jew after all. Prove me wrong.
He one of them considering.
מלך מלכי אלוהים, תודה על חיים, לא ארפה כי אחסוק, גם שכליו לפעמים, גם אז אלוהים, עלה לעולם לרחוב, מלך מלכי אלוהים. Oh no, I run out of Frutella.
You got a nice voice, Crack Villain.
Thanks, man. That was more me trying to like sing as a Jew, but you know.
Barata Atef Adonai.
Come on, Bam, you must know that one. Melek.
Raha Kayesh. Makda Elohim.
Saying it right as well. The Jews now, they say Elohim. Elohim. Not Elohim. Gamaz Elohim. Le'olam la'roho. You know some Hebrew, don't you, Bahamod? You know a little bit about that.
I do.
If you look into the older Aleph Tav or Aleph Beit, whichever way you want to say it, the old alphabet, right? The Paleo alphabet. It's pretty interesting.
Yeah,
Like,
just Hebrew, yeah.
Like transliterating it, because it's just like looking at the pictures. Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. Like looking at actual pictograph, right? And like taking, let's say, like this, like the seed, for instance, just like in the doorway of like a house. That would be like the son, the seed that leaves the home, right? That would be the son, like, the son of the family or whatever. It like makes real loads of sense. Sorry, go ahead.
What about the Paleo Hebrew found in the in North America, spoken by written by these Native Americans? Several different tribes that actually have Hebrew words.
Oh, yeah, they're symbols. Hebrew symbols, yeah.
Yeah, that would make sense.
So the Cherokee being one of them. They say they're one of the lost tribes of whatever.
In fact, if you look at those markings, those writings, they say it's on an alphabet, but it really is an alphabet. It's upside down. And if you look at the way that the styling of those letters words, it looks like the cross between Ugaritic and the other Japanese Hebrew or Phoenician. Yeah,
Phoenician. Yeah.
because it looks like it was done with the stylus, like the wedges.
Yeah.
American.
So
remember that I always say that though, right? I don't know if Sonny, you might remember it, where I say about my friend. Huh?
It's okay. When you said Phoenicians, I was thinking. Excuse me, I just got done eating a bunch of stew, and my stomach's so
Yeah,
full.
I was gonna say he showed one. You're talking about our history stones. Damn it.
Anyway, no, the Phoenicians are known to be like seagoing people. Every time you talk about Phoenicians, they're like in these big, huge Trojan style, I guess you would call them, ships, right? The big, huge. I mean, they're giant. So for them to cross the Atlantic, come on, they couldn't cross the Atlantic. Of course, they freaking could.
They did, and like my friend, shout out to Charlie Mannix.
Yeah, that one right there is upside down.
Yeah.
You rotate it in its Hebrew.
That looks like that looks like the runestone from Minnesota. Forgot the name of it.
Well, basically, there's a thing, right? There was this thing that my sorry, Sonny.
It's okay. The Kensington runestone. Yeah, it was found in the mid 1800s in Minnesota.
Kensington. Yeah.
Kensington.
Okay.
Okie dokie.
but actually, it's Greek writing. So, but.
No, they actually said it's from somewhere like from Iceland. It was like no, that's different. Oh, that one. You're right. You're right.
The one I posted is the Greek that leads back to Paleolithic Hebrew.
Yeah, I'm getting them mixed up. Yeah, excuse me. That's
that one's from. That's the Bat Creek rock.
Ancient Norwegian writing. Yeah,
Bat Creek tablet. It's a Bat Creek tablet.
Oh, that one is okay. Yeah.
Yeah, it was found on a Cherokee Native burial mound.
Okay, there you go. Then yeah,
it was found in Tennessee.
Some amazing stuff was found down in those parts. That's always a fascinating topic. I think like in somewhere in Missouri, southern Missouri, they found an axe head that weighed something like 38 pounds or something.
I don't see. I looked at that and I thought it was probably more than it was an axe head, because obviously you don't have the whole context of it. It was more like a milling head for because I know everyone was like, "Oh, that's a giant axe head, right?" And I was like, "It looks like a part of a lathe."
You know what You know what they translate this inscription to? Holy Yahweh.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go. See, so there's ancient Hebrew.
Holy to Yahweh. Yeah.
So some Hebrew-speaking people were in the Americas. I don't see any other way around that.
Yeah, Paleo-Greek and Paleo-Hebrew are real close.
Well, right. Let me just say this quickly, right? So when I was saying about my friend, Charlie. So he basically was a part of a mission with this guy who's an archaeologist, right, and a historian, and he's a Phoenician historian. And he actually is in ownership of an original Phoenician ship, right? And anyone can type in Phoenicians before Columbus, right? You type that little sentence in, and you'll get up basically their mission and what they did. And obviously what they proved was through various different means, obviously by using old methodologies of preserving foods, old map reading techniques, and obviously celestial navigation, and going only to ports that they know for a definite can be proven via forms of I would say inventories and sale receipts that they had of the Phoenicians, where the Phoenicians were selling tin to the people of Cornwall in the south of England.
Yeah,
they
they found
basically
one that was a receipt for a goat somebody had purchased
right.
on a rock.
So what they did, right, is my friend and this historian and a group of people, they sailed a Phoenician ship using completely old methods, all the way to Florida across the Atlantic, right, from Lebanon to America. And he basically, there was a list of things that they would have to be able to do to prove that the Phoenicians were in America before Columbus was, right? And I think he hit like 9 out of 13 things that would need to be proven to prove that. So it's like heavy indication that the Phoenicians were in fact sailing to America.
Yeah, they were trading before the Silk Road and the West Indies Trade Company. They were selling stuff. We found advertisements for monkeys that were only that were native to the Caribbeans, South Americas. We found
Exactly.
advertisements from in Europe in early times before Columbus came here for lots of birds that were native to Mexico and the South Caribbean and shit. And if you find these on Wikipedia, they'll say, well, this obviously couldn't be true because Columbus hadn't been there yet, but they still report it.
Yeah. Well, this is what this guy that was working with my friend, right? This is what he was rallying against. He's going, well, you can't admit these things and then say there was no mechanism for it to get to where it's gone, right? Like, what are you going to claim that somehow these people were writing in similar, forms of language to this group over here, and there's no connection between the people, but for some reason they seem to share lots of not just language written down, but like ideological things as well, right? And we know of like these tribes that actually were following Yahweh and Yahweh, right? Like these ideals. And he started to appeal, I think, to different museums and then basically come up with a catalog of evidence that would need to be proved to show that the Phoenicians were in America before Columbus. I feel like they did a good job. So if anyone wants to check that out, yeah, just type in Phoenicians before Columbus.
Yeah, there's
really
a movie,
interesting videos.
There's a movie about it coming out in. Let me see. Hold on 1 second. I just saw it. 1 second. It's coming out this year. Phoenicians before Columbus, 2022.
There you go.
Okay. And let me see. Hold on.
They've been making this for a long time.
I have to go back a couple times. What the heck? Why does it keep doing that? Documentary was 70 minutes about the expedition that aimed to prove the Phoenicians could have reached the Americas 2,000 years before the Columbus expedition, executed with success September 19th to February 20th. Release April 1st, 2022.
Yeah. They've already done the expedition. They did it like a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
So I was watching it all live through my friend's Facebook account, right? And tracking the ship as it was like making its journey, because it had a GPS module on it. Not that they were allowed to use for navigation, but
that's
yeah, man. Because like my friend was like, well, I'm going away for a bit. He didn't even tell me what he was doing, and then like gets like halfway into doing this thing, right? And I speak to him, and he's like, well, I'm sailing across the Atlantic in a Phoenician ship. And I'm like, you what? Like, you being serious? Like, he's like, yeah, bro. And I'm like, what? Like, that's the coolest thing I've ever heard. I'm like, why wouldn't you tell me what it was that you were doing at the beginning? And he's like, to be honest, I don't even know if it was going to actually happen, like whether or not we were even going to set sail off, So a lot went into doing it. But the fact that they did it with, people of today that are not seafaring people using an old Phoenician ship, and they did it easily. It wasn't even like dangerous. Do you see what I mean, Sonny? Like, it was easy. Like, just proves,
exactly.
right?
They just
like,
right from Africa, just shoot straight over. It's not far at all. Like, what the hell? Like
That's
in a
what I
certain
mean. It's
place,
like,
a certain place, it goes all the currents and like the currents and wind are in your favor to hit like just north of South America. Freaking perfect in the Caribbean.
yep, they landed in Florida exactly.
Pretty soon you're on freaking the shore of freaking the east coast of Costa Rica or something, you know?
Mhm. Yeah, man.
So, yeah, easily done. We know they must have too. Look at the huge stone hands. What is that culture? God, I'm tired. I have to take a bath to go to sleep early. The huge heads. I can't remember the civilization. The Toltecs.
Oh, it was on Easter Island.
No, not Easter
Bloody
Island.
hell.
But that's a good one too. No,
Olmec.
I'm talking
Oh,
Olmec. The
I see what
Olmecs.
you're talking
That's
about.
right.
I thought you meant like those
It
big
means it
heads.
means
No, they're down by
rubber
from
people.
Costa Rica to Honduras, like
Yeah,
Honduras, Guatemala.
I know
Yeah,
what head you're talking about. Yes, it was the Olmecs. Hold on, because I was thinking of the Easter Island heads. Sorry.
no, it's okay. That's interesting. They found that they're like the 14 foot of the head. They found that's only a head. They still go down 14 feet deeper. All the legs and everything are down there underground too. Did you know that?
Yeah, the heads that are on Easter Islands, they're like
Yeah.
really like big underneath. Yeah, kind of like how when you look at a fire hydrant, you only see the top part of it. Fire hydrants, like underneath the ground, have big long pipe.
Oh.
Yeah, they're
Like you just don't
huge
real.
underneath.
Okay. Big long pipe.
Yeah, let me show
She
you.
got after that.
Yeah,
Oh,
but
sorry.
the Easter Island heads are not actually heads; they're full body.
It's the whole body. Yeah, the whole legs are underground. That's what I was asking you if you knew that.
Like a mud flood. But wait a minute, it's an island.
Here, let me send
Saying
a
that
picture.
there was a worldwide flood.
Did you know? Did you know that the legs are underground too? That they're whole legs. So if they're like 15 feet tall, they're actually 30 feet
I didn't
tall.
know that. That's
Yeah.
news to me.
Do you see what I just sent? That's what a fire hydrant looks like under the ground.
Hold on. Wait a minute. Where'd you? Oh, you sent that? Oh,
Yeah.
thank you, Estrella. They pulled the whole thing out. That looks like several. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the water main's pretty far down.
So
Yeah,
that
you just don't
goes
realize it in your head.
that
That's what it
goes
looks
much
like.
further down than you would think, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Unless you're out here, then it's only 15 feet. But I think that's what those are, is 15 feet.
I'll say no more.
Yeah.
That's kind of weird, bro. Like, we don't have fire hydrants in the UK at all. Like, we just don't have them. Like, if houses are gonna burn down, they're gonna burn down. You understand? Like, that's just the way it is.
Bucket
Nah, I'm
brigade,
joking.
yo.
100K, anything else together and shit, man. It's like one starts up and it's just gonna smoke across the whole countryside.
So listen to this, right? So we don't have fire hydrants, and the reason you guys have them is for this exact reason. So one day I come out of my house and there's just smoke everywhere. I mean, it's fucking everywhere, right? And I'm choking on it myself. And this is in an area where there's a lot of Victorian and Georgian houses, right? So obviously our houses take a little while to burn down because they're made out of bricks, all right? Not like just wood and shit. Anyway, so it's one street over from mine. You have to cross over a river, right? Go over a bridge, and then it's not that far away. It's only a small river, well, a stream more than a river, right? So I go into the next street, and the fire brigade are there. Obviously, I know these streets better than the fire brigade do, right? So our fire hydrants are comprised of a flap that's a square as big as, like, let's say if you put your index finger and thumb out, right? And sort of make a square by putting your two index fingers together, and then your thumbs obviously pointing almost together like in a square. So only about that big, maybe a little bit bigger. It's not very big. So they didn't know where any of it was, right? So they're there like there's cars that park all the way up the street, right? And they park half on the pavement, and these are obviously on the pavement. And it's obviously just like that fire hydrant where the pipe goes down, but instead obviously it's just flush to the ground, no fire hydrant. They'd have no clue where the high pressured flap is. Like, I happen to know where it is. And they're all up there just not even like listening to me. I'm trying to get that across to them. They've got their they're using some of the water that's obviously contained on the actual truck or whatever, and they've run out of that straight away, right? There's only a very small amount, and they're going in with like rubbishy, fire like hydrant type things, or whatever you call them. What do you call them? Fire extinguishers. And like I'm trying to tell them, like, look, the high pressure flaps down there. No one can hear me. No one's listening to me. So I have to I literally just have to go to where it is and just smash this car window. Just like open the door, take it off of, take the handbrake off, and let it roll down the hill. And then I'm like, look, because obviously they see what I'm doing, like smashing the windows. They're like, what are you doing? I'm just like, well, you're not listening to me. And obviously I show them where the flap is. And then I realized, I was like, that's why Americans use fire hydrants. So that obviously no one can park over the top of it. Makes perfect sense. Just a weird little experience in my life.
Growing up, they used to teach us how to use fire extinguishers. Every year we would have what was called Fire Safety Day. And since my elementary school was like blocks away from the fire hall, we would walk, and they would like walk us through how to use smoke detectors, the importance of fire hydrants, and they would actually like have a grill set up with like a fire on it, and then they would let us practice spraying the fire extinguisher over the grill and how you're supposed to aim for the bottom. Just like simple things like that, and I think that is so important. Funny fact though is I remember maybe like 10% of what I was taught from when I was a kid. But at least I remember that, yeah, you're supposed to aim the fire extinguisher materials at the base of the fire, not at the top of the flames. So that was pretty cool.
Exactly. No point in fighting the flames themselves, but the
Yeah.
source where the flames come. Just be there all day else. It's like, have you ever seen anyone like try to put out a fat fire or an oil fire before using water, and then it explodes?
Yeah, there's certain fires, or like, unfortunately, there is some houses and stuff in my city. A lot of people do drugs, but not like, it's not really cocaine. I think it's mainly meth. And
Like
I think
cooking
like,
up crack with ethanol.
yeah, there's a certain like chemical. I think it's like when a meth house explodes, you have to like smother it. You can't use water or something like that because it'll make it worse.
Usually they have to demolish the house and tear up the solar.
Oh.
There's one of those labs that burned up in the neighborhood where I live, and they have
Yeah, it's kind of sad because like drugs are really bad. I don't do drugs, but like it's like every other fucking person where I'm from does. And like I'm not talking about like pot. Like literally 50% of people from the city. I'm talking like hard drugs, I guess.
To be honest with you, go ahead.
Oh, it's like sorcery. Those guys are in there like, wizards back in the Middle Ages mixing shit together.
Remember when I said that to you last time? I was like, what would Moses, sorry, I always use the Hebrew names, but what would Moses say if he saw someone there, like with like a percolation system going on, filtration system with some centrifuges spinning, like, be like, shit, pharmakia, bro.
You're practicing the art of Mitzrayim.
That sounded like someone just turned off. Did you hear that? Someone started speaking and it went,
Baby, are you okay?
Can you stop?
Hey, the girl that was just talking, where you from? What city?
What's up?
Well,
I know where she's from.
What city are you from?
Me? Oh, I can't tell you. It's not like a big city that people would just know of, like Detroit, New York City, Houston. No, it's like
You're
a
from
small
You're
I don't
from that
know.
state though, right, Estrella? You're from the state of New York. Well,
Yeah.
the state of I see. I got a good memory, right?
Yeah.
Oh, so you're from New York? Okay.
Yeah, the state, not New York City though. But the thing is that like my city is like kind of a pitiful excuse of a city because it's not like a city what you think of. It's definitely not a town. It's like a really small city. So it's like, I think 11,000 people. It used to have more, I think.
Wait, that ain't a city. That can't be a city. Well, what
Yeah.
makes a city is a cathedral, right?
Yeah, it
Oh
sounds like you live
no.
in like a small
Like we.
town.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Oh, I was gonna say like
Davey.
we have police
What you
department,
would like?
fire department, a hospital, school, some stores, a couple fast food restaurants, couple pharmacies, some restaurants that aren't fast food. We have multiple banks. We have the railroad, and then we're right against the border of Canada. So we
Are
got
you,
ships.
are you in Buffalo?
No, but I've been there before. That's a bigger city. That is
Stop trying
actually,
to guess the city. Stop trying to
yeah.
guess the city,
That's
please.
the second. Yeah, Buffalo is the second biggest city
Hey,
in the.
listen, I know New York like the back of my hand, so.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
Brunswick is a
Like,
dirt bowl.
are you from New
I
York?
can, do you live? Okay? Are you surrounded by like farmland and shit?
But I won't say anymore because you might guess it.
I'm just curious. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, but we don't want to dox
I'll
anyone,
tell you where I'm
Davey.
from. I don't give a fuck.
Davey. Yeah,
Davey.
that's what I mean. But she does care, so we ain't
Yeah,
gonna
chill.
keep guessing. All
You
right.
know, I'm not even
Okay.
kidding.
Oh, that's cool.
But
That's cool.
I've been from the flat Earth server actually. No, probably not. One time,
Australia. Is that Star?
yeah. One time
Hmm.
I was in a server, right? And by the way, sorry, I'm like talking quietly. I don't want to wake anybody up. Um, I was in a server and I was discussing how summer of 2020, I think it was 2020, a girl got murdered a couple cities away, and I was discussing it, and somebody was like, "Hey, was her name blank?" And I was like, "Yeah." I was really scared, and they're like, "Damn, I grew up there and shit." And I was like, "Oh my god, that's crazy!" And like, they live like 30 minutes from me, and then he was trying to hit me up, and I was like, I feel really uncomfortable because like I thought he was doxing me at first. I was like, sheesh. I was like, damn. I was really fucking scared. I thought, yeah, I thought the worst. I'm like, you can't be serious right now.
It happens. I've been doxxed a couple of times already.
Damn.
Literally.
Oh,
I've had the
everyone.
police show up at my house and everything.
Wow.
Police? Oh shit! What? Why'd they go to your house? For what?
Well, because they were told that I might be doing something that I wasn't doing. So yeah, I got
Oh,
swatted, bro.
you mean some trolls called the police and sent them to your house?
Kind of, yeah.
Oh yeah. See, that's why you got to be careful on this fucking thing. You know,
Yeah.
like
My,
people are crazy like that. You know.
so when that person mentioned it to me, they used to grow up there, but they moved to Texas at that point. But the closest person like to me that I've ever like come across, they lived an hour away from me. And how I found out was that they mentioned that one of their friends' mothers were going to be going into the service again, and that they would either be placed in their Virginia or at a base. They said the base name, and I'm like, that's really, really close to me. And then they told me where they're from, and I'm like, oh my fucking god, you live like an hour away from me. So we ended up seeing each other a few times. It was pretty fun, actually. But it was really scary too, because I'm like, I brought my mom the first few times because I was like, this was a while ago. I was like 17 at the time, and I was like really scared. I was like, what if this person's like a creep or something? But man, it was like really crazy to just think that like you can meet somebody online. That's fucking weird, isn't it? Like, think about it. It's
Yeah,
like
man.
a box we're talking through.
There's a lot of
Mhm.
weirdos on the internet. On Davey.
What's up?
Davey.
Yeah.
There's a lot of weirdos on the internet, especially on Hangout.
Oh my gosh, forget about it, bro. That's why I don't even go on Hangouts, and it's fucking.
Oh my god, I used to troll on Omegle when I was like 16, a long time ago. That was fucking crazy.
So many creeps. It's not even funny.
No, literally, how many penises I saw. Really.
I can imagine. Trust me. I
I
can
don't
imagine.
Yeah.
want to know.
I do
That's the
not.
funny thing is that like old guys hoping to see a woman, but like honestly, what's the percentage of girls that are even on Omegle? Like 2? Like come on. And
Yeah, probably.
the amount of girls willing to do things on camera is probably even less. Like why
Okay,
would
now it's PG-13.
yeah, I'm just saying, like think about it. Like Omegle, like what's even the point? Like just a bunch of fucking creeps. I don't understand why it hasn't been shut down yet, honestly.
Well, to be honest, I've actually done things with girls on camera and hangouts. This is years ago, though. This is years ago. I'm not recently, but I have done things with girls on hangouts on camera. I'm not gonna lie.
I don't know what it is.
Not everybody's creepy. You just gotta, you gotta like detect who's creepy and who's not.
I'm just like I'm honestly afraid to see what like the future's gonna bring. And I remember saying that like a long time ago, right? Now there's like VR chat and shit. Like I am so afraid of what the internet's gonna be like when I have kids someday, hopefully. Like I mean I know that people probably said this back when the internet first came out or whatever. But like look how fast we've like come just in like 20 years. It's crazy. It's insane.
Yep.
Yeah,
It should be
in
called
the last
unsocial
20 years,
media.
20 years has been absolutely incredible, man. It's gone from it's gone from AOL chat to live
Yep.
porn to fucking I can connect with everybody via Zoom chat. It's incredible. It's incredible.
Well, think about it like this way, right? The year, like, and this is just really broad, right? The year of 1300 and then the year 1400, 100 years, not much changed. The year 1900 and the year 2000, think of how much changed. Like, it's insane. Like, when you're born, right? You're 0 days, 0 minutes old. And then a 1-year-old. That's so much of a difference. Or take a 0-year-old and a 6-month-old, even more of a change. Take an 80-year-old and an 81-year-old, not much difference. It's kind of the same thing with technology, I feel. We've been at like an exponential growth, I feel like, when it comes to it. Like, how much things have changed just in 20 years, 100 years. Like, it's insane. It's crazy.
I was born in
Well,
72 and I seen the internet come into existence. I seen the first cable TV come in. We had 13 channels when I was a kid. Your TV only had 13
Dude, I
channels.
only had 3 fucking channels, and I was
You
born.
ate,
I was born before you, man. I was just.
you,
I had 3
yeah,
channels.
UHF and VHF.
Woke
Remember?
up VHS. What?
These motherfuckers would be lost if they had a dial-up corded phone.
What do you mean? Like I'm 28 and I grew up with what 5 channels. I tell a lie. 5 channels, right?
Yeah.
Like our country must be behind. Like Spain's kind of still in that position. They only got like 4 channels, right?
I think you're
Like,
right.
shit.
Yeah. But now there's like 742 channels, and it's like there's still nothing fucking but shit to watch. It's crazy.
742. How'd you get
Yeah,
that number?
Well, if you add up like Netflix and fucking HBO Plus and Disney Plus and fucking
Sorry, go ahead.
Well, we went from 8-track to album to cassette to compact to disc, compact disc.
You got that backwards, man. We had albums before the 8-track, man. Come on.
Right. Well, yeah.
I know what you're saying. I'm just fucking with you, man. Come on.
Well, the thing is, like,
God damn it,
what was
cat.
I
Quit.
gonna say? People are like straying away from like TV channels. People are more like leaning towards streaming services, especially since COVID.
100%.
Well, yeah,
100%.
who wants to watch Modern Family? The reruns. Every movie you guys come out with new movies, and I'm like, oh, a new movie, and then I'm like,
Everybody wants to watch the Full House reruns.
It's a fucking remake of a movie I seen when I was 10 years old.
Dude, television's so boring compared to the internet, man. It's like stupid. It's
I
not
don't
even.
even. I'm gonna be dead ass. I don't like movies either. Like I'm gonna be honest. Like I'm not gonna be like, I'm not like other girls, because honestly, everybody's pretty much the same. But I just don't like TV. I really just don't. Like, it's just
Well, you're very young. Australia?
not really.
Australia?
I have gray hair already. I swear to God, it's
You're young. Trust
You
me.
got one
Yeah.
gray
Really
hair.
young.
Maybe if you're lucky, you got one.
no. I started getting gray hairs
Look,
when I
if you were
was
16 when Omegle came out, yeah, you're young.
no. I started getting gray hairs. I think I was like 17.
Oh my goodness, you're that means you're an old soul. Do you know
Yeah,
that?
I started getting gray hair when I was 17. I've just been getting gray
Means you're an old
like
soul.
ever since. And the thing about gray hairs, here comes the science lesson, is that the actual like I think it's the pigment of that hair is going to be gray forever. If you pluck it out, that root will grow new hair and it will still be gray.
That's right.
So it doesn't matter. You can
Heard
pluck
that.
it if you want. It's not going to come back brown or blonde or black or red or whatever your hair color was.
Anything, right? I was born great.
Dude, I knew a guy in high school was bald. I'm like,
You're like
dude, you
5,
can't grow
like
hair.
20.
I'm like, no, I
Did
can't grow hair.
it issue?
I'm like, you're in fucking high school. You can't grow hair, really? So yeah, people develop different times.
Mm-hmm.
But I know guys in their 60s, man. They ain't a gray hair on their head, and you're like,
I know.
what
Crazy.
is going on? What is going on? And they don't dye their hair. It's like shit. So yeah, the world's like, it has everything we're looking for, man.
Mm-hmm.
From somebody who was born with gray hair.
Everything.
What about Steve Martin? Steve Martin was born with gray hair, dude.
Everything you want.
Steve Martin has the same hair he's had for fucking 50 years. Okay.
$5 no holla.
So go figure. There are people out there that just, it's weird, man. So anyway, it's all good.
Is that true, or is he not a goy? Perhaps it is. Perhaps he's like, fucking.
Josh, you're really low, man. What happened?
I need to know if these people are albinos. Was the bald guy albino?
I'm gonna turn you up, Josh. I'll turn you up.
I hope that I get my dad's like aging genes and not my mother's. Like my dad.
Oh yeah, that's right. Men grow old gracefully.
Yeah, my dad, like he's aged a lot within the past few years, but like relatively he could pull off like in his early 50s and he's like in his 60s and he has like a very strong okay, this is gonna sound weird, but like I always thought I looked like my mom, and a lot of people think that I do look like my mom, but as I get older, I'm starting to see more of my father. He has very, very strong cheekbones, and I start to see that as I get older. It feels like my face is starting to mold more. But like my dad's cheekbones, what the fuck? Cheekbones, as he's starting to lose a little bit of facial fat since he's aging a bit more, they're really protruding out. But like he looks like he's in his early 50s. My mom, on the other hand, she started looking like she was 50 when she was like 7. So I don't know. I hope that I don't.
Let me say this: Daddy's girls, mama's boys.
Yeah.
There's
my dad
no
did-
correlation to that, Mike, man. Come on.
Oh, there is. Ask my
I don't
daughter.
know, man.
She'll bury a foot in your ass, and that's dad all the way. It sure the hell ain't mom.
Yeah.
Just say how deep.
We could debate this shit a little bit, right?
And is that better, Kenny?
You know what? That is
Yeah.
100% there, John.
when she was this I did this a while ago. So I had a picture of me when I was 18 and then my mom when she was 18 and I put them side by side. We look almost identical. I don't have it anymore, but if I can find it or like try to reciprocate that photo, I'm definitely going to try. It was like crazy, like exact same eyes, same eyebrows, same nose, same smile.
There you go.
Was difference was
Did they not tell you? Did they not tell you? Okay. Oh, well, I don't know. If they didn't tell you, I probably shouldn't tell you, right?
Little clone factory.
Go ahead. Tell her.
Drop it
Well,
like
I
it's
don't
hot,
know
man.
if she should find out like this, bro. I don't know if she should find out. Well, they didn't tell you. That's because your mum's your sister, right? You didn't know about it. You were sort of like adopted in some weird way.
Oh shit. Okay, we can go there. That's fine. That's fine.
That happened to me before. Someone said that to me when I was really young, like when it would actually mess with your head. You know what I mean? Not like at this age.
That's fucked
Oh
up,
wait,
man. What? That's a good one. Thank you.
no wait.
So
One-
what you said is your sister raped your brother, and now they're your parents.
No, I didn't mean it like that. I just
No,
meant that, you know.
not like that. You know.
Sure.
Mike, put it away, man. Tuck that one under your fucking conspiracy pillow. Hold on.
Tuck that one under your waistband.
The implications, man. The implications.
I used to be such a skeletons when I was a kid, and I was like afraid of them really, really bad. And I think it like spurred out of this Halloween decoration that we would put on the walls growing up. It was of this like really gross skeleton skull, you know. And I remember my sister, she was really mean growing up. She goes, "You do realize you have a skeleton in your body, right?" I fucking freaked the I literally couldn't sleep. I couldn't get rid of it. I literally was so scared.
We got a dead person hanging on the window, Mom.
I literally couldn't. I was like, "Oh no!" I was like, "No, you got it!" Like I was crying. Just
Oh wow!
Australia.
The moment you realize you got a pelvis.
Australia. How old are you?
I thought he was going to say penis.
All right. What decade were you born in? Give me that one.
I tell you. Fuck, I'm having a stroke.
80s? 90s? You're
What I
born
will
in the 90s. You're born in the 90s. Right?
My voice is very. It sounds a bit younger, but a little like
Juvenile voice, almost.
Yeah, I'm trying to. My voice. It's like
Listen, you're committing a cardinal sin, man. You're asking a woman how old she is.
Let's just put it this way: she no longer needs a fake ID.
Okay, I'm good with that.
my voice
girls
is younger.
But
it has more
my world.
Your microphone's breaking up a lot. Start.
No, it's okay. I was gonna say my voice sounds younger, but it's also got this like sensual huskiness to it. But like I could probably pull off a 13-year-old's voice, but I feel like
yeah,
pull off like a 30-year-old's voice. I don't know.
All right, cool, man. I appreciate your vagueness. I appreciate it.
I think you're talking to a dude, bro.
Yeah, I think it's a dude. Bail. Cut bait.
I've come on here on video before. I just don't do it often. I only do it like right away.
Haven't dropped yet. Hold on.
Or filled up with fluid.
I'm I hope
just joshing you.
You got a sense of humor, man. Do you have a good sense of humor? All right, good. We'll be good.
Dude, I might. You know what? I'm gonna do something. One of these days, I will get all like fixed up, and then I'll turn on my video and the VC because this has actually happened before.
Oh, you gonna
go? But we can't turn that on here. You got to go to a different one.
People have literally told me like,
you gonna go Tomcatting?
Yeah, they were like, "Oh, it's probably a guy." I'm like, and then I speak, and they're like, "Oh wait, shit."
She's Tomcatting and Wildcatting.
With a Tom. No, like I go with my friends all the time, but like I just don't have time for it anymore. All I do is work, sleep.
Really?
That's it.
All you do is work. And
Wow, that's nice. Like,
so,
damn, she's about to go feral.
How do you balance work with truth? And
what the fuck does that mean?
Well, if you're actually seeking truth,
yeah, what the fuck does that mean, bro?
If you're seeking truth in this world,
man?
Come on, let me explain. If you're seeking truth in this world for legit, man, you have to spend quite a bit of time investigating and researching shit, man. It doesn't just like, okay, I'm a flat earther because it's flat. You know, that doesn't work like that. You have to kind of dig in. You got to figure out some measurements and what they told you about the globe or something, man. You can't just like go, okay, the earth's flat. I got to go back to work. See you guys later.
Why not? I know people that have done that.
Yeah.
I don't think it worked. It didn't work like that for me, you know, but it might work for you, man. I hope it does, man. There's probably a lot of people out there that said, hey, man,
I mean, this is 2022.
I got to go back to work. I'll see you guys later.
People believe in some weird shit.
I will say that I'm very thankful that my current job doesn't have to involve the earth or any sort of science. However, well, first off, I graduated high school late, and then I took a while off. I was gonna go to college, like, not ready yet. I didn't even have a car at that point. Now I do have a car. I'm just, not rushing myself to go to college. Plus, I just don't know what I want to do yet. But time,
Well, I would that's something you don't want to do is get yourself in like
correct.
a mountain of
But
debt
I do
right as soon as you get out of high school.
physics. And when I
Yep.
started studying physics, that's when I started asking questions, and a lot of them couldn't be answered. So that's when I started getting interested in it. And then now, thankfully, my job isn't like a counselor or like a nurse or something that would like really, really interrupt my train of thought when it comes to deciding on the Earth's shape. However, I do want to probably go in the science field or mental health field. But as of right now, I work at Dunkin'. I make people's coffees. Thankfully, I don't have to worry about, fucking Earth as I'm making a macchiato. If like,
Right. I'll
I'd probably
take a double, one shot of cream. What's up?
Do you actually go to Dunkin'? That's awesome.
To go.
Of course he does.
And can I get that delivered to my house? Third bedroom in the back.
Mike.
I said double, man. What?
My so I used to use my mother's car, long story, before I got my own while I was saving up because she can't drive anymore. Yada yada. Well, her transmission broke, and if you don't know anything about cars, transmissions, oof, fuck that.
$2,500.
Oh man, you're talking to the guy that
$2,500.
More than that.
I can fix it. I can fix it in under an hour, and I don't care what it is.
So I went to this car place, and they said, "Hey, it's gonna cost $6,000 in total." I'm like, "Yeah."
What?
Worth
What kind of car? Oh yeah, it's way up there nowadays, man.
Yeah.
I
My mother's
I
car.
can rebuild the tranny in most cars for a $400 trans kit.
You got to send that shit to Mike. No, I'm just kidding, man. But yeah, there are people that know how to disassemble a transmission and fix all the gaskets and the
What? Clutches.
and it's like it's
The
like
clutches.
a fucking. You're looking at a magician do his work. It's amazing. It's unbelievable. But
plates in a pump,
But
dude.
you have to pay $4,000 for that? Nah, I don't think so.
Mine was even going to be even more than that because it was so bad.
Fuck
Like,
off, man. That's so shitty, man. I got a transmission rebuilt for $2,500, but
that was like when it was new, right?
like 10
But
years
that's
ago.
the thing was that at that
Now it's $5,000. Now it's $5,000.
yeah, my mom's car had 130 miles on it, and at that point it was like, we're not putting a brand new transmission in this. We're gonna get a used one. And so we went through somebody my dad knew or something, but it took like 2 weeks to fix.
Yep.
So I can't walk all the way to work. So you know what your girl did? Here we go. I bought a bike. It gets better.
Bicycle.
And I like riding my bike, but
With your girl.
I like to ride my bicycle. I like to ride my
bike.
yeah, I rode a bike to work for a while. And the thing is that it was nice at first because I love exercise. I love riding my bike. It was the early fall. It was gorgeous out.
Right. Now
After
it's winter.
I realized how shitty it was because it would be pouring rain. What else? I would have to go through the bar area where there's a lot of bars.
We call that the downtown area.
I almost got
Look at the girl on the bike. Yeah,
Yeah.
bunch of drunkos.
Imagine you see this blonde girl with this.
Oh shit!
A
Blonde girl on a bike. Yeah, you're done.
Wait, let her finish. Wait,
Silver
let her finish.
streaks in her hair.
Yeah, I was like, my gray hair is sticking out of my helmet, right? No, I'm just kidding.
And I knew without asking she was into electric.
Guys, let her fucking
dance
finish.
beat.
Let her finish. Let her finish. Go ahead.
Blue-eyed, blonde-haired girl on her pink bicycle with light.
Bike. Oh shit!
Shut up.
And I'm pedaling, and then these people were outside the bar, drunk as fuck. They kept walking up to me, and I had a knife on me because I'm smart. So I just start pedaling faster. They can't keep up. And then at one point, this car was following me, and I was so scared. I just kept pedaling and pedaling and pedaling. I was like, I gotta go. And it was just, I don't miss those days. Like, I'm laughing, but like at the time, it was really fucking scary.
And like, rides a bike that looks like Pee Wee
sorry you had to
Herman.
go through that.
Yeah, does it have streamers in a basket?
We had a best streamers,
Pee
but
Wee Herman's bike.
well, it was just shitty because I was just
Do the Pee
when my
Wee
business,
Herman, act like a jerk, get on the dance floor and make your body work.
but it sucked because I wouldn't get out of work until very late, and
Yeah.
so I would try to hustle and get shit done, but like I couldn't all the time, and yeah. But
Well, I appreciate you showing up on this server, and I'm glad you're here, and I find your energy really, really good. So stick around, man. Don't be shy.
Yeah, but don't worry.
She's been here for a
If you
long
put up
time.
if you can put up with us, then you can put up with anything in life, pretty much. You're good.
I have my own car now, though, and
It's all
Congratulations.
good, baby.
my baby. I love my car.
I remember we was talking about. Did you end up getting? Wait there. What car did you end up getting? So I remember before. What was it we were speaking about?
Yeah,
Davey, shut your mouth.
it's a Chrysler.
Let's go.
I love her. The thing is, it hasn't given me much problems at all. Knock on wood. Oh my god! Please don't let me jinx myself. Hold on. There is one problem wrong with it at the moment, and when something happens wrong, I really bad English. I look really into it. Oh my god, I'm like really fucking up by speaking. Holy shit. Anyway, I was driving and I noticed that the like temperature gauge, like the C and the H, would get up near the halfway mark. I'm like, that's normal, it's fine. Well, there was a day where it was like 65 degrees outside in December.
Do you ever check the coolant levels?
Oh, wait. Yep, that's where I'm getting. Don't you worry. My car almost caught fire. It was almost age. So anyway, it's leaking coolant. So I put more coolant in it and it all leaked out after a few days. I think my coolant line is definitely broken. Within the past month, I've put in 3 of these coolant jugs from Walmart. They're $bucks a piece. I just get
A
it fixed.
radiator hose, those are only like $12-$15 for a radiator hose. And, hold on. And you only need to know how to work a screwdriver to get it off and how to put more coolant back in it. You fill it up with 50-50.
Yeah,
Coolant.
it just keeps leaking out and like it makes me sad because
Is it that black rubber thing that goes into the radiator?
I'm not sure, but what I will say is that I noticed it a while ago because I would be driving and I would hear this like water sound when I'd make turns. It sounded like there was a pool underneath me. And I'm pretty sure that's the coolant trying to like move around because when I fill up my coolant all the way like I did tonight, I don't hear it at all. Plus, another sign of my coolant getting low is when my air works, but it'll go in and out of hot. So I'll have it on hot and all of a sudden it'll get freezing cold and keep going in and out. That's another sign my coolant is low. At least that's what I can tell. Don't ask me why the two are
Hey, Australia, let me ask you, do you live where it freezes overnight?
Oh my god, it's like next thing right now, yes.
You do live where it freezes. Okay. Never mind. Yeah, keep putting coolant in it.
Yeah.
Don't
I'm
put
gonna-
distilled water in there.
There's a guy named Austin. He told me he would look at it for me. He looked at my mom's car and he tried tinkering around with it, but he said it was a transmission and we had to get that fixed. But anyway, he said that he would look at it and I wouldn't have to pay him. But I was like, no, let me pay you, dude. Like, don't let me just do it for free. Like, I don't know. I'm so saving up money to get it fixed. I don't know how much it'll be, but I don't want to go to like car.
Man, in Michigan, if you're blonde-haired, blue-eyed, you can get your car fixed by any sucker. Just go to the bar and say it's overheating.
I just don't want to go to like a car shop.
Buy you a drink too.
Yeah, I don't want to go to car shop because they always me over, dude.
I'm not kidding.
I'm scared. Like I don't want them to break something on purpose. So,
but Michigan, so many of us have manufacturing jobs. So many people in Michigan do that. Most Michigan men know how to rebuild your fucking car.
I just wish I knew more about cars because my father is a farmer. And
Listen to this, though. Listen to this. Coolant's not a big problem, but it can cause a big problem. So it's cheap to get a coolant line fixed. So I would try to find me look in the newspaper, and some people put ads in there like retired master mechanics. they'll come to your house and fix your car for free, you know, or not free, but for cheap, because they're just supplementing their disability or their retirement.
This is
Look in
so
the
fun.
newspaper for an ad
Keep 'em
for a
busy.
This
handyman.
is
Just look for a new coolant line. Just stop filling it with coolant because it's not. It's just going to keep pouring back
Some
out.
coolant and pour it straight down the drain.
Yeah, and if the coolant's coming directly out the water pump, change the water pump because the blow seals blew out.
This is so funny. Remember when you said that mechanics would just come to your house? That reminded me of something a little off topic, but really funny. So I was at some people's houses once, and they all left to go to the store or something, and one of their friends was going to come here, and they didn't tell me. Nobody told me. And so I was just walking around in the living room, and this person knocks on the door. And I open the door. It's a guy holding a hammer. He goes, "Is anyone here?" I literally was like, yeah. I lied, and I went to my back pocket for my knife. I always carry that bitch on me. He goes, "Oh, because," well, he said the people's names. Told me I was gonna come over. I was like, "Okay." So I'm like, "Oh my god, I'm gonna get fucked up here." I go inside, and he's like, "Didn't they tell you?" I was like, "No." He's like, "Oh, well, I'm Blake." I'm like, "Okay, cool." I literally was so scared. Like, imagine you open the door, there's this person with a hammer. "Hey, is anybody home?" Like, what the fuck?
It would
Yep.
have been better if his name was Blade. Hey, I'm Blade.
Hey, I'm Blake. You
Because
like my hammer?
yeah, the mechanic guy comes in. He's holding like his like mechanic stuff. Like, "Hey there." Like, hello?
Like my hammer?
Yeah, I don't really.
What if he says my name's Jason Voorhees?
Dun,
Was
dun,
it
dun,
was
dun,
it a
dun, 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 dun.
was it a
Yeah, have any
BFH or was it a BFH or a LFH? A big
What's
fucking hammer or a little fucking hammer?
Oh, it was like a normal hammer. I don't know.
Claw hammer, ball peen, sledge.
Uh, the hammer that's got that big circly nose, and then the other end has
Ball peen.
D-shaped Sharpie sharp. I don't know.
So like the other end's got like rabbit ears.
Yup.
Yeah, the claw hammer.
There you go.
It's a construction guy.
Or a mechanic that doesn't have money for real tools.
No, then he'd just be using a crescent wrench.
Or a screwdriver.
Crescent, yeah. I fucking hate crescent wrenches.
Now he would just have a pair of vice grips, dude. Come on.
Hey, I know a motherfucker that got a
Robo
tool
grips
set.
are the worst.
He got a tool set. It's vice grips, channel locks, a crescent wrench, and some screwdrivers. And this motherfucker, he'd be doing a lot of work on cars.
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
Yep.
Got a wrench set, pulled the heads off his car and rebuilt them. I was like, dude, you really got them heads off with that wrench set? He's like, yeah.
Yep.
I
Like, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, man. Make it work.
Yeah, I made him happy. I told him, hey, dude, just next time, just come out here and park out from the barn for a little job like that. And I'll let you use some real tools, man.
All right. It's called socket wrenches. And yeah.
No, I'm talking about air impacts, air ratchets.
There you go. Air
lift,
ratchet.
Speed wrenches.
Chains, falls. What do you need? If you can't find what you
Open
need
end, close
in this
end,
barn, listen to me. If you're a mechanic and you can't find the tool you need in this barn, you're just a dumb fuck who shouldn't be working on cars. Because my shit,
dude.
I'm meticulous about the organization of. If you seen my garage, man, as big as it is and how much shit I got in it, you would be like, man, Mike has some fucking organizational skills. Because I know exactly. I'll tell you, I got thousands of tools, and I'll tell you exactly where the one you asked for is.
Do you guys know what car detailing is?
Yep.
Okay. So
I used to be a car detailer.
I don't know. Give me some details on it.
Wet sand, buff, and wheel.
Because what I do, because I used to watch, I still do, YouTube videos of this guy named The Detail Geek, and he details cars, so inside and out, right? So when I got my car, it was pretty cold outside. It was like November, and I haven't been able to do an outside detail yet, but I did an interior detail as best as I could with what I was given. So I vacuumed everything, shampooed it. It looks like a completely different car. And then I also have this like aerospace protectant that protects the leathers and the black plastics of your car and also darkens it, makes it glossier. But this summer, I cannot fucking wait. I cannot wait to get all that like winter dirt and gross slushy crap. I can't wait till I can use a
We
hose.
should quit talking about cars before Mike has to brag about all the shit. You just pull the fucking car in the barn.
Go ahead, Mike. Brag
there's
about
Yeah.
it. Go ahead, Mike.
there's not a
Yeah.
thing we can't do to the motherfucker in this barn. I got power washers, vacuums, steamers.
That's one thing I do want to get.
I got everything from spray paint to machines to rebuild your motors and transmissions. I can actually manufacture parts.
Because like I can't wait because I'm gonna save up some money aside and buy like microfiber towels, some tire shine, like wheel wash.
Ooh, the girl's got some sense.
I can't wait to doll up my car this summer.
Don't be scratching my motherfucking paint job. You better have microfiber.
I can't wait. I'm also gonna get like maybe some, like how tree sap and like stuff like gets on or use that like. I can't wait to use that.
What
Clear
would
bra.
What would you use to remove tree sap from your car? Just
It's like that. I've seen the Detail Geek guy use it. It's like this clay stuff. You like spray on it and then like rub it in.
Yep.
It's green. Yep.
And then you dab it all off. You don't wipe it. Dab it.
I also consider getting like a sealant on it too. Or
for all resins, you dab.
I can't wait. I'm
Sorry.
like, it's like Christmas to
Well,
me.
it's so you don't scratch a paint job there. Correct.
Well, I'm just saying, it's funny how with all resins we dab.
Yes, I know. But sap
Right.
is a bitch on cars.
I know.
My fucking
it's also a bitch on your arms when you blow it and you got that vapor that at the end of it and it gets all over your arm hairs. Yeah, it's a real bitch.
I put thousands of hours into my ex's Corvette, and she used to go to her friend's house, fucking park the motherfucker in this part of the driveway where it was like 4 pine trees. And every time she'd come back with pine sap on there, I'm like, motherfucker, how many times I got to tell you? Park somewhere else. Well, I'd be blocking them in. Well, block them in.
Fucking park on the other side of the street and walk.
It's only the spoiled women that don't care. Well, that's a $6,000 paint job. Well, I don't care. Yeah, that's right. Because your old man's the one that'll be spending 300 hours, 400 hours replacing the motherfucker.
Another thing that I really want to invest in is I sound like such a stupid bitch, but like I can't wait to buy like license plates or like fake diamonds on the edges. I'm gonna get one. And plus, I also am really considering buying these from Walmart. They're like $5 a package. They're little tiny like fake little like gem studs, and I'm going to put them around the edges of my RPM and like my temperature gauge, and then like I'm also gonna stud my gift shifter thing and stuff.
You're gonna bedazzle your dash.
Oh my god! I would go with the aircraft style gauges, an upgraded shifter.
Yeah, you can get like a tachometer that's like really huge and it lights up like neon lights and shit. It's pretty fucking dope.
Red light tag. He said.
Yep.
Yeah, I got a bunch of them, bro, but they're for the race cars.
Yeah, but she would get a kick out of it.
Well, yeah. The red light tells you when to shift to the next gear. Green light tells you when you can put the pedal to the metal.
I wish it was spring, and I used to like not like the summer or anything, but like I can't wait to roll down my windows, my hair flying out the window with my sunglasses.
You got a Chrysler. What kind?
It's a Chrysler Touring.
I got a brother-in-law who's a Chrysler certified specialist.
Yeah, it's not like the best car out there, but honestly, considering that okay, so it's actually my cousin's, and she wanted to get a new car because she likes to go hiking, and she literally just said to me, "Yeah, take over the payments." I was like, so I make the payments each month through her mother, and I also make the car insurance payment on my own. So yeah, like it's a great car. It has like 83,000 on it. It's just, I love her so much. Like,
what is it called?
It's a Chrysler Touring.
Oh, touring, like a town car.
I don't know what that means. Sorry, it's kind of stupid.
Is it an SUV or a coupe?
Oh no, it's our car.
A 300 Chrysler 300.
It's the 200.
B6.
It was 2012, I think.
Yeah, it could be your water pump. But
Yeah.
them have some issues with leaking
The thing
coolant.
is that the engine light has never come on for it. Another person who also knows
Uh-oh.
um who generously helped me with I always forget the fucking name for these things. Here we go. It's this thing that you plug into this hole in your car and it tells you what's wrong with it. What the fuck's that called?
Scanner.
There you go. There's a certain
A
word for it.
Modus scan tool.
Yeah,
No, it's a
It's
code
got a
scanner.
scope on it. Oh, just a scope. Yeah. OBD2 scanner.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he was like, I know that you're having some problems with your cars. Let me try to look at it for you. I was like, all right, here we go again. Anyway, so he puts his code scanner in, and he said, because my engine light came on, and it came up as, what the fuck did it say? Small system evap leak. And he said that like 9 times out of 10, usually that's like your gas cap. And yes, my gas cap has been giving me fucking problems. It like, I will tighten it and push down as much as I can, but like my gas cap, like it'll go ding and it's a gas cap on my dash. But since that has been happening, I've been more careful about closing it and it hasn't come on. And after he cleared the code, it hasn't come back on. So I think it's just that.
Well, that can be more than your gas cap too. That can be a fuel filter. It can be a leak in your
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you never want to
pressure.
overfill your tank because you can get fuel in the evap canister.
Yep.
Ruin
Yeah.
the action.
Yeah. Well, then it'll keep that error code coming up too.
Yep.
Yeah. But it could be that can be fuel filters too though. So or it could be, you have a small leak in your system, which generally means your fuel pressure regulator is out and it's
Yeah,
leaking now.
or
It's
if it's
gotta
returnless, the defibrillator in the tank.
Yeah.
Or my coolant.
Those are decent cars though, the 200.
Yeah.
I prefer a Chrysler 300, but hey, everybody
Yeah.
don't have that.
There was one that
They had one here for 14.
Yeah, there was a loaner car I got when my mom's car was getting fixed. It was a Chrysler. It was like similar to my car, but it was a bit better. It had like a touch screen and it had like a little space. I'm just picturing my car compared to that car. Where my little area is in front of my shift, where you can put like my phone and my lip balm and my gum. It was like below it. I don't know. You have no idea what I'm talking about because it's in my head, but it was a little bit better. But I love mine regardless.
But I do have an idea of what you're talking about.
What's up, you're a little quiet?
I've seen the inside of a Chrysler 200.
Mm-hmm.
It's what one of my sisters drive. I have to work on it a lot.
Yeah.
Well, I don't have to, but that's my sister, and I don't fancy
Mm-hmm.
my sisters being stuck on the road, so I'm always in the garage. So
Yeah. I tell you what, though, she is. I call it a she because I gave her a name.
they are
I
she. They're
Yeah.
girls. You gotta make love to them.
Oh God,
You
I
gotta
named
treat
her
them right.
Karen,
They're
and a lot of
needy.
people. Uh-huh.
And sometimes you get wet with oil when you change it.
It's so funny because I call her Cameron, and people are like, "Oh, is it a Toyota Camry?" I'm like, actually, no.
You know why men call their car a she? Because they're high
Because
maintenance. They're
they
high
like
maintenance, baby.
want to have.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah.
Does that look like your instrument panel though? There that I showed.
Yeah. That's. Wait. Um.
That's
Okay.
from a
It's so weird saying
2013.
this. So no and yes, the steering wheel and like the entire dash and the ignition, all that's me. But like the touch screen isn't it? Here, let me show you what mine is. Like, let me.
So yours is the one with just the stock stereo, no touchscreen.
Yeah. I wish mine was touchscreen. That'd be so cool.
The OBD system, man, Shit's just more shit that can fuck up. More computers you got, the more maintenance you need.
That is true. Okay, I just took a screenshot from Google. Oh, that's literally the exact screenshot I took out of my. um, yeah,
I know my cars. That's
yeah,
all.
that's my interior, like to a T. That's my girl.
I've been in
And
a love affair with automobiles since I was 14 years old, and me and my dad
yeah,
started building my first Nova.
you know that little spot below all the air like dials? That's what I was talking about. I put my phone and everything in there. Yeah.
Little cubby. Yep.
Yep. I can tell you right now what that green says underneath, where the like you know the dials. It says door ajar in green. I can tell you that. Yep. Because
The door's not ajar, though.
But the
is
right door
It's a
is
portal.
no, the right door is ajar.
yeah. The funny thing about these cars is that they have analog clock, which is really snazzy and kind of almost like classy. But like, I honest to God I don't know how to read analog, but it's hard to read it because it's so stretched out. And I'm
Did you
like,
say you don't know how to read it?
I do. It's just like it's not a perfect circle. It's like a stretched out square. So like between 6 o'clock and
Yeah,
seven
I've seen them.
is bigger than like 8 and 9 o'clock, for example. And so how I tell time is I go, okay, it's blur o'clock or it's Christ o'clock, and basically that's how I fucking tell time because I don't know. But she's been a great car so far. I'm just hoping that she continues to give me good luck because I really can't afford for her not to at this time.
I only have like one number on my wristwatch. That's 12.
Hey,
Mm-hmm.
Josh, man. America Atlantis.
Yeah, man.
What the fuck, man? Tell
Yeah,
me.
man. I've been trying to tell you, man. Brazil. I think I found the location.
Well, you know, I'm heard this
I
already
mean,
suggested.
it's just an interesting concept. I've never actually heard it proposed. That was the first I've heard of this. So
Yeah, it's extremely remote, and like to get there, it's like going to be at least 3 weeks on boat on that Amazon.
dude, interesting concept, man. I got to give you
Looks
that.
like there's circular structure.
Actually, red pilled me a little bit. Like, damn it.
Sorry, what are you guys chatting about?
There's a video he posted in the back text about. Let me tell you when it was.
Hang on, I'll post it again. It was insert. No, that's not it.
I watched about 10 minutes of it and went, oh shit. And he's going through the maps and he's like, look, the map says right here, Atlantis of America. And you're like, what? Fuck up. What? So yeah, just something to think about. Nothing, it's not groundbreaking or anything, but it's super interesting. I'll say that. Thank you for sharing it.
Mm-hmm. And I'm going to share it again, just for whoever was asking.
No, it was interesting. Yeah, that's it. That's the video. I want to watch the rest of it, but I just had to jump in and go, fuck. What? No, he's doing a really, and his quality of his video on the maps are really quality. So you can pause it and look at shit. So
Dodge the hijack.
it's well done. It's really well done. Thank you.
Hey, Josh, have you ever seen the movie Eastern Promises?
Nah.
Okay.
Instant
Hey, Davey, I got a question. Are your earlobes connected or are they free floating?
Yo, wait, what?
No.
Oh, that's an
Mine
actual.
are connected.
I don't know. I think mine are free floating. I also have my ears pierced, so I don't know if that changes anything.
Nah, it doesn't really. Not unless you have like big hoops in it.
Oh. I do own hoop earrings, but like.
No,
not
I mean, or plugs.
Oh, no.
Hey man, Earth's flat. Did you guys check that out? It's cool.
Yeah, it's about as flat as the inside of that fucking seal, man.
Right? Right there, straight away. Isn't that what it says in the Bible? Something about the seal of a
in the book of Job, yeah. But
Right.
we're not here to talk about that, right?
No, I
We're
know.
here to talk about science. But yeah.
Talk about flat earth and science and shit we can test for ourselves, man. That's what I love about this crew, man. What do you got for gas pressure without a container? We're open 24/7. If you got something, please bring it forward. We're still looking. And it would be an amazing feat for you to show us.
Here's the thing. Who were the Phoenicians?
The phonies. You ever heard the word phony? The Phoenicians, man. They're phony.
The sea peoples, right? Those that helped Solomon get a lot of his riches because Hiram, right? He was the prince captain of the sea. And like all of those goods, all of those mines, it was like 3 years travel. So they had to go somewhere and get all of that copper for their Bronze Age. And there's lots of ancient copper mines up in Michigan. So it's almost like they already knew about the land, and there was a great issue that happened because if you look at the fucking Brazil where the Amazon River is, and I swear to God, you look there and you can even look it up. It's a mystery. It's called Lus. Right?
Gloss.
It's almost like the ground has been engineered by man's hand to grow the Amazon. It's like a giant garden.
America looks like a big giant cow or horse.
Turtle Island. Tortuga.
I've seen the turtle thing. Yeah, interesting. Man, if you had the opportunity to know everything, would you do it, man? That's the question, man. It came up.
Well, the lamp of enlightenment can be bestowed upon you, but it's limited on the duration that it burns.
And
Look forward to watching that video.
Yeah, man.
There's lots of references that Atlantis did exist in that Atlantic Ocean between the States and Europe.
Right.
And a lot of references talk about that if you traveled out from the Strait of Gibraltar, that you would head towards Atlantis, and that all corresponds with there being an island sort of in the middle. Then when you go and look up the ancient texts, it describes the mountains on Atlantis, and then there's a sunken island in the middle of the Atlantic, and there's still a tip of a mountain that sticks up out the water, and it's still named the same thing.
The Atlantis Seamount.
I think that's it, yeah. So there's so many signs pointing towards the sunken land. The underwater footage or sonar footage of that area of the ocean has been well documented. You can see ancient ruins of civilization. So why are they keeping that story from us?
They're not keeping the story of Atlantis secret from us. They're just keeping the location of Atlantis secret from us. There had to be an incredibly advanced civilization to build all these buildings and infrastructures that we've all seen pictures of. There had to be an incredibly cool, amazing, constructive,
technologically
advanced society to do everything that we can go back and look at, right? But the theory that the mystery of Atlantis was they had all the iPhones and technology and everything that we got now, but it just sank, right? That's the kind of the story, right?
All right, so let's say that there is, for real, regardless what we all feel, because I believe in the ancient stuff as well, but if it was all true, then what stopped it? I mean...
Well, what started what started all of this. Where did this dirt and mud and rock come from, man? And trees, and it's amazing where we live, man. Anybody can step outside and go, there's a tree and a mountain. Holy shit, this place is amazing. Ocean.
Right. No, yeah, no, I agree
water
with you.
level changing. But water level changing would cause displacement of people and civilizations.
Yeah.
And there's a giant civilization off the coast of Japan. I think it's about 100 kilometers from the edge of Japan's current coastline that you can find pyramids and statues equivalent to that you find in the Aztecs and the Mayan regions. And the same thing with this
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
Atlantis in the Atlantic Ocean.
Yonaguni.
There is a sunken island
I'm not talking fucking
with
George.
complete buildings and everything, but it's sort of shrouded as it could be a possible location, but they're not firm on it, even though about 10 other facts all point to that is the location. But the fact that you can find civilizations which are now 40 feet, 50 feet under the sea, that's why they ended. But what caused the land to do that? That's the real question. Was there an ice? Some people say that there was ice holding back a large dam, and that when we exited the ice age, that dam broke, caused the rise in the sea levels that we see today. And that's why a lot of the old maps had land bridges that you could actually cross from continent to continent on a piece of land because the water levels were lower. But it seems like it had to be quite a sudden event to end up 40 or 50 feet below the surface of the sea.
Right. Going back to what you were talking about off the coast of Japan and all that, I believe that's known as like the Dragon's Triangle or something like that. But yeah, you're totally right. Some type of significant event did take place to cover up all this stuff. And
Well, dude, all I'm saying, man, we can't build the buildings they built with fucking horse and buggy, even 500 years ago, fuck 2,000 years ago. We can't do this shit apparently they were doing 500 years ago. And we're like, I mean, they got steeples and staircases and brick and how many fucking star forts are there, man? There's got to be at least a fucking couple of hundred star forts everywhere in the fucking world. You don't have to fucking, it's like, whoa, they were like super advanced technology people, man. They did, look at Notre Dame, just look at that fucking building. And yeah, it burned down a few years ago, but apparently it's still there. But yeah, that building alone, much less, they built that shit like in every fucking part of the world that we know of. India, China, everywhere. And it's just, they had something, man. It was just amazing. And I don't know what it was, but I want to know what it was. It would be cool as shit to see these guys build this shit. Fuck all, man. I would be in amazement every day. I'd be like, are you kidding me? You carved that with the fucking chisel. Shit.
Right. Yep. I know exactly what you were getting at with that freaking thing that's carved into that mountain over there in Indonesia or wherever it is freaking insane.
Dude, it's everywhere. It's not just America, Europe, fucking. It's in the middle of the fucking desert in fucking Siberia, fucking something. You'll find some Tartaria building. You'll be like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm not kidding you. It's everywhere you look. You can find these amazing old structures of star forts or Tartaria or whatever you want to call it, man. But these guys built buildings that we don't build now. I know that. We don't build like they did.
Joshua was speaking on it last night to me. So Good
he
stuff.
was. Joshua knows a lot about what I'm talking about. He knows probably more than I do. But I'm just amazed by the fact that we can go back and look at the pictures of some Russian fucking Tartaria shit with golden domes, and you're like,
all right, I got a
they
question.
built all that shit fucking 150, 200 years ago. Fuck off.
Yeah, what's up, John?
So, all right, so we all believe, I think, that there was an ancient civilization that was really smart,
Yes,
and
it had to be.
I wonder
Shit
what
still-
I wonder what their view of the whole entire flat Earth was. Like, do we have anything of like how any of these ancient
Oh,
civilizations?
dude, we got like thousands of years of different civilizations documented.
Well, I mean,
the
any for
problem
example.
what is recorded, right? That's the problem, right?
Correct.
The reason why the pen is mightier than the sword is because word is eternal, especially when inscribed on stone or clay, right? So if they inscribed it on, like, say, parchments or anything like that, they could be lost. So the only thing we know is whatever's written on clay or stone or some kind of a baked clay tablet, right? And usually, from what we can tell, it's Ugaritic, and it all stems back from the root language of the Phoenicians. And in fact, if you even look deeper into the aspect of it, it even goes deeper into like all of the Asiatic languages that, well, at least the kanji form, like the Chinese characters and 1/3 of the Japanese characters.
Hey,
it all stems from these cuneiform like markings. In fact, if you take like even modern Hebrew and if you were to stack it on top of each other like an anagram, it makes a character that looks like a Chinese character. It's crazy. So perhaps that's what the evolution of language started from, and that
I think
Phoenician
that
was the
it all
original
came
Babel
from that
language. Yeah.
Yep, exactly. No, it goes even further. Like literally, like it's every language, bro. Like comes from it. It really does seem that way. Like all
They
of
say
it comes from
Phoenician's
the
the
same
mother
place.
language.
That's
Or
why.
phonetic sound.
That's why it's called phonetics. Yeah.
Yep.
But no, I was just wondering, is there any type of tablets or any of that show a flat Earth? From any of these ancient civilizations.
Look, I want you to look in the back chat at
Wait, what? Oh, hold on.
Every
what?
one of them, right? Say that
John,
again.
there's a GIF
Hold
JPEG
on,
in the
bro.
back.
Did he ask whether or not ancient societies believed in a flat Earth, and is there any proof that they did?
Yeah, I think so.
Right.
So the Egyptians believed Nut was the goddess of the sky, or she was the sky, the firmament that held up the sky, the goddess Nut. Hebrew cosmology shows a world within a dome.
Yeah, Viking. Yep.
Viking and Thor were in the same dome, and just they weren't on Middle Earth. They were at Asgard, which was the top of the tree of life. So yeah, most ancient societies believe that the Earth was flat.
Thanks. Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
We have depictions and depictions of it as well. I think, like
Yeah, just look up Hebrew cosmology.
someone's surely got the meme where it shows like all of the different cultures.
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Viking cosmology.
Yeah,
With the three little spinners that are down in Niflheim,
Rodenheim, Jotunheim, Wiedenheim.
Eric Dubé wrote a book about the ancient beliefs in like the flat Earth.
I feel like Eric Dubé sort of like made a book and a video that he copied from like a couple of other books on it.
Well,
he
no
did,
doubt. Yeah, he definitely was swagging. He was swooping shit from fucking some ancient guys back in 1890s and early 1900s. No question. He took their shit and took it to a modern level, man. That's all he did, man. And thank him for doing that, because Eric Dubé did bring up 200 fucking proofs, even though, some of them we're still debating today. He did.
The funny thing is, he got those from another guy, an author who wrote 200 proofs the Earth's not a globe. I don't know how the hell he got it.
Where he got it. All I know is
I don't know how he got away with
received the information, and I'm happy for that.
I don't know how he got away with it either. How did Eric Dubé get away with that? Because at first, literally,
it's an interesting phenomenon. We have to discuss this in detail. Here we go. How did Eric Dubé come up with that? Well,
he read somebody else's book.
He read like 17 other books and said, "Oh, I got an idea." Right? Yeah. And he kicked ass, man, and fuck all, man. I mean, the guy did definitely make an impact.
It was written by Edward Hendry.
Edward Hendry did the 200. Well, it depends. So you've got Robotham.
Yeah.
You got Samuel Robotham. And then you've got Edward Hendry.
Samuel Robotham. Oh, one of my favorite characters in history. Oh man, I hope he's real, man.
So W.M. Carpenter wrote 100 proofs the Earth's not a globe.
Yep. And that's even Dubé said, "Hey man, he did 100. I'm gonna do 200. Check it out." And it's a great marketing campaign.
But even that was someone else's.
What you didn't hear, Hendry.
Even that was somebody.
Hendry.
200 proofs is written by Eric Hendry.
You guys are crushing my reality. Stop.
He's not an original person. He took all this shit from somebody else.
I'm gonna take the blue pill on this one. I swear, I'm taking the blue one. No, man. Yeah, there it is. I'm looking at it, Battlemod. I'm looking at the cover.
Is reality fractalating all around you and breaking in?
Right, Joshua. Just because it's going to be easier. So, obviously, the clan, right? Not a clan. Dan, for instance, right? So Dan, Denmark, right? The tribe of Dan. So my family's name
mixed in with the North Skiff.
Yeah, they're from the tribe of Dan. So it's sort of as it was recorded anyway, right? Like obviously I can't say that 100%, but it makes a lot of sense, And what you were saying about there, obviously not going to read out our DMs, but that makes sense.
Just based on like the region, right? Because we're thinking it's somewhere else.
As well, where it says like think about it first in the ruach or the spirit, right? Then in the flesh, right? Like neither Jew nor Gentile. Even that saying, I feel like that saying goes all the way toward blood now. Like neither Jew nor Gentile, right? Like there's going to be no such thing in between because the lines of that have been blurred. Like what I'm trying to say, like who was Abraham, right? Like to go on and to basically father new people and new lands, right? Like I feel like everyone is somewhere it could probably be traced back to that heritage and that culture. Sorry,
I'm gonna see if I can find what I was looking at earlier.
Yeah,
about the theory I was talking about.
Yeah, send anything to me you can on it.
Yeah.
Yo,
what's up?
Yo, let me ask you a question. What made you what was a turning point for you? What made you realize that we live on a flat Earth?
Who are you asking?
NASA lied.
I'm asking Crack.
Go ahead, Crack.
Are you asking me because I seem like a new guy to you?
I'm ready for this Crack.
You seem intelligent. That's why I'm asking.
He is super intelligent.
Oh my god!
Oh man,
is it the testimony hour?
I'm gonna get another beer. I'm gonna mute. I promise I'll shut up. But
I haven't
Crack,
heard of
so
flat earth.
I will
tell us
answer.
about Flat Earth, Crack. Go ahead.
I haven't heard a flat earther one yet say it was one thing that turned them to flat earth. It's a buildup of things, generally,
100%.
most commonly.
So, like for me, right, this is a bit of a weird one. I was brought up a geocentrist, right? So I wasn't brought up necessarily, not saying that I didn't ever think of the Earth as a sphere, right? I'm not saying that at all. But what I was told growing up, like by my mum, even by my dad, that obviously, the theory of gravity is just that, a theory, that there was obviously no viable, form of experimentation that could potentially show us, right? There's no way for us to, show the cause and effect relationship with anything to do with anything like gravity, right? So, I was always taught that. So I was never sort of, how do I put it? I was never like swept away by the propaganda at school fully. And like, obviously as I was going to school, there were lots of different things that I thought were just completely nonsensical in relation to that story, right? Like, this idea of like a 3% differential with centrifugal force and the gravitational force downward, right? And like how the difference between that creates our weight. And obviously I'm like, right, so if centrifugal force is involved with that, then we should weigh differently based on, our longitude and latitude, or on a path going toward the North Pole, for instance, from the equator, right? Like that's going to change the amount of centrifugal force because the path I'm taking is either wider in the same amount of time or is smaller in the same amount of time, which changes my tangential speed. So like I had all of those sort of questions. That was one of the main ones that I had. And I had a debate with one of my science teachers for over like a few years as to why there's not a scale for like, and I said, even if there's a 3% differential, there would be proof for this, right? Like I'd be able to be weighed here on the equator, then maybe weighed here, further up in the northern hemisphere going north towards the North Pole. Like you would start be able to make a predictionary chart of how much you would weigh on a certain longitude and latitude, right? With different, and they would be able to predict this. And obviously, like none of that sort of existed. And obviously, he himself, when I asked him the question, he was like, a little bit mind fucked by it. And didn't really have a good answer. Like he didn't really have a good answer why it was a static 3% differential with this, between the force of gravity versus the centrifugal force. And then that always ate away at me. And obviously, like I said, being taught that, I was always told that we were the center of the universe, right? And then obviously, as I start leaving school, I remember, I remember like finding out about like the axis of evil and all this sort of stuff, like stuff that NASA had done that was like sort of disproving heliocentrism and more proving geocentrism. And I found that interesting because it's like, that's a hostile witness, right? And then I remember the day where it really all clicked for me was more so like because obviously I'm adding all of this up, but for the flat Earth thing, where it was more like, oh, okay, now everything else makes sense, was actually when I was started to see these like pamphlets made out of paper, right? And these pamphlets were effectively like Edward Hendry's work or Samuel Rowbotham's work, right? And I started to look at the different proofs in there. And it was like a year later that like Eric DeBay started to release all of his videos. But to say it was like one thing that made me realize the Earth was flat, I couldn't say just one thing, right? But for me, I think it was a lot easier for myself because I was always told to distrust NASA. I was always told to not take it for what it is that they're saying. I was always told it was a theory. Evolution was something that I was always taught that was complete bullshit. There's no proof for any of that stuff whatsoever. Not only is there no proof, but what they're saying happened, right? Like, the idea of amino acids turn into protein all the way to DNA, like this, and even in a cultured environment, you can't do that. So, like, yeah, I was already hardwired to take flat Earth on when I first heard about it, right, or read about it. So yeah, that was sort of how it happened to me.
Dude, you just painted like 5 years of fucking like looking into it into like
that was
5
kind of
minutes, less than
confusing.
5 minutes.
What I'm saying? How old were you when then like you realized like shit, I've been duped?
I've been duped.
So
like how old are you?
So I think it was like 2013, 2012, 2013, round about then. I'm 28 now. So that was more when I was like,
okay,
like the globe thing's done,
Really?
So,
damn, that's pretty young, dude. Damn.
yeah, man, I
You're
was pretty young.
You're still in your early 20s, man.
Yeah, that is pretty young. Yeah,
that's awesome.
I was lucky, really. Like I
Yeah,
said, I already had parents that were sort of, I
Dude.
guess, angled against this stuff, you know?
Shout out to the villain, man.
Oh
Thank
man,
you.
shout out to the
Dude,
villain.
you are
Listen,
going to carry the. You got to be the one to carry this torch, man, for a little bit longer, man, than me, Mara.
We're already doing it. Like that's what I was saying.
No,
but like people when they say like their hope is not very high, and I always say to people like I've got 6 godchildren, right? I haven't had kids myself yet.
Right.
All of my godchildren are all gonna be flat earthers. Trust me.
Yep.
Like
Dude.
the oldest ones already are, and
thank you.
Their grandparents are. A lot of my friends are, bro. Like literally, like I'm telling you, there are more flat earthers than people realize. So many
Yes,
more.
there are, man. Hey,
that's
I said earlier, man, there's a lot of people that go, oh, cool, it's flat. Or I'll see you later. I got to go to work. You know, they don't even.
Yeah, and then go talk shit about you. Yeah.
No, those guys don't. I've met these guys. I know these people that they're kind of like, you show it to them and you're like, and they get it, but they can't change their life, dude. They're not.
You get people that preach it.
Oh my God, I'm gonna divorce my wife and I'm gonna get another. No, they don't do that, man. They just go back to their job. They go to work and they just fucking. They're cool as fuck. You know, if you catch them at the bar on the weekend, right? That's they're great. They know, but they can't fucking reveal it like we do.
Well, I'm gonna. That's good. That's good. But excuse me. I'll just tell you a little quick story. My neighbor's a teacher. My neighbor Brittany, and I got into a big fight with her, and I don't think our relationship is ever going to be the same because of this.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for that, brother.
Listen, it is what it is, man. I speak my mind. I don't care what people say. I speak my mind no matter what.
Well,
but anyway, one night we were talking, and she's a fourth grade teacher, right? She teaches fourth grade now.
Yep.
So obviously, you know, she teaches the ball earth and all that other crap.
Oh, yeah.
She's supposed to teach. So my mistake was, we were drinking. We I was kind of tipsy, and I wasn't even thinking, and I brought up the flat Earth, and I said, "Listen, yeah, that was my mistake, man."
Tried to
And
flat
all of a
smack her.
sudden, she just went crazy, dude. She went nuts. She started yelling at me.
Tell me more. Tell me
this and
more.
that. And I just felt. The next day, I felt
whoa,
really good.
Hold on, dude. So you say you brought up flat Earth, and she
to a
got
teacher,
very
dude.
let's say she got agitated, right?
Yes.
She didn't blow up. She got extremely agitated.
Oh,
You guys remember that one time that the guy Davey, he went to go talk to his neighbor lady. What was her name? Brittany. She was a teacher lady for the fourth grade. He accidentally got inebriated and talked about something he shouldn't have said. Something about the flat earth. And oops, all of a sudden Brittany's angry at her. Oh, Davey's thinking that he's going to come up with something to try to amend the amendment. Or the gap here. So, yeah, basically, Davey thinks he can out-rap a crack villain.
I don't want to cut you off, and I don't want to, if I'm stepping out of line, let me know. But I love the fact that you brought this up to a teacher, fourth grade teacher, and you said the Earth might be flat. Check it out, and she got agitated.
She got so agitated, dude.
So how agitated did she get? I'm very curious. Go ahead.
We were just fighting back and forth like you're crazy. You're a lunatic.
So it was ad hominem. They call it. I think they call it. So it got into a heated discussion of you're crazy, I'm crazy. Right?
Yes,
or
like basically,
right?
Yes, like
all right. Let him tell the stories.
I'm just trying to. I'm helping the story along here. Hold the fuck on. No, So she
Like,
got a
and
little. Okay, go ahead. Tell me.
like, I mean, that just don't you think that's insulting? The fact that she makes a living off of teaching kids that we live on a ball, and
Right.
here I'm telling her, well, listen, the Earth is flat. That's bullshit. We don't live on a fucking ball. So imagine how she feels.
I
Imagine how
fucking
she
love
feels.
that, man. Come on. Are you kidding me? That's my favorite situation. I pray every day to be in that situation with a teacher. I
Yeah,
swear
well,
to
that, that's what
God,
happened, bro.
I
Yeah.
just want a teacher to sit down with me, have a beer, and go, let's talk about the earth.
Dude, that's
Ready?
what happened, man.
No.
But I don't think our relationships ever been the same since. You know, I mean,
Well,
was
of
it
course,
worth
it's
it?
never
Was
going
it
to be the
not? I
same.
mean,
It's definitely not going to be the same.
Yeah,
Well, that's
definitely
sometimes
not.
the issue with that sort of thing is that basically, effectively, and this is the advice, like, so I give to people is that when it comes to like telling people about flat Earth, right? You either, and that is the issue. You either have to be able to say this stuff incredibly well, right? Or that what doesn't even come into it because that doesn't matter whatsoever that you can say it incredibly well because some people are already in a state of cognitive dissonance or they're too invested in the previous the previous thing, like i.e. being someone that teaches about the heliocentric model, right? Someone like
Right.
that's so invested that it's kind of like, oh wait, you want me to leave my job? Like you're almost telling them at this point you need to leave your job, right? Like you
Exactly.
paid
That's
sixty
why. That's
thousand
why I
dollars.
felt bad.
There
Right.
you go.
Yeah.
Crack, you nailed
Like
it.
Matthew learns. Yep.
Yeah, he nailed it. Yeah.
You
But
fucking
my
nailed it.
next que- but
Thank you.
what my question is, do you think I should feel bad about it or just like screw it? I spoke my mind. I don't care what you think. That's what I think. Do you
Don't
think I
feel
should
bad
feel
about it.
bad?
Nah, you shouldn't. And if you wanted to reconcile that, so I've been in a situation sort of similar to where my friend was like very into chemistry, etc., etc. And I just sort of said, I was like, well, listen, and you can explain it in that way. Say, look, I can understand how you're invested in the ideas behind this, right? And then really try and find out what it is that holds them onto the globe. And that's kind of where you have to do it. So you just sort of just have to say, look, this isn't an attack toward your profession or anything like that, right? Like this, just because this paradigm shifts, it doesn't mean everything in your current paradigm does also change too. So just to break that down a little bit, like just to make them understand that, like, the reason why I understand why you're looking at me in this way, like I'm crazy at this moment. That's the way I saw it too, right? And like this isn't an attack toward you or your profession, but like, what do you think about this information here? Like this seems paradoxical to a heliocentric model, and just have a couple of good things prepared. And like, if you're the one that tried, so then there's no ill feeling, right? Because at this point, like I said, if you both started ad homing one another, being nasty to each other, at that point, disrespect and being disrespectful to people is always going to cause a rift. If you come back to the person based on the same argument that you were there originally, but you remove that ad hominem, then make it so that you don't involve yourself in any of that shit whatsoever. Even if she gets that way to you, then you can definitely wash your hands and be like, my conscience is clear.
I think we've all been practicing this for like 5 years, haven't we?
Yeah, no shit, man. Fuck. Man. Fucking A, we have. Yes, we have. It's been more than 5 years. Some of us been out here for 7 years.
I wish I had the interpersonal skills that I do now that I did 5 years ago. Maybe my brother would be talking to me.
Right? Yeah, me too, man. I agree. My brother doesn't. Both my brothers don't talk, and my sister don't talk to me. So
Yeah, I went too hard.
Oh shit!
Went
Yeah,
too hard.
you're a trooper, bro. You're a trooper.
I got fucking 3 family members, in immediate family members, that say "fuck off," and I'm like, okay. Have a nice day.
You're a trooper.
I wouldn't talk. Listen, I wouldn't talk to you either, bro. Fuck that.
I love you, baby.
Yeah, he's a trooper, but is he a hooper?
Fucking hey. No, man, we're out here for the truth, and the truth is it's not a
Truthin'.
we're truthing on the truth road, man, and the truth road has a couple bumps, man. Get used to it, baby. That's just suck it up and fucking ride those bumps like they're fucking moguls on your fucking snowboard or whatever, man. But yeah. There are hills. on the flat Earth, man. I've seen
Sometimes flat Earth can work in your favor. Sometimes it can work in your favor as well. Like you got a narcissist trying to befriend you, and then you can kind of like scare them off with flat Earth.
I love you exactly, man. Not only narcissists, but watch out for those borderline personality boys. Watch out for those. Man.
Oh hell yeah!
You guys got to be aware of the borderline personality disorder. Ooh, be careful.
Just define it for, like, describe it for us a little bit.
That's a very controlling woman in your life. How about that?
It's the same reason. It's the same reason people cross the border, like from Mexico into Texas and vice versa, right?
In the California, baby. I live in California.
Oh, sorry, I've got that. California.
Hey, I love Mexicans and I love Mexican food. So there's that. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
Mexican. But no, it's the same with bipolar, borderline personality disorders, so manic depressants as well, right? People with bipolar. Yeah. Oh wow.
Hey man, do you know crack, man? You'll crack. You'll dig this statistic, bro. You will dig this. There is no test in the world that can detect your brain imbalance, chemical imbalance. There is no test in the world that can detect brain chemical imbalance. Period.
So we're calling bullshit, yeah?
100%. I'm calling it.
Oh yeah.
100%. I'm calling it bullshit. That there's no way to detect that somebody has a medical fucking diagnosis of their brain imbalance.
So what's the wizardry? What wizardry do they use to make people think that there is a way?
Sorcery.
Sometimes it's affirming the consequence. It's affirming the consequence.
That's exactly
so. Think about SSRIs, serotonin reuptake inhibitors, right? So you inhibit the reuptake of serotonin,
which causes the imbalance.
Right. So this is why pharmacology mixed with psychology is complete pseudoscience, right? Because obviously they're there going, all right, we're going to teach you coping mechanisms and stuff like this using psychology. We're going to give you, we're going to give you CBT, right? We're going to give you therapy to cope, right? And then at the same time, what we're going to do is give you a drug that, increases the flow of your, dopamine, serotonin.
The fuck out.
Right. And then
fucking bad.
So effectively, it's just like the cause and effect. What caused you to feel better? Was it the coping mechanisms that the psychologist taught you? Or was it the load of drugs that you give? Yeah, or was it the Xanax, right? That, help with the flow of oxytocin in your system. Who knows, right? How do you know whether or not someone just has a form of depression that's based on, you have event-based depression, which is like, shit, my mum just got shot in the face and my dad's dick got cut off. And then you've also got what they would call,
I've been making bad decisions for like 10 years, man. I keep making bad decisions and I've got depression.
Keep sleeping with the wrong women.
Exactly. Is it clinical, right? Is it an imbalance of the brain that we can't detect or test? Who knows? Again. But we can affirm the consequence by going, right, what we'll do is we'll prescribe you some serotonin reuptake inhibitors. We'll give you some Xanax. And I promise you that you will feel great. And it won't be because of the drugs. It's going to be because of these techniques that I taught you on how to cope. When those drugs stop being effective, i.e. the dosage that I've given you is no longer enough to get you fucked up, you might feel shit again. That's because your tolerance has increased, not to the drugs, remember, but to the techniques that we taught you. That's kind of the game that they've been playing with allopathic medicine and for psychology for ages.
Dude, I got a really good friend. I mean,
wouldn't it be easier to treat the cause instead of the symptoms?
That makes no money.
But it makes no money. And that was the thing, man. My friend was he got his master's. He's got a job over at the county health department. And he's like, everybody that walks through the door is prescribed drugs, dude. And I'm like, what? Mm-hmm. And he starts fighting against the county that he got hired to fucking work for. you realize the situation, man, that everybody that walks through the door gets prescribed drugs, period. And he's like, no.
Where's the store?
This was in San Diego, California, man. All right. Within the last decade. Anyway, and I was like, really? He goes, I had to fight against it. He did fight against it, and he got fired. But he got pissed off enough and said, fuck you, I'm getting my PhD. And so he went and got that. Anyway, but the story was, man, everybody that walks through the county health system with some kind of, it doesn't matter if it's domestic violence or what, everybody gets drugs, man. And he was completely against that, man. And I applauded him for it, standing up, dude. I mean, I got to give him 100% on that, man.
Most of you guys are in the States, right?
But here's the funny thing, man. I brought up Flat Earth. I brought up Flat Earth to him, and he thought I was fucking crazy, man. He thought I was crazy after I brought Flat Earth up to him. And he's like, dude, internet works. The world is fucking globe, okay? Get over it. And I was like, no, dude, you don't understand, man. You think you're anyway. We haven't talked in a while. Yeah, I pissed him off.
That happens.
He thinks he lives on a spinning magical monkey ball flying and zipping and hurling through space where you feel no motion at all, and they're lying to you, dog. You got to figure this out.
Yeah, where are they filming all these pictures of the Earth with the blue marble?
From they call it Sicilin. Here,
Universal Studios.
That's between here and the moon. Sicilin is the space between here and the moon. That, according to Neil Armstrong.
1 second, guys. Anthony, bro, you had a question.
No. I was just going to slightly change the topic away from Flat Earth and then quickly bring it back to Flat Earth.
Yeah, that's cool.
I was going to ask, y'all been like mandated out of jobs in the US and in Britain?
No. Well,
kind of.
I'm in America, man. Not where I live, but yeah. County, state, school systems, they all require some kind of verification that you've been.
Yeah.
Depends on where you live.
Been zombie-eyed. Yes.
Yeah, I was going to say, like, about 10% of us have lost our jobs in Victoria and Australia. And it's been like a semi-positive sort of thing because there's been like this sort of counterculture. In my local town, there's like this gathering every Sunday and we all have a barbecue and they've got like, the freedom flag up there and all these people come over and it's like the first time ever where Flat Earth is just so easy.
Hey, by the way, it's fucking summer where you live, fuckhead. It's summer, okay? Enjoy the fucking summer because summer is to be celebrated, my friend. Enjoy it.
Hell yeah.
Damn. I wish I was
try my best.
The fucking winter sucks.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, brother.
Hey, real quick, Anthony. It sounds like some of you guys need to start rolling on a class action lawsuit for discrimination.
Yeah, a lot of people have, and like a lot of employers are realizing, we should be following federal law, like, and they're breaking federal laws. They're breaking like the highest laws to follow these, like, fake mandates or whatever. But it's been good because just to take it back to Flat Earth, that like I go to these meetups and I go to these group gatherings, and it's like so ridiculously easy to talk Flat Earth with people. And even if they do have hardcore, even if they do pull back really hard, it's always like you can just always say to them, I don't know one Flat Earther that's taken the jab. And then like, interesting.
Actually,
like, why all Flat Earthers work this out?
I know one Flat Earther that has. I know one.
Was it because they had to? They had to get to keep the job?
Because of their living situation and their job, yes.
I'm sorry, but they're not committed enough.
Yeah,
Nah.
I agree.
What if this is the mark of the beast? Like, for real, straight up.
Yeah.
Straight up, crack.
Even if it's not the mark of the beast, to go against your convictions, to go against what's good for your health, for what's good for your money, is obviously the wrong thing to do. We all innately know that. So it's
Yeah, but that's why
I don't want to
that's why
judge
they
people
can't
for doing
make
it.
you. They can't
Yeah,
forcefully make you take it.
They
It
sell
has
their
to be your
they
choice.
sell their integrity. That's what they
Right.
do. You know.
Well, I think we're here to help other people along the way, and I think we've done an amazing job, man. And
Well, hasn't this is a massive silver lining with this like pandemic, or I don't know
yes,
if we're allowed to talk about it,
there,
but the silver
there is
lining
a
is
silver lining.
so
Yes,
many people have come towards like these obvious truths,
it's
bro.
been ridiculous.
Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Get together on some sort of common ground. That shit's
Yeah.
not right.
I never thought it was going to be possible that people
Shit's
would
not
gather
right.
in the name of freedom and truth at like a barbecue every single Sunday, and there'd be like 80 people there, and I'd be able to go down and have a chat with every single one of them, and they'd all be able to listen, and they'd all be like, I don't want to sound new agey, but vibrating at a higher level or whatever.
Yeah,
Yeah,
man. I've been saying this since the beginning of this. I've been saying this for a few years now, that there's going to be like not like a awakening, but almost like a revival of the mindset of like leaning towards like truth, or at least toward true skepticism, right? Because like at the end of the day, it's like becoming a flat earther or whatever. Like most people see it as like we're the opposite of skeptical, right? Because they're like, oh, you're buying into a new thing, right? But it's actually the opposite of that. It's like I think it's becoming a flat earther is becoming hyper skeptical of everything and testing everything again and reevaluating everything again. And currently, while there's this thing going on that's so stark in contrast to what's clearly truth, right? You know, the fact that they're suppressing anyone. Like, any of you guys look at that Dr. Malone guy, they literally just took him straight off Twitter.
Dr. Malone is done, man. They
Exactly, like-
absolutely are trying to bury him, man. Trying to
That's
bury
my point. So it's like normal people see this shit and they see it as authoritarian, right? And he's talking about the psychological phenomena behind what's going on, this like group psychosis, which affects like 1/3 of the population. And this goes back to like Leninism and Stalin and even Hitler, right? That like, you know, and this is what this is, right? It's like people are somehow being tricked into, you know, seeing everything through this certain lens, but it's only 1/3 of the population. And it's like before, when this phenomena occurred, like what can reverse this phenomena? And because usually it snowballs and we can't stop this like group psychosis. But what's different about now is that potentially we may be able to capitalize on the fact that 1/3 of the population have gone crazy into this group psychosis. The other 2/3 before maybe wouldn't have been able to hear an alternate story. The fact that they're trying to suppress an alternate story proves that there is one. So the other 2/3, I believe, currently are looking into the alternate story. So we might end up with the opposite of a group psychosis thing. We might end up with 1/3 led by that group psychosis. The other 2/3 will be led by
dude. I hope
looking into the
you're
opposite.
right. I hope you're correct on that synopsis, bro.
Crack, can I ask, do you ever subscribe to Witset's sort of like potentially flat earth being consumed by the mainstream in some way?
Yeah, of course. Like
No
me
doubt,
and him
no
have been
doubt.
saying that for a
Come
long
on, are you
time.
kidding me? Yeah, fuck. We've already proven that, man.
Yeah,
Just look at the new Matrix movie.
Yeah, that's not, moving on. 100%.
No, I think that is completely like potentially, you know, the way it could be. I do think that potentially, yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like if you think about it just naturally, right? Like this is why NASA, I believe, is like halfway between a private organization / a government entity, right? It's like that, like, you know, plausible deniability, a plausible form of deniability. Like it's all set up that way anyway. And then obviously it being transferred from NASA now to something like SpaceX, which is seemingly more private. I don't know. Yeah, that speaks to me as something that, again, it just looks like as NASA was made less credible by people like us. You know, the next group.
Hollywood, can I sing it out? Hollywood.
If there's an interesting thing that's happening in Australia, if there's any Aussies in here, is Flat Earth Batman here? No. What's happening in Australia, and I obviously don't pay attention to the mainstream very often, but like when I'm hanging around certain people, they'll be listening to the radio or the TV's on in the background or something. And what is slowly happening, which gives me almost goosebumps, is people are starting to outwardly blame people like quote unquote flat earthers for what's actually happening, for the spread of the virus and the people not understanding what's going on and us not being able to control it, because there are these flat earth people, these hardcore conspiracy theorists that are slowly winning over people. So now that's actually being presented in our mainstream, like on our radio stations or on our TV, on the mainstream talkback.
We're doing something right, man. We're doing something.
Something's actually working, but at the same time, it's almost like it's not scary. I don't want to live in fear, but it's like, holy shit! No wonder why people have started treating me worse. You know?
Yeah, well, it just means that 1/3 is going to be even further hardened against us. That's all that means.
Right, so that 1/3 that's in that psychological phenomena, that's actually what Dr. Malone was talking of. It's not even his work; it's work that's been done by psychologists, and it's based in like pretty solid psychological studies actually, and of the past and historically speaking, which is that this third that sort of gets put under the umbrella of like listening to every individual little piece of the propaganda, right? And then it's almost like you create such a bad problem that everyone is like toeing the party line of what this problem is, right? But then it's all about placing blame in one direction, right? And that's sort of what we're posited to be, is the individual entity that could be blamed for what's happening, right? Like the whole problem of COVID and what's going on with that, and then obviously the flat earthers are the most likely to be like the anti-vaxxers, and well, not just the flat earthers, it's going to be just the anti-vaxxers, the conspiratorial types, right? Like we're perfectly in position because that's what they did with it's the same thing like we're saying with like Hitler, right? You create one person, right? So then you end up with this idea of the final solution, right? Which would be what we understand. You can work out the rest like in your head, like we are the potential blame center.
We're the new Jews. We're the new 6 million.
Man. Yeah, bro.
We're bad people. We're very bad people.
Yeah, but we're gonna win this time. There's nothing they can do to stop it.
Yeah, I feel like we are going to win this time.
They've already shot themselves in the foot.
All our
chopped
children
their thumb off.
Shit.
Exactly. So you basically you said I hope you're right with your synopsis of what's going on, Crack. Well, you effectively agree with me then, because that's what I'm saying is that the other 2/3 in the past were sort of just not involved in what was going on, right? And the 1/3 took over the narrative and just ate the narrative up, right? But now we have a different societal structure. Actually, what it is that most people don't have real human connections even anymore, right? Because that third that listens to that propaganda, they've been in their houses pretty much not mixing with people for 2 years. Guess who has been mixing with people and haven't really changed their social circles?
We have.
Us. We haven't really changed that.
We have. I especially have, man.
I've managed to mix more.
I haven't changed. Shit, fuck all, man. I'd be like, hey, man, you guys got a party going on? I'm coming over, man. You got cocoa? You got cocoa? I want some, man. Give me some cocoa, please.
Give me some cocoa. Speaking of that, Crack, is that the reason why you haven't been around here, bro? Because I miss you.
He's been around.
Yeah, really? No, I've not been around, bro. I've been away for a little while now.
A couple minutes, but you've been around. I've caught you here and there, man. Here and there.
Yeah, I've just been super busy, man.
Yep.
Some things in my life have changed like quite a lot, right? Like,
hey,
not for bad, but good.
2022, bitches, man.
Isn't it? That's weird to think about.
Thanks,
man. Anthony.
Damn, we're in the 222.
Yeah, so my grain took place in the year 2022.
Sorry to interrupt you, Joshua. Sorry, bro.
It's all right. What were you saying, Anthony?
I was just saying to Crack, just if he's still mates, just hit up Higgs, see how he's going.
Yeah, man. I'll hit him up. I haven't heard from him in a little while. I hit him up a few times and he didn't reply.
Yeah, he'd really appreciate it, I reckon.
I sent Iggs a message yesterday. I'm waiting for him to return my message.
Good.
So this year,
you the man, Battle Mod.
That's my boy. I gotta hear from him every week or two, or I gotta bug him.
I'm gonna go give him a call right now.
Worried about
later, guys.
Yeah.
Later, dude. Tell him I said hello.
I like
Will
it.
do. See you guys.
Cheers.
Later, Anthony.
The narrative has been shifting to this. Have you ever heard this term, flurona? Flurona. Have you heard it, guys?
Yeah. My brother
A
was
term
supposed
called
to have.
flurona, man. You guys hip with that?
My brother was just in the hospital for COVID pneumonia.
Oh yeah, that's what I apparently have.
Apparently,
Pneumonia.
it comes around every year, and it's around, man. Flurona. I don't know.
Yeah, but all he had was fucking. He just had pneumonia, but it gets labeled.
Yep.
All that shit gets labeled COVID.
Same with Rob Skiba. He went in for pneumonia.
Yep.
Stick him on a ventilator. He'll be fine.
My brother didn't get put on the ventilator. We let them people know your life's on the line if you put him on a ventilator.
Yeah.
Put him on the oxygen tent, and you better go with the normal treatment for pneumonia.
1 second, guys. Are you good, Davey?
Don't think I'm kidding.
Good.
My family warns people, man,
Davey.
the state police start watching us.
Yeah.
What's up, Dave? Davey.
Fuck around.
What's up, bro?
How you doing, man? You sound like you're in the Western United States. I'm guessing.
Yeah, you got it.
Like
I got
Cali?
it. Okay, cool, man.
Like Cali?
Yeah, I'm in the West. I'm in California.
That's where I'm talking about.
Oh, like, how's the surf today, bro?
What's up, bro, man? I'm in SoCal.
Bro, like, how's the marijuana out there, bro? I heard it was.
What's up, bro?
It's fucking killer, bro.
Fuck you, Mike. We're not that fucking retarded, man.
Bitches
We're not like
beaches, bro. Bitches and
we're
beaches.
not like idiocracy fucking retarded, man. Come on. We're like more like.
Why are there always
I love California,
when they
bro.
got
I love Cali.
fucking
California fucking kicks ass, man.
These motherfuckers
Fuck
have
you guys.
California
6-lane
kicks
fucking
ass,
highway,
dude.
an
Kicks
8-lane
fucking
fucking
balls.
highway, and they still got a fucking
We got
traffic jam.
deserts, mountains, rivers.
I know. It pisses me off.
Everything, man.
Like,
We got
motherfucker.
everything in California, man.
Your highway
Oh,
takes
we
up
got
half the
everything.
town,
Everything.
but it's still congested.
Everything.
Cause like, oh, you
Your coast.
motherfuckers, like, way too much braking, not enough gas, bro.
Hey, Davey, are you going to fall asleep on panel again? Because if you do, can you at least try to remember to mute your mic?
Yeah.
Dude, I was not.
Hi, my name is Davey. I'm a little flower.
Nobody's ever done that in Discord history. I swear to God. You're the first, Davey. You're the first.
Dude, I was not snoring, okay?
I was not snoring.
I was not snoring. Was I snoring?
No.
No,
Yeah,
man.
exactly.
Dude,
bro, we've all done it.
Dude, I've been on 100 panels, man, and there's always somebody that snores it out, and you're like, damn.
So
Yeah,
you're
I'm so glad. I'm so happy I don't snore. Man.
I ain't
I'm
going to the chapel. I'm not going to the chapel. I'm not ringing bells.
You sure? Bow 'em up.
All right. You guys having fun yet, man? Because if you're not having fun, you guys are fucking it up. Because I got this from ESA, legendary.
The Eastern Space Station? Or Space Agency bullshit?
ISA?
We're talking about a flat Earth legend here, man.
Space Agency.
If you guys aren't having
no, yeah, I thought you were talking about
you guys are
something
fucking
different.
it up, man. And I was like, you know what?
You know,
He's right.
ESA and JAXA. ESA.
Jackson and Jackson.
Oh, yeah.
You mean
NASA.
ESA that comes in here, yeah?
NASA, RASA, ESA, JAXA, SNASA.
But
SNISA.
Wait up.
Right.
Battle mode, you sure, bro? I hear them bells ringing.
Hell no.
And then
The Australian one, Arsa.
Bells are ringing, ding dinging. Bells are ringing, ding dinging.
Don't worry, that has no context for you guys, so you don't know. Wait, we have actually got someone in here. Should I call someone out? Have any of you spoken to Melancholic? We've got someone called Melancholic.
Call him up. Yeah.
Wait, I'll unmute his ass. Melancholic. I just unmuted you if you want to speak.
I'm gonna mute.
Yeah, one.
We can VC verify you or whatever. If you don't speak, obviously I'm gonna pop you back on mute or whatever. But Melancholic. If you want to talk, you're more than welcome to.
Yeah, I'll talk.
Melancholic. Are you there?
He's like, no. No? All right.
He's there, man. Melancholic. What's up, man? Check it out. Hit your mic. Talk to. I heard him. I swear.
No, that was someone else that said, "Yeah, I'll talk." I like his profile banner thing with like the hands and shit. Click on him.
Oh, what? You want to go to them hands? Is that what you're saying? What, you got hands?
You got hands, bro.
You want some static? What's poppin'?
Hey, John John's back, bro.
Hey, motherfucker!
John's back.
What's cracking?
What's up?
What's up? Cracking?
Tell me about the globe, John.
Tell you about the what? The glove?
The globe. Man. Tell me about the globe, man. Tell me.
Yeah,
pretty
tell us about the globe.
I still don't know if he said globe, or glove.
It's the glove fits,
you guys
right?
suck, man. Fucking globe, man. Tell me about the fucking globe. Come on.
There's nothing to say about it.
So he said glove.
It sounded like he said glove.
One glove.
One glove.
Michael
Yeah,
Jackson
I thought
thought
you
you
were
just
saying
have
glove
just
as well.
one glove.
So I was thinking like the Nintendo Power Glove for a second, but no.
Look,
Nintendo Power Glove.
Come on.
It's a globetrotter spinning the globe. Yeah.
All right.
So how many trolls do y'all get on?
John.
Yeah, Bill.
Tell me about the globe, man. What do you know? Tell me everything you know about the globe, man. Tell me.
All right, so some recent stuff that I've seen, but it's due to TikTok, and I was like, all right, this works. But someone was talking about the level, like how water levels out, so to say. And now that's something when I worked in the construction field that we would do. We'd have a tube that was clear, so we could figure out the grade to something.
Spirit level?
A spirit level? I never heard of that.
Yeah, that's what that's called. You know, the
Really?
tube with the water in it.
There's no water in the water. It's not a water level. There's spirits, the water evaporates. Spirits don't. Spirits are alcohol, so more properly it'd be an alcohol level or a spirits level.
Okay, I get what you're saying.
I use the laser.
Yeah, I just found that interesting.
I use the laser level when I'm grading.
Oh yeah, but no, I mean just to figure out something that's like a real quick 2% grade.
Yeah,
but yeah, I found that interesting that somebody was like, pointing that out. That if we were on a globe, then that would not work at all.
2% grade. What do you concrete for runoff?
Yeah, for putting in like a sidewalk, something like that.
Yeah, you got to have runoff. You got to have runoff. Right. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I do the same thing for asphalt pavement. But
that's cool.
We want a 3% grade on the highway, so nobody's hydroplaning.
Oh, have you seen that new asphalt mix?
In the middle of the road.
I've seen it all, bro. I've seen it all.
It's like a drain system in Saudi Arabia. Like if there's any water that gets on the roads, it hits that and it's drained away.
I seen some stuff like that once in a while, but it was high dollar stuff.
Yeah.
Hey, Who was it that was saying that they do road work?
Me,
Battle Mods does road work.
I'm a highway
So-
engineer. I work for the
So
state,
what
the
I'm wondering, do
county.
you ever mix in asphalt with yours?
With what?
Into your road work. Do you ever mix in? I mean, not asphalt. Lime. Sorry.
Lime on the highways?
Yeah.
Well, really, it depends. If it's a really swampy area of the highway, we could be required to put a layer of lime or a mix of lime. Just depends. It depends on what the state calls for on that stretch of highway you bidded and won. So
I got you.
Wait, do you have like a bid for contract system in your state? Do you?
No.
In Georgia, we do.
I mean, yes and no. If I refuse a job, then they'll put it up for bid. But I mean, basically, they give a bid. We got this. You can take it. And if I don't want to take it because I'm the main contractor for the state, if I'm busy, I can just say I'm busy. I can't get that one in, and they'll allow other companies to bid in on it. But it's just a contract, a sector contract.
That's what I was thinking, because obviously, like, I know of like people that have got fixed contracts with like the local government where I am, and like they just get offered everything like straight away, obviously. So that's like a hold in the main contract, and then the only time bidding comes in is after they say no. Yeah.
Yeah, it only comes in if I don't want to do it and I want to sub it out to somebody else. But lime just reduces moisture, you know. And generally, I mean, I don't mix it in. I'll have to tell the asphalt company that I'm looking for I need a moisture sensitive mix. And then they'll add it in there. So changes the oxidation chemistry of the fucking fault. Less porous. But you do that so more moist, higher humidity areas, because asphalt's porous, and we don't seal coat the highways. So water's constantly running through the pores in the asphalt on the highway because we won't seal a strip of highway.
Mm-hmm.
At least Michigan doesn't.
Yeah, I'm just
slick as not.
I'm surprised that I live in Georgia, so I'm surprised that they don't do it here because of the levels.
Yeah,
majority of the time, 100%.
The height
Shit.
of your water table.
They'll put fucking chip seal and then spray oil on it and call it good out here. That's all they do.
It does get, when you get a rain, that oil from the cars and shit, you do get a slick. If you sealed it, it'd be even worse.
Oh, fuck yeah.
You'd be on a Teflon
Especially when you
pan.
hit a area that didn't adhere.
Good point.
If it's sealed, then less petroleum comes up out of it because it's no longer porous on the top.
Isn't that stuff itself, the sealant, slick when it's wet?
Maybe if you're the guy that got that shit that comes in a can, yeah, but the spray on stuff, no, not the shit we use we wouldn't use it on public. We use a genite. You can get gilsonite. Gilsonite has somewhat of a rubber texture. That might be a little slick. But no, you can't add slickness to a roadway, so it would be illegal.
Well, no, I'm not saying add it, but it's a oily. The asphalt itself is oily.
I'm saying it's a petroleum product, yeah. But when you seal it, that's only good for the first year. Once a certain amount of water is run through there, there's no more oil in the pavement. That's why it's no longer back. It starts to whiten up. And if you seal it, no petroleum's coming out. But after six months to a year, after one summer, no petroleum's coming out of the asphalt. In Florida, it happens because they're constantly having to retop their roadways down there after the rain. The roads will be all slippery in Florida, but they're constantly retopping their roads because the heat affects their asphalt always moves. It always cracks. It hardly ever settles because it stays warm.
They got some nice roads down south. I've been down south, and their roads are like butter.
Don't go over to South Carolina.
Well, I think they pave them maybe because they're paving them every damn year because their shit is pretty damn nice.
Swamp areas.
Yeah, let me ask you a question. See the picture I just posted? That's supposed to be a real picture. Now, first of all, who's taking that picture? That's number one. Number two, what the hell is that guy doing out there? What is he fixing? What is he doing? And
Is this
that
right now?
Looks like he's
the
working on
picture I
a
posted. Okay, that's supposed to be a real NASA photo. Okay, now, and that's supposed to be the marble we live on, supposedly.
photo. You mean a live stream? That's a clip from the live stream.
Right, well, whatever it is, it's supposed to be a real picture from NASA.
Yeah,
Okay?
real image.
Right, real image. So what I'm asking is, it doesn't make any sense because isn't that thing that whatever he's fixing right now, isn't that thing like going around like 1,000 miles an hour? How is he on fixing something that's spinning
Well,
thousands
right,
of
you gotta
miles an hour?
remember,
Wouldn't you
right,
fall? Wouldn't you fall off?
it's
I mean, like,
falling. Their story is this, right? That it's free falling around the Earth at the exact altitude, right, or height, should I say, above the Earth needed. That basically it negates effectively the full gravitational force of the Earth, but also it's close enough that as it falls in free fall, it's like hyperbanded around, right? So they basically claim that it's continually in free fall
That's
around.
not what he's talking about. They're saying the ISS orbits the Earth every 90 fucking minutes. You know how fast it has to be
I
moving.
wasn't gonna finish it.
Yeah.
It's like 17,000 or 16,500, right?
Yeah, miles per hour.
But I'm just letting Davey. What I'm trying to say to him was, all right. So they're because of where they're claiming that it is, right, at that point. Okay, in terms of the distance away from the Earth, right, and how thick the atmosphere. How well, it's not even technical. Well, space, whatever. They define space as the vacuum, right? The vacuum of space, right? So again, it's like the moon, for instance, is now inside of the Earth's atmosphere, apparently, according to them. So space, right? That's my point. It doesn't really make sense.
It doesn't, bro. It does. That's pure.
It's not really
Hollywood.
in space. That's the point. There are still there. They say it's minimalistic or whatever amounts of air particles, or the atmosphere is very thin right there. But again, there is still some atmosphere, which would mean there would be some resistance, or should I say, wind resistance, right?
Yeah, it's like in the stratosphere or something like that, ain't it?
I think it's in a swimming pool, so.
I think we can't verify where it is.
Nope. We can't. We don't have a clue where it is.
Well, it's not where it is.
Where it is.
Now, I will say what is interesting to watch is Elon trying to. I don't know if he's trying to break the firmament or what the hell he's doing, but that crap's awesome to watch.
What do you mean with you're on about with the data link thing that he's doing? Starlink.
Well, more so like SpaceX. Like when they're sending off a satellite, and it gets up there, and then it creates all these swirls and everything. I mean, it's like a pin dropping or a marble dropping into a pool, and you get the waves going.
You're on about like the parabolic arc or whatever it is. The rocket.
Hold on, let me get in it.
You have to show me. I don't know if I know what you're talking about. That's all.
Yeah, give me just a second. I'll get you an image.
Yeah, look at that thing that Ron just posted. That guy's English. Do you remember, Ron? Do you remember when that guy was like apparently on the ISS? He was such a twat. Literally, like I'm not usually that nasty about these people, but that guy there, the one with the bubble of water or whatever, he is such a dickhead.
I haven't seen the footage from it. I just seen this clip where George Bush was in his wheelchair, and they were filming this scene. So all the flag is superimposed, all that's on the green screen, all the scenery behind him. And I imagine they're at the neutral buoyancy lab filming the spacewalks. The neutral buoyancy is just in water. That's where you're neutral.
By chance, can one of y'all grant me permission to allowing to post an image?
Yeah. One sec. VC verified. You seem alright, so please just don't post anything like porn or any of that shit.
Yeah, that's definitely not gonna happen. There you go.
There you go.
But yeah, this SpaceX stuff. Like, posted.
So, why are you
yeah.
Anti-NASA song. Yeah, I mean, yeah, exactly. Why are you lying?
I've seen that thing going through the sky. That was that was like 2017, I think, 2018 maybe.
Oh, it
People
happens
saw it
all
over in California somewhere.
Here in Georgia, regardless how it was happening, but it happened. I was driving late at night, and there was a long street. Now this one was weird.
You caught that in Georgia? This pic?
Yeah. No, not this image. Not this image. The one that happened here in Georgia was like just a single long trail.
Yeah.
And it went, I mean, literally the top of my head all the way down to the horizon. It was wild how long it was. I live on a lake, and it actually set off a double sonic boom. What they claim entered the atmosphere, but I mean, dude, it shook my house.
Did you capture it on your camera? Did you film anything?
Yeah, but it looked like crap. There's better stuff that was on the internet. Let me see.
I know that's with Starlink, right? Where it looked like a massive stream.
Yeah,
like a string of rockets. I saw that here in England.
Space may be the final frontier, but it's made in the Hollywood basement.
Basement.
Sometimes it's made in a Houston swimming pool.
Californication. Yeah, man. If people think we still live on a spinning ball, then
yeah, I saw that shit pop off right there. I was like, "What the fuck?"
Shame on them.
I was like,
It's
"Look!
like
Look! It looked like a laser beam or something."
Yeah. It's like a trail of Satelloons with lights on them. That's what it reminds me of. If any of you have ever seen the release of Satelloons, right? Like they release them like in Alaska, and they release them in lots of different places, right? And it literally looks just like exactly the same, for real. Pretty much, that's exactly what it looks like a string of Satelloons.
One thing they did not say on the news, and I haven't seen anybody with live video of it, but what was crazy, so I mean, you're talking 1,000 miles or whatever. I honestly don't know. Look, say it was 1,000 miles. But
do you figure those are the stars that'll fall?
It would actually turn off and then turn back on. It was pretty cool to look at.
See, there you go. Turn on and turn back off, right? Like the light.
Yeah, the whole entire stream, and sometimes it would look like connect the dots, and then other times it would be, all of them would be connected with a straight line, like a lightsaber.
What is it?
What was it?
What's it supposed to be?
Starlink.
I can't.
Skynet.
What SpaceX claimed it to be was taking material to the ISS, and that it was returning back in. And they say that's why there was a double sonic boom, is because it came back into the atmosphere. Which I'm sitting there scratching my head going, isn't the ISS like at the, what they claim is at the edge of the sphere and everything? Not actually outside of all of our spheres.
So I don't know, but why wouldn't somebody have it filmed from their backyard if they can just watch it with their naked eye? Why would they have the other object going to that object?
It makes no sense because the ISS is inside of our atmosphere, and they're saying it's going back into our atmosphere. It wouldn't need to leave the atmosphere.
If any globe earther would have come in here right now and try to talk their nonsense, they would be humiliated. Okay? No matter what they say about talk, bring up gravity, whatever they bring up, they would be embarrassed. Okay? Because because they know the truth. You know? I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is.
Here's the thing. I mean, depends on where they went to school and things like that. I can't get upset with somebody.
Yeah, not really though, because it's common sense. You know, I mean, eventually you guys realize you've been lied to.
They go to school believing that NASA is a god, believing what their teacher says is the right way. I mean, you got people who don't even question, about the fact they say that we're traveling through space, our sun is traveling through space, but they never sit there and pop the question, like, wait a second, so why was there never any of these damn stars has ever moved a freaking position?
Yeah, these people are heavily invested in the lie. John, you're right. Like, you sort of got to feel sorry for some people that, let's say, potentially are even in debt for let's say having this false form of knowledge on the globe model, that they literally have paid to be taught this bullshit, and those people are heavily invested, not just monetarily but idealistically, all at the same time. As sometimes, like, it's as simple as, like, doing this for long enough, you speak to enough people and you find out what it is that really sticks their mind to the globe. And like this one kid, I always remember him. He was very intelligent, and he understood most of what we were saying and our points and why that meant something, and why that would be a problem for the heliocentric model. But what really stuck him onto the globe was a form of nostalgia and, I guess, a form of loyalty even to his family members, because what it was is that he had like helped build a telescope with his grandfather, who was someone that studied the stars, and in doing so he had this form of an emotional connection, to the heliocentric model, and it was like he was basically like unreachable due to that, right? So you can imagine how hard that stuff, how much that stuff grows when it's like you're so invested, going to these like affluent universities to learn about this nonsense.
Yeah. Like one thing that like you'll notice a lot when you're speaking to like globalists that really don't study, you'll sit there and be like, hey, what do you think about like the size of, like England compared to America or so? And they sit here and, all these European countries are like the size of America. And it's like, you want to go over there for a second, actually, you can go to France, up to England within a day. But, here in America, I mean, it takes you just, a 24-hour straight drive to go from Georgia to to Texas.
Yep. It's literally, it
takes me 18 hours to drive through California.
It takes 12 hours to drive from the south of England, southwest of England, to Scotland, which is the more northern part. Maximum it would take you is 16 hours to reach. So from Penzance, the most southerly point, up to the northernest point of Scotland would probably take, I would say, 18, maybe 20 hours, right? And that's driving, obviously. To drive from England, like where I live, to drive all the way to Italy, to the Alps, right? And that's going all the way through France, Germany, Austria, Luxembourg, then into then even into part of Holland, even then into Austria, and then into Italy. That can take like 30 hours, but that's like going through multiple countries, right? Like America's huge.
Yeah, yeah. If we had a train structure like y'all do over there, you know, for getting to all y'all's European countries and stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
dude, I guarantee you, like, people would sit there and be like, dude, it's taking me like a week to get to California to what takes y'all, you know, just a day and a half to get to certain locations.
Yeah, that's true as well. Like for instance, like obviously, like I was saying, even in that trip there where you've got to go to France from England, you go on the Channel Tunnel, which is like a train under the water. Like I probably could get from England to that same place in Italy if I was to have took trains instead of being on like in a vehicle, right? Driving the whole way there and like going on ferries and stuff like that. Yeah, you could probably do that in like, I don't know, 20 hours, go from England to Italy, probably
Yeah,
on the trains.
the closest I've been to you is Copenhagen, and I did,
Right.
you know, all of that Baltic Sea and everything, and then stayed in Russia for a couple of weeks. So,
Nice.
dude, I love it.
Russia's a cool place. I've never actually been to Russia. The closest I've been to Russia is probably like sort of like
If you get a chance, man, go to like St. Petersburg.
Mm. Oh yeah, I definitely will. I'd love to go there, 100%. I know everyone slags Russia off of that, but like I don't care. I'd
What
love
kind
to
of
go there.
crazy stars? What kind of stars can you see above Russia at night? Anything different than the ones we see?
Nope.
The only thing that I'll say is like when you get into like Norway, you know, you get where your days are like really, really freaking stretched out. You know, you can get some like really cool, deep, you know, deep space, so to say. You know, but at the end of the day, I mean, once you've seen the Milky Way with your naked eye, you know, and you go to Norway versus, you know, like going out to Utah or something like that, or into the top of the Rockies here in, you know, Colorado or so. It ain't much different.
Yeah, it's the same. Like if you're on the right land, in England, you can pretty much see all the same shit that you see in Norway as well.
Yeah, yeah.
If you go to a light reserve.
The only time that I've noticed like a change in stars for astrology is going to, you know, places like Norway, Alaska, you know, something that's just way up there, that's on our outer banks, so to say. And then it's like, hey, things are really drawn out because of the way that the sun revolves around us.
Yeah, I see. Like as well, I sometimes think a lot of it's to do with light pollution, right? Because, for instance, Norway, not a lot of light pollution. Same with Alaska, right? And then it's like you go to somewhere like I was saying here in England, there are light reserves, right, where it's like there's zero light pollution, and it looks very much the same as what it does in somewhere like Alaska. Not a whole lot different, right? Obviously there are key differences with the timing of how long the sun's above your head during the day, etc., etc. And obviously that's a little bit different, but you know, it doesn't look a whole lot different. So sometimes the stuff that gets attributed to the path of the sun, with those sort of countries is sometimes maybe like correlating like the cause and effect between what we're seeing. It's like correlating it to where the sun is and where it apparently revolves around us versus maybe it's just because it's a whole lot less light pollution, so you can see a whole lot more. I don't know, dude.
Well, one thing that I noticed is like if you look at Orion's belt, so to say, check this out because Norway's not too far from you. But if you ever head up there, watch something like Orion's belt, and then come back to your state and look at Orion's belt, and you'd be like, "Man, this thing's moving at like the exact same speed, but the sun of how long the day lasts, will be different." And it's like, yeah, if maybe I'm speaking wrong on this, but I would think that if we were a globe, that those type of things should be lasting, have a draw of speed as well. But on a flat Earth, while everything's revolving around us, no,
Yeah, there are a lot of things that are convoluted in the heliocentric model. Like so many different things. The more time that you spend here, the more you'll hear, right? It becomes almost ridiculous eventually when you've heard, like I was saying, you've heard so many things that make the globe just seem like a complete fairy tale, right? And really, apparently they've got a huge body of evidence for the globe. When actually, you speak to the people that are heavily invested in this argument on the global side, and I don't know if you've heard many of them speak, but they admit like the crucial and fundamental things that they would need in order to, prove that there is a globe. Well, they actually do. They just admit it now. Basically, they pretty much admit that they don't have those things. For instance, things like the R value, right? Like they just admit it.
Yeah, like one thing is like Einstein himself believes obviously in a different force of gravity than what Isaac Newton believed. Now, the way that I read Einstein was more of like a buoyancy, density type level. While Isaac Newton was like, there's this magic magnet, that's pulling down everything. But anyhow, in Einstein's view, it's you can't really speak of a globe in Einstein's view of how the force of gravity worked in his laws.
Well, in his thing is that actually it was more that like the gravity wasn't a force. That's why Einstein it's the warping and bending of conceptual abstract concepts, basically things that are just ridiculous, like the idea of the warping and bending of space time, right? So we have space, right, which is just like width, depth, and breadth, right, made into something that's physical that can actually be moved or warped, and time itself, a concept, right, that we measure with. Like it's almost ridiculous. And they say that it's that's why under Einsteinian warping and bending of space time, gravity's assumed as a pseudo force, right? Not a actual force. And a lot of people sort of will say this, like the Globers, they somehow don't see that there's a problem between Einsteinian forms of gravity and the Newtonian gravity. They will sort of say that both can exist, that the Newtonian equations can exist next to the Einsteinian, and they'll argue that all day, even though they're wrong.
Yeah, I mean, the way that someone described it to me when I was younger, getting into Einstein, was basically like Einstein was saying, go drop a tree into a water, and you see how it can change and alter and everything with its weight and everything. And it's like, all right, that actually makes freaking sense, Then as you start growing up and you have the mind of common sense, it's like, yeah, I'm more on board with flat Earth. The only thing that I ever had that really hung me up is when you're looking at all the other planets and their globes. Right. Now, and that's where maybe one of y'all can speak up and come at me with a scientific reason of why Earth is the one that is different than the rest, because that's where I sit there and I'm like, yeah, I'm just going to believe in the word of God, because I'm Christian.
So,
Go ahead.
Yeah. What's up, Greg?
what's up, brother? How you doing, man? You good?
Yeah, I'm good.
We
Yeah.
already
So, John,
know.
do you think
Yeah.
Earth is a space disk? Is that what you think?
Nah, I feel like he's on the fence. Like that question you just asked there, like what makes this place different than all the other
Yeah,
planets? And
but
it's like,
that comes from the fact that mainstream media and flat Earth society is pushing the idea that every flat earther thinks that Earth is a space disk and all the other quote unquote planets are revolving around us. Is that what you think we think, John?
For the way that I look at it is I think that everything revolves around Earth.
Yes, but Earth is not
Now,
a space disk then, right?
no. I do
We're
not.
not.
I see Earth as more so like a globe and a what is it, concave, to where it dips in, so to say. I look at it that way, but not this perfect spherical shape, like the rest of the 9 planets. So that's where I'm coming at, is without my religion of my Christianity, that is one to where I'm like, where I look at all the other planets and I'm like, well, they are all well formed. Why is the Earth not, perfectly formed like them?
what happened? Did I cut out?
Yeah, I'm thinking he went out.
So like I sort of know, right, so again this is the issue, is like, remember, what is a planet, right? So like, again, you look at the sun, that looks like a perfect sphere, right? Would you say that the Earth in any way, shape or form seems to have similar properties to the sun? Does the Earth like look anything like the moon to you? Does the Earth look like anything like Jupiter does? For instance, like, with the eye of a storm inside of this gaseous, this gaseous planet. Well, not Jupiter. Well, wait, I may have messed that one up, but regardless, does the Earth
Yeah.
seem to have the similar properties to all of these other planets, right? Like, look at what these other planets are. For instance, the idea, again, the sun, for instance, right? It moves around a lot differently than some of the other stars that you might see, right? When you're supposed to believe that all are planets, right? The sun radiates out of it an extreme amount of light, it seems, right? It's like, again, it's like the thing is with that, it's just like, right, so I see a tree, right, on Earth, right? So therefore, right, I see a tree, I see squirrels living on the tree, whatever, right? I see acorns on that tree also. Why could I just not assume that, again, the Earth is a tree? Proximity would say that in proximity to the tree's closer than the rest of these other things up there, so I could assume safely that the Earth was a tree. It's like, no, it's like, if we don't have any images of what we are, and we don't know what those things out there are whatsoever, we have no estimation of what they are, right? Yeah, we see circles in the air. That's cool. We're yet to step outside of here and have any way of verifying exactly what this is to prove that it's even anything relatable to those lights in the sky. Are they even things that we can reach? Like, that's like, and does it seem the surface of what we're still on has any properties that are similar to those surfaces that we apparently see up there? And again, how do we even know that they're spherical, even, right? Like, we don't have a way of looking at them with binocular based vision. We have monocular vision, right? We're not able to see them from 2 different reference frames at the same time in order to even establish that that's what they are in terms of them being spheres, right? Like,
Right.
we
They
don't really
go
have
through
any of
the
that.
phases like the moon, with going into new moon and and things like that, of quarter moon and blah 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 and all that stuff. Where half is black and all that. So I mean, all the rest of the planets do the exact same thing. Now that you got me thinking about it, I don't think I've ever viewed through my own telescope of where it's shown the planet actually revolved. Now I've seen things like Jupiter, so to say, to where it's like, all right, yeah, I see this storm that's moved, but not you can't prove to me that it's actually the planet, has revolved at one point in time. So you got a good point there.
Right. And then obviously as well, it's like, for instance, if we're to say that at the same time, even the movements of the celestial bodies, like they don't all correlate to this idea or system of the heliocentric model as well. Like even NASA themselves have made observations that disprove the idea of an Earth, for instance, that is heliocentric, but points actually towards a geocentric Earth, right? There is like something called the axis of evil, right? And it was dubbed that because effectively, when they took these observations sort of from the equator and from the from the higher point part of the northern hemisphere, right? It was as if these different galaxies, right, looking out at these different galaxies, and I believe they used cosmic background radiation or something like that. And what they observed was several different galaxies all lined up, right? And then it made it, if we look at this like information, and what the information told them was that everything seemed to be going toward the Earth itself, right? And it was like, that's completely the opposite to what makes sense. It's completely irrational to come to the idea of a heliocentric Earth when you have these observations. Like even if you take the idea of like those amount of galaxies being lined up in a row, that makes no sense either, because all of these galaxies that we have are apparently coming from a crepuscular explosion, a singularity, right? Like everything should be continually expanding away from one another, right? There are a lot of problems with the story, all in all.
Yeah, like when you're studying atoms and things like that, and I can't think of a particular atom that has 8 balls attached to one ball, and they're all spinning around. It's like what would
Whoever
be
saw that
the ratio of them all to be in line is it's not impossible, but it should not be happening.
That's theoretical.
It's a theoretical model.
Nobody ever saw a ball, an atom, and then other atoms around it. It's a model, theoretical, made up.
Right.
Yep.
So the cartoons you see are not real, right?
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, like another thing that, like I'll sit there and I'll show like when, like back in the, 60s or 50s or whatever it was, that they used to try and tell people that was all the stars and stuff, and they literally took something and poked holes in it, and was trying to say that it was 2 guys, and like a hot air balloon or some crazy crap like that. And it's like, your common sense mind should sit there and be like, if they were lying to these people then, why do you think that they would stop lying to us, now? So
100%.
the other thing,
sometimes it's people can't conceive of the idea of being lied to when you put something in the banner of science, right? And what science apparently is. So this is like, again, this is one of the main ways that they've managed to trick people for a very long time, is in fact that they put it, it's like you said to me originally with the question that you asked earlier, you said, could you give me a scientific answer, for instance, essentially about why this planet could be different to the different planets that I see in a telescope? And it's like, no one like people, let's say people that like are bought into the religion of scientism, someone might be like, yeah, I'll give you a scientific reason. There's no such thing as a scientific reason, even in that spectrum whatsoever, because it's not even in the realm of science at all. So pseudoscience has been replacing, what people consume as factual information for a long, long time. Like looking out at the stars, those stars, we have absolutely no way to manipulate them. We have no way of placing these things in any form of experimentation that would allow us to even talk about them in a scientific way whatsoever. They're not even in that vernacular whatsoever. So it's kind of like this is where all of this misinformation is sort of just carried on, poured into people's ears, and has done a great lot of damage by doing so, because it's all been able to come under the banner of the idea of science, and people see that as confirmed.
Yeah, like I'll sit there and somebody tries to talk to me about flat Earth. Like I'll sit there and get them onto the subject of like things that is common sense that you should be questioning. For instance, like even when we went to the moon, or them saying we went to the moon, and you're sitting there and you're like, here's Neil Armstrong, like jumping off doing his one big speech of one giant step for mankind, one giant leap for whatever. And it's like you sit there and you look at him, you're like, so who's the guy that's filming Neil Armstrong jumping, getting off? And if there's only one source of light and he's in the darkness, why is it complete dark? And then the ultimate question is that you sit there and you're like, now watch this when it goes to take off, and it's like the camera freaking follows it, and it's not like a tracker camera. It's literally somebody holding it with their damn hand and following it, because if it was a tracker, it would have stayed center the whole damn time, and it doesn't.
Yeah. And another thing to add to that, which makes it even worse, is if you find out the types of cameras that they used on those missions, right?
Exactly.
And the amount of pictures that they took, right? And then actually how long it would take to take that amount of pictures without with an actual. They had no viewfinder in these cameras either, right? So they had no way of actually making sure every shot was in focus, but like every single picture published or posted from this they were all in focus as somehow with a completely new in a completely new medium, with a light that would be completely different to anything that anyone had ever sort of taken these photos in before, and they somehow never got an out of focus shot. And
That's
then
not really correct. I've scrolled through all the pictures, and there are a few out of focus. A few.
But the camera shouldn't have even operated, right?
Right. No. Yeah. That's just
because if you look into it, like the radiation that the film itself could withstand,
exactly,
even like the camera shouldn't have even been able to operate.
Right, because it says that it goes through the radiation belt and everything. It's like, I'm pretty sure if I threw my DSLR, into a uranium tank for literally just a split of a second, I'm wiping everything in there.
Mm-hmm.
the
other thing is
camera filming the lamp. They claim it was radio controlled from Earth.
Oh, okay. So back then, here we go again with that type of stuff. They claim that, and it's like, yeah, but you had to use a corded phone. Like, come on now. I mean, there's a lot of things that you could sit there and you could talk to someone that's a globalist and say, like, look, I will never tell someone they're right or wrong on anything, but I will sit there and say, if you sit there and you see a lot of lies in something, you really need to be questioning, because I mean, dude, because here in Georgia, they have a little science place that you can go to, and they have what the not the spaceship, but the other part that returned back, and they got it there with like all its tinfoil on there, and it's funny as hell because you're like, dude, I could go out to my smoker and smoke me up some, ribs, and put it up to 800 degrees Fahrenheit, you'll see that titanium, the tinfoil of what it does to it. And you're telling me that thing made it through the atmosphere. Just use a little common sense, just a little bit.
Well, all of the technology needed to get to the moon, they destroyed it.
Which is another, yeah. So, we could spend all night long on things like that. And that's what I wish that people would do with, regardless what they believe in, even if it's Christianity, go and actually deeply study it on your own with just common sense. Do your own homework. I really thought that here in America that we were taught as kids to go and do our own homework and come back, and supply our answers and discuss and find out, right or wrong things. But it's like these grown ass adults are just sitting here just taking everything like they're the dang people who were cheating in class every day, looking over everybody's shoulder of what's the answer. And they claim that that's the factual stuff. And it's like, and you don't even understand the Fibonacci sequence. So how are you going to hold a conversation with me about, something of the earth being flat or a globe? You can't.
So for yourself, obviously, you're how long have you been looking into all of this stuff for, do you think? Roughly.
To actually look into it, I'd say for at least maybe 3 years or so. Not that long.
Well, no, that's good. That's a good amount of time. That's a lot better than some people. Some people don't spend that much time doing it. They sort of come to this sort of idea that it doesn't really matter, right? It doesn't really matter what we live on type idea. That's where most people go when the cognition sort of kicks in. It's like when it's too painful to sort of admit there's not enough there to add it up to make the Earth into globe. So they sort of shut down, they forget about it, and then just continue on their merry way almost. That happens a lot with people.
In a religious sense, when people sit there and they ask me back, saying, what's it matter if it's a globe or it's flat? And I'll sit there and speak on scripture, and they'll be like, well, what's that even matter? And I'm like, well, if you sat there if you sit here and say that there's a fraction of the Bible that's wrong, then it makes it easy for somebody to sit there and say, how do you know that the rest of this is true? And you get into that, debatable. But as far as if you cut out all of religion and you ask somebody that type of question, it gets into, well, you got to understand any person who studied history should know to sit there and question the government, and you're just this blind fool, that's believing these things.
Well, as well, with the religious part, right? So, in terms of with scripture, it's like, why would it be important? Well, it should be important to anyone that follows that scripture, because usually something that was pertinent, it was mentioned. If not, it was left out, right? And remember, obviously, the shape of the earth is clearly written down in the Bible. It's right there, right?
There's at least 20 scriptures.
It's way more than that. Way more.
Well, I believe it. But I know one scripture that sticks out like a sore thumb to me. It's when God sits there and says, that He stopped the sun. And you sit there and you look at all these people and you're like, well, if you believe a globe and that the globe is revolving around the sun, then what the hell does it matter with stopping the sun? And then you just watch their head explode. And it's like, so are you going to now actually start investigating the Bible like you should have been doing? Or are you just going to continue to be this fool with, following the rest of these, sheep into believing that the globe is here and that we're revolving around the sun. So, because the second that you want to call God a liar is one of your worst mistakes, or it's the worst mistake you could make. But again, I say that as someone who is Christian and things like that, you know.
Yeah, of course. Well, sometimes people think all of us flat earthers are like religious fundamentalists, and that's not true at all.
Exactly.
I feel like the majority of people, like especially going back to like 2014, people that became flat earthers, a lot of them were actually deeply against religion, and not just religion, but things like the Bible. And then it's actually become more that they've looked towards that since, like looking into flat Earth. You know, not necessarily the other way around. But flat earthers seem to be coming from all different forms of religion or walks of life or whatever, right? Not all just fundamentalist Christians or anything like that. You know,
I will say that more of my friends I run into, you know, so I'm 39. So it seems like if someone would have mentioned, you know, flat Earth when I was in middle school or something like that, the vast majority would laugh. But now it's like if I mention flat Earth to somebody, they're like, "Yeah, I could see some things," and it's like, okay. So I mean, definitely more people are becoming aware to finally think for themselves.
Yeah, dude. You say you're from Georgia, right?
Yes, sir.
That's very interesting to me personally. Anyway, well, I won't say why, but whereabouts in Georgia are you from? Like
So
roughly. Don't dox yourself, obviously, but you know.
No, it's all cool. I'm like 2 hours from Atlanta.
Right.
I actually live on a lake. So I mean, dude, I can actually see. So if you go to Atlanta, obviously, because that's the major city here. If you go there, it's rare that you're going to see a star. But when you head out here, which is only about an hour and a half away, so to say, you could actually kind of see the Milky Way, you know.
You can see the what? Sorry, I didn't hear that part.
You can see the Milky Way with your naked eye.
Yeah, I was gonna say like there's got to be somewhere in Georgia where you can see that sort of stuff, right? Like, because there's places less light pollution and stuff like that. Like, I like the idea of Georgia a lot, man. Like, I really do.
The only thing is that we're all pine trees, so it gets boring. But if you ever come to visit America, man, I'm gonna tell you, go between like California to Colorado. You know,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
It's every 30 miles is a total drastic change. So
nice. No, yeah, dude. If I ever come to the States, I'll be going definitely to Georgia. That's for sure. Personally, it's one of the states I'm wanting to go to.
But I mean, now that's for nature and things like that. Besides that, there ain't crap here that I like about America. I mean, there's a lot, and that's a discussion in another group we could have. But like, if you go over to like Russia ever, man, heck yeah, man, like that's a place to actually like see like really cool culture and things like that, in my opinion. Or even down in Mexico.
Yeah, Mexico as well. I'm interested in going to Mexico.
If you go to Mexico, check up Playa del Carmen or Carmen or something like that. But it's Playa del Carmen, I think. But dude, that is an amazing spot.
Yeah.
So
okay, fair enough. Wait, what part of Mexico is that then?
So if you look up where Cancun is, it's not too far from there. Now, if you go to Cancun, that's like Disneyland of Americans.
Yeah, I was never likely. That's exactly what I was going to say. Then I was like, I've never been interested in going to